The heir of the Marquis of Jinshi, Xie Weilu, has committed numerous crimes. He slaughtered 30 members of the Lin family, released a notorious criminal from the Western Shu, and spied on the Long Princess while she bathed. According to the laws of the Great Xia, he should rightfully face execution as a warning to others. However, due to the Marquis of Jinshi pleading on his behalf, His Majesty has shown mercy, sparing Xie Weilu from death. And he is now imprisoned in the 18 layers of the Tianquan department, with no chance of release for 3 years. Xie Weilu is a remorseless villain, a true wastrel, unworthy of my Su Muxue. Today I, Su Muxue, have come to the Xie family to withdraw from our engagement and dissolve the betrothal to Xie Weilu. 3 years later in the Great Xia dynasty. In the city of Tianqi, winter has arrived, with heavy snowflakes falling like goose feathers, encasing the land in ice and rendering the world in pure white. The cold wind blows, biting and frigid. In the Tianquan department, within the 18 layers of the prison, in a solitary cell. A man, clad in tattered garments, gaunt and with a pale, sickly complexion, reclines against the wall, legs crossed with his hands cradling his head, appearing utterly languid. Beneath him lies a bed of straw lacking shoes. He has fashioned a pair of sandals from the straw himself. This dark and damp prison, particularly frigid in winter, would typically sap the strength from any ordinary person. Yet he seems utterly unaffected. His name is Xie Weilu, who traversed to the Great Xia dynasty 3 years ago, bearing the title of heir of the Marquis of Jinshi. Regrettably, the original owner of this body fell victim to treachery, and he has yet to enjoy a single day of fortune before being cast into this dungeon. 3 years have swiftly passed. In this time, he has not emerged entirely empty-handed. This realm is vast and boundless, where the strong command respect, with powerful cultivators capable of soaring through the skies and moving mountains, alongside bloodthirsty and savage beasts. Only by possessing formidable strength can one seize control over their own fate in this mysterious world. Xie Weilu closes his eyes. Within his dantian floats a black tome inscribed with enigmatic runes. This tome, a relic from Earth, was acquired from a street vendor and is, in fact, the source of his traversal. Upon entering the dark water prison, he diligently examined this tome and discovered its peculiar ability to deduce cultivation techniques. From it, he gleaned a method for nirvana and a technique for mending the heavens. The Nirvana Sutra pertains to mental cultivation, capable of refining bones, veins, opening the dantian, and forging divine reservoirs, allowing him to break through rapidly. The foundation of cultivation lies in the spiritual bones. Only with spiritual bones can one embark on the path of cultivation. The Great Xia classifies the absorption of spiritual energy by spiritual bones into 4 categories: inferior, average, superior, and exceptional. Unfortunately, the original owner possessed only waste bones, stalling his cultivation, but the Nirvana Sutra precisely addresses this issue. As for the technique for mending the heavens, it is a forbidden art that can unconditionally elevate him by one realm without any side effects. In the Great Xia dynasty, the familiar divisions of cultivation realms are Xianhuang, Zheng, Taojian, Daozong, Xuanxiang, Hualong, and Shinting, each further divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. Over the course of 3 years, without any resources, he has managed to elevate his cultivation to the late stage of Taojian, thanks to the Nirvana Sutra. Well, compared to those who traversed with a fully equipped system, he still feels like a mere novice. Xie Weilu, why did you annihilate my entire family? A woman clad in a flowing green gown approaches with a frosty demeanor. She is tall and graceful, her silhouette enchanting, with long, ebony hair cascading down to her waist, her fingers delicate as green onions adorned with a stunning gold ring. With a heart-shaped face, porcelain skin, brows like wisps of smoke, and captivating phoenix-like eyes. Her demeanor is cold and ethereal, exuding an air of untouchable beauty, akin to a pure lotus blossom, starkly contrasting the filth of the dark water prison. Xie Weilu regards the woman before him with a complex expression. Lin Qingwang, deputy commander of the Tianquan department, eldest daughter of the Lin family in Tianqi, at the peak of the Jiao realm, on the verge of entering the Taojian realm. The Lin family does not belong to the bureaucratic elite, but to a merchant family with considerable wealth. However, 3 years prior, the Lin family met its demise. Answer my question. Lin Qingwang fixes her icy gaze on Xie Weilu. All 30 members of the Lin family were exterminated upon her return. She witnessed nothing but bloodshed and corpses, and all evidence points to Xia Wei's involvement. For before the Lin family's downfall, Xia Weilu had dared to provoke her, only to be reprimanded, after which he swore vengeance. At the time, a maidservant had miraculously survived and identified Xia Weilu as the perpetrator. Lin Qingwang conducted her own investigation and uncovered that both Xia Weilu and his guards were present, with evidence even linking him to some of the Lin family's assets. Was it merely because she had chastised him that he annihilated her entire family? Initially, Lin Qingwang believed Xia Weilu to be a ruthless and bloodthirsty individual, but after 3 years in the prison, her perspective has shifted somewhat. While he may be verbose, he has yet to reach the depths of cruelty she imagined. He is likely a scapegoat in a larger scheme. There appears to be a hidden force behind the Lin family's downfall. Thus, Lin Qingwang suspects that this matter is far from straightforward, concealing truths unknown to her. If you let me have a taste, I shall divulge the truth. Xia Weilu gazes earnestly at Lin Qingwang. She has posed the same question more than 100 times in these 3 years, to which Xia Weilu has consistently responded with unabashed desire for her. The annihilation of the Lin family is merely a burden he bears regrettably. He was cast into the dungeon before he could investigate further, leaving him unable to provide Lin Qingwang with a definitive answer. Crack! Lin Qingwang clenches her fist, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Her eyes, filled with a chilling glare, bore into Xia Weilu as she takes a deep breath and retrieves a key from her sleeve, unlocking the cell door. Xia Weilu, taken aback, exclaims, "You agreed? Shall I freshen up?" Lin Qinghuang coldly replies, "His Majesty has decreed that you may be released." With that, she turns to leave. Released? Xia Weilu squints, but he does not hesitate, rising to exit the cell. Stepping out of the dungeon, a blinding white light assaults him, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes. The anticipated warm sunlight is absent, replaced only by a world encased in ice, with thick snow blanketing the ground, and the biting wind cutting through him. Hiss! Xia Weilu inhales sharply, wrapping his arms around himself as he shivers. Entering the prison amidst frost, he now emerges into a snow-laden city. After a moment's pause, he adjusts to the brightness, lowering his gaze to his attire, tattered and adorned only with handmade straw sandals. Lin Qingwang stands beside him, sword in hand, her gaze as cold as ice. Xia Weilu, enchanted by Lin Qingwang's striking beauty, smiles and extends his hand, saying, "You and I have shared 3 years of mutual support, though not wed. Our bond surpasses that of spouses. Come with me back to the Marquis of Zengsis residence, and I shall offer you a life of splendor, showing you the wonders of the world." Clang! Lin Qingwang unsheathes her sword, directing it at Xia Weilu's neck. Her voice sharp and fierce, she warns, "Though you have been released, this matter is not yet resolved. You would do well to avoid falling into my grasp." Xia Weilu beams. All right. I know you cannot bear to part with me. Fear not. Upon my return, I shall arrange for an extravagant wedding procession to bring you into my home, where you will bear me a multitude of children. Swish! Lin Qinghuang's expression darkens, and with a swift motion, she slices off a lock of Xia Weilu's hair, then coldly retracts her sword, commanding, "Get lost." Xia Weilu chuckles, tightening his tattered clothing, then looks ahead with displeasure, remarking, "Today, this heir emerges from prison, yet I see no one from the Marquis of Zengsis residence here to welcome me." With that, he stuffs his hands into his sleeves, lowering his head against the biting wind as he strides forward. His straw sandals crunch upon the snow, leaving a trail of footprints, while the heavy snow continues to fall, the chilling wind buffeting his already slender frame, rendering him even more desolate. Lin Qingwang watches his retreating figure, her thoughts lingering unspoken. In these 3 years, she has concealed certain truths from Xia Weilu. The current Marquis of Zengsis residence is no longer as it once was upon Xia Weilu's return. He may not find the comforts he once enjoyed. Chapter 2 Encounter with Su Muxue at the Town West Marquis mansion. On the snow-covered streets, Xia Weilu trudged forward through the swirling pearly snow, the footprints left by his straw sandals quickly buried by the accumulating snow. The biting cold wind pierced through him, as if it could topple him at any moment. After a while, his hair and clothing had turned completely white with snow. Glancing around, he fortuitously spotted a small pavilion and made his way over to seek refuge from the snow. Inside the pavilion, Xiao Weilu lazily brushed off the snow from his hair and garments. He gently rubbed his hands together and exhaled a breath of warm air, presenting an undeniably disheveled appearance. This was hardly the demeanor of the heir to the town West Marquis. He resembled nothing more than a stray dog or a beggar on the street. "Xiao Weilu?" A voice of surprise rang out. Following the sound, Xiao Weilu saw a woman clad in a white down gown entering the pavilion. She was strikingly beautiful, her figure gracefully accentuated by the gown that cinched at the waist with a silk ribbon. Highlighting her alluring curves, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down, framing a delicate face with skin as smooth as cream, eyes sparkling like apricots, and lips naturally rosy and alluring, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Su Muxiue, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, possessed mid-level cultivation in the locking realm. Previously, she had been betrothed to Xiao Weilu, but after his imprisonment, she personally came to annul the engagement, and now their marriage was officially off. Su Muxiue regarded Xiao Weilu with a peculiar expression. At this moment, he was dressed in tattered clothing, his feet shod in straw sandals, appearing utterly disheveled, almost like a street beggar. She nearly failed to recognize him. "Oh, after 3 years apart, Muxiue, you have become even more radiant. That enchanting figure of yours is truly captivating. Come closer so I can take a good look, and I shall show you my prized possession as well." A broad smile spread across Xiao Weilu's face. It must be said, Su Muxiue indeed looked stunning now. Upon hearing this, Su Muxiue's expression soured with disdain. She had hoped that 3 years in prison would have tempered his behavior, but it seemed she had overestimated him. This scoundrel was still the same, showing no signs of improvement. However, given the current state of the town West Marquis mansion, if Xiao Weilu had not progressed, he would likely find himself in dire straits. With a grin, Xiao Weilu said, "Why are you just standing there? Come here and let me admire you. Although we have annulled our engagement, that does not hinder my desire for your form. Do not be misled by my current disheveled appearance. Once cleaned up, I shall appear quite dignified." Yu Muxiue shot him a cold glare, her eyes filled with unspoken contempt. Noticing her reaction, Xiao Weilu sighed and remarked, "While I was in prison, I once heard a wise man say that when you like someone, you should look at her chest and legs, for while she may not see you, you must certainly see her form." Su Muxiue's countenance darkened as she glared at him furiously. "Xiao Weilu, dare you be so brazen again, and I shall cripple you." Xiao Weilu replied with a downcast gaze, "Before you do that, could you allow me to touch your leg? My hands are cold, and I wish to feel Muxiue's warmth." Yu Muxiue's expression faltered, her heart brimming with fury. This man was nothing but a scoundrel, and she regretted approaching him, let alone engaging in conversation. Muxiue, a gentle voice interjected at the opportune moment, as a handsome man clad in a black mink coat approached, holding a paper umbrella. His gaze towards Su Muxiue was filled with warmth, while his look towards Xiao Weilu bore a hint of coldness. Suppressing her anger, Su Muxiue walked over to the man, standing beneath his umbrella. Observing the two, Xiao Weilu heartily lamented, "Muxiue, no wonder you annulled our engagement. It turns out you have taken up with Xiao Su. Your taste is truly poor. How can that fellow compare to me?" Xiao Su, the son of the Marquis of Wuhan, was a renowned prodigy in Tianqi City, exceptionally gifted in martial arts, having reached the pinnacle of the locking realm at a young age, a figure of considerable stature. "Xiao Weilu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Su Muxiue clenched her fists, her expression livid as she glared at him. Her decision to annul the engagement was not due to anyone else, but rather because Xiao Weilu was utterly useless. With his head lowered, Xiao Weilu spoke dejectedly, "When you marry, remember to invite me to your wedding night. I will show you my prized possession." Boom! Xiao Su extended his hand. Unleashing a surge of power that shattered one of the pavilion's columns, he glared at Xiao Weilu. "Xiao Weilu, control your tongue, or do not blame me for being unkind. What, do you want to fight? Do you believe I won't bring people to dismantle your Wuhan Marquis mansion tomorrow?" Xiao Weilu showed no signs of fear. "Just you?" Xiao Su's tone turned sinister. The current town West Marquis mansion was no longer what it used to be. And he, Xiao Su, had no fear of Xiao Weilu. Seeing this, Su Muxiue immediately said to Xiao Su, "Forget it. There's no need to engage with this rascal." Xiao Su cast a casual glance at Xiao Weilu. "For Muxiue's sake, I shall overlook this incident this time. But do not let there be a next. I could take you down with a single blow. Xia Weilu paid no heed to Xiao Su's words. Let's go, Daisu Mushue spoke, and the two departed beneath the umbrella. After waiting a while, Xia Weilu exited the pavilion once the snowfall ceased. The town West Marquis mansion had once held a prestigious position. The elder, Xie Jinghua, known as the god of killing, had bravely repelled monstrous beings, earning great military accolades, ultimately being granted the title of Marquis of Town West, commanding an army of 300,000. Instilling fear in all, after the elder retired, the title passed to his eldest son, Xian Nantian. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, a significant event transpired. Xie Jinghua's seclusion ended in failure, leading to his demise. Shortly thereafter, monstrous forces invaded, and Xian Nantian led 100,000 troops to resist them, only to be overwhelmed by a great rocks assault, resulting in total annihilation. Following this calamity, Xie Zhongshuan, the second son of the Xie family, temporarily assumed the title of Marquis, and the status of the town West Marquis mansion plummeted as a result. Before the mansion, Xia Weilu muttered to himself, "Something feels amiss." As he advanced, he was met with disdain from the guards. "Get lost, beggar. This is the town West Marquis mansion. Do not tarnish it with your presence." Upon seeing the disheveled Xia Weilu, the guard revealed a look of contempt and impatiently waved him away. Slap! Hearing this, Xia Weilu's expression darkened, and he raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap to the guard's face. You dare strike me? Dio, you want to die, you beggar?" The guard clutched his face, glaring furiously at Xia Weilu. Xia Weilu coldly retorted, "You blind cur, open your eyes and see who I am." The guard's anger flared, but he still squinted at Xia Weilu, finding him somewhat familiar. "I asked that." "Xia Weilu?" The guard quickly recognized him, but instead of fear, his anger intensified. "Damn! A mere dog servant dares to call my name?" Unable to contain himself, Xia Weilu sprang up and kicked the guard squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into the courtyard. The guard's scream attracted others, and a group of armored soldiers rushed over, led by a middle-aged general. "What happened?" the middle-aged general asked sternly. Xia Weilu, clad in straw sandals, swaggered into the town West Marquis mansion, surveying the crowd with an irritated gaze. "This heir has arrived. Why are you not here to greet me?" The middle-aged general's gaze fixed on Xia Weilu, instantly recognizing him. It is he. 3 years have passed. Xia Weilu has finally been released from prison. He hesitated but stepped forward. It is indeed the heir's return. That dog servant had eyes but could not see. I will ensure he is severely punished. Please forgive me, heir. Heir? What heir? Just a beggar. Before Xia Weilu could speak, a sinister voice interrupted, as a man dressed in a blue robe with a dark expression approached. "Greetings, second young master." The middle-aged general and the others hastily bowed to the man with the dark demeanor. The man's eyes gleamed with arrogance as he cast a sidelong glance at Xia Weilu. "Xia Weilu, did you see that? I am the master here now." Xia Weilu fixed his gaze on the man before him. This individual was Xia Wuji, the second son of his uncle, his cousin, who had always seemed to harbor a deep-seated disdain for him. Chapter 3: A Stray Dog, a small man flourishing. "I have news for you. The elder and your father passed away shortly after your imprisonment. The current town West Marquis is my father, and my elder brother should rightfully be the heir of the town West Marquis mansion. As for you, Xia Weilu, you are nothing but a stray dog." Seeing Xia Weilu remain silent, Xia Wuji's face broke into a smug smile. "Dead?" Xia Weilu raised an eyebrow. He had crossed over and had yet to enjoy a single good day before being thrown into prison. Now, upon finally being released, he learned that both his father and grandfather had died. What kind of twisted fate was this? Xia Wuji smugly continued. "The town West Marquis mansion is ruled by my father now. You, Xia Weilu, a criminal, have no right to set foot here. Get lost." Upon hearing this, Xia Weilu could not help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Xia Wuji's expression darkened at Xia Weilu's laughter. Slap! Xia Weilu removed his straw sandal and brought it crashing down onto Xia Wuji's face, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Xia Wuji let out a chilling scream, covering his face as he bellowed. "What are you all doing? Seize him at once." Xia Weilu's smile turned sinister as he suddenly snatched a soldier's dagger and lunged toward Xia Wuji, stepping on his chest and pressing the blade against his neck. "Young master, do not." The middle-aged general's expression shifted dramatically as he reacted. Clearly caught off guard by the frail-looking Xia Weilu's ability to instantly subdue Xia Wuji. He gripped the long blade tightly, poised to strike, only to realize he was ensnared by a formidable aura that rendered him immobile. Xia Weilu, what do you intend to do? Xia Wuji's eyes widened in panic as the blade pressed against his throat. Xia Weilu sneered, a lowly wretch who has risen to prominence, disregarding his betters. Your existence is a waste of rice. It would be better for you to perish. With that, he unleashed a flurry of kicks to Xia Wuji's face. Xia Wuji cried out in agony, Die, you fool. Xia Weilu's blade slowly sliced through Xia Wuji's neck, a trickle of blood oozing forth. No, please, do not kill me. Xia Wuji trembled, his expression one of sheer terror. He was acutely aware of Xia Weilu's release from prison and had intended to assert his dominance upon his return, to remind him who truly ruled the Jinshi Marquisate. Yet, he had not anticipated that Xia Weilu would seek his life the moment he arrived, in that instant, as the blade breached his skin. He felt death encroaching. My lord, spare him. An elderly man with white hair approached, hands clasped behind his back. He cast a fleeting glance at the middle-aged general, whose oppressive aura dissipated. The general, drenched in cold sweat, quickly bowed to the elder. Greetings, Fu Bo. Fu Bo was a venerable figure of the Jinshi Marquisate, a practitioner at the mid-tier of the shackled realm. Upon seeing Fu Bo, Xia Weilu casually discarded the blade and smiled. It is only right to heed Fu Bo's wishes. Having just emerged from prison, might I indulge in a bath and don some fresh garments? Otherwise, I shall be mistaken for a beggar. With a swift kick, he sent Xia Wuji flying. Fu Bo nodded gently. Please follow me, my lord. Although Xia Nantian had perished, Xia Zhongshuan temporarily assumed the title of Marquis. Yet, Xia Weilu remained the rightful heir. The title of Marquis could be temporarily held, but the living heir could not be replaced. Xia Weilu followed Fu Bo to a pavilion. The middle-aged general hurriedly approached to assist Xia Wuji. Second young master, are you all right? Xia Wuji angrily shoved the general away, clutching his neck and gritting his teeth. Did you not see me being assaulted? Why did you not intervene? The general sighed. I wished to help, but I was restrained by Fu Bo's power and could not move. Fu Bo, you old fool. Xia Wuji's face was a mask of fury. He clenched his fists, eyes brimming with resentment. Xia Weilu, you wait. I shall not let you off easily. Today, his father was away and would not return for a couple of days. Otherwise, Xia Weilu would not have dared to act so recklessly. Within the pavilion, Xia Weilu, attended by maidens, freshened up, shaving off his stubble and donning an elegant white robe, he gazed into the bronze mirror. Admiring his handsome visage, though slightly gaunt and pallid, exuding a sickly charm, with elongated eyes that conveyed a languid grace, resembling a delicate scholar. Fortunately, 3 years in prison have not diminished my allure, Xia Weilu chuckled. Giggle, the young master is truly narcissistic, remarked the maid beside him, a girl named Li Hua, whom Fu Bo had taken in as a child and later assigned to serve Xia Weilu, establishing a sense of familiarity. What do you know? This is called capital, Xia Weilu replied. His face radiating pride, Fu Bo entered, carrying a selection of food, and bowed to Xia Weilu. Greetings, my lord. Xia Weilu turned to Fu Bo. Fu Bo, I have been imprisoned for 3 years. It seems much has transpired. Pray, enlighten me. Fu Bo paused for a moment before placing the food on the table. A month after your incarceration, the old Marquis failed in his seclusion and passed away. Not long after, the demon tribe invaded. The Marquis led an army of 100,000 to suppress them, but was ambushed by a great rock, leading to total annihilation with no remains left. Subsequently, your second uncle assumed the role of Marquis temporarily, and the third master instructed us not to inform you. Life in the dungeon was arduous, and revealing such news to Xia Weilu might have caused him unbearable distress. Initially, Fu Bo had intended to send Xia Weilu some clothing, but was halted by Xia Zhongshan. My second uncle has always been at odds with my father. I've heard that in their rivalry for the Marquisate, he resorted to many underhanded tactics. Now that he has temporarily taken the position, my days may not be easy. Xia Weilu smiled nonchalantly, accepting the news of the old Marquis and Xiananshan's demise with a heavy heart. Fu Bo continued, after your second uncle assumed the Marquisate, he replaced many within the estate. Your life as the young master will indeed be challenging. However, you are the young master, the true master of the Jinshi Marquisate. The future Marquis, Although Xie Zhongshuan was merely a temporary placeholder, with Xie Weilu's release from prison, he was destined to become the next marquis. Given his father's death, Xie Weilu naturally had the potential to become the new generation's marquis. Yet, whether this would come to fruition depended on his own capabilities. Should he remain the same frivolous youth, the title would elude him, regardless of his status. The current Zhenshi Marquisate was fraught with peril. With power held by Xie Zhongshuan, and Xie Weilu's return might not be a fortuitous event. The future marquis? I had not considered this. Did the old marquis or my father leave me any words of wisdom? Xie Weilu inquired. Fubo pondered. It is likely that he spoke to the third master about something. Perhaps you should seek him out. Very well, Xie Weilu nodded gently. Chapter 4, The Mysterious Third Uncle. The 7 kills of gods and ghosts. Afterward, Xie Weilu nibbled on some food and reclined on the soft bed, enjoying a much-needed rest. 3 years in prison had deprived him of comfort. Now, in a clean room with a plush bed, he intended to rejuvenate thoroughly. He slept soundly until evening. Upon awakening, he discreetly exited the room. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at an ancient residence in the city, weathered by time, with a plaque reading, "Life is but a dream." The characters were hastily scrawled yet exuded a vigorous aura, hinting at extraordinary significance. Creak. Xie Weilu pushed open the grand door of the ancient house without any resistance and strode confidently inside. The courtyard paved with stone slabs, blanketed in snow. On a bench in the courtyard lay a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, squinting with a drunken expression, clutching a wine jug and continuously pouring himself drinks. Numerous wine jugs were scattered across the adjacent table, painting the picture of a quintessential drunkard. Third uncle. Xie Weilu scooped up a handful of snow, shaping it into a snowball, and hurled it at him. Boom! Just before the snowball could reach the middle-aged man, it was dispersed by an enigmatic force. The man opened his eyes, nearly toppling over, and glared at Xie Weilu. "You little rascal, what brings you here?" "I came to ask my third uncle for a drink," Xie Weilu replied with a beaming smile. The middle-aged man, known as Xie Bian, was his third uncle. His name was indeed peculiar, and he was an extraordinary figure whose true power remained inscrutable to Xie Weilu. However, it was certain that Xie Bian possessed formidable strength in the Zhenshi Marquisate. Xie Bian was a unique entity, indulging in wine and gambling. Yet both the old marquis and Xian Antian showed him unwavering tolerance, never interfering with his affairs. "Want a drink?" Xie Bian's expression turned curious. With a casual wave of his hand, a jug of wine soared towards Xie Weilu. "Here you go. Take it and leave me be. Don't disturb me." Xie Weilu accepted the wine, smiling lightly. "Besides wanting a drink, I also wish to ask my third uncle for a martial technique." Upon hearing this, Xie Bian's form flickered as he leaped onto the rooftop, took a swig from his jug, and stared at Xie Weilu in disbelief. "Did I hear you correctly? You wish to learn a martial technique?" "The 7 kills of gods and ghosts," Xie Weilu stated plainly. This third uncle was no ordinary individual, and the sword technique he practiced was unfathomable. Among them was a technique called the 7 kills of gods and ghosts, notoriously fierce. While in prison, Xie Weilu had set his sights on mastering this technique. Now that he had been released, it was only natural for him to pursue it. He possessed the Nirvana scripture and the sky repairing technique, but these were insufficient. He required a more potent sword art. The 7 kills of gods and ghosts was the perfect fit. This technique was deeply concealed by his uncle and rarely showcased before outsiders. He had only seen it once. Xie Bian chuckled. "If you wish to tread the path of martial arts and desire to learn the 7 kills of gods and ghosts, I can certainly teach you." Alas. The path of martial arts? Xie Weilu stomped his foot, causing the ice and snow beneath to explode upwards, instantly coalescing into hundreds of crystalline swords. With a sweep of his sleeve, whoosh, 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 the multitude of icy swords shot towards Xie Bian. Xie Bian's eyes flickered with surprise as he casually tossed aside the wine jug, shattering the 100 crystalline swords. Xie Weilu stepped forward, abruptly appearing in midair, his fingers pinching together, as the swirling snow transformed into a colossal ice sword. Slash! Xie Weilu uttered softly, and the massive ice sword descended upon Xie Bian. A glimmer of interest sparked in Xie Bian's eyes. He did not evade but simply extended his hand, effortlessly catching the blade's edge with his fingers and flicking it away. Boom! The ice sword exploded, scattering snowflakes all around. Xie Weilu landed atop the roof and smiled lightly. "Third uncle, would you be willing to impart the 7 kills of gods and ghosts to me?" Xie Bian's expression turned unexpectedly as he fixed his gaze on Xie Weilu in the corridor. From the might of that sword just now, it appears you have reached the late stage of the Tuajiang realm. Strangely, I find myself unable to discern your cultivation directly. At this moment, he was astonished. Wasn't this brat supposed to be a useless skeleton? He had previously attempted to probe several times and considered various methods, all to no avail. Even Xie Nantian had once sought the assistance of a great sword immortal from the Daxia. But regrettably, upon witnessing Xie Weilu's condition, the immortal merely shook his head. Little did he expect that after 3 years in prison, this lad had silently entered the late stage of the Tuajiang realm. Quite remarkable indeed. Xie Weilu chuckled. I encountered a high master during my time in confinement. It was quite a serendipitous encounter. The heavenly book is peculiar. It can obscure one's cultivation. Were it not for my active exposure of my strength, outsiders would find it exceedingly difficult to ascertain my true realm. Xie Bian cast a deep glance at Xie Weilu, but did not inquire further. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, and from within a pavilion, a scroll soared forth. Xie Bian tossed the scroll to Xie Weilu. I am giving you this technique. How much you can cultivate depends entirely on your own capabilities. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. Xie Weilu unrolled the scroll and studied it intently. The 7 killing swords of the divine and ghost comprises 7 swords, capable of transforming in myriad ways. The first stance is draw sword, the second is shadow kill, the third is sword control, the fourth is sword formation, the fifth is enchantment, the sixth is calamity reduction, and the 7th is evil extermination. This sword art encapsulates body techniques, sword control, sword formations, and profound laws, exuding an air of unfathomable mystery. The latter 3 stances are particularly fearsome. The 5th stance, enchantment, significantly boosts combat power and enhances sword intent. The 6th stance, calamity reduction, harnesses the sword's might to summon countless bolts of heavenly thunder, while the 7th stance channels thunder into the sword, unleashing an unparalleled strike against evil entities. Xie Weilu sat atop the roof, earnestly studying. The heavenly book within him trembled, rapidly deducing this sword technique. Xie Bian leaned against the eaves, continuing to drink wine, choosing not to disturb Xie Weilu, yet he discreetly observed him. He was curious to see what progress this lad could achieve in a short span after acquiring the technique. In his view, if a person suddenly receives a fortuitous opportunity and experiences a meteoric rise in power, it does not necessarily indicate extraordinary talent. After all, within the cosmos, treasures and elixirs abound, and some may ascend to great heights with but a single pill. However, these are merely external forces. The crux lies within oneself, and comprehension is paramount. Ultimately, treasures and elixirs have their limits, while formidable insight can transcend those boundaries. As time passed, an hour had elapsed. Xie Weilu rose to his feet. Closing the scroll, a sharp glint of sword light flashing in his eyes, an intangible sword intent emanated from him, causing the ice and snow atop the roof to tremble, with some bricks cracking. Xie Weilu's expression shifted. He waved his hand casually, whoosh, from the pavilion. A black longsword flew towards Xie Weilu. He set aside the scroll, grasping the longsword, holding the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt in his right. Clang! With a swift movement, he charged towards a 5-story pavilion. The longsword was suddenly drawn, its guard resembling the malevolent grin of a demon, its blade pitch black, subtly adorned with a faint, dark flower of the other shore. Exuding a heavy aura of bloodlust, inscribed with the words, Flower Burial. This sword was extraordinary, not a mere weapon, but a coveted spiritual tool for cultivators. Boom. Xie Weilu's figure brushed past the edge of the pavilion, unleashing a ferocious black sword energy that instantaneously shattered the pavilion, causing it to fracture cleanly and collapse. The first sword already executed. Xie Bian's interest was piqued. The swift draw of the sword was indeed the first of the 7 killing swords. He felt no sorrow for his pavilion, casually raising his hand as a powerful force erupted from him, coalescing the snow into more than a dozen ice sculptures. These ice sculptures, akin to puppets, brandished long spears and charged at Xie Weilu. Shadow kill. Xie Weilu, undeterred, surged towards the ice sculptures, his form splitting into numerous afterimages as he wielded the long sword, slicing through the ice sculptures. Boom! A resounding blast echoed. And in an instant, all the ice sculptures were reduced to powder, the chilling sword energy lingering in the air. refusing to dissipate. The second sword had also been mastered. Xie Bian nodded to himself. Achieving success with the first sword in such a short time was ample evidence of Xie Weilu's comprehension. He was taken aback that this lad had even grasped the second sword. With a wave of his hand, the wine from his flask surged forth, morphing into a long sword aimed at Xie Weilu. Xie Weilu formed the sword technique, and the flower burial sword flew forth, converting one into 10, slashing at the incoming long sword. This was the third sword of the 7 killing swords. Sword control, boom. The swords clashed, producing a series of thunderous roars, as the surrounding pavilion was affected by the sword energy, cracking incessantly, with bricks and snow flying everywhere. Upon witnessing this, Xie Bian snapped his fingers, dispersing 9 out of 10 of the long swords, while the wine sword returned to his scabbard. He looked at Xie Weilu. Come now. Confess honestly. Which sword have you comprehended? Just the third sword, Xie Weilu replied. In truth, he had completely mastered all 7 sword techniques. Such was the nature of the heavenly book. You've truly surprised me, Xie Bian remarked with a hint of admiration. Your cultivation has surged astonishingly, and your comprehension is exceptionally remarkable. Were there any formidable figures in that prison of yours? Indeed, it conceals many hidden talents and houses numerous mysterious entities. This sword feels quite adept in your hands. It seems to be a spiritual tool. Xie Weilu gently caressed the flower burial sword. Xie Bian rolled his eyes and declared, consider it a gift. Thank you, third uncle. Xie Weilu beamed with gratitude. His third uncle was genuinely kind. Albeit fond of indulging in brothels, gambling, and living as a layabout, he was nearing 40 yet remained unmarried. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Bian retrieved a pitch-black ring from his sleeve and tossed it to Xie Weilu. This is also for you. A storage ring. Xie Weilu accepted it, a smile gracing his face. Do you have anything else you wish to inquire about? Xie Bian inquired, eyeing Xie Weilu. Xie Weilu paused for a second before asking, did the old master or my father leave any messages? The old master left nothing, but your father urged you to live well, Xie Bian replied calmly. Their deaths were not as simple as they seemed. Were they? Xie Weilu fixed his gaze on Xie Bian. Seek your own answers. However, my suggestion is that you first resolve the mess from 3 years ago. Understood. Xie Weilu nodded gently. After pondering for a moment, Xie Bian added, originally, I thought you would encounter numerous troubles upon your release, so I arranged a position for you in the Tianquan division. If you're interested, you may go check it out tomorrow. A bit of gilding wouldn't hurt. Tianquan division? That sounds rather appealing, Xie Weilu replied with a calm smile. He indeed had much to address now. Having been wrongfully imprisoned 3 years prior, he had finally emerged, only to find his family stolen from him, with the 2 individuals above deceased. If he were to possess the identity of the Tianquan division, certain matters would indeed become considerably simpler. I won't disclose tonight's events to anyone else. You may return now. With your current strength, you won't be bullied at the Zhenshi Marquis mansion. Xie Bian waved his hand. Next time, I shall return to drink with third uncle. Xie Weilu clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, tossing the scroll back to Xie Bian before soaring away. Xie Bian received the scroll and casually crushed it, muttering to himself, at last, a promising young individual has emerged from the Zhenshi Marquis mansion. Quite the anticipation. At this point, he lifted his gaze to the heavens, his expression complex. The path of martial arts is fraught with hardship. What of the Tuajiang realm? What of the Daozong realm? Without reaching the pinnacle, all are but ants. Chapter 5. The brothel and the murder night fell. Thousands of lights illuminated the streets. Snowflakes danced in the air, blending beautifully with the radiance. The brothels and taverns lining the streets were alive with the sounds of music and revelry. Throngs of pedestrians bustled about, and various vendors peddled their wares. Xie Weilu strolled along the thoroughfare, playfully twirling a folding fan in his hand. His gaze settled upon a brothel named Huansha Tower, a smile gracing his lips as he confidently made his way toward it. Though the air was devoid of smoke and moonlight, it was filled with the chill of the wind, plum blossoms, and white snow. Inside Huansha Tower, the lights were bright, and beautiful women danced gracefully, their figures swaying alluringly. Musicians played, and the sounds of song filled the air, as many patrons indulged in wine and savored the fragrance of the courtesans. Xie Weilu ordered a pot of fine wine and a few small dishes on the second floor, summoning a slender beauty clad in a flowing white gown to pour the wine. Below, the long benches resembled beds, cushioned with thick cotton, providing warmth as a beauty reclined luxuriously upon them. Xia Weilu, with his folding fan in hand, lazily lounged in the embrace of the beauty, relishing her softness and warmth while contentedly sipping the wine she offered. "Where is the nightingale from your Huansha tower?" Xia Weilu inquired. "The nightingale, after your lordship's imprisonment, mysteriously vanished not long after. The current flower queen is not the nightingale, but rather Mei Sheng," the beauty by Shui replied with a giggle. "I see." A smile appeared on Xia Weilu's face, and he chose not to press further, continuing to lounge in the beauty's embrace, savoring the wine. Before long, a group of captors from the Tianquan division appeared below. The captors parted to make way as Lin Qinghuang, clad in a green gown, exuding a cold elegance, entered wielding a long sword. The other girls in the building, though beautiful, paled in comparison to her presence. The music ceased, and the patrons regarded the officers of the Tianquan division with suspicion. An elderly matron, startled, hurried forward. Lin Qinghuang exchanged a few words with her before gesturing, and some captors swiftly sealed the exits. While she ascended the stairs accompanied by 2 officers, "It seems a murder has occurred in your Huansha tower." Xia Weilu slowly opened his mouth. The Tianquan division is a crucial law enforcement agency of the Great Xia, responsible for supervising officials and resolving various cases. Generally speaking, when personnel from the Tianquan division are dispatched, it is typically due to the emergence of a significant homicide. Bai Shui leaned close to Xia Weilu's ear and whispered. Sister Qianxiang in the building was murdered half an hour ago. As a woman of the brothel, her life was as insignificant as grass. Even with a death, it would not disrupt the normal operations of the establishment. It was merely necessary to suppress the news and report the incident quietly, a practice quite common at the Huansha building. Ordinarily, the cases here would be handled by regular constables, but the appearance of the Tianquan division personnel this time was rather peculiar. Xia Weilu nodded gently and refrained from further comment. "Xia Weilu?" Lin Qinghuang ascended the stairs, her face icy as she fixed her gaze upon him, revealing a hint of disdain in her eyes. Having just been released from prison, he had come to a brothel. He certainly knew how to indulge himself. Furthermore, his sickly and languid demeanor was quite irksome. She had initially assumed that Xia Weilu would face hardships upon returning to the Zhenshi Marquis's residence. But it seemed she had overestimated his plight. He appeared to be living exceptionally well, with a flick of his folding fan displaying the characters Feng Gu. He smiled and said, "Qinghuang, we meet every day. It seems we truly have the appearance of a couple. Come, lie in my arms." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuang's expression darkened even more. She shot him a cold glance before leading her companions to her room. "I will go take a look." Seeing this, Xia Weilu rose, stretched lazily, and followed her into the room. Once inside, Lin Qinghuang inquired, "What are you doing here?" Her brow arched as the 2 constables glared coldly at him. Xia Weilu waved his fan lightly. "I felt a bit weary and sought a place to rest." "Is that a problem?" "Rest? Lying down like her?" Lin Qinghuang replied coldly, her gaze falling upon the lifeless form of a woman clad in an orange dress, devoid of any breath. "No need. I prefer lying with Qinghuang," he retorted. "However, since the Tianquan division is handling the case, someone must oversee it. Otherwise, negligence could lead to numerous unjust cases." Xia Weilu smiled lightly. Lin Qinghuang responded with a cold laugh. She did not drive him away, allowing him to observe. She turned to an elderly woman nearby and asked, "Please provide details about the deceased." The elderly woman promptly replied, "She is Qianxiang from our establishment, skilled in playing the zither and selling her art, not her body. She had a close relationship with a poor scholar surnamed Wu. This time, when she met him, she unexpectedly fell victim to foul play. That scholar has since been detained by the building's guards." Lin Qinghuang stepped forward, surveying the surroundings before examining the body. Xia Weilu looked around the establishment, noting a large table in the center laden with remnants of food and an open large bed. He inhaled gently, detecting 2 faint fragrances within. One of the scents was familiar to him, conjuring the image of a graceful figure in his mind. His gaze shifted to a snow-white plant, then back to the deceased. A faint blood-red mark encircled her neck, her face bore the imprint of a hand, her hair was in disarray, and a metallic hairpin was lodged in her chest. After inspecting the body, Lin Qinghuang remarked indifferently, "The ligature mark on her neck is too delicate to have been made by hands. It must be from some kind of thread, a zither string. The building is missing a zither, since Qianxiang was skilled at playing the zither." There should have been one in the establishment, but she had not seen it earlier. The elderly woman interjected. The scholar was holding Qinxiang's zither when he left the room. Bring the scholar surnamed Wu here. Lin Qinghuang commanded the elderly woman. Understood. The elderly woman hurried away. Captain Lin, while the ligature marks are evident, they are not fatal. The lethal wound must be the hairpin in her chest, one constable informed Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang replied coolly, I can tell you that the key to her death is not this hairpin. The constable paused, momentarily confused by her statement. Lin Qinghuang turned to Xia Weilu and asked, Do you understand? Xia Weilu shook his head. I do not comprehend. It is too profound. Lin Qinghuang continued indifferently. If she had died from this hairpin, she would likely have struggled, resulting in blood spillage. However, aside from the blood on her chest, there is no other blood around. There are two possibilities. First, Qinxiang indeed died from the hairpin, struck dead without any chance to struggle. Second, she lost consciousness, was unable to fight back, or the hairpin was inserted after her death. As she spoke, she grasped the hairpin and extracted it. Observing the blood on it, she remarked, the blood is less than half an inch and has shifted. It did not penetrate the heart, so we can ascertain that her true cause of death was not this hairpin. Now I see. The two constables displayed enlightened expressions, looking upon Lin Qinghuang with admiration. Qinghuang is formidable. No wonder she has caught the attention of this young master, Xia Weilu praised, extending a thumb upward. Lin Qinghuang ignored him completely. After a moment, two guards from the Huansha building escorted a pale, disheveled scholar dressed in coarse cloth into the room. Chapter 6. I know nothing of investigating cases, Lord Lin. The scholar surnamed Wu has arrived, and this is Qinxiang's zither. The elderly woman presented a zither to Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang accepted the instrument, noting that it was a 7-string zither, with one string notably slack. After placing it down, she scrutinized the scholar Wu, her expression devoid of emotion. Do you know what I am about to ask? The scholar's face was ashen, his demeanor filled with sorrow as he declared, I killed Qinxiang. Indeed, it was you. Qinxiang treated you so well, and yet you repaid her with such cruelty. You are a beast, the elderly woman shouted angrily. Xia Weilu regarded the scholar, noting that he also carried a peculiar fragrance, similar to that of the room. Lin Qinghuang fixed her gaze on the scholar Wu. Since you claim to have killed her, what was your motive? With great sorrow, the scholar replied, I have always loved Qinxiang. She had feelings for me too. We had agreed to be together. He looked at Qinxiang's corpse. I exhausted all my efforts to gather the silver. I came to the Huansha building to redeem her. But she rejected me. I felt betrayed and thought her too contemptible, which led to an argument, and I accidentally killed her. The elderly woman added, Indeed. We found 1,000 taels of silver notes on the scholar. As she spoke, she handed Lin Qinghuang 2 500-tael notes. Lin Qinghuang accepted the notes and inquired, How much is required for redemption? Qinxiang's worth is 500 taels, the elderly woman answered candidly. Lin Qinghuang then turned her attention back to the scholar Wu, stating indifferently, Was there anyone who witnessed the process of you killing Qinxiang? No, the scholar replied, lowering his head. You lie? Lin Qinghuang's tone turned sharply cold. She pointed to the table in the room. There are 5 chairs and 5 sets of utensils. Even if Qinxiang shared a chair and a set of utensils with you, who do the other 3 chairs and sets belong to? As she spoke, the scholar Wu's body trembled slightly. Lin Qinghuang glared at him, demanding, Who are the other 3? The scholar Wu lowered his head, fear evident in his expression, yet he remained silent. Lin Qinghuang, seeing this, turned to the elderly woman and coldly asked, Before this, did Qinxiang receive any other guests? The elderly woman quickly responded, No. Qinxiang sold her art, not her body dye in the past month. She had the most interactions with the scholar Wu. Aside from that, she usually played music outside the building. Lin Qinghuang's expression remained impassive as she regarded the scholar Wu. Let me ask you one more question. While you were in the building with Qinxiang, did you engage in any other activities? The scholar Wu answered gloomily, We drank, listened to music, discussed the matter of redemption. But then we argued, and I accidentally killed her. That is all that transpired in the room. Is that so? Lin Qinghuang pointed at the silk ribbon around Qinxiang's waist. When I entered the Huansha building, I observed that many girls had their ribbons tied in bows, yet Qinxiang's ribbon is in a hasty knot, indicating that it was tied in a rush. The scholar Wu pressed his lips together, clenching his fists. Lin Qinghuang continued, I deduced that Xinxiang was killed while her clothing was disheveled, and later the ribbon was hastily tied. You were present at the scene, witnessing everything, or perhaps you just happened to be in the room. Besides you and Xinxiang, there were 3 others, and all 4 of you could potentially be the culprits. I noticed earlier that you have no bloodstains on your hands. The scholar Wu immediately countered. But that does not eliminate the possibility that I killed Xinxiang. My hands being clean does not mean I am innocent. Lin Xinghuang replied coolly, your clothing is the cheapest coarse fabric. 1,000 taels of silver is no small sum. You previously mentioned exhausting all your efforts to gather the silver, so what you managed to collect should be the 500 for her redemption. What about the other 500? Where did that come from? The scholar Wu's expression faltered. Lin Xinghuang stated, the murderer may not be you, but rather the other 3. They might have given you 500 taels as hush money, correct? Wu Shusheng, upon hearing Lin Xinghuang's words, suddenly collapsed to the ground. With a despondent expression, he murmured, the one who killed her was indeed not I. Yet I was deceived by her. Oh? Lin Xinghuang fixed her gaze on Wu Shusheng. He let out a self-deprecating smile and continued. Xinxiang's so-called act of selling her skills without selling her body is nothing but a fade. She meticulously crafted a pure persona. Whenever influential young masters entered the Huansha, she would stealthily slip into their rooms, engaging in indulgent revelries. This time, I came bearing silver to find Xinxiang, only to witness her entering this very room. He scoffed. Indeed, the one who murdered her was not me, but 3 powerful young masters. Xinxiang was not killed by someone acting out of malice. I saw with my own eyes that she died in bed. A young master used a string from his guqin to strangle Xinxiang. And I stood at the door, witnessing it all. A constable immediately approached the door, discovering a hole in the paper covering it. Then you were discovered by those 3? Lin Xinghuang inquired, observing Wu Shusheng. He shook his head and replied, upon witnessing this scene, I rushed in, only to find it. For those powerful young masters, killing an entire family is as easy as breathing. They offered me 500 taels as hush money, compelling me to confess to everything. If I refused, they would annihilate my entire family. The garments on Xinxiang were hastily donned by them, and the golden hairpin embedded in her chest was also their doing. Intended to facilitate my confession, a constable frowned and asked, they coerced you into confessing, and you complied? Wu Shusheng murmured, before the powerful, ordinary people are but ants. If I confess, my family lives. If I do not, the blame would ultimately fall upon me, leading to our destruction. So, what do you think? Should I confess or not? You all hold positions of power. Surely you comprehend the true terror of authority better than I do. The room fell into silence. Lin Xinghuang then asked calmly, and who are those 3? A chilling expression washed over Wu Shusheng's face. The son of the left vice minister of the Ministry of Justice, Ma Huai, the son of the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, Guo Yu, and a wealthy young master from Tianqi City, Cui Shao, the 4th son of the Cui family. The 2 constables furrowed their brows upon hearing these names. It seemed they began to understand why Wu Shusheng had chosen to confess. Setting aside the first 2 sons of nobility, the wealthy young master alone could easily crush an ordinary scholar like Wu Shusheng. At that moment, a flicker of sympathy for Wu Shusheng emerged among them. It appeared he was innocent. Lin Xinghuang remained calm, betraying no hint of her thoughts. Her gaze shifted to Xiaoweilu, and she inquired softly, Xiaoweilu, you've been observing. What do you make of this matter? Xiaoweilu shook his head. As for the investigation, I am not well versed, but I sense that Wu Shusheng's words are half-truths, riddled with inconsistencies. Oh, such as? Lin Xinghuang's interest piqued, for indeed, Wu Shusheng's narrative was fraught with gaps. Chapter 7. Miss Tsueha, what do you think? Xiaoweilu pointed at the table and said, first, there are 5 chairs and 5 sets of chopsticks. If we assume the other 3 occupied 3 portions and Xinxiang occupied 1, then what of the remaining portion? It cannot be that the 4 of them were in such high spirits as to deliberately prepare one for Wu Shusheng. Lin Xinghuang nodded slightly, regarding Xiaoweilu with newfound respect. This fellow seemed to possess some insight indeed. This simply does not add up. They couldn't have anticipated Wu Shusheng's arrival. Moreover, the 5 sets of chopsticks on the table bear signs of use, indicating that 5 individuals dined together. One constable immediately reacted, fixing a penetrating gaze on Wu Shusheng. A flicker of unease surfaced in his eyes. Xiaoweilu continued, If you examine 2 of the wine cups closely, you will discover faint traces of lipstick. If we rule out that both cups were used by Qianxiang, then there exists another possibility, that another woman was present. The constable rushed forward to inspect and indeed found 2 wine cups bearing traces of lipstick. Xia Weilu then turned his attention to the paper covering the door, stating, if someone were peering in from outside, the paper would have been punctured from the outside in. However, upon closer inspection, you will see that the edges of the paper were torn from the inside out, clearly indicating it was breached from within. The 2 constables approached once more, and their findings aligned with Xia Weilu's assertions. Wu Shusheng silently regarded Xia Weilu, remaining mute. Lin Qinghuang inquired, what you say is sound. How do you propose we proceed? Xia Weilu smiled and replied, Wu Shusheng's claims are half-truths. Besides Qianxiang, there was another young lady present. She could not have mysteriously slipped into the room like Qianxiang. When these young masters seek to revel, they are bound to require a companion. We can simply inquire with the old matron about which young lady they sought. Lin Qinghuang nodded gently, turning her attention to the dazed old matron and commanding, it is now your turn. The old matron trembled as she stammered, it was Tsueha. The 3 young masters sought Tsueha. She and Qianxiang were quite close, but I knew nothing of the events surrounding Qianxiang. She rarely takes the initiative to entertain guests, and I never anticipated she would stealthily enter another's room. The other girls in the establishment can attest to this. Bring Tsueha here, Lin Qinghuang stated impassively. Before long, a pale-faced young woman entered the room, her expression one of sheer terror upon seeing Qianxiang's corpse. Lin Qinghuang fixed her gaze upon the young woman and commanded, speak plainly about what you know. Since you have been summoned, you should understand that certain truths cannot remain hidden. Tsueha took a deep breath, suppressing her inner dread and faltered. It was not I who killed Sister Qianxiang. It was those 3. Continue, Lin Qinghuang urged. Tsueha's eyes revealed a complex mix of emotions. The persona of Sister Qianxiang selling her skills without selling her body is a fabrication. This persona serves to distance her from powerless men, leaving them to merely watch, yet, when confronted with powerful young masters, Sister Qianxiang would readily approach. Each time I received esteemed guests, she would quietly follow. She glanced at Wu Shusheng, shaking her head. This time, it was indeed not Wu Shusheng who committed the murder. It was those 3 young masters who killed Sister Qianxiang. Tsueha continued, due to my association with Sister Qianxiang, I am acquainted with Wu Shusheng. I believe he is a good person and do not wish for him to be further deceived by Sister Qianxiang. His presence at Huanshalu was, in fact, an invitation I extended in Sister Qianxiang's name, intending to reveal her true nature to him. After Sister Qianxiang's death, Wu Shusheng was coerced into taking all the blame. While I and those 3 were absolved. One constable fixed his gaze on Wu Shusheng. Why did you deliberately conceal the evidence of Tsue's presence? Women of the brothel, speaking of innocence, always feels rather odd. However, as for selling skills without selling bodies, maintaining a pure persona is acceptable. But if one exploits this persona to deceive and extort money from others, then they are deserving of their fate. Wu Shusheng replied, she is better than Qianxiang. I do not wish for this matter to implicate her. And what of the hole in the paper covering the door? The constable pressed. Wu Shusheng explained. It was made by one of the young masters, and certain phrases were scripted for me by them. The constable turned to Lin Qinghuang and bowed. Captain Lin, I believe this case is nearly resolved. We need only apprehend those 3. However, Lin Qinghuang shook her head, directing her gaze toward Xia Weilu. Do you also believe this case can be concluded in this manner? Certainly not. Xia Weilu's face lit up with a broad smile. Then do enlighten me, Lin Qinghuang replied, her demeanor calm. If you wish for me to serve you diligently, you must provide me with sustenance. Xia Weilu remarked, adjusting his sleeves. Lin Qinghuang furrowed her brow. Xia Weilu chuckled. Having discussed and analyzed so much, yet we have failed to address the most critical question. He pointed at Qianxiang's corpse. What exactly caused Qianxiang's death? The strangulation marks on her neck were not fatal, nor was the golden hairpin in her chest. So what truly was the cause of death? As he posed this question, both Wu Shusheng and Tsueha felt a pang of anxiety. A rare, profound expression flickered across Lin Qinghuang's typically icy visage. Xia Weilu's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. The 2 constables were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting awkwardly as they regarded Xia Weilu. Such a pivotal question had eluded their scrutiny, leaving them in an embarrassing predicament. Had they truly fallen short compared to a frivolous young master? Xia Weilu shook his head. Do not regard me with such eyes. It is true that I am a frivolous young master. But being a frivolous young master does not imply being inept or incapable of grasping fundamental issues. The two constables exchanged bitter smiles, feeling the sting of being subtly chastised. Had they truly failed to comprehend even the most basic of questions? Xia Weilu continued, on Qianxiang's corpse, there lingers a peculiar fragrance. Have you not noticed? Lin Xinghuang turned her attention to Xia Weilu. Elaborate. Xia Weilu explained, I have frequented brothels for some time and am familiar with certain matters. This fragrance is that of Xiang Marin's perfume. Xiang Marin has aphrodisiac properties and originates from the western regions. It is exceedingly rare. Normally, its use merely induces desire, but if combined with the scent of a plant called shimingshu, it amplifies its effects, transforming into a lethal poison that even a silver needle would struggle to detect, causing one's heart to suddenly cease. As he spoke, Xia Weilu pointed towards a snow-white plant in the room. This was indeed shimingshu. He was no stranger to the alluring fragrance of the fragrant beauty, for he had once experienced it himself. When Xia Weilu mentioned the fragrant beauty and the dream-inducing snow, Wu Shusheng and Cui He shuddered involuntarily. Xia Weilu turned to Wu Shusheng and remarked, What a coincidence. You carry the scent of the fragrant beauty, and what of the dream-inducing snow? His gaze shifted to Cui He. What say you, Miss Cui? Cui He lowered her head, remaining silent. This particular plant had been procured by Cui He from outside at that moment. A young lady outside the door promptly spoke up. Cui He's legs went weak. Nearly collapsing to the ground, a constable hesitated for a moment before asking, We too have caught a whiff of this scent, yet it seems we have not been significantly affected, Xia Weilu explained. The fragrant beauty has various applications. One method involves controlling the dosage by crafting it into a rouge or scented powder to be applied to the skin. Under normal circumstances, this would not be fatal, merely inducing desire, with effects lasting no more than half an hour. However, once applied to the skin, the danger increases significantly, for if one were to inhale the scent of the dream-inducing snow, the toxin would seep through the skin and into the body. We have not been affected, as the time has elapsed. According to Xylin, half an hour prior, Qianxiang had been murdered. Thus the fragrant beauty has already lost its potency. At this juncture, the gathered crowd began to grasp the truth. The real culprits were none other than Wu Shusheng and Cui He. As for the three young gentlemen, they were merely collateral damage, yet their innocence remained questionable. Lin Xinghuang directed her gaze at Wu Shusheng and Cui He. You are granted the opportunity to defend yourselves. Chapter 8. Nighttime Assassination. A swift kill. Wu Shusheng sighed. Given the circumstances, there is little to defend. Indeed, it was true that Cui He and I conspired to commit the murder. The fragrant beauty was given to Qianxiang by me, and the dream-inducing snow was also brought by Cui He at my behest. The moment Xia Weilu mentioned the fragrant beauty and the dream-inducing snow, he understood that both he and Cui He were unlikely to escape culpability. What, then, was your true motive for the murder? Asked the constable with a serious expression. Just moments ago, he had felt sympathy for Wu Shusheng, but the sudden turn of events left him feeling deceived and displeased. Wu Shusheng replied indifferently, The reason is quite simple. Qianxiang feigned innocence to deceive me. The actress is devoid of sentiment, claiming to sell her art but not her body, all a fa in private. She cavorted with a host of men, inciting my wrath. She should not have deceived me in matters of the heart and then swindled my money. She deserved to die. The three of them believed they had caused Qianxiang's demise and sought to pin the blame on me. But they were indeed correct. Qianxiang's death is indeed connected to me. Why would Cui He conspire with you to commit murder? Xia Weilu inquired of Wu Shusheng. Because I loathe her. Wu Shusheng had yet to respond when Cui He interjected. Oh? Xia Weilu's eyes focused intently on Cui He. With a self-deprecating smile, Cui He recounted, Qianxiang and I hails from the same village. During a famine, I was forced into a brothel, as women of the brothel. Our profession is already disreputable, and I dared not let my family know what I was doing. Though my dismay, upon returning home recently, I discovered that my situation had long been the talk of the village. My aged mother, upon learning of this, was so distressed that she died from the shock, all of which was orchestrated by Qianxiang, who had disclosed my plight to the villagers. Naturally, I cannot let her go unpunished. This account bears the ring of truth, remarked several women standing at the door. It was indeed known that Qianxiang and Cui He hailed from the same place. and not long ago, Chui had returned home. Only to return heartbroken, having been informed by Qinxiang that her family had learned of her profession. In hindsight, Qinxiang's remarks had been laced with a sense of schadenfreude. This narrative seemed plausible. Xia Weilu nodded slightly. Yet much of what is spoken by others may not be entirely truthful, often a blend of fact and fiction. One constable turned to Wu Shusheng and asked, returning to the prior question, "Why did you agree to take the blame for those three? Surely, it could not be that you feared they would murder your entire family." "Certainly not," Wu Shusheng replied, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Do you not wonder why I reported this matter to the Tianquan division?" His smile grew more enigmatic. If this case were to fall into the hands of the incompetent officials at the Jingzhou prefecture, who are motivated by profit, I would undoubtedly meet my demise. However, should it reach the Tianquan division, then the situation changes. I initially accepted their hush money and had Qinxiang discreetly report to the Tianquan division. With a triumphant expression, he continued, "I knew that once the Tianquan division investigated this case, they would inevitably uncover the inconsistencies in my story. I would then steer you to investigate those three, allowing me to absolve myself of suspicion while ensuring their certain downfall. This is what I term a desperate gamble. Alas, it seems I was discovered nonetheless. You undertook all this merely to kill Qinxiang? How credible are your words?" a constable remarked with a stern demeanor. Wu Shusheng replied with utmost seriousness, "The more one strives for perfection in their schemes, the more convoluted they become. This is a plan that kills 4 birds with 1 stone. That wretched Qinxiang deserves her fate, and those 3 are not virtuous either, abusing their power to engage in sordid affairs with her while seeking to frame me. They shall reap no rewards." His and Shui's actions were becoming increasingly difficult to refute. Yet, the 3 young men could not be deemed innocent. Regardless, Qinxiang had met her end in their company, and they bore some responsibility. The fragrant beauty combined with the dream-inducing snow could indeed claim lives. But how could one ascertain that, at the moment of her last breath, it was they who had strangled her? Lin Qinghuang interjected. "Detain Wu Shusheng and Chui He. I shall personally escort them back. Additionally, apprehend Ma Huai and the others. There are still inconsistencies that require further investigation." This case indeed bore an air of oddity. It was nearly certain that Wu Shusheng and Chui He were the murderers of Qinxiang, yet they appeared to be mere instruments of a greater hand at play. However, these matters could not be delved into here. Amidst the crowd's chatter, it would be prudent to return to the Tianquan division for further discourse. "Understood." The 2 constables promptly responded. As the personnel of the Tianquan division emerged, the patrons within the Huanxia Tower sensed the tension and hastily departed. Xia Weilu stepped out into the heavy snowfall, the biting cold wind cutting through him, mingling with the dim glow of lanterns that obscured his view. Street vendors continued their trade beneath makeshift awnings, exhaling puffs of warmth. For them, life was already challenging enough, and matters beyond their concern did not affect them. Lin Qinghuang turned to Xia Weilu, still the same question. "Why do you wish to annihilate my Lin family? Or perhaps you know something." Xia Weilu regarded Lin Qinghuang with a smile. "Qinghuang, it is cold. Wearing such thin garments is unwise. You might catch a chill. Why not come to my Jinshi Marquis residence? I shall procure a fur coat for you. My bed is large, soft, and warm." Lin Qinghuang cast a dispassionate glance at Xia Weilu before turning away. Over the past 3 years, she had posed this question countless times. Yet his responses had never been straightforward. Xia Weilu observed Lin Qinghuang's retreating figure, his expression contemplative. The case at Huanxia Tower, while seemingly a crime of passion, was far from the simple narrative it presented. Particularly with the presence of the fragrant beauty. How could a destitute scholar procure such a thing? Furthermore, this impoverished scholar had amassed 500 taels of silver. To the wealthy, 500 taels were a trifling sum. Yet for the impoverished, it was likely a sum they could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Lin Qinghuang, with her intellect, would surely not overlook these discrepancies. She intended to personally escort Wu Shusheng and Chui He. Xia Weilu approached a vendor selling trinkets, casually picked up a ghost mask, tossed a piece of broken silver, and seized a black robe before turning to leave. In a narrow alley, snow swirled violently. Lanterns hanging from eaves swayed unsteadily, casting a dim light that evoked an inexplicable sense of oppression. 2 constables escorted Wu Shusheng and Chui He, while Lin Qinghuang, sword in hand, led the way, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. A chilling gust swept through, the biting wind and snow striking her face. Lin Qinghuang halted, her fingers instinctively gripping the hilt of her sword. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed 4 figures clad in black emerging from both the front and back. With another 4 on the rooftops, all brandishing cold blades, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. 16 figures in total, Lin Qinghuang thought to herself. The 2 constables immediately drew their weapons, their eyes vigilant as they surveyed the encroaching figures. Kill! Without further ado, one of the cloaked figures waved his hand, and all 16 charged toward Lin Qinghuang, blades glinting ominously, intent on murder. A flicker of determination ignited within Lin Qinghuang's eyes as she unleashed her peak strength from the shackles of her realm. The blade swiftly unsheathing as her sword aura swept across the surroundings. With a resounding crash, one strike transformed the 16 black-clad assailants into mere blood mist, which mingled with the falling snow, creating an eerie spectacle. Yet, Lin Qinghuang remained vigilant, sensing a powerful presence lurking in the shadows. Clang! The sharp sound of a blade unsheathing pierced the air as a mysterious figure in a black robe adorned with golden trim materialized before Lin Qinghuang. Wielding a crimson blade in a flash, he lunged towards her, his long knife slashing down with ferocity, the blood-red energy cleaving through the snowy veil, leaving a long fissure in the ground. Lin Qinghuang swiftly raised her sword to meet the attack. Boom! The clash of blade against blade erupted, a cacophony of sound followed by a shower of ice crystals and melting snow. Lin Qinghuang felt an overwhelming force assail her, propelling her backward 10 meters. Captain Lin! The 2 constables' expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing Lin Qinghuang being sent flying. After stabilizing herself, a trickle of blood escaped her lips, and her expression grew gravely serious. Mid-stage of the Tuajiang realm, the mysterious figure wasted no time, swinging his knife again, aiming for Lin Qinghuang. She chose not to confront the attack head-on, instead stepping deftly through the snow to evade the strike. The mysterious figure seemed to anticipate this outcome. With a swift turn of the blade, he plunged it fiercely into the ground. A resounding hum echoed as ice and snow erupted, the earth cracking under the force of a powerful crimson blade aura that surged forth, swirling the white snow into a tempest resembling a stampede of wild horses, bearing down on Lin Qinghuang with an overwhelming oppressive force. Lin Qinghuang's expression tightened, realizing she had no means of evasion. Gritting her teeth, she deftly executed a sword technique with one hand, unleashing a 10-meter-long azure sword aura. With a thunderous boom, the azure sword aura collided with the blood-red blade aura, instantaneously dissipating, as the terrifying blade energy surged forth. Engulfing Lin Qinghuang in a fleeting moment, she burst forth from the onslaught, her azure gown stained with blood, a jet of crimson erupting from her mouth, her complexion ghostly pale. Die! The mysterious figure's voice was frigid as he took a decisive step forward, suddenly appearing before Lin Qinghuang, affording her no chance to react, and swung his blade downward without hesitation. Captain Lin, be careful! The 2 captains shouted in alarm. Lin Qinghuang gazed at the descending longsword, her pupils constricting. She realized escape was impossible. The sword had already sealed her fate, and should it descend, her demise was inevitable. Just as the longsword was about to cleave her, a black longsword shot down from above, unsheathed yet radiating a fierce sword aura, aimed directly at the mysterious figure's neck. The mysterious figure reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly retreating. The impact of the longsword striking the ground sent forth a powerful wave of energy, rippling like water, causing the surrounding ice and snow to quiver. 10 meters away, the mysterious figure hunched over, his right hand gripping the knife, while his left arm shielded his front with his sleeve. He waved his sleeve, dispersing the formidable energy, and lifted his gaze forward. Upon the black longsword stood a figure cloaked in black robes and donning a ghostly mask, who silently regarded him with arms crossed behind his back. The newcomer was none other than Xia Weilu. Lin Qinghuang stared at the masked figure, momentarily taken aback, as an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. The mysterious figure tightened his grip on the crimson longsword, his eyes narrowing with intensity, rapidly charging towards Xia Weilu, the blade shining ominously, unleashing a ferocious slash. Xia Weilu, seeing the assailant approach, performed a swift kick, his long sword still sheathed, and lunged at the mysterious figure with astonishing speed. The blade aura of the mysterious figure was shattered, and as the long sword aimed at him, He promptly raised his weapon to defend himself. The clash between the sword sheath and the blade sent the mysterious figure reeling several meters back. Xia Weilu advanced in an instant, seizing the long sword and drawing it swiftly, his form resembling a specter as he brushed past the mysterious figure. A swift and vicious sword aura sliced across the mysterious figure's neck. In the blink of an eye, Xia Weilu had already positioned himself 10 meters behind the figure, and the grave flower sword in his hand gradually returned to its sheath, a phantom of a celestial flower briefly manifesting. With a snap, the mysterious figure froze, the crimson longsword shattering in his grasp, and his head soared high into the air, blood gushing forth as a headless corpse collapsed onto the ground. Xia Weilu exchanged no words with Lin Qinghuang. Instead taking flight, Lin Qinghuang stood, gazing at Xia Weilu's retreating silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. Who was this individual? With a single strike, he had dispatched a mid-stage cultivator. He was undoubtedly a formidable presence of late-stage cultivation or beyond. Chapter 9. Bowing to you, what are you? At the town West Marquee residence, upon returning, Xia Weilu noticed 2 guards at the entrance casting him uneasy glances. What is it? Xia Weilu inquired dismissively. One guard hesitated before speaking. Young master, perhaps you might want to delay your entry? Xia Weilu raised an eyebrow, snatching a weapon from one of the guards as he strode inside. It's over. The 2 guards trembled, panic evident in their eyes. Within the courtyard, Xia Wuqing was drinking with a group of young people, a woman nestled in his arms. The table was laden with sumptuous food and drink, while a group of women danced and played music at the center. With some maidservants cautiously pouring drinks nearby, the maidservants of the town West Marquee residence lacked basic etiquette? Can't even pour a drink properly? Have they not received enough punishment? A young man clad in a brocade robe glared discontentedly at one of the maidservants pouring drinks. This maidservant was Li Hua, who appeared flustered, a handprint visible on her face, her eyes reddened, and tears streaking her cheeks. Observing this, Xia Wuqing smiled with amusement and remarked to the brocade-robed man, Li Xiao, this maidservant simply lacks manners. A few slaps will suffice, and I will take the time to educate her later. The brocade-robed man furrowed his brow, indignantly replying, that simply won't do. I came at your invitation to drink, yet your maidservant spills wine on me. And now she cannot even pour properly. You are making me lose face, Xia Wuqing inquired with a smile. What does Li Xiao propose? The brocade-robed man leered at Li Hua. This maidservant is quite pleasing to the eye. Might young Master Xia be willing to part with her? Feigning a sigh, Xia Wuqing replied, if she were my own maidservant, I would certainly be willing to part with her, but alas, she belongs to Xia Weilu. Xia Weilu? Just a stray dog. The brocade-robed man scoffed. I intend to take his maidservant today. What can he do about it? I have heard he has been released from prison, yet why does he not come forth to pay his respects? His tone dripped with disdain, completely dismissive of Xia Weilu. In times past, Xia Weilu, the second son of Tianqi City, was a figure of considerable respect. Who would dare to provoke him? However, times had changed, and now Xia Weilu was merely a stray dog. Insignificant and inconsequential. Pay his respects? What are you? A chilling voice suddenly resonated. Xia Weilu approached, blade in hand, his gaze fixated on Li Hua's face. Upon seeing the mark left by a slap, a surge of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Xia Weilu. The onlookers felt their hearts skip a beat at his arrival. The brocade-robed man's expression shifted slightly, but recalling the current circumstances of the town West Marquee residence, he felt emboldened. Xia Weilu approached Li Hua. His demeanor calm as he queried, Who struck you? Young master, Li Hua's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Xia Weilu. Xia Wuqing, meanwhile, remained mockingly amused as he drank. Gently, Xia Weilu wiped away the tears from Li Hua's eyes and turned his attention to the brocade-robed man. Was it you who struck her? The brocade-robed man, maintaining his composure, suddenly hurled his wine cup at Xia Weilu, sneering, So what if I did? She is merely a lowly maidservant. Even if I were to kill her, what could you do about it? With a thunderous swing, Xia Weilu cleaved forward. Splatter! The brocade-robed man's head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the nearby tables and chairs. A stunned silence enveloped the scene, quickly followed by the shrieks of the singers and maidservants as they recoiled in terror. Xia Wuqing and his companions stood frozen, astonished. Xia Weilu had slain Li Gongzi? This Li Gongzi was no ordinary figure. He hailed from the Anping Marquis residence, a scion of one of the three factions. Regaining their wits, they hastily retreated. The wine cup in Xia Wuqing's hand fell to the ground as he gaped at Xia Weilu. His voice trembling, Xia Weilu, you actually killed Li Gongzi. Do you know who he is? He had invited numerous second sons to the town West Marquis residence precisely to teach Xia Weilu a lesson. The fact that Xia Weilu had killed Li Gongzi filled him with dread. He felt he had stepped into dangerous territory. Xia Weilu, brandishing his blood-stained blade, advanced toward Xia Wuqing, an icy malice etched across his face. As Xia Weilu approached, Xia Wuqing's body trembled in fear, and he instinctively recoiled, stammering, Xia Weilu, what do you intend to do? This is the town West Marquis residence. If you harm me, my father will surely not spare you. A sinister, bloodthirsty smile crept across Xia Weilu's face. What is your father to me? Even if that old fool were to arrive, should he dare to act presumptuously before me, I would not hesitate to cleave him in two. With a swift motion, he struck out. Xia Wuqing let out a blood-curdling scream as one of his arms was severed, blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, young master. The remaining second sons, witnessing Xia Wuqing's fate, were paralyzed by fear, their courage shattered. Stay where you are. Anyone who dares to move will die. Xia Weilu's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he surveyed the crowd. The onlookers, pale and terrified, remained frozen in place, too frightened to stir. Xia Weilu placed a foot upon Xia Wuqing's head, his voice cold and unyielding. A usurper daring to incite outsiders against my maidservant on my territory? Have I shown you too much leniency? I doubt my father will not spare you. Xia Wuqing's voice trembled with despair. Fool, Xia Weilu retorted. Let me see what your father can do, if he is unaware of his own limitations. I will not hesitate to end him as well. With a powerful kick, he sent Xia Wuqing flying several meters away. Xia Wuqing screamed, collapsing into unconsciousness. Xia Weilu coldly regarded the remaining second sons. Who among you struck someone earlier? Step forward. I wish to see for myself. The second sons trembled and immediately fell to their knees, fearfully declaring, Young master, we were wrong, but we did not strike anyone. Only Li Yuan struck that maidservant. The singers and maidservants present can testify. Please, do not kill us. With a thunderous swing, Xia Weilu cleaved the nearby table in two. He cast a glance at several maidservants and, with a cold expression, inquired, Is what they said true? The maidservants were startled, and the nearby songstress wore a look of sheer terror, hastily kneeling and replying, It is true, only that young Master Li struck someone. Xia Weilu cast a chilling glare at the scions of privilege, saying, Count yourselves fortunate that you did not strike anyone. Otherwise, the fate of that wretched Li Yuan would be yours. Now, begone. Take Li Yuan's corpse with you. Thank you, young master, for sparing us. Once the crowd regained their composure, they suppressed their fear and hurried to lift Li Yuan's body. Young master, at that moment, a middle-aged general charged in with a group of soldiers. Upon seeing Li Yuan's corpse and the severed arm of Xia Wujia, he couldn't help but tremble, his eyes betraying his terror. Xia Weilu fixed the middle-aged general with a sinister stare, stating, You are aware of Xia Wujia's invitation to outsiders for merriment. Are you not? The general replied, visibly uncomfortable, I am aware, my lord. They had refrained from intervening during Xia Wujia's revelry, as he had previously instructed them not to disturb, fearing they might interfere when the scions sought to reprimand Xia Weilu. Ultimately, it was Xia Wujia who suffered greatly. Xia Weilu let out a cold smile. Since you are aware, why did you not intervene? What use are you to me now, from you down to the guards below? Each of you shall receive 100 military sticks to reinforce your memories. You'd best take those sticks well. Should anyone dare refuse, I will ensure you all become corpses by tomorrow. Indeed, I may be a lost dog, but to eliminate you is easier than crushing an ant. With that, he casually discarded his bloodied blade and took the hand of Li Hua, leading her towards his pavilion. The middle-aged general stood rooted to the spot, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Initially, he regarded Xia Weilu merely as a lost dog, a title he bore despite his noble status, but at that moment, his perspective shifted. Let us not forget that this individual was indeed a debauched scion. With a mere disagreement, he could annihilate an entire family. The recent slaying of Li Yuan and the severing of Xia Wujia's arm were but child's play. Should he truly be angered, he might very well dare to slay everyone present. Taking a deep breath, the general said solemnly. Immediately take the second young master for treatment, and ensure that each person receives 100 military sticks. Within the pavilion, Xiao Weilu turned to Li Hua and asked, "Are you still in pain?" Li Hua softly replied, "Young master, I no longer feel pain. Thank you for standing up for me." Although Xiao Weilu's earlier actions had been quite ruthless, she felt no fear. Instead, a sense of inexplicable security enveloped her. Xiao Weilu chuckled softly and inquired, "Where is Fu Bo?" If Fu Bo were here, such bullying by Xiao Wujie would not have been tolerated. Li Hua promptly retrieved a letter from her sleeve, stating, "Fu Bo seems to have urgent matters and has temporarily left. He asked me to deliver this to you." Xiao Weilu took the letter, glanced at it. Noting that Fu Bo merely mentioned needing to be away for a day and would return by morning, he set the letter down and told Li Hua, "Currently, the situation in Tianqi City is quite precarious. Do not wander about. You have endured much tonight. It would be best for you to rest." Li Hua quickly replied, "Yes, young master. You should also rest early." Indeed, Xiao Weilu nodded gently. Chapter 10. Continue cultivating, late stage of expanding territory within the pavilion. Xiao Weilu sat on the bed, wearing a contemplative expression. The present state of Tianqi City was indeed far from peaceful. 3 years prior, the old emperor lay bedridden, and the position of crown prince remained undecided, prompting the various princes and princesses to form alliances in preparation for the future. Currently, the primary competitors in the court were the first, second, and third princes, each possessing considerable resources and power. The selection of the crown prince was highly likely to emerge from among these three. However, this matter did not concern Xiao Weilu for the time being. Reflecting on events from 3 years ago, the massacre of the Lin family was not the doing of the original owner. The original owner had indeed been prodded by his guards to visit the Lin family, seeking to regain face from Lin Qinghuang, yet he lacked the audacity to commit mass murder by the time he arrived. The Lin family had already been slaughtered. Why did some of the Lin family's assets end up in his name? This necessitated mentioning a certain guard of the original owner, though that guard had mysteriously vanished, as if he had evaporated. Finding him would reveal much. Why did that maid from the Lin family identify him? Either she had been bribed, or she had inadvertently seen Xiao Weilu appear there and instinctively attributed the incident to him. Xiao Weilu surmised that the downfall of the Lin family was likely connected to the competition among the princes. After all, prior to this, those princes had been vying for control over wealthy families in Tianqi City, with the Lin family being one of the prime targets. Unfortunately, having been imprisoned for 3 years, he remained uninformed about the true perpetrator. This unjust blame was one he would not bear silently. He was determined to unearth the one behind it and crush them. The release of a notorious criminal from the Western Chu was indeed the doing of the original owner, all for a woman. The courtesan of the Huansha Pavilion, Nightingale. She hailed from Western Chu, yet the courtesan's promise of romantic rendezvous had yet to be fulfilled. As for the incident involving the peeping at the crown princess's bath, Xiao Weilu's mind conjured the image of a flawless, alluring figure. The crown princess was indeed a beauty, yet she was also a ruthless and venomous woman. In this matter, the original owner had likewise been ensnared. Having indulged in drink with a few dubious companions, he found himself inebriated, and upon awakening, he discovered himself in bed with the crown princess. Thus, he had not witnessed the crown princess bathing, but rather everything about her. Interestingly, at that time, the crown princess had been heavily intoxicated with aphrodisiacs, and notably, she alone possessed the means to procure such substances in Tianqi City. Had she intended to frame him by deliberately exposing herself? This matter was far from simple. When the crown princess awoke, she had appeared genuinely terrified. According to Xian Anshan's deductions, the crown princess indeed sought to entrap him, but the individual lying beside her should have been the third princess. For reasons unknown, it had turned into the crown princess herself. Perhaps the crown princess aimed to ensnare both him and the third princess, only to be outmaneuvered, resulting in her own entrapment. Thus, tonight's incident at Huansha Pavilion was not as straightforward as it seemed, especially with the involvement of the aphrodisiac. The aphrodisiac was the crown princess's possession. How could it be so readily available? Enough of this. He resolved to continue his cultivation. With a flick of his hand, he sealed off the pavilion with a surge of power, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the Nirvana scripture. At present, he had reached the late stage of the expanding territory realm and sensed he was not far from its pinnacle. Buzz! The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Xiao Weilu with fervor. As the energy entered his body, it circulated through his spiritual bones and meridians, ultimately entering his dantian, continuously revolving through his body and expanding his dantian. Each stage of martial arts possesses its unique characteristics. The Xianhuang realm, also known as the bone-forging realm, centers around the spiritual bones, supplemented by techniques that facilitate the absorption of the world's spiritual energy into the spiritual bones, creating a cycle that forges the entire skeletal structure. Once all bones are transformed into spiritual bones, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy will increase, thus attaining the Xianhuang realm. The original owner possessed spiritual bones. However, they were dim and deemed waste bones, rendering him unable to embark on the path of cultivation. Yet, the Nirvana scripture had transformed his waste bones into genuine spiritual bones. The Jialua realm involves unblocking the body's 12 hidden meridians, which have been obstructed and require unblocking. Upon unblocking the meridians, spiritual energy can flow through the veins and enter the dantian, allowing the dantian to store a portion of spiritual energy. The more meridians that are unblocked, the faster the absorption of the world's spiritual energy. The expanding territory realm is a process of developing the dantian. Generally, the larger the dantian one can open, the greater the capacity for storing spiritual energy, thus enhancing combat strength. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator reaching the pinnacle of the expanding territory realm can open a dantian of 100 units, but Xia Weilu, having reached the late stage, had already opened 400 units. He felt that upon reaching the pinnacle of the expanding territory realm, he could open an additional 100 units, achieving a total of 500. At that point, his dantian would be 5 times larger than others, storing 5 times the power, thus greatly enhancing his combat strength and advantage in battle. The next day, at dawn, Xia Weilu opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, with his dantian having expanded further. "Young master, may I enter?" Li Hua's voice called from outside the hall. "Come in," Xia Weilu replied softly. Li Hua entered, carrying items for washing. "Young master, you should freshen up first on him." Xia Weilu quickly washed up. Shortly thereafter, Fu Bo entered, bowing to Xia Weilu. "I am aware of last night's events. Thank you for standing up for Li Hua. However, Li Yuan is dead, and Xia Wujia has lost an arm. This is no trivial matter. The Amping Duke's residence and Xiat Songshuan will certainly not let this go easily." Xia Weilu maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "You need not worry about this matter. I have it under control. I must pay a visit to the Tianquan office." "The Tianquan office?" Fu Bo was momentarily taken aback. Xia Weilu continued, "My third uncle has secured a position for me. I will go and gain some prestige." Gain prestige? Fu Bo's heart stirred at this news. Was the young master preparing to make his move? Gaining prestige was of utmost importance. Xia Weilu was already a young master, and currently, Xiat Songshuan merely held the position of the temporary Duke of Zhenxi. The latter could easily use Xia Weilu's perceived lack of strength as an excuse to deny him the title. However, should Xia Weilu gain prestige at the Tianquan office, he would then have grounds to compel Xiat Songshuan to step down, for the principle of hereditary succession is a fundamental rule of the great Xia. Xia Weilu smiled lightly and said, "Do not overthink. Focus on your own affairs. I have my own plans in place." "Understood." Fu Bo bowed, having learned that the young master had already met with Third Master last night. Although Third Master typically refrained from involving himself in the affairs of the town West Marquiate, should Xiat Songshuan overstep, Third Master would not remain indifferent. Thus, Xia Weilu felt somewhat assured. He said little more, waved his hand, and strode out of the building in the courtyard. The stench of blood from the previous night had been masked. A group of soldiers and guards had gathered, all looking pale, having received a true accounting of the events. Xia Weilu cast a casual glance at the crowd and remarked, "Not bad. If my second uncle returns, simply tell him what transpired last night. Should he have any thoughts, let him find me personally. I shall reason with him." "Reason? What reason?" 3 years ago, Xiat Songshuan was merely at the late stage of the shackled realm, and now he could barely reach the expanding territory realm. If the other party were foolish enough to provoke him, he would not hesitate to send them to their demise. With the old master and Xian Antian gone, adding Xiat Songshuan would not make a difference, we understand. The middle-aged general quickly bowed. At this moment, they harbored an inexplicable wariness towards Xia Weilu in the dead of night last night. A significant figure from the Heavenly Authority Bureau had quietly intervened, suppressing the events of the previous evening and instructing them not to disclose anything. An uncanny situation indeed. Why would the Heavenly Authority Bureau send someone to assist him after Xia Weilu spent 3 years in their prison? Could there be something more intricate at play? It perplexed them. As for Xie Wuji, they needed to wait for Xie Zhongshuan's return to ascertain his stance. Losing an arm would surely not be something he would let go easily. Xie Weilu paid the crowd no mind and left the town West Marquiate with his hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 11. Entering the Heavenly Authority Bureau. Under Qing Huang's command, the streets were blanketed in heavy snow, yet numerous vendors remained active. The bun shop had opened its doors, steam rising from the freshly made buns. White and fluffy, reminiscent of a beautiful maiden's thigh, exuding an enticing aroma. Xie Weilu purchased 2 meat buns and, while nibbling on them, made his way to the Heavenly Authority Bureau. Before long, he arrived near the royal palace, where the Heavenly Authority Bureau was located, adjacent to the eastern city gate of the palace, somewhat akin to the eastern depot. Having just departed from here, he was not a stranger to the surroundings. He sought a path and swaggered confidently inside the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Authority Bureau. A captain reported to Commander Lin, "Commander, the scholar Wu Shusheng and Cui He we captured last night were taken away early this morning by the Grand Commander. Additionally, we found 500 taels of silver in Cui He's room, indicating her involvement in the plot against Qinxiang was not as Wu Shusheng claimed. I suspect both may have been bribed." Commander Lin Qinghuang, holding a cup of fragrant tea, replied calmly, "This was to be expected. Let this matter end here. Continuing would be detrimental to the Heavenly Authority Bureau." She was not a rigid person. Some cases required thorough investigation, while others should not be pursued to the end, lest they lead to significant troubles. The case of the Huansha Tower involved complex hidden forces, and she could only investigate discreetly. After capturing a few individuals last night, she had already gathered some information. Currently, several factions in the court were aligning themselves. The Crown Prince intended to woo the left deputy of the Criminal Ministry, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, and the Cui family of Tianqi City. The Cui family was unique, being a merchant lineage with substantial wealth. The Lin family had once been a merchant family as well, but had unfortunately fallen. The Crown Prince had previously sent invitations to these 3 factions, but they had all declined for various reasons. Consequently, the younger generations of these factions faced a cunning scheme last night. Such coincidences were too remarkable. Yet, was the Crown Prince truly retaliating out of embarrassment? Evidently not. A peculiar object had emerged in this affair. The fragrant beauty. The fragrant beauty belonged to the Princess Chong, who was closely associated with the Crown Prince. If she wished to avenge the Crown Prince against these 3 factions, she had numerous means at her disposal and need not involve the fragrant beauty. Yet, its presence at the scene was indeed strange. Clearly, someone did not want the Crown Prince to ally with those 3 factions and used the fragrant beauty to frame the princess, thus leaving the Crown Prince with no room to argue and severing his ties with those factions entirely. While investigating the case at the Heavenly Authority Bureau, it had become a weapon. The 3 young masters were now within the bureau. Regardless, those behind the 3 young masters would instinctively perceive this as the Crown Prince's wrathful retaliation, further distancing themselves from him. This scenario would ultimately favor other princes, but who had sent the assailants after her last night. One possibility was that they aimed to kill and silence Wu Shusheng, who possessed the fragrant beauty. He might have seen who had produced it, thus prompting someone to ensure his silence. If that were the case, there would be no need for an attack on her, as only she could successfully bring someone to the Heavenly Authority Bureau, thereby unlocking its potential as a weapon. Since that person dared to produce the fragrant beauty, they must have already considered every angle. Wu Shusheng might not have even encountered that individual. The second possibility was that the assailants sought to prevent the Heavenly Authority Bureau from acting against those 3 individuals, for if they did, the Crown Prince would be severed from those factions. Therefore, the attackers last night might have originated from the Crown Prince, attempting to thwart this plot against their adversaries. This second possibility seemed the most plausible, as the attackers had not targeted Wu Shusheng and Cui He first, but rather initiated their assault on her, indicating something significant. Moreover, with the Grand Commander having taken Wu Shusheng and Cui He away today, she was even more convinced of her suspicions. The Grand Commander seemed to have a closer relationship with the Crown Prince. It could be anticipated that Wu Shusheng and Cui He had been taken away for interrogation regarding the origins of the fragrant beauty. "Commander Lin, the town pacifier has requested you to bring a newcomer." A constable hurried in, bowing respectfully. A newcomer? Just arrange for him as you see fit. Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow. In the Heavenly Authority Bureau, instances of backdoor dealings were not uncommon, and she was not particularly fond of them, finding them somewhat tiresome. The constable hesitated for a moment and said, "This newcomer is somewhat special. The town pacifier insisted that you be the one to bring him." "Emph." A cold smile appeared on Lin Qinghuang's face. "What makes him so special? Is he a royal relative?" The constable replied straightforwardly, "He is the young master of the town West Marquette, Xia Weilu." Lin Qinghuang's expression froze momentarily. "Qinghuang, I have arrived. Why do you not come out to greet me?" Xia Weilu's voice rang out from outside the hall as he swaggered in. Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow and coldly glared at Xia Weilu, saying, "What brings you to the Heavenly Authority Bureau?" Xia Weilu replied nonchalantly, "My third uncle sent me to gild my reputation and amass some merits, so that when I inherit the title of town West Marquee in the future, I will have some accomplishments to present." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuang was rendered speechless. "You, a debauched scion, aspire to inherit the title of town West Marquee? What are you thinking? Unless you can truly achieve some merits, there might be a reasonable chance for succession." The two constables present also felt a wave of embarrassment, yet they said nothing. After all, this was the town pacifier's chosen individual, and they dared not voice their opinions. Xia Weilu glanced around and mysteriously remarked, "Actually, my third uncle has another intention, which is for us to cultivate our relationship. This way, when you join my town West Marquette in the future, our rapport will be even more harmonious." Bang! Lin Qinghuang immediately crushed the teacup in her hand. Coldly staring at Xia Weilu, she declared, "The Heavenly Authority Bureau does not nurture useless people, nor does it harbor debauched individuals. This place is unsuitable for you. You should return to the town West Marquette." Xia Weilu raised an eyebrow. "Who says I am useless? Do you not know how much wealth I possess? Today, upon joining the Heavenly Authority Bureau, I plan to invite my brothers to the brothel for drinks. Tonight's expenses will be on me, Xia Weilu." The two constables present couldn't help but feel tempted. However, they remembered the current situation of the town West Marquette and were rendered speechless once more. How much money could Xia Weilu possibly have now? It was likely that his estates had been divided among Xie Zhongshuan's family, and as for the town West Marquette's assets, they were surely all under Xie Zhongshuan's control now. Lin Qinghuang noticed the expressions of the two constables and felt her face darken. If Xia Weilu were allowed to join the Heavenly Authority Bureau, she feared her subordinates would be led astray. After a moment of silence, Lin Qinghuang calmly replied, "Very well. Since you are so eager to join the Heavenly Authority Bureau, you shall henceforth be one of my constables." I knew it. Qinghuang has always been hard on the outside but soft on the inside. After 3 years of mutual support, you truly cannot bear to part with me. Xia Weilu beamed. Lin Qinghuang had no words to counter him. She needed to investigate the downfall of the Lin family, and since Xia Weilu was willing to be under her command, it would certainly facilitate her inquiries. She did not believe this fellow could maintain his silence indefinitely. With that thought, Lin Qinghuang indifferently commanded, "Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, take Xia Weilu to familiarize himself with the Heavenly Authority Bureau and also assist him in obtaining his constable's items." Understood. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu bowed respectfully. They then led Xia Weilu away. Chapter 12. Frozen for miles, the cold wind pierces. The Heavenly Authority Bureau was established by the royal family, empowered by imperial authority, serving as a blade in the hands of the emperor. Its greatest controller was the one seated in the royal palace. Its purpose was to supervise the officials and investigate various cases, holding a uniquely elevated status with the power of ex post facto justice. Positions within the Heavenly Authority Bureau ranged from high to low, categorized into commanders, town pacifiers, grand commanders, deputy commanders, supervisors, and constables. Commanders rarely made appearances, thus the various affairs of the Bureau were typically managed by the town pacifiers. Furthermore, there exists a supreme commander, who appoints a single individual, beneath whom are 2 vice commanders, each responsible for a hall. Each vice commander oversees 10 officers and 100 captains. Lin Qinghuang serves as the vice commander of the second hall, commanding over 100 subordinates. At this moment, Lin Qinghuang is perusing a scroll so exhausting, remarked Xia Weilu, who entered with an expression of weariness after taking a stroll, casually finding a seat to sit down and pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu assisted him in retrieving some items. The token of the Tianquan division, a dagger, and a set of clothing. He accepted the token, but found the dagger and clothing unsightly and declined them outright. Lin Qinghuang scoffed, "Is that unacceptable? This fellow appears so frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him, utterly lacking in strength." Xia Weilu replied, speechless, having spent 3 years in prison, subsisting on nothing but cabbage and tofu. Isn't it quite normal to be a bit weak? Lin Xinghuang retorted with a cold smile. You seem quite well. The moment you were released, you went gallivanting to the brothels. Despite his fragile appearance, he wasted no time indulging in pleasure after his release, seemingly unafraid of perishing in the embrace of those courtesans. Truly, one's nature is difficult to change. Xia Weilu responded with righteous indignation. In the midst of frozen landscapes and piercing winds, if those young ladies lack warm clothing for the winter, they are likely to perish from the cold. I am merely going to offer them warmth. Absurd in the extreme, Lin Xinghuang thought, maintaining a stoic expression. Xia Weilu, reclining lazily in his chair, said to Lin Xinghuang, Xinghuang, my hands are cold. Come over and warm them. Emph. Lin Xinghuang snorted coldly, uninterested in Xia Weilu's antics. Had it been anyone else, they would have faced her sword for such insolence. Yet, after 3 years, she had developed an immunity to his flowery tongue and felt no discomfort. She then fixed her gaze on Xia Weilu, asking, Did you kill someone last night? Xia Weilu's expression hardened. Nonsense. I wouldn't dare harm even a mouse, let alone take a life. Lin Xinghuang smiled coldly. This matter was suppressed by the Tianquan division. Are you not curious who intervened? Xia Weilu raised an eyebrow at Lin Xinghuang. He was unafraid of last night's incident and had a plan in mind, but the fact that it had been suppressed by the Tianquan division piqued his interest. Lin Xinghuang pointed upwards. I am equally curious as to why that individual chose to suppress this matter. Who issued the command? The Tianquan division, the emperor's instrument, referred to the palace above. The emperor's order to have the Tianquan division bury this incident left her perplexed. She was already well aware of the events that transpired at the Jinshi Marquis' residence. The people from the Onping Earl's residence had assaulted those from the Jinshi Marquis' residence, a blatant provocation. And should anyone have been killed, no one would dare speak against it, even if a maid were harmed. However, since it involved the Onping Earl's people, their deaths would surely provoke retaliation. Yet, the emperor's decree meant that currently, the Onping Earl's residents dared not discuss the matter. This news had been thoroughly silenced, and those young scions had all been gagged. That person Xia Weilu raised an eyebrow. If he dared to kill, he would fear nothing, yet he hadn't anticipated that individual would step in. What could their purpose be? Just take it easy, Lin Xinghuang said nonchalantly. Xia Weilu smiled faintly, not overly concerned with the matter. He set down his teacup and approached Lin Xinghuang, glancing at the scroll in her hand, asking in surprise, What are you looking at? Lin Xinghuang casually tossed the scroll to Xia Weilu, saying indifferently, Read it yourself. Xia Weilu took the scroll and casually opened it. As he did so, Lin Xinghuang's gaze intensified, watching him intently. This scroll was related to last night's incident, and she was eager to see if Xia Weilu would react differently upon reading its contents. If he were clever, he would surely uncover much. Too many words. I can't be bothered to read, Xia Weilu remarked, raising an eyebrow and tossing the scroll back to Lin Xinghuang. A hint of disappointment flickered in Lin Xinghuang's eyes as she observed the scroll he discarded. Had she overestimated this fellow? Xia Weilu extended his hand towards Lin Xinghuang, saying, Xinghuang, warm me up? Warm yourself, Lin Xinghuang replied, tucking the scroll away with a hint of indifference. Fine, then I'll just lie down. I woke up too early and feel tired. Xia Weilu moved aside, grabbed a plush long robe, draped it over himself, closed his eyes, and began to doze off. That moment, his mind raced as he processed the scroll's contents. Someone had plotted against the crown prince using beautiful women. Now, with the 3 princes at odds, either the second or third prince could be the instigator, though others could not be ruled out. After all, the struggle for imperial power is fraught with peril. And it is not uncommon for someone to lurk in the shadows, feigning weakness to reap benefits. The incident at the Huansha Tower involved beautiful women. Previously, he had lain in bed with the Princess of Zhao, who had also been affected by a multitude of alluring women. Could the 2 incidents share the same mastermind? Of course, sometimes those who seem least likely to be involved are the most likely to surprise you. The third Princess A figure emerged in Xia Weilu's mind. According to Xian Antian, the one lying on the bed at that time should have been the third princess, but it was not her. Perhaps the losses incurred by the Princess of Zhao were also related to the third princess, who was close to the third prince, aligning with his faction. Thus, could the third prince be the mastermind? Following last night's events, the forces behind Ma Huai, Guoyu, and Cui Zhao would likely have no ties to the crown prince. If they were to switch allegiance at this critical juncture, it would certainly become intriguing, Xia Weilu mused. Since the three factions had no ties to the crown prince, they would undoubtedly lean towards one side, and the faction they supported would likely be perceived as the main instigator, potentially provoking retaliation from the crown prince. If that individual were truly clever, they would avoid such actions. Conversely, whoever the three factions sided with could very well become the target of manipulation. It is also possible that someone was orchestrating everything, intentionally taking risks. To execute such a plan, one must first ensure that their opponent is sufficiently astute. However, such a strategy could backfire, gaining the support of the three factions only to face a counterattack from the crown prince, which might not be a wise trade-off. The mastermind behind it all might very well choose to remain in the shadows, watching the chaos unfold. Commander Lin, the pacification envoy, has instructed me to convey 2 messages to you. Zhao Hu entered swiftly, bowing to Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang looked at Zhao Hu. What messages? Zhao Hu replied, the first message. Last night, the left minister of the Ministry of Justice, the vice commander of the Imperial Guard, and the head of the Chui family seem to have met with the second prince. Meeting with the second prince? Lin Qinghuang narrowed her eyes. It appeared that the incident at the Huansha Tower had led the three factions to believe that this was retaliation from the crown prince out of anger. And now they were turning towards the second prince. How intriguing. Just as the three factions had distanced themselves from the crown prince, they were now aligning with the second prince. Was the second prince the true instigator? Or was someone else reaping the benefits? What about the second message? Lin Qinghuang inquired further. Zhao Hu continued, the eldest son of the Chao family is hosting a plum appreciation event at the Sigu May Garden today. Intending to make friends through poetry. It is said that young Master Chao has prepared a sword as a reward for the one who excels, a sword named Tinya. Lin Qinghuang's pupils constricted. Although the Lin family was a merchant family, its founder was a martial arts master, and the Tianya sword was a treasured heirloom of the Lin family. A spiritual sword. 3 years ago, the Lin family was annihilated, its assets consumed by a mysterious force, and the whereabouts of the Tianya sword remained unknown, leaving only a few empty storefronts. She had spent 3 years investigating this matter, uncovering only a portion of the assets linked to Xia Weilu, with no information on the rest. Now that the Tianya sword had resurfaced, it presented a new opportunity. Perhaps she could follow the trail to uncover that mysterious force. It seemed she must visit the May Garden. Making friends through poetry? Xia Weilu opened his eyes, suddenly intrigued. He turned to Lin Qinghuang and said, Qinghuang, shall we go and see this poetry gathering? Lin Qinghuang regarded Xia Weilu with an impassive expression. What? Do you actually understand poetry and songs? Xia Weilu shook his head. I am not skilled in poetry or songs, but such gatherings surely attract many beauties, and I merely wish to gaze upon their legs. As long as I throw around some coins, they will undoubtedly be willing to warm my hands. Lin Qinghuang was at a loss for words and rose, heading towards the hall's exit. Xia Weilu removed his long robe, smiling softly as he followed her. Chapter 13. Sigu May Garden, Plum Appreciation Event on the street. Xia Weilu strolled lazily alongside Lin Qinghuang, his hands tucked into his sleeves and an expression of fatigue etched on his face. Just after the incident at the Huansha Tower, the Tianya sword had now surfaced, suggesting someone intended to utilize him as a pawn. Lin Qinghuang wore a contemplative expression. The Chao family had long since allied with the crown prince. Now, the eldest son of the Chao family presenting the Lin family's treasured Tianya sword felt rather suspicious. Was someone deliberately plotting against the crown prince, or was the crown prince preparing to strike back? Regardless, the appearance of the Tianya sword certainly positioned her as a weapon, as she would undoubtedly investigate the downfall of the Lin family in relation to it. Xia Weilu glanced at Lin Qinghuang and casually asked, Qinghuang, are you truly a member of the Lin family? Lin Qinghuang paused for a moment, looking at Xia Weilu and asking, What do you mean? Xia Weilu smiled. You seem more like someone from my Jinshi Marquis residence. Why not join our Jinshi Marquis residence sooner? Lin Qinghuang frowned slightly, not responding, and quickened her pace. Xia Weilu gazed intently at Lin Qinghuang's retreating figure, his eyes profound and inscrutable, lost in thought. For 3 years, Lin Qinghuang had been investigating the horrific massacre of the Lin family, yet during their interactions, he discerned an unsettling calmness about her. Logically, one would expect that a person who had endured such a tragedy would undergo psychological changes, affecting her judgment when confronted with related matters. However, Lin Qinghuang remained unfathomably composed, as if no circumstance could sway her. appearing as though she existed detached from the case itself, which struck Xiao Weilu as peculiar. At times, he even questioned whether Lin Qinghuang was truly of the Lin lineage. In the southern part of the city, Sigu Mei Garden stood as the grandest plum garden in Tianqi City. Each winter, the plum blossoms flourished, their fragrance wafting through the air, competing with the pure white snow in beauty, attracting countless talented individuals and beautiful maidens to revel in the sight, recite poetry, and enjoy music amidst the lively atmosphere. However, Sigu Mei Garden belonged to the Chao family, and without an invitation, entry was forbidden. The Chao family was one of the four prominent merchant families in present-day Tianqi City, alongside the Qian, Cui, and Gu families. Originally, the Lin family was also among the four, but after their downfall, the Gu family ascended to prominence. The four merchant families possessed vast wealth, rivaling nations, inciting envy from all quarters. The current rivalry among several princes also intertwined with the competition over the assets of these merchant families. Gaining the support of any of the four would provide substantial leverage, as wealth was essential for recruiting soldiers and expanding influence. Thus, the four families had become highly sought after. The involvement of the Cui family's fourth young master in the Huanxia Tower incident was no mere coincidence. Outside the plum garden, a chilling voice pierced the air. "Lin Qinghuang," she halted, turning her gaze forward to see a young woman clad in an orange gown, her expression icy as she fixed her gaze upon Lin Qinghuang. "Is there something you require?" Lin Qinghuang inquired, her tone indifferent. This woman was Gu Mingjia, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. A rivalry existed between the Lin and Gu families, when the Lin family had not yet fallen. The Gu family had been suppressed and unable to raise their heads. Now that the Gu family had risen to join the ranks of the four merchant families, Gu Mingjia's demeanor had changed, becoming increasingly confrontational during their encounters. With a mocking tone, Gu Mingjia remarked, "Today's plum viewing event is not open to just anyone. As a stray dog of a fallen family, I assume you did not receive an invitation?" "And so?" Lin Qinghuang asked, her expression unwavering. Gu Mingjia sneered, "Do you not understand? I said you lack the qualification to enter the plum garden." Her disdain for Lin Qinghuang was palpable. Even when the Lin family was still standing, Lin Qinghuang had maintained her calm demeanor. Now, with the Lin family gone, she remained equally composed, which irked Gu Mingjia immensely. "Oh," Lin Qinghuang replied nonchalantly, disinterested in Gu Mingjia's provocations. Gu Mingjia's expression darkened, feeling as though she had struck a wall of cotton. She turned to the guards at the entrance and ordered, "If she lacks an invitation, do not allow her entry." However, the guards remained silent. They had been instructed by the young master that without an invitation, entry was prohibited unless the individual was of special significance. Coincidentally, Lin Qinghuang was indeed a special case, for she served as the deputy commander of the Tianquan division, a position of considerable authority, and no one dared to obstruct her. Gu Mingjia, not comprehending the nuances of the situation, could only begrudgingly accept that she dared not truly prevent Lin Qinghuang's entry. Otherwise, her actions would surely invoke the ire of the young master. Gu Mingjia brandished an invitation and strode boldly into the plum garden. Once inside, she turned back, a smirk plastered on her face as she taunted, "Stray dog, you shall not enter the plum garden today." "Is an invitation truly required to enter this garden?" a surprised voice interjected, as Xiao Weilu sauntered over with an air of nonchalance. The guards, upon recognizing him, changed their demeanor, rushing forward to bow respectfully. "Greetings, young master." The heir of the Jinshi marquis household, known as a notorious troublemaker, Xiao Weilu's reputation was well known throughout Tianqi City. Having committed numerous offenses, such as freeing a notorious criminal and wiping out a family, he had only been imprisoned for 3 years, a testament to the power of the Jinshi marquis household. With the notorious troublemaker now free, who would dare provoke him? Although the Jinshi marquis household had lost some of its former prestige, it remained formidable. Xiao Weilu smiled and asked, "Do Lin Tongling and I require an invitation to enter the plum garden?" The guard promptly replied, "Naturally, you do not." "Very well." Xiao Weilu nodded lightly and led Lin Qinghuang further inside. Upon entering the garden, Gu Mingjia glared at Lin Qinghuang, not expecting Xiao Weilu would bring her along. With a mocking tone, she remarked, "A stray dog of a fallen family, yet you walk so closely with the one who annihilated your kin. How amusing!" "Amusing?" Xiao Weilu's gaze fixed on Gu Mingjia as he delivered a sharp slap. The sound echoed, leaving a clear mark on Gu Mingjia's face, rendering her momentarily stunned. Clutching her cheek in disbelief, She glared at Xiaoweilu. Xiaoweilu, you dare strike me? And if I do? Xiaoweilu replied, his expression laced with amusement. Yu Mingjia faltered, recalling the nature of this prodigal scion, known for his ruthlessness. If one did not understand the situation, it was wise to remain silent. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to ensure she never spoke again. A sinister smile crept across Xiaoweilu's face, causing Gu Mingjia to feel a chill run down her spine, rendering her unable to respond further. Let us go. Xiaoweilu disregarded Gu Mingjia entirely, leading Lin Qinghuang onward. Xiaoweilu, you will pay for this, Gu Mingjia seethed, her eyes filled with resentment as she watched their departing figures. This was the first time she had been so publicly humiliated, an affront she would not soon forget. Within the plum garden, vibrant blossoms unfurled, hues of crimson and pink blending, their fragrance wafting through the air. While the pristine snow served as a mere backdrop, losing its luster in a grand pavilion, tables and chairs were arranged, laden with delectable dishes, as graceful maidens danced, accompanied by musicians playing melodious tunes. Numerous talented individuals and beautiful women gathered. An ideal setting for enjoying the snow and admiring the plum blossoms. As Xiaoweilu and Lin Qinghuang entered the pavilion, all eyes turned toward them, some filled with derision, others with scorn, and some with curiosity and contemplation. Clearly, their pairing was met with incredulity. How could the one responsible for the annihilation of the Lin family be seen here with Lin Qinghuang? One young man in a gray robe approached, bowing respectfully. Greetings, young master. Greetings, Lin Tongling. This young man was Chao Huayan, the eldest son of the Chao family, known for his shrewdness. Xiaoweilu smiled and inquired, Chao to Xiao, what interesting events do you have planned for today? Chao Huayan, appearing to understand Xiaoweilu's intentions, whispered, for this plum viewing poetry gathering, I have specially invited the famed Meishing from Huansha Tower. Xiaoweilu's eyes lit up, and he could not help but give Chao Huayan a thumbs up. As expected of Chao to Xiao, you truly know me well. Chao Huayan returned the gesture, bowing deeply. Naturally, young master. Please take a seat. Once all the guests arrive, the poetry gathering shall commence. I shall await it with great anticipation. Xiaoweilu replied with a nod, taking a seat beside Lin Qinghuang. Before long, more guests arrived, among them Su Muxue and Xiao Si Das Yu Muxue. As radiant as ever, donned a white feathered gown, her beauty captivating. Xiaoweilu. Upon seeing him, Su Mushue's brow arched, questioning the presence of this troublemaker at such a cultured event. Meanwhile, several others observed the interaction with keen interest, knowing Su Muxue had previously been betrothed to Xiaoweilu, only to rescind the engagement during his imprisonment, leaving the Xie family humiliated. Now, with Su Muxue and Xiao Su appearing together, one could only wonder how Xiaoweilu would react. After all, Xiao Su was not to be underestimated. In terms of status and strength, he was Xiaoweilu's equal. Should Xiaoweilu provoke him, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of a severe reprimand. Spotting Su Muxue, Xiaoweilu waved cheerfully. Muxue, you look even more beautiful today. Come over. I have something grand to show you. Su Muxue paused, a flicker of disdain evident in her eyes. Those around them were taken aback, casting peculiar glances. Was he truly suggesting he had something to show her? The implications were not lost on anyone present. Xiao Su glared at Xiaoweilu, stating coldly, it seems you have disregarded my earlier warning. And who do you think you are? Your words are nothing but empty noise. Xiaoweilu retorted, his smile widening. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the space as onlookers refrained from interjecting. After all, one was the heir of the Zhenshi Marquis household, while the other was the son of the Wuan Marquis. Their statuses were formidable, and their confrontation was one they dared not intrude upon. Although Xiaoweilu's reputation might have diminished, he remained a figure of significance not to be underestimated. Until the title of the heir is revoked, he remains the heir of the Zhenshi Marquisate, and only the emperor can utter the words to strip him of this title. Boom. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Su's eyes as a formidable aura erupted, directly crushing towards Xiaoweilu. Lin Qinghuang cast a detached glance at Xiao Su, tightening her grip on her long sword, instantly dispersing the oppressive aura. Xiao Su turned to Lin Qinghuang, raising an eyebrow. Lin Qinghuang replied calmly, Xiaoweilu is already a member of the Tianquan division. Who dares to lay a hand on him? What? Xiaoweilu is a member of the Tianquan division? I have indeed heard whispers of this. It is said that the Jinshi Marquis leveraged connections to secure his entry into the Tianquan division, ostensibly to enhance his reputation. After all, having just emerged from the dungeons, his reputation was tarnished, making it understandable for him to seek some gilding. In a wonder, he appeared alongside Lin Qinghuang. It turns out he has joined the Tianquan division. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but narrow their eyes. This fellow, being from the Jinshi Marquis, was already arrogant. Now that he has joined the Tianquan division, he is likely to be even more overbearing, considering the unique authority wielded by its members. And what of the Tianquan division? It would be best if you did not fall into my hands. Otherwise, Xiao Su's tone turned icy, a terrifying killing intent permeating the air. Otherwise, what can you do? Lin Qinghuang stared coldly at Xiao Su. A mighty sword energy emanating from her, the murderous aura intensifying. Xu Muxue, witnessing Lin Qinghuang's fierce protection of Xia Weilu, felt a hint of confusion, yet she addressed Xiao Su, "Let it go." Lin Qinghuang's strength was not inferior to Xiao Su's. Should they truly engage, it would likely yield no advantage, and it was unnecessary to escalate matters over one Xia Weilu. Xiao Su took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within, and walked aside with Xu Muxue. Amidst the crowd, Gu Mingjie strolled alongside a young man, the son of the Minister of War, Yin Jishaod. At that moment, both cast cold glances toward Xia Weilu. "Miss Mei Shang has arrived," a voice rang out. Everyone immediately turned to see a woman in a long plum blossom dress appear, veiled and possessing a captivating figure, her curves exquisitely displayed. Beside her, a maid held an umbrella. Chao Huayan promptly stepped forward to greet her. "Miss Mei Shang, you have finally arrived." Mei Shang replied softly. Since Chao Xiao invited, Mei Shang naturally would not dare to refuse. Chao Huayan smiled. "Your presence here is a blessing to my plum garden. Please, take a seat." Mei Shang nodded gently, entering the pavilion and selecting a seat. Lin Qinghuang and Xia Weilu fixed their gaze on Mei Shang. "This woman is not simple," Lin Qinghuang mused inwardly. "Such a shapely figure." Xia Weilu remarked with a hint of admiration. His words did not go unheard, and Mei Shang's brow slightly furrowed. Some women present cast disdainful looks at Xia Weilu, clearly regarding him as a wastrel. Utterly crude, a disgrace to the Jinshi Marquis. Ahem. Chao Huayan lightly cleared his throat and addressed everyone. "Thank you all for gracing this occasion. Today, I am hosting a plum blossom appreciation gathering, primarily to forge friendships through poetry. This time, I have procured an extraordinary divine weapon. Whoever can secure the top position shall receive this divine sword." As he spoke, he gently applauded. A guard promptly brought forth a box, which was opened to reveal a long sword encased in a green sheath. Tianya. Upon seeing the sword in the box, Lin Qinghuang instantly recognized it as Tianya. Many others also gazed at the sword. Prior to this gathering, they had heard rumors that the Tianya sword belonged to the Lin family. Chao Huayan looked at the crowd, smiling. "I suspect many are curious about the origins of this sword, and I can share that it was acquired by me from the black market." This statement seemed directed at Lin Qinghuang, clearly indicating that the Tianya sword belonging to the Lin family was not seized from them, but purchased instead. It also served as a reminder that anyone seeking to investigate the sword's history should go to the black market. Lin Qinghuang remained silent, undoubtedly comprehending the implications in Chao Huayan's words. "Since this gathering is meant for poetry, let us commence." Xia Weilu toyed with his wine cup. Eager. "Do you think you understand poetry?" Xu Muxue mocked. Xia Weilu chuckled. "I may not grasp poetry, but I understand beauty. Reciting poetry is merely an extension of praising a woman's beauty, albeit with flowers and plants as the subject this time. With my talents, it should be more than sufficient." "Ha ha." Xu Muxue laughed derisively. "How bold of you to claim that." Chao Huayan, with a serious expression, declared, "Since this is a plum blossom appreciation gathering, let us center our poetry around the plum blossom. You all have until half a stick of incense burns to compose your verses, after which Miss Mei Shang will evaluate them. The best poem will win the Tianya sword." The guard promptly stepped forward, bringing forth an incense burner, while several maidens distributed writing materials to the attendees. "Does anyone have questions?" Chao Huayan inquired, glancing at the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. "Very well, let us begin. I look forward to your masterpieces." Chao Huayan smiled. The guard then lit half a stick of incense. The crowd focused on the surrounding plum blossoms, their expressions contemplative. Some seemed to have prepared in advance, picking up their pens. A plum blossom poetry gathering. as the name suggests, would naturally involve plum blossoms. It is only reasonable to prepare beforehand. Chapter 15. The Plum and Snow Contest. Poetry astonishes the audience. Time ticked by, the scent of incense mingling with that of the plum blossoms, creating a unique aroma. The plum blossoms swayed in the breeze, while snowflakes slipped from above, resembling a beautiful maiden stretching her languorous limbs, vibrant and captivating. After half a stick of incense had burned, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying the fragrance of the plum blossoms. Many individuals had completed their poems. Chow Huayan looked at everyone and softly announced, "Time's up." The crowd set down their brushes, confidently gazing at their compositions. Feeling a sense of superiority, Chow Huayan grinned. "I wonder who would like to be the first to share their masterpiece." "I shall." A young man holding a folding fan stood up, clearly of some caliber to be invited here. "Young Master Li, please." Chow Huayan nodded toward the young man. Young Master Li waved his fan lightly, cleared his throat, and began. "My poem is titled Ode to the Plum Blossom. The world is a blanket of white. All is buried beneath I in the courtyard, red plums bloom, their fragrance wafting from all directions. Clap, clap, clap." As he finished, the crowd erupted into applause. Chow Huayan nodded with a smile and turned to Mei Sheng. "Miss Mei Sheng, what do you think of young Master Li's poem?" Mei Sheng rose and replied softly, setting aside the tonal patterns. "In the courtyard, red plums bloom. Their fragrance wafting from all directions is indeed quite good." Hearing this, young Master Li immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your evaluation, Miss Mei Sheng." Yet, he felt somewhat displeased, believing her praise was too scant. "I also have a poem. I hope Miss Mei Sheng will offer her insights." Yin Jixiao, standing beside Gu Mingjia, stood up. He began. 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains covered in snow, a boundless expanse of cold that I in the garden, plums greet the frost, rejoicing in solitude. Mei Sheng gently remarked, "It captures the pride of the plum blossom. It is acceptable." Yin Jixiao was taken aback for a second. Merely acceptable? Did it not convey a grand and majestic feeling? "I too have a poem." Subsequently, more individuals rose to share their verses. However, Mei Sheng's most common feedback was simply acceptable. Clearly, none of the poems presented thus far had left her in awe. "Miss Su, would you care to share your work?" Chow Huayan turned to Su Muxue. As the daughter of the Minister of Rites, she was well-versed in poetry and had remarkable martial skills, attracting many suitors in Tianqi City. Su Muxue stood, softly stating, "I have a poem. I hope Miss Mei Sheng will evaluate it. The north wind blows. Pear blossoms white, moonlight shines upon the tower. As I groom myself, I gaze at the mirror's hue, my rosy visage fading as the ink plum blooms." After hearing it, Mei Sheng nodded lightly. "A fine poem. The falling snow indeed resembles pear blossoms. The mirror's color remains unchanged, while the ink plums bloom yearly. However, a woman's beauty will fade with time, eliciting reflection." Clap, clap, clap. The crowd erupted in applause. Su Muxue smiled lightly as she took her seat. Xia Weilu, unable to contain his laughter, remarked, "Muxue, so young yet lamenting the imminent loss of your beauty. You seem to carry the air of a deep secluded matron. Are you regretting your broken engagement with this lord? Feeling your youth squandered? Perhaps we should find an opportunity to delve into the plum and snow debate." Su Muxue clenched her fists. The pride she felt for her poem, her excellent mood, was utterly shattered by Xia Weilu's words. Xia Weilu, if you are capable, why don't you compose a poem yourself?" Yin Jixiao retorted coldly. "Indeed, since young Master Xia has the ambition to critique the world, then do write a poem." Others quickly joined in, eager for Xia Weilu to make a fool of himself. Xia Weilu smiled nonchalantly. "Writing poetry? How simple. I have already composed one. I would trouble Miss Mei Sheng to read it for me." He handed over a piece of paper. Mei Sheng stepped forward, took the paper, glanced at the characters, and thought to herself, "Such ugly handwriting." Xia Weilu's script was indeed atrocious, crooked and abstract, far inferior even to that of a 3-year-old. Nevertheless, she recited the lines. "In the courtyard, plum blossoms bloom alone, heavenly fragrance beckons a beauty, the branch is plucked, stirring smiles of the fair. The plum and snow pale in comparison, the heavens lose their radiance." As Mei Sheng finished reading, the entire venue fell into silence. Not because they were astonished by the quality of Xia Weilu's poetry, but rather because this fellow truly could compose poetry. This revelation left them all in disbelief. Wasn't he a wastrel? How could he possibly write poetry? Lin Qinghuang was momentarily taken aback, casting an unusual glance at Xia Weilu. She was aware that this individual possessed a modicum of cleverness, yet she had not anticipated that he would actually compose poetry. Furthermore, the verses he penned about plum blossoms and snow were merely to accentuate the beauty of a smile, rendering all of nature's splendor dim in comparison, just as Xia Weilu articulated. Writing poetry was akin to extolling a beauty. To her astonishment, she had assumed he was merely boasting, yet it appeared he truly was capable. This fellow Su Mushue furrowed her brows. In her estimation, Xia Weilu was lacking in both literary talent and martial prowess. However, at this moment, he seemed to possess a slight flair for the literary. Mei Shang glanced at Xia Weilu, her eyes betraying a hint of intrigue. Evidently, this young master was somewhat different from the rumors circulating about him. Perhaps he had prepared in advance. Prepared in advance? Could it be that he sought assistance? Crude verses, lewd phrases, someone quietly remarked. Xia Weilu chuckled. Indeed, this particular poem is rather crude, and it was composed beforehand. However, I implore you all not to claim you have not prepared as well. Several individuals wore awkward expressions. Naturally, they had prepared prior to their arrival. Crafting poetry on the spot was no simple feat. Yin Zhixiao retorted. It was merely one poem, nothing remarkable. Coincidentally, my preparations extend beyond just one. Xia Weilu replied with a playful glint in his eyes. Mei Shang, curious, gently inquired. Might I ask what other poems the young master has prepared? Would you be so kind as to share them with us? I shall gladly take notes for you. Very well. Xia Weilu casually picked up a wine cup and took a sip of the fine wine. He gazed at the plum blossoms outside the pavilion and began. In front of the white jade pavilion, the ink plum blossoms bloom. For whom do they flourish, and for whom do they wither? The east wind is as it was, and the people are unchanged. Once a year, they return, a splendid poem. Mei Shang's eyes sparkled as she swiftly took notes, clearly finding this composition far superior to the previous verses. The onlookers stared at Xia Weilu, astonished. He had indeed prepared a second poem? Xia Weilu turned to Yin Zhixiao, nonchalantly asking, What do you think of this poem? Yin Zhixiao's expression darkened. Mediocre at best. Is that so? Well, I have several more. If any of you believe yourselves to be exceptionally talented, feel free to critique. Xia Weilu shook his head and continued. For the third poem, the ink plum competes with spring. Unwilling to yield, the poet sets down his pen, pondering the verses. The plum is 3 parts white less than the snow, yet the snow is outdone by the fragrance of the plum. For the fourth, at my family's ink-washing pond, each tree blooms with faint ink stains. I seek not praise for their colors, but rather for the pure air that fills the universe. For the fifth, in the icy woods, I etch my being. Unlike the peach and plum, I do not mingle with the dust of the world. Suddenly, one night, a fragrant scent emerges, dispersing into a spring that spans the universe. With these successive verses, the gathering fell into a profound silence. Their gazes towards Xia Weilu tinged with discomfort. They had come here with a discerning eye, and it was clear that Xia Weilu's verses were exceptional, seamlessly blending poetic form and rhythm. They had labeled him a playboy, yet at this moment, this so-called playboy effortlessly recited numerous lines of poetry, each capable of overshadowing their own efforts. What could they say now? Initially, they had anticipated an entertaining spectacle. Now, it seemed they had become the jesters. Xia Weilu fixed his gaze on Yin Zhixiao. Please, continue with your critique. Yin Zhixiao's expression was frozen, his face flushed, feeling as though he had been soundly slapped. He actually Su Mushue covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. The playboy she had once known now appeared transformed before her. At this moment, she felt an unfamiliarity with Xia Weilu. Was this truly the same playboy she had once perceived? Some of the men present also lowered their heads. What of talent? What of literary prowess? With Xia Weilu's verses, they felt like mere dragons coiled in submission. Taunts? Who dared to continue mocking? They could compose a few lines themselves. But even if they sought out a master poet, they likely would not be able to produce such outstanding verses. Critique? With their meager abilities, how could they offer any? Lin Qinghuang silently regarded Xia Weilu. These verses indeed overshadowed the rest. As Xia Weilu recited them, the others began to fade into the background. She too had composed a poem, but she quietly tucked it away, unwilling to reveal it and risk embarrassment. Xiaoweilu turned to Mei Sheng, offering a calm smile. Lady Mei Sheng, would you care to evaluate these poems of mine? Mei Sheng hastily recorded the verses, then, upon hearing Xiaoweilu's request, smiled bitterly. The young master has overwhelmed Mei Sheng. My literary knowledge is limited, and I lack the qualifications to critique these poems. This time, Xiaoweilu's verses had indeed provided her with immense surprise, particularly the latter ones, which were evidently of a remarkable caliber. Hearing this, Xiaoweilu then addressed the rest present. You all are talented scholars and beauties. Why not share your thoughts on my poems? The crowd shifted uncomfortably. Critique? What nonsense. Today's verses would surely circulate. Offering praise could lead to accusations of flattery, while negative feedback could result in embarrassment if it turned out these were indeed works of a renowned poet. Who would dare to critique? They could only quietly suspect that the poems were not Xiaoweilu's own, yet when it came to their quality, there was no doubt of their excellence. No one had anticipated that Xiaoweilu would bring such fine works to this plum blossom appreciation gathering. Humph! Those poems could not possibly be yours, Gu Mingjia scoffed. Her words echoed the sentiments of the others present. Xiaoweilu, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, replied, Since you are so certain, might I ask who you believe authored them? Gu Mingjia faltered. Although she could not ascertain the poem's true authorship, she was convinced they were not his. Should you wish to dispute this, feel free to set aside the plum blossoms and compose other verses. Yan Zhixiao pressed on, steeling himself. Xiaoweilu retorted with derision. A mountain pig cannot appreciate fine grain. What I mean is, you are akin to a pig, unworthy of savoring the finer things, and thus unqualified to hear other poetry. While these poems are indeed not my own, you cannot trace their origin, and thus cannot prove I have plagiarized. I merely need to lift a finger, and you lack even the right to gaze up in admiration. What sort of being dares to critique my masterpieces from Huaxia? Yu Yan Zhixiao's face turned a deep shade of anger. The crowd fell silent, yet they were increasingly convinced that Xiaoweilu had simply copied these poems. Otherwise, why would he not continue to compose verses to counter Yan Zhixiao? Yet, they seemed to overlook one critical aspect. What right did Yan Zhixiao have to demand a rebuttal from Xiaoweilu? Xiaoweilu stretched lazily and said, Those with talent may continue to compose poetry. If you cannot, then do not waste my time. I shall take this Tianya sword. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Xiaoweilu turned to Chao Huayan. What say you, young Master Chao? Chao Huayan pondered for a moment, then looked at the others. Seeing their silence, he nodded. The young master's poems indeed overshadow the rest. This Tianya sword is now yours. A guard stepped forward, presenting the sword. Xiaoweilu casually took the Tianya sword from the scabbard, glanced at it, and then tossed it to Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, this is a gift for you. Lin Qinghuang caught the long sword, momentarily stunned. Had the Tianya sword truly returned to her possession so easily? Xiaoweilu turned to Mei Sheng. Lady Mei Sheng, I find the remainder of this plum blossom appreciation gathering rather dull. Might you have time for us to rendezvous elsewhere to discuss the beauty of plum blossoms and the grace of jade-like figures? Crude, debauched, lecherous, shameless. Su Muxue bestowed upon Xiaoweilu for scathing assessments. Was he so starved for female company that he sought to engage every woman he encountered? She felt immensely relieved to have called off their engagement. Otherwise, being with such a person would be akin to living in a purgatory. Mei Sheng spoke softly. As I am honored to be invited by young Master Chao today, I cannot take my leave prematurely. I hope the young master understands. Chao Huayan immediately added, Young master, the poetry gathering has not yet concluded. I hope you will bear with us. Very well. This pavilion is windy, and having just been released from prison, my body cannot withstand the chill. Without a beauty to warm my hands and feet, I shall return to rest. Yawning, Xiaoweilu exited the pavilion. Just then, a gust of cold wind swept through. Xiaoweilu instinctively shivered. His hands slipping into his sleeves, Lin Qinghuang declared, I have some matters to attend to. Feel free to carry on with that. She rose and departed the pavilion. Chao Huayan addressed the crowd. The plum blossom gathering is not yet finished. Next, Lady Mei Sheng will perform a piece on the zither for everyone. Let us welcome her. Excellent. The crowd clapped with smiles. Without Xiaoweilu, they felt considerably more at ease. Had he remained, they would have undoubtedly felt uncomfortable. A playboy, who had somehow acquired a few poems, had overshadowed them, leaving them feeling disgruntled. Did he truly possess poetic talent? a mere playboy, indulging in revelry, lacking in both literary and martial skill, yet suddenly displaying extraordinary literary prowess. Who would believe he had genuine scholarly merit? Chapter 16. The winter grows colder, the bed grows chilly. On the streets, the ice and snow had yet to melt. The old ice and snow thawed, only for new layers to accumulate, a continuous cycle. Only the spring winds and the rays of the sun could dissolve the pure white, allowing the world to regain its verdant hues. The cold wind brushed against faces, biting and frigid. Passers-by hurried along, clad in thick cotton coats, their faces reddened by the chill, breathing out visible puffs of warm air, creating a unique tableau. Xiaoweilu, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, kept his head lowered, his figure appearing somewhat slight. Lin Qinghuang hesitated momentarily as she walked alongside him, then softly expressed her gratitude. This time, thank you. During their time in the plum garden, she had composed a poem of her own, yet it was unlikely to secure her the top position. It was only thanks to Xiaoweilu's intervention that she had obtained the Tianya sword. Xiaoweilu halted his steps, withdrawing his hands from his sleeves, and gazed at Lin Qinghuang's long, slender legs, asking playfully, "May I touch your leg?" "You." Lin Qinghuang's expression faltered as she cast a sharp glance at him before hastening her pace. Observing her graceful figure, Xiaoweilu lamented, "As winter grows colder and the bedding turns frigid, it is a pity that such a captivating form as Qinghuang's does not warm my bed." Meanwhile, within the grand residence of the princess, the opulent estate was strikingly magnificent, with plum blossoms blooming amidst a blanket of snow, their fragrance undiminished by the chill, wafting into the loft above. Inside, a fire blazed, warming a pot of hot wine. A woman dressed in a flowing white gown and veiled, held a wine cup delicately, her arched brows and phoenix-like eyes exuding a captivating allure, as if imbued with a magnetic charm. Her figure was exquisite, moving with the grace of a startled swan, her waist adorned with a trailing silk ribbon that perfectly accentuated her silhouette. Her long, elegant legs were subtly visible, mesmerizing and enchanting. Her skin as smooth and delicate as fine jade, radiating a soft glow akin to that of a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. With her lustrous black hair adorned with golden and azure jewelry cascading down her waist, she embodied both nobility and a languid elegance. Bearing the royal surname Yin, the princess was aptly named Yanruyu. As the saying goes, there is a golden house within books, and her name was indeed remarkable. Beside her, a maid clad in black recited a few verses of poetry. Upon hearing them, Yanruyu slowly spoke. A dandy, reciting a few well-known verses to flaunt. How amusing! Her voice was as melodious as a lark, crisp and delightful, akin to a fine wine that lifted one's spirits, rendering one unable to resist the temptation of intoxication. The maid hesitated to speak further. "Speak," Yanruyu commanded, toying with her wine cup. The maid replied, "It is said by the palace eunuchs that His Majesty intends to betroth you to Xiaoweilu." Xiaoweilu's sudden release from prison was not merely a result of his sentence ending. The emperor harbored other intentions. The emperor's heart was unfathomably complex. The prospect of marrying a noble princess to a recently released scion of a fallen house was not impossible. This news likely had yet to reach the Duke of Zhenxi's residence, as it was overheard by a eunuch. Otherwise, it would have set the entire Tianqi city ablaze with commotion. Yanruyu's slender fingers gripped the wine cup, a flicker of coldness crossing her gaze. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiaoweilu, wishing to see him suffer immensely, for he had witnessed her every essence. The mere thought of it filled her with a loathing that made her wish to tear her own skin from her body. "Find an opportunity to eliminate him," she stated coolly. Xiaoweilu had spent 3 years in prison. While it appeared as confinement, it was, in fact, a form of protection from the Duke of Zhenxi. Otherwise, he would have long since met his demise. Now, with the palace proposing a marriage between her and Xiaoweilu, it was an absurd thought. As long as Xiaoweilu was dead, everything would be manageable, and she could rid herself of her inner demons. But it seems the first prince has no such intentions, the maid softly noted. If Xiaoweilu and the princess were to unite, it would surely please the first prince, for she has always supported him. A marriage between the Duke of Zhenxi and the princess would imply an alliance with the first prince, Yanruyu replied nonchalantly. The struggle for imperial power is not so simple. If he does not comprehend this fundamental truth, he is unworthy of my continued support. Xiaoweilu must be eradicated. See to it discreetly, without leaving any traces. Understood. The black-clad maid bowed and took her leave. Bang. Once the maid exited, Yin Ruyu crushed the wine cup in her hand. Her gaze turned icy. Xia Weilu, that detestable dandy, you should be grateful that I have not dealt with you personally. Otherwise, I would ensure your suffering was beyond imagination. 3 years prior, she had indeed plotted against the third princess and Xia Weilu, aiming to tarnish her sister's reputation and compel the Duke of Zhenxi to pay a price. However, she had ultimately fallen victim to her own schemes, a classic case of losing the hen while attempting to steal the eggs. According to her subsequent investigations, this matter was connected to the third prince, and she had not forgotten this debt. One day, both the third princess and the third prince would pay dearly. Yet for now, she must eliminate Xia Weilu. Otherwise, their union would be the last thing she desired to witness. Moreover, the appearance of the enchanting beauty from the Huansha Tower, could it also be tied to the third prince? Yin Ruyu mused silently. The emergence of a captivating beauty from the Huansha Tower had led the first prince to suspect a connection with the second prince, given that the forces behind the 3 young masters were already aligning with him. Yet she believed it might pertain to the third prince. 3 years ago, she had stumbled due to a captivating beauty linked to the third prince, and now with the reappearance of such a beauty, the coincidences were too striking to ignore. It was also possible that others lurked in the shadows, subtly influencing events. Chapter 17. A supporting role, nearing death nightfall. The myriad lights flickered to life. The snow-clad Tianqi city glimmered under the illumination, casting an enchanting glow that entranced the beholder. The guards are too weary. It is time to return home and rest. Xia Weilu exited the Tianquan division, stretching lazily. Lin Qinghuang, wielding the Tianya sword and clad in a flowing green gown, her figure enchanting, her hair dancing in the wind, remarked coolly, "You have spent most of the day sleeping. How can you claim to be tired?" Aside from the Plum Blossom Festival, during which Xia Weilu had made a brief effort, she had not required him to do anything else. He had simply reclined in the grand hall, slumbering. "Am I not allowed to feel fatigued?" Xia Weilu chuckled. "With such a delicate beauty like Qinghuang by my side, her fragrance more intoxicating than the plums, I can only watch helplessly while enduring such temptation. Can one not feel exhausted? Go home." Lin Qinghuang replied curtly before departing that night. She intended to visit the black market. Previously, Chao Huayan had mentioned it, and she hoped to uncover some leads there. She needed to investigate the matters concerning her family thoroughly. Whether she became a pawn in another's game was of little concern to her. After all, one must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub. Homeward bound, Xia Weilu waved his hand, heading in another direction. That moment, he sensed someone watching him. He needed to resolve this trouble before investigating the black market, for he too wished to understand why the Tianya sword had previously appeared there in a dimly lit alley. Xia Weilu strolled with his hands tucked in his sleeves, his head bowed as snowflakes fell gently, the cold wind biting at his skin. Clink! The sound of chains echoed from ahead. Xia Weilu halted. Lifting his gaze 10 meters ahead stood a towering figure, a disheveled giant of a man, his face obscured by stubble and marred by deep scars. His arms bound with thick iron chains, a massive iron hammer lay before him, and his eyes, resembling copper bells, shone with a fierce glint. His aura was intimidating, a formidable presence in the mid-stages of the expansion realm. Xia Weilu regarded the hulking man with an indifferent smile, stating, "You remind me of someone." "Who?" the giant inquired, his voice rough and somewhat ominous. Xia Weilu grinned. "The Iron Tiger, the deputy of the Menghu Pass." Menghu Pass was a significant fortress in the western Shu, where Xie Zhenghua had led the Zhenxi army to breach its defenses and capture numerous generals, Iron Tiger being among them. However, during his transport back to Tianqi, Iron Tiger had escaped amid the chaos and vanished, with speculation that he might have been sheltered by the princess, though no evidence existed. Yet here he was again. Was the princess eager to see him released? How intriguing! Iron Tiger fixed his gaze on Xia Weilu. "You must be Xie Zhenghua's grandson. You possess some discernment. But do you know that you are about to die?" Xia Weilu chuckled. "Have you ever heard the saying?" Iron Tiger stared at him. "What saying?" With utmost seriousness, Xia Weilu replied. "When an inconsequential supporting character suddenly finds himself in the spotlight, it signifies that his death is imminent." Seeking death. Iron Tiger's eyes flared with murderous intent as he swung his arms, the chains coiling like venomous serpents. aimed to strike Xia Weilu. Xia Weilu merely smiled, unperturbed. Just as the chain surged within half a meter of him, a powerful force intercepted them, preventing any advance. Iron Tiger's pupils constricted. This was not the feeble Xia Weilu he had been led to believe. Xia Weilu extended his hand, effortlessly grasping the chain. Buzz! The chain was instantly encased in a chilling force. With a firm grip, Xia Weilu shattered the chain, sending shards hurtling towards Iron Tiger like razor-sharp blades at an astonishing speed. Iron Tiger reacted swiftly, seizing the iron hammer and smashing it down upon the ground, unleashing a violent shockwave that split the earth, sending snow flying and scattering the chain fragments, while the powerful hammer shadow surged toward Xia Weilu like a boulder. With a flick of his sleeve, Xia Weilu dispersed the hammer's impact, sending the approaching snowstorm billowing away. Die! With a swift leap, Tai Hu surged forward, ascending with a mighty iron hammer in hand, which he brought crashing down with a tremendous force, unleashing a pressure that radiated in all directions. This single blow had the potential to flatten an area of 100 meters. Xia Weilu casually extended his hand, summoning the Zhuanghua sword into his grasp. Casting a glance upward at Tai Hu, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and his form vanished like a specter. Suddenly reappearing, Xia Weilu found himself beside Tai Hu, gripping the sword sheath without drawing the blade. In a flash, the long sword flew forth of its own accord, its icy brilliance erupting as it shattered the might of Tai Hu's hammer. The sword's radiance surged forth like a fierce tempest, rapidly closing in on Tai Hu's neck. With a swift slicing sound, the sharp blade spun around Tai Hu's throat, a chilling sword energy emanating from it. Xia Weilu gracefully leaped back to a distance of 10 meters, where the Zhuanghua sword returned to its sheath with a crisp sound. Tai Hu's expression froze, his body trembled, and the iron hammer slipped from his grasp. A gruesome gash appeared on his neck, and a severed head soared into the air, blood gushing forth, as the headless body collapsed to the ground, already a lifeless corpse. They say you are not far from death. Xia Weilu descended gracefully, sheathing the Zhuanghua sword with ease. He glanced at Tai Hu's lifeless form, smiled faintly, and then departed with his hands clasped behind his back. To the west of the city, 5 miles away, lies Shuanglong Mountain, the entrance to the black market. Covered in ice and snow, the two towering mountains face one another, forming an archway that resembles two dragons playing with a pearl, hence the name Shuanglong Mountain. Before the archway stood two figures cloaked in black robes, armed, their eyes closed, their bodies enveloped in thick layers of ice crystals, remaining utterly stilled. To an unknowing observer, they might appear as corpses. They are the sentinels of the black market's entrance. At this moment, several masked individuals hastened through the archway, unimpeded by the guardians at the entrance. Xia Weilu donned a black robe and a fox mask, standing a short distance away. He glanced at the archway and caught sight of Lin Qinghuang, whose attire remained unchanged, though her face was now obscured by a white jade mask. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Weilu followed suit. Upon entering the archway, the surroundings transformed instantaneously. Before him lay an endless street of ice and snow, flanked by numerous buildings, with a tower every 5 paces and a pavilion every 10, all arranged in neat, ancient order. Above the pavilions hung blood-red lanterns, their glaring light striking and ominous, creating an atmosphere of palpable oppression. The streets were filled with hurried passers-by, most wearing masks to conceal their true faces. On either side, many merchants displayed their wares. Some bore grotesque features, others were adorned with intricate totemic patterns, while others still wore sinister smiles. Their voices shrill and jarring. Among them, not a single normal person could be found. Commander Lin. Upon Lin Qinghuang's entrance into the black market, Zhao Hu promptly approached. Aware that Lin Qinghuang had learned of the Tianya sword's origins from the black market, he had preemptively sent Zhao Hu to investigate. What have you found? Lin Qinghuang inquired. Zhao Hu replied in a hushed tone, I have discovered that the Tianya sword comes from the Heilong Pavilion. Heilong Pavilion. Lin Qinghuang's eyes narrowed. The forces within the black market were shrouded in mystery, and the Heilong Pavilion was particularly formidable, steeped in enigma, often harboring unsavory dealings. Zhao Hu cautioned. The Heilong Pavilion is not to be trifled with. I dare not probe further. Your task is complete. You may return now. Lin Qinghuang deliberated. The inscrutable nature of the Hei Long Pavilion compelled her to undertake the investigation herself. Unwilling to put Zhao Hu in jeopardy, "Understood, Commander Lin. Please exercise caution." Zhao Hu bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Lin Qinghuang pressed onward. "The Hei Long Pavilion, you say?" Xiaowei Lu blended into the crowd, silently trailing Lin Qinghuang. Chapter 18. The Master of Hei Long Pavilion and the Black Market Ambush. The Hei Long Pavilion resided at the street's end, its darkened structure flanked by 4 dragon statues. The entrance swung open, 2 red lanterns dangling ominously, while the interior lay shrouded in darkness, akin to a monstrous beast awaiting the arrival of prey. Lin Qinghuang stood before the entrance, surveying the surroundings with unease. Aside from herself, no one else approached the Hei Long Pavilion. This was decidedly suspicious. After a moment's thought, Lin Qinghuang tightened her grip on the Tianya sword and stepped inside. With a resounding thud, the moment she crossed the threshold, the pavilion's doors slammed shut behind her, and a series of lights illuminated the interior, flooding the Hei Long Pavilion with brightness. Within, 7 figures clad in black robes and masks sat in council. The foremost, wearing a dragon-patterned mask, revealed a pair of eyes that gleamed ominously. Tianya sword. The masked figure spoke, his voice gravelly. He was the master of the Hei Long Pavilion, a formidable presence at the late stage of the expansion realm. The remaining 6 were no less impressive, for at the pinnacle of the locking realm, and 2 at the early stage of the expansion realm. Lin Qinghuang inclined her head slightly. "I presume you are the master of the Hei Long Pavilion. I wish to conduct business with your esteemed establishment." The master of the Hei Long Pavilion shook his head. "I am aware of your intentions, but regretfully, you have arrived too late. The Hei Long Pavilion has already engaged in another transaction." "Oh?" Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow. "Someone has offered a handsome price for your life," the master declared, gesturing lightly. In an instant, the 4 peak locking realm figures lunged forward, surrounding Lin Qinghuang without hesitation. Clang! Lin Qinghuang swiftly drew the Tianya sword, its blade shimmering with a cerulean glow, the aura of slaughter palpable. "Eliminate her," commanded the master of the Hei Long Pavilion. The 4 black-robed figures wasted no time, launching an assault on Lin Qinghuang. Clang! Lin Qinghuang's eyes glimmered with determination as she unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes. The battle erupted instantaneously. Outside the Hei Long Pavilion, 4 peak locking realm warriors, 2 at the early stage of expansion realm, and 1 at the late stage of expansion realm stood poised. Xiaowei Lu, with his hands clasped behind his back, did not immediately intervene. Lin Qinghuang had already reached the peak of the locking realm, with signs of a forthcoming breakthrough. After this battle, she would likely ascend directly into the expansion realm. Xiaowei Lu glanced back, noting that the entire black market had transformed into a crimson haze, the throngs of people vanishing in an eerie manner. Inside the Hei Long Pavilion, the sounds of combat echoed relentlessly. Moments later, an explosion reverberated through the air. The doors of the Hei Long Pavilion shattered, and 4 figures were violently ejected. These were the 4 peak locking realm warriors, now battered and bloodied, their breath shallow, having lost half their lives in the fray. Whoosh! Lin Qinghuang soared from the pavilion, wielding the Tianya sword, blood streaming from her arm. This moment, her mask had fallen away, revealing a pale face, blood trickling from her lips, yet her aura was formidable, having entered the early stage of the expansion realm. However, even with her newfound strength, facing 2 early-stage expansion realm adversaries and 1 at the late stage placed her at a disadvantage. "You've broken through so swiftly. It's no wonder you are the commander of the Tian Quan division. Truly remarkable. Yet alas, today you are destined to die," the master of the Hei Long Pavilion declared, launching himself forward alongside the 2 early-stage expansion realm figures, encircling Lin Qinghuang and Xiaowei Lu. "You may attempt to try your luck," Lin Qinghuang retorted, her grip tightening on the sword, her tone icy. Xiaowei Lu cast a sidelong glance at the master of the Hei Long Pavilion, pausing for a moment before stating, "I merely passed through. Why apologies?" The master of the Hei Long Pavilion remained indifferent. "No matter. It is too late for apologies." At that moment, one of the early-stage expansion realm figures surged towards Xiaowei Lu, intent on eliminating him first. Xiaowei Lu stood his ground. As the black-robed figure approached, he shifted instantly to appear beside him, effortlessly seizing the man's throat. The black-robed figure trembled, terror flickering in his eyes. The master of the Hei Long Pavilion and another black-robed figure narrowed their gazes. Xiaowei Lu spoke calmly. I had no desire to incite conflict, but since you have drawn first blood, then let all of you perish. Boom. With that, he exerted a crushing grip, turning the black-robed figure to ash in an instant. Lin Qinghuang stared at Xiaowei Lu, momentarily stunned. The black-robed figure reminded her of the one who had previously saved her. The master of the Hei Long Pavilion's eyes glinted with malice, his power surging forth as he hurled a fist towards Xiaowei Lu unfazed. Xiaowei Lu met the blow with his own fist. Their auras clashed. He feared no one, even if his opponent held a superior realm, for he possessed a forbidden technique that could elevate his cultivation. The repairing heaven technique. Boom. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact, unleashing a wave of terrifying pressure. The ground shattered, debris scattered, and snow flew in all directions. While the Hei Long Pavilion trembled, fissures spreading across its structure. Bang! In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as the master of the Hei Long Pavilion's arm was obliterated, his body hurtling away like a cannonball, blood spraying forth. Ah! The master let out a piercing scream, fear etched in his features, clearly taken aback by the loss of his arm in their exchange. Xiaowei Lu stepped forward, instantly appearing before the master of the Hei Long Pavilion, who, despite the pain, sprang to his feet and retaliated with a powerful punch, unleashing a massive dragon-patterned fist imprint. This time, Xiaowei Lu did not engage directly. Instead, he reached out, grasping the master's arm to neutralize his strength, then thrust his knee sharply into the opponent's abdomen. Thud. A resonant sound echoed. Ah! The master of the Hei Long Pavilion's pupils dilated, blood spewing from his mouth and nose as he emitted a mournful wail, his body curling in agony, resembling a crumpled shrimp. Xiaowei Lu tightened his grip, snapping the master's arm before seizing his throat and slamming him into the ground. Boom! The master of the Hei Long Pavilion crashed into the earth, creating a massive crater, his bones shattering beyond count as blood poured from beneath his mask. Ah! The master cried out in a heart-wrenching scream. Silence! Xiaowei Lu placed a foot on the master of the Hei Long Pavilion's head, unleashing a surge of power. Bang! The head of the Black Dragon Pavilion master burst forth like a watermelon, with brain matter and blood splattering in all directions, leaving behind a headless corpse. In the late stage of the border expansion realm, he was brutally slaughtered by Xiaowei Lu without the slightest resistance. The remaining figure in the black robe trembled at the sight of the Black Dragon Pavilion master's demise, his expression filled with dread as he immediately fled into the distance. Die! Xiaowei Lu extended his hand, and in an instant, ice and snow coalesced into a massive handprint that ensnared the black-robed man. With a gentle squeeze, the man was reduced to a mist of blood. Leaving no trace behind, Lin Qinghuang stood frozen in place. Two individuals in the early stage of the border expansion realm and one in the late stage had been mercilessly slaughtered, sending a chill down her spine. Xiaowei Lu paid no mind to Lin Qinghuang's thoughts. Instead, he bent down and rummaged through the Black Dragon Pavilion master's belongings, retrieving a ledger. After a brief glance, Xiaowei Lu discerned that it contained information he sought. He tucked away the ledger without sparing Lin Qinghuang another glance and took flight. Once Lin Qinghuang regained her composure, her heart tightened. The ledger undoubtedly contained crucial information, possibly even details about the Tinya sword. Unfortunately, the mysterious figure was too fearsome, and she naturally dared not pursue him. She glanced at the four black-robed men on the ground, who were not yet dead, hoping to extract some useful information from them. Chapter 19. Life is but a dream. I come to savor the wine after leaving the black market. Xiaowei Lu did not immediately return to the town West Marquee Manor, but instead proceeded to Xia Baiyan's residence. The plaque at the entrance prominently displayed the words "Life is but a dream." Within the courtyard, Xia Baiyan was as usual, lounging in a chair, drinking wine, with a chaotic array of wine jars scattered across the ground. The rich aroma of alcohol wafting through the air. Third uncle, I've come to mooch some wine, Xiaowei Lu announced as he approached. Xia Baiyan opened his eyes lazily and remarked, You killed Tai Hu and the Black Dragon Pavilion master. Didn't he you? Xiaowei Lu gave a thumbs up. Third uncle, your news is indeed swift. With Xia Baiyan's vast knowledge, it was only natural for Xiaowei Lu to expect him to be aware of his actions. In fact, Xia Baiyan had likely already surmised what he intended to do. Did you obtain information about the Tinya sword from the ledger? Xia Baiyan inquired. Xiaowei Lu replied with a smile, according to the ledger. The Tianya sword originated from a mysterious individual wielding a peculiar golden snake sword, who brought it to the Black Dragon Pavilion for auction, ultimately being purchased by Chao Huayan. The golden snake sword? Simply follow the trail of this sword, and news will come swiftly. Why come to me? Xia Baiyan questioned. Xia Weilu shook his head. I believe the matter is not so simple. Merely investigating a golden snake sword holds little significance. You re quite astute, Xia Baiyan complimented. He continued, the bearer of the golden snake sword is affiliated with the crown prince, but that Tianya sword was stolen from the Wuyiage. Do you understand what I'm implying? Thank you for the guidance, third uncle. Xia Weilu nodded gently. The Wuyiage was a mysterious loft in Tianqi City, rumored to be connected to the second prince, who housed many extraordinary individuals within. He began to piece together the context of the situation. The Huansha Tower incident, where the crown prince was schemed against, led to 3 factions siding with the second prince, naturally inciting the crown prince's ire, believing the second prince orchestrated the affair, and thus he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Sending someone to steal the Tianya sword from the second prince's Wuyiage to auction it in the black market, then having Chao Huayan bid on it, alongside the Plum Appreciation Conference, had a simple aim: to attract Lin Qinghuang's attention. Lin Qinghuang was investigating the downfall of the Lin family. The emergence of the Tianya sword would surely compel her to trace its origins, requiring only a bit of effort before she would uncover its connection to the Wuyiage. The Lin family's treasured Tianya sword appearing in the second prince's Wuyiage posed a question. Was the downfall of the Lin family related to the second prince? If Lin Qinghuang focused on the second prince and thoroughly examined the Lin family's demise, it would undoubtedly bring severe consequences for the second prince. This was the crown prince's retaliation, utilizing Lin Qinghuang as a blade to achieve his counterattack. Given the crown prince's confidence in Lin Qinghuang's potential to inflict damage on the second prince, it suggested that the second prince was likely involved in this matter. Xia Baiyan shook his head. Many things may not be as straightforward as they appear. You should tread carefully, rather than investigating the Wuyiage. It would be wiser to find your guard. Locating him might reveal much. Xia Weilu smiled lightly. I have my own plans. The Lin family tragedy was likely connected to the power struggles among certain individuals. After all, as a prominent merchant family, it was only natural for others to covet the Lin family's wealth. As for who was truly behind it all, further investigation was necessary. Xia Baiyan remarked, you have carried the blame for the Lin family's downfall for 3 years. Now that you are out, pursue the truth without hesitation. Understood. Xia Weilu nodded gently. This matter was not solely Lin Qinghuang's concern. He too must uncover the entire truth, exposing everyone involved and making them pay dearly. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Baiyan tossed a scroll to Xia Weilu. I created a force called 7 Night Snow out of boredom. Here is some information about it. Take this storage ring and visit 7 Night Snow. From this day forth, you shall be its master, and they will assist you in gathering the information you seek. Consider this another gift from me. 7 Night Snow. Xia Weilu accepted the scroll, his heart stirred. 7 Night Snow was a unique establishment in Tianqi City, known for its leisure and entertainment. Many who wished to enjoy music would choose to visit. With beautiful women, skilled musicians, and exquisite wines, the establishment offered performances without compromising virtue, drawing many cultured patrons. The original owner had once visited 7 Night Snow and had even flirted with a beautiful musician, nearly facing dire consequences. He never imagined that this 7 Night Snow was actually founded by his third uncle. He perused the scroll, attentively noting the essential details. After reading, Xia Weilu felt a sense of astonishment. Indeed, his third uncle was remarkable, for this 7 Night Snow was far from ordinary, encompassing influence throughout the entire Daxia dynasty. There's no time like the present. Go to 7 Night Snow tonight. The moment you become the master of 7 Night Snow, you shall bear the responsibility for its development. Xia Baiyan waved his hand. Understood. Xia Weilu bowed. After a moment of thought, he added, if I were to eliminate your brother. Xia Baiyan chuckled. He is merely a half-brother. We were never on good terms. Now that our father has passed, that so-called brotherly bond no longer exists. If he threatens you, you know what to do. Got it? Xia Weilu replied with a calm smile before departing. At the princess's residence. Failed? Yin Ruyu turned to the black-robed maid. Her brow slightly furrowed. She had not anticipated that Tai Hu, already in the mid-stage of the border expansion realm, would be defeated. The black-robed maid replied solemnly, Tai Hu was killed in an instant by a single sword strike. The assailant's strength is at least in the late stage of the border expansion realm. Yenryu fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. Very well. Since we startled the snake in the grass, we shall seek another opportunity. The black-robed maid nodded lightly, adding, the Black Dragon Pavilion has been obliterated. I find this rather suspicious. It is indeed suspicious. How could a mere Lin Qinghuang at the pinnacle of the Shackles realm possibly annihilate the Black Dragon Pavilion? Yenryu's expression was filled with derision. Could it be the Crown Prince's people at work? The black-robed maid tentatively asked. It's possible, Yenryu replied calmly. She understood the Crown Prince's intentions well. He likely believed the second prince was behind the Huansha Tower incident from the previous night and sought to use Lin Qinghuang to deal with him. Lin Qinghuang had become a sharp blade. The Crown Prince would not want her to break, so it was understandable that he sent people to remove some obstacles. However, her thoughts diverged from the Crown Prince's. She suspected that the true instigator of the Huansha Tower incident was the third prince. In this way, allowing the Crown Prince and the second prince to battle would enable him to reap the benefits. Yet, a conflict between the Crown Prince and the second prince posed no issue. After all, the second prince was ultimately a stumbling block, and if they could leverage Lin Qinghuang to suppress him, it would be ideal. What movements have been made on the second prince's side? Yenryu continued to inquire. The black-robed maid responded, currently, there are no significant movements. According to reports from our spies, the second prince showed no reaction upon learning of the Black Dragon Pavilion's destruction, as if he were entirely unconcerned. Yenryu shook her head. He is not indifferent to this matter. Otherwise, why would the Black Dragon Pavilion target Lin Qinghuang? Now that Lin Qinghuang has broken through one barrier, he will undoubtedly take further actions. Some deeds, once committed, leave traces. The next step will be to see if Lin Qinghuang can become a competent blade. The black-robed maid appeared deep in thought. Yenryu waved her hand. I am tired. You may leave. Your subordinate takes her leave. The black-robed maid bowed before turning to exit. Chapter 20. 7-Night Snow Pavilion, Weak Physique 7-Night Snow, located in the eastern prosperous district of Tianqi City. A 7-story pavilion, encrusted in ice and snow, adorned with vibrant red lanterns that shone brilliantly, and wind chimes hung from the eaves, emitting a low sound as the cold wind blew through. Within, the place was brightly lit, with ethereal figures appearing, graceful and enchanting, as music flowed continuously, resembling a celestial realm amidst the mundane world. Xia Weilu swaggered into the pavilion. Before my eyes lay a grand hall, adorned with a platform embellished with crimson silk. Upon this stage, a captivating beauty danced, accompanied by the melodious strains of musicians, creating a delightful spectacle that lifted the spirits and invigorated the heart. A multitude of guests surrounded the scene, most of them clutching wine goblets. Their expressions slightly dazed, seemingly entranced by the dancer's grace and the musician's enchanting melodies. On the third floor, 2 women, clad in azure and violet gowns, were intently observing the guests below. Both possessed extraordinary beauty, each with her own distinct charm. That scoundrel, Xia Weilu. When their gazes fell upon him, they momentarily froze. Naturally, they recognized him. His presence at Chia Shui 3 years prior had been memorable, especially when he had audaciously teased one of them, nearly receiving a lesson in humility as a result. Chiue, your esteemed son has arrived. Shouldn't you go greet him? The woman in the blue gown, wielding a peach blossom fan, smirked teasingly at her companion in the violet gown, whose demeanor was cool and aloof. Chia Shui was a unique assembly of 10 remarkable women, each named after a month from January to October, all possessing formidable skills, far from ordinary. With a cold expression, Chiue retorted, the last time I refrained from punishing him was out of respect for the master of the house. Now, summon him here. I wish to give him a good thrashing. Then I shall fetch him. The woman named Jue laughed gaily as she descended the stairs. Upon reaching Xia Weilu, she spoke sweetly, young master. My sister Chiue invites you to join us. Yet her words faltered, caught in her throat, as she noticed the ring upon his finger, causing her expression to shift to one of astonishment and suspicion. How could the master's ring be on this scoundrel? Could it be stolen? Impossible. Who is the master? Even if Xia Weilu possesses great talents, he would never dare to steal this ring. Xia Weilu smiled calmly, then let us proceed to the 3rd floor. With that, he ascended the staircase directly on the 3rd floor. Upon seeing the ring on Xia Weilu's hand, Chiue was momentarily taken aback. Her intention to confront him evaporated in an instant. Find a private room, Xia Weilu instructed the two women to air. Very well, young master. Please follow me, Zhu Wei responded, regaining her composure as she led him to a nearby elegant chamber. Within the chamber, Xia Weilu gently caressed the ring on his finger, murmuring, I know you have many questions. This ring was given to me by my third uncle, and from now on, I shall take charge of Qie Shui. The two women paused for a moment, exchanging glances before bowing in unison. We pay our respects to the master. This ring held great significance. It was a token of Qie Shui, akin to seeing the master himself, as previously decreed by Xie Bianin. Xia Weilu's arrival with the ring and mention of Xie Bianin clearly indicated that the latter had indeed entrusted Qie Shui to him. The two women felt a swirl of complex emotions. With Xia Weilu in control of Qie Shui, they could only wonder how their lives would unfold. Would this scoundrel misuse the master's influence to bully them? The thought sent a chill down their spines. They could not fathom why Xie Bianin would assign Qie Shui to Xia Weilu. Xia Weilu waved his hand gently. No need for excessive formality. Although I am taking over Qie Shui, I shall not interfere too much in your affairs. You may continue as you have in the past. However, I shall require your assistance with 3 matters. Zhu Yue, feeling anxious, inquired, What matters? Xia Weilu replied, First, investigate the whereabouts of Lu Yuan. He was once my protector. Second, look into which members of the palace had dealings with the Lin family before its downfall. Third, ascertain whether any members of Wuyiage were involved during the Lin family's demise. Upon hearing this, the two women released a sigh of relief. They quickly bowed, assuring him, Rest assured, Master, we will handle this matter and provide you with answers by tomorrow. Very well, let us proceed thus. Xia Weilu nodded lightly before turning to exit the chamber. The two women hastily followed, still somewhat bewildered by their encounter with this scoundrel. They had anticipated a raucous scene, yet instead, he had arrived, established himself as the master of Qie Shui, conveyed a request, and then departed. Qie, what do you think? Zhu asked. Once she regained her composure, Qie shook her head. I cannot comprehend it either. However, the master's arrangements must hold some wisdom. We shall comply with his directives. Besides, my impression of Xia Weilu has changed entirely from 3 years ago. It is quite peculiar, Zhu remarked. From now on, we must refrain from calling him by his full name. We must refer to him as master indeed. Qie nodded gently. Regardless of her feelings towards Xia Weilu, the moment he became the master of Qie Shui, she could no longer act with impunity. Now, let us investigate the matters the master has entrusted us with. Zhu ascended the stairs. Qie Shui was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. Its influence extended broadly, encompassing assassination, intelligence, and various affairs, allowing them to swiftly uncover a wealth of information. On the street, snowflakes danced in the air. Lin Qinghuang held an oiled paper umbrella, traversing the icy terrain. Her expression contemplative. This time, from the mouths of the 4 individuals at Heilong Pavilion, she indeed uncovered useful information regarding a unique golden snake sword. Next, she needed to follow the trail of this sword to uncover the whereabouts of its owner. The 3 factions had already aligned with the second prince. At this critical juncture, the first prince would undoubtedly retaliate against the second prince. Chao Huayan was aligned with the first prince, and his production of the Tianya sword was likely orchestrated by the first prince, aiming to draw her into the fray. Was this an attempt to compel her to investigate the second prince? Lin Qinghuang's eyes sparkled with determination as she contemplated the day's events. If her deductions were correct, the second prince was likely deeply entwined with the Lin family's downfall. However, human hearts were complex. Many matters required personal investigation to unearth concrete evidence for accurate judgment. Otherwise, mere speculation could lead to dead ends. During the Plum Appreciation Conference, she had already entered the game and would need to proceed with utmost caution. Qinghuang, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Lin Qinghuang looked up to see Xia Weilu standing ahead. Clad in thin clothing, breath visible in the cold air, his frail figure trembling in the chill, snowflakes settling upon his dark hair. She frowned slightly. Xia Weilu, why have you not returned to the Zhenshi Hofu? This man, so feeble, dared to venture out into the night air, drenched in snow. Was he courting death? Yet, when her gaze fell upon Qie Shui in the distance, her expression darkened. What else could he be doing so late if not reveling in indulgence? Xia Weilu looked at Lin Qinghuang, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. I just want to listen to music at Qie Shui, but the ladies inside dismissed me for being too weak. You? Lin Qinghuang's words faltered, her face a mask of disdain as she regarded him. Knowing his frailty, he still dared to visit such places. Standing beside Lin Qinghuang under the umbrella, Xia Weilu said, "It's a bit far from here to the Jinshi Hofu. And I'm freezing all over, and if I walk like this, I might lose my life. I remember your residence is not far from here. May I go to your place?" "Absolutely not." Lin Qinghuang promptly rejected him. Xia Weilu lowered his head, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. "The Jinshi Hofu is no longer my home. I am but a lost dog now." Lin Qinghuang frowned slightly but remained unmoved. She knew that 9 out of 10 of his words were false. Realizing he could not deceive her, Xia Weilu added, "I obtained some information about the Tinya sword from the Jinshi Hofu. Would you like to know?" Lin Qinghuang's attention sharpened. "Speak." "Cold." Xia Weilu rubbed his hands together. "Humph." Lin Qinghuang smirked coldly, "Then let us return together." "Lead the way." Xia Weilu straightened, his smile brightening. "You truly are insistent," Lin Qinghuang retorted, unable to find words as she led the way forward. Chapter 21. With Spirit. One is never tired. The Lin residence was no longer as it once was, but now belonged to Lin Qinghuang herself. The estate was grand, adorned with fiery dragon-colored lanterns that illuminated the surroundings. It boasted multiple elegantly decorated pavilions, exuding an air of antiquity and refinement. The front yard was spacious, featuring a lotus pond frozen over, petals suspended delicately upon its surface, surrounded by numerous ancient tree bonsais. The back courtyard was equally expansive, filled with fragrant plum trees, their scents wafting through the air. Although the estate was vast, it felt somewhat deserted, with few inhabitants visible. "Miss, you have returned." Upon seeing Lin Qinghuang, a maid rushed over. Upon noticing Xia Weilu, a flicker of confusion crossed her face. Since joining the Lin residence, she had never seen the miss bring a man home before, making today a rare exception. Lin Qinghuang handed the oiled paper umbrella to the maid, softly instructing, "You may attend to your own duties." "Oh, of course." The maid nodded gently. "Follow me." Lin Qinghuang led Xia Weilu to an ancient and elegant pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Lin Qinghuang brewed a pot of fragrant tea and poured a cup for Xia Weilu. He accepted the tea, shaking his head. "I fear that drinking tea at night will keep me awake." "Do you not worry I might sneak into your bed while you sleep? Do you possess such capability?" Lin Qinghuang shot him a sidelong glance. "Indeed, I just might," Xia Weilu replied with a smile. "Ha ha." Lin Qinghuang dismissed his comment with a light laugh. Xia Weilu took a sip of fragrant tea, warming himself slightly, and inquired, "What about that maid from the Lin family?" He referred to the maid who had implicated him in the downfall of the Lin family. Lin Qinghuang remained silent for a moment before replying. "She was injured at the time and left not long after." She then fixed her gaze on Xia Weilu, her expression serious, and said, "The matter concerning the Lin family requires an explanation. Aren't you tired of bearing this burden for so long?" Xia Weilu's eyes fell upon Lin Qinghuang's graceful form, and he remarked softly, "If you let me touch your leg, I will feel invigorated and no longer weary." "You?" Lin Qinghuang, noticing Xia Weilu's attempt to shift the topic, felt a surge of frustration. For 3 years, he had remained unchanged, always diverting conversations at critical moments. She glared at him and demanded, "Let us discuss the Tinya sword." With a smile, Xia Weilu responded, "According to the information I gathered from the Jinshi Marquis' residence, the Tinya sword originates from Wuyage. Wuyage, the second prince." Lin Qinghuang pondered. It seemed that the mysterious figure wielding the golden snake sword was not of primary importance. The key lay with Wuyage. This information from Xia Weilu would save her considerable time. He then remarked, "Some things cannot be judged by their appearance, even when evidence is laid out before you. It may not necessarily be the truth. You must entertain various hypotheses. Every seemingly impossible target could potentially be your adversary." This statement served not only as a reminder to Lin Qinghuang, but also as a caution to himself. Once a person becomes embroiled in a situation, they may easily be led astray, and often what one believes to have uncovered could very well be meticulously orchestrated by the planner. To unravel the situation, one must maintain sufficient composure. "I understand," Lin Qinghuang replied, her expression calm. "Very well, I am feeling tired." Xia Weilu set down his teacup and moved towards the nearby bed. Upon seeing this, Lin Qinghuang immediately rose and declared, "You are not allowed to lie down here. That is out of the question." Xia Weilu dismissed her concern, reclining on the soft bed, which exuded a faint fragrance. Lin Qinghuang clenched her fists, her forehead lined with fury. This man truly had no sense of propriety. This was her bed, and he had simply sprawled upon it. Tomorrow, She must change the bedding. No, he must be made to find somewhere else to stay. Yawning, Xia Weilu, with a teasing grin, said, Qing Huang, I have climbed onto your bed. Do you have the means to stop me? You are indeed audacious, Lin Qinghuang replied coldly. Xia Weilu chuckled. In the stillness of the night, with a solitary man and woman in the same room, the bedding is cold. Would you care to warm it together? Fear not. I am quite honest and will not overstep my bounds. Lin Qinghuang took a deep breath to suppress her inner fury, poured herself a cup of tea, and took a sip. Would you like me to recite a poem for you? Xia Weilu continued. Oh? Lin Qinghuang turned to him, intrigued. At the Plum Blossom Appreciation Gathering, the poems he had presented had overshadowed all others. Whether they were originally his or merely copied remained a mystery. Hearing that he wished to recite poetry piqued her curiosity about whether he could once again produce a masterpiece. Xia Weilu pulled up the quilt to cover himself, his demeanor turning somber as he said, I am merely a prodigal son. How could I compose poetry? Those were all copied. Then copy another one, Lin Qinghuang said nonchalantly. All right. The look of melancholy on Xia Weilu's face vanished instantly, replaced by a mischievous grin. Observing his rapid change in demeanor, Lin Qinghuang felt apprehensive and quickly added, Never mind. Perhaps you should refrain from reciting. Xia Weilu, with an earnest expression, insisted, That will not do. Poetry must rise with the wind, and I shall not cease until I recite. Lin Qinghuang, exasperated, conceded, Fine, you may recite. I will listen. Clearing his throat, Xia Weilu began with a smile. The north wind blows, fragrant fills the hall, before the red-draped stage. A beauty in thrall, her husband lies in longing's embrace, the azure gown slips, revealing grace. Plum blossoms contest with snow, a celestial prize, falling petals and flowing streams, to age as one, they rise. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuang's temper flared, and she glared at Xia Weilu, exclaiming that was well recited. No wonder you are known as a debauched scion, frequenting wine houses and brothels. Do not recite again. Ha ha, with that done, I shall sleep, Xia Weilu said contentedly. Closing his eyes, moments later, the faint sound of snoring filled the air. How audacious, he fell asleep just like that. Did he not fear my wrath? Lin Qinghuang gazed at the slumbering Xia Weilu and shook her head. She settled cross-legged on the floor, her expression contemplative. After her black market excursion and the confrontation with 4 peak-level practitioners, her cultivation had entered the early stages of the expansion realm. Given her current age, entering this realm was no small feat, but she could not afford to slack off and must continue to strive. Time to cultivate. Lin Qinghuang formed a seal, summoning the surrounding spiritual energy to envelop her in a swirl of azure light. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xia Weilu opened his eyes to find Lin Qinghuang still meditating, and he felt a surge of admiration for her diligence. Quietly, he slipped out of bed and approached her, extending his hand toward her leg. Should you dare to touch me, I shall break your hand. Lin Qinghuang opened her eyes languidly and shot a cold glare at Xia Weilu. He withdrew his hand, chuckling, After a night of cultivation, are you tired? The bedding I warmed throughout the night is still quite toasty. Would you like to lie down for a moment? I will not lie down, Lin Qinghuang replied. Rising to glance out the window, it was time to head to the Tianquan division. She had many matters to attend to today. Chapter 22. A report of 2 deaths in Tianqi City. Heavy snow fell in abundance, and the cold wind howled like a ferocious beast. Frost coated the earth, forming a thick layer of ice, and icicles hung sharply from the eaves. Many plum trees, having bloomed vibrantly the day before, now bowed their heads in submission to the relentless cold and snow, while a few defiant ones braved the elements, only to meet a tragic end. Mischievous children rose early, dressed in thick cotton jackets, wielding bamboo poles to strike the icicles hanging from the eaves, replacing the somberness of winter's decay with their joyful laughter. At the Tianquan division, Lin Qinghuang donned a beautiful azure long dress and brewed a pot of fragrant tea. Savoring it alone, Xia Weilu, reclining in a chair, covered himself with a long robe, his eyes half closed as he indulged in a nap, appearing rather feeble, as though he had not rested well the previous night. Zhang Long observed Xia Weilu with a hint of envy. Both were there to perform their duties, yet Xia Weilu could sleep at any moment, treating the place as his own home, whereas they had to toil away. Truly, connections made all the difference. Has someone reported a case today? Lin Xinghuang asked Zhang Long. He promptly handed her a scroll, stating, last night, the Deputy Minister of Works, Zhang Zai, drowned, and concurrently, the Minister of Works, Su Pan, also perished. Today, Zhang Zai's daughter, Zhang Yun, has come to file a report. These two cases fall under the jurisdiction of the second Prince. Two officials from the Ministry of Works have died. Lin Xinghuang raised an eyebrow as she took a glance at the scroll. The complainant was the same individual, Zhang Yun, which was quite the coincidence, as her husband was none other than Su Pan. Both the father-in-law and son-in-law had perished. The Deputy Minister of Works held a rank of merely the 6th grade, and the minister was but a minor official in the ministry. Their simultaneous death seemed far from simple. Zhang Long added, Zhao Hu has already dispatched men to seal off both locations. Lin Xinghuang nodded lightly. Since the case has reached the second prince, let us go take a look with that. She set her teacup down. Xia Weilu opened his eyes, still drowsy, and said, Xinghuang, I will accompany you. Lin Xinghuang replied coolly, I would not dare trouble the young master. Xia Weilu rose, stretching lazily. After all, I am here to gain experience. I must follow the formalities, lest others gossip. Are you still concerned about gossip? Lin Xinghuang retorted sarcastically. With your thick skin, your reputation in Tianqi City has long since been tarnished. What is there to fear? Xia Weilu replied earnestly. I fear that they might speak ill of you. You are my superior. And if I were to slack off, your reputation would suffer as well. So I should thank you then? Lin Xinghuang replied with a frosty smile. Xia Weilu gazed at her with gentle eyes. After all, you will soon be entering my Zhenshi Marquis' estate. It is best for you to maintain a good reputation to prevent unwanted talk. You? Lin Xinghuang's expression darkened. Zhang Long lowered his head, indicating that he had heard nothing at that moment. He was in awe of Xia Weilu. In Tianqi City, how many dared to provoke Lin Commander in such a manner? Only he, Xia Weilu, could do so. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been struck down with a single sword. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xinghuang grabbed the Tianya sword nearby, suppressing her inner flames, and coldly declared, Let us go. For the sake of the Tianya sword, I shall temporarily refrain from quarreling with this man. At the Zhangzai residence, Zhao Hu and a group of constables cordoned off a pond, beside which lay the corpse of a middle-aged man. We have seen the Lin commander. Upon Lin Xinghuang's arrival, Zhao Hu and the others hurriedly bowed in greeting. Machem. Lin Xinghuang nodded lightly, surveying her surroundings. The pond was not large, and the water was somewhat deep. Those unversed in swimming could easily drown. As for any additional traces, they had already been concealed by the heavy snowfall from the previous night, making it difficult to identify any peculiar marks on the ground. She circled the pond for inspection before focusing on the corpse before her. The body bore a grotesque expression, twisted into a sinister smile, with signs of trauma on the forehead, and was disheveled, presenting a rather horrifying sight. Xia Weilu observed the corpse thoughtfully. The circumstances of the deceased seemed indicative of drowning, yet there were also signs of having frozen to death. Lin Xinghuang bent down, meticulously examining the scene, and mused. There is liquid in the mouth and nose, debris present, the lungs are engorged, and the livor mortis is a vivid crimson. The time of death should be around the hour of the pig. At this juncture, she turned her gaze towards Zhao Hu and inquired, Where is Zhang Yun? A woman in her early 30s hurriedly approached, attired in a pink cotton dress, with a gray scarf around her neck. Her attire evoking an inexplicable sense of contradiction. At that moment, her pallid face bore an expression of profound sorrow as she addressed Lin Xinghuang. Your Excellency, I am Zhang Yun. Were you here when your father passed away? Lin Xinghuang asked. Zhang Yun shook her head despondently, replying, I was not. My husband died last night, and in my anguish, I came to seek my father today, only to learn that he drowned in the pond. Lin Xinghuang narrowed her eyes and calmly stated, Go summon the steward here. This subordinate shall attend to it at once. Zhao Hu promptly departed. After a brief interval, Zhao Hu returned with a group. Among them, an elderly man. The elder bowed to Lin Xinghuang and said, I pay my respects, Your Excellency. I am the steward here. Lin Xinghuang questioned, Who was the first to discover Zhang Zai's drowning? The steward, with a bitter expression, replied, It was I. When did you make this discovery? Lin Xinghuang pressed. The steward explained, This morning, as per routine, I would bring food to the old master, but upon passing through the courtyard, I found the master lying inside. Coincidentally, The young lady had just returned, so I immediately reported it. Lin Xinghuang regarded the steward. There were numerous guards in the courtyard. How could no one have noticed when the man perished? Or did they not hear any cries for help? Under normal circumstances, a person drowning would certainly call for assistance. The steward shook his head. Last night, the wind and snow were fierce. We heard no sounds at all. Moreover, this is outside the old master's loft, where he did not permit the guards to approach. They could only stand watch outside. Lin Xinghuang turned to Zhang Yun. Did your father not allow outsiders near this place? Zhang Yun nodded. Indeed, my father has always disliked guards coming close. Even the maids must be exceedingly cautious when cleaning here, especially in my father's room, where no maid is permitted to approach. He usually cleans it himself. Lin Xinghuang appeared pensive, contemplating. Given the blizzard, the prohibition on guards, and the drowning, there would have been some commotion, a cry for help. It was impossible for there to be complete silence, unless there were extenuating circumstances. With this thought, Lin Xinghuang turned to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, instructing, "You both analyze this case." Zhao Hu, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Your Excellency, I believe Zhang Zai drowned." Lin Xinghuang asked, "What leads you to this conclusion?" Zhao Hu gestured towards Zhang Cheng's corpse. The expression shows signs of struggle, with liquid in the mouth, and the chest is distended, indicating that he inhaled a significant amount of pond water before ultimately drowning. It is winter, and the nights are particularly frigid. If someone falls into the water, the icy water could cause their body to cramp instantly, making it difficult to struggle. Thus they would be submerged. Unable to call for help, Lin Xinghuang shook her head, then turned to Zhang Long. "What is your opinion?" Zhang Long replied, "I believe Zhao Hu is correct." Lin Xinghuang's gaze fell upon Xiaoweilu. "Xiaoweilu? Please share your thoughts." Chapter 23. The Symptoms of Freezing to Death, a Strange Smile. What should I say? Xiaoweilu inquired. Lin Xinghuang said, "First, why is there a bruise on the forehead?" Xiaoweilu examined the corpse. "Given the cold weather, the pond is frozen. If someone were to suddenly fall in, would it not be unusual for their face to collide with the ice surface, resulting in bruising?" Lin Xinghuang silently nodded, then asked, "Why is he not properly dressed?" "From the appearance of the corpse, it is evident he is not in a nightgown," Xiaoweilu replied. "Perhaps he felt too warm and decided to remove his clothing." This raised a critical question. In such frigid weather, why would he feel warm? Lin Xinghuang posed the key inquiry. Xiaoweilu casually remarked, "I have heard it said that when a person is freezing to death, they may perceive a sensation of warmth throughout their body, leading them to instinctively remove their clothing, and their face may bear a smile, as if death itself offers the deceased one final tenderness. That cannot be right," Zhao Hu interjected, shaking his head. "If a person is freezing, they would be desperate to add more layers. How could they possibly want to remove their clothing?" Xiaoweilu shrugged. "Who knows? Perhaps it is a result of confusion, leading to hallucinations." Lin Xinghuang responded, "Actually, what Xiaoweilu said is not without merit. Each winter, many perish from freezing, and according to various regional records, those who freeze to death often shed their garments and display a peculiar smile. This phenomenon is quite remarkable, and there is currently no definitive explanation. However, many frozen corpses exhibit these two signs, which can be considered characteristic indicators of death by freezing." Zhao Hu appeared taken aback. It seemed his readings had been insufficient, as he learned of such signs associated with freezing death. Lin Xinghuang turned to Xiaoweilu. "So do you believe this person froze to death?" Xiaoweilu, with a languid demeanor, replied, "Whether by freezing or drowning, these are secondary matters. The most critical issue at present should be investigating the factors that led to his actions." He focused on the corpse of Zhang Zai on the ground. A normal, living person would not idly abandon a warm room to deliberately venture out into the cold, becoming so disoriented that they fell into the pond, would they? The very notion of being out in the cold is already suspect. This case is surely not straightforward. It may require connection with another case. After all, the deceased is both a father-in-law and a son-in-law, inherently linked. Thus, could their causes of death have any correlation? Lin Xinghuang's lips curled into a slight smile as she regarded Xiaoweilu with a keen gaze. This fellow indeed possessed acumen. His previous involvement in the Huansha Tower case had already hinted at his exceptional insight, and now he had discerned the most crucial issue in any death case. It is either murder, suicide, or accidental death. There must be a core factor leading to death. Lin Xinghuang waved her hand. "Take the body to the Tianquan division." With that, she proceeded toward the loft. Xia Weilu had arrived at the same conclusion. The simultaneous occurrence of two cases could not be mere coincidence. It was essential to investigate the other case as well, as it might yield special discoveries. Xia Weilu gazed at Lin Qinghuang's receding figure, a calm smile gracing his lips. The emergence of these two cases should not be a coincidence. Perhaps someone was subtly guiding Lin Qinghuang, deliberately steering her investigation in a particular direction. It was clear that relying solely on others would be insufficient. Xia Weilu felt compelled to take action himself. Conspiracy and intrigue? Who among us is not capable of such? In the loft, Lin Qinghuang conducted a thorough examination. She had made some discoveries, bending down to scrutinize a portion of the floor on the left side. Most areas of the loft were quite tidy, except for a section near the bookshelf, which bore a layer of dust. Lin Qinghuang promptly approached, inspecting the bookshelf, which housed numerous scrolls, each connected by a string. She attempted to pull one, with a rumble, when she tugged at one of the strings. A faint sound emanated from behind the bookshelf, which then slid aside, revealing a hidden compartment before Lin Qinghuang's eyes. She did not immediately investigate the hidden compartment, but instead focused on the ground, where the dust's presence was highly significant, as it bore 3 footprints along with a small, the size of a fingernail. Xia Weilu remarked. Other areas have been cleaned, yet this spot has been deliberately left dusty. This cannot be attributed to Zhang Zai's carelessness, but rather to intentionality. The dust on the floor was concealed by the bookshelf, and if someone were to move the bookshelf to access the hidden compartment, they would surely leave footprints beneath it. If someone had come at night, they would have struggled to notice the dust. Zhang Zai, aware of the dust he intentionally left behind, would certainly be quick to notice if an outsider approached. It seems this was to deter intruders. Lin Qinghuang had previously observed Zhang Zai's shoes. 2 of the footprints belonged to him, while the last one remained unidentified. She retrieved a pen from her sleeve and sketched the solitary footprint, then tucked the paper back into her sleeve. She then turned her attention to the hidden compartment, which was lightly dusted in the center. There was a clear area devoid of dust, indicating that something had once occupied this space but was now missing. Zhang Zai had prohibited others from approaching here, likely out of fear that his hidden treasures would be discovered. Regrettably, the items had already been removed. It appears the items within have disappeared. Zhang Zai is dead? Possibly a case of murder for gain, Lin Qinghuang muttered. Stepping back, the bookshelf returned to its original position, and such a design made the floor's dust even less noticeable. This wine jug is exquisite. Do you think Zhang Zai consumed something peculiar before his demise, leading to his physical troubles? Or perhaps he was intoxicated? Xia Weilu inquired, picking up a wine jug from the table. Lin Qinghuang approached. Taking the jug from Xia Weilu's hands, it still contained some liquid. She extracted a silver needle to test it. Xia Weilu chuckled. A silver needle can detect many poisons, but some toxins remain undetectable, such as the previous Tian Marin. Lin Qinghuang put away the silver needle, contemplating. This is the osmanthus brew from Tianqi City. It appears to be unproblematic. After setting down the wine jug, she continued her observations. The room's furnishings were neatly arranged, showing no signs of disorder, and there was no evidence of a struggle within. Xia Weilu fixed his gaze upon the tablecloth, inhaling gently, as a peculiar fragrance wafted from it, distinct from the scent of wine. After a brief examination yielded little, Lin Qinghuang remarked, "It seems we must pay a visit to Su Pan. I hope for some extraordinary discoveries." The absence of traces here made it clear that uncovering further evidence would prove challenging. A post-mortem examination of Zhang Zai would be necessary, yet first, a visit to Su Pan was imperative. Su Pan's residence, Ina Grand Hall. A corpse of a man with a ghastly visage lay on the ground, surrounded by the personnel of the Tianquan division. Their expressions were peculiar, for Su Pan's death bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Zai's. Both had contorted faces and evident injuries. Moreover, according to the Su family, Su Pan's body had also been retrieved from the pond. The difference lay in Su Pan's lack of a sinister smile and his relatively orderly attire, while Zhang Zai had a bruise on his forehead, and Su Pan had one on the back of his head. As for the time of Su Pan's demise, it was during the midnight hour. Lin Qinghuang turned to Zhang Yun and calmly inquired, "When your father passed away, you were not present. Were you present when your husband met his end?" "I was there," replied a middle-aged man in black robes hastily. Lin Qinghuang frowned. "Who are you?" The man bowed. "I am the steward of the Zhang residence, Ma Shan." Lin Qinghuang replied coolly, Since you are so certain that Madame Zhang was present, it follows that you were there as well. Please, share the details of this case. Steward Ma answered, the master was slain by a water ghost. The water ghost? Lin Qinghuang scrutinized Steward It was not uncommon for supernatural beings to commit murder, yet upon merely glancing at the scene, she discerned it was not the handiwork of a creature. Sometimes, humans could be far more brutal than monsters. Steward Ma elaborated, last night, the master's screams echoed, and we witnessed a water ghost dragging him into the pond. Many guards and maidservants within the residence saw this. Some guards attempted to intervene and were grievously injured. Indeed, we all witnessed it. The master was killed by a water ghost, confirmed several of the Su household's guards and maidservants. Their voices tinged with lingering fear. They had indeed seen the water ghost, whose grotesque appearance was terrifying, as it pulled the master into the water. A sight they would never forget. Xiao Weilu, if you were to investigate this case, how would you proceed? Lin Qinghuang asked, gazing at him. Chapter 24. My subordinates do not harbor useless individuals. Xiao Weilu looked at Lin Qinghuang in silence. Qinghuang, I am merely here to observe. There is no need for me to exert myself. Lin Qinghuang replied matter-of-factly, my subordinates do not harbor useless individuals. Xiao Weilu sighed, to make a horse run, one must provide it with fodder. If you offer me sustenance, I shall exert myself, and I will prove to you that I am not useless. Lin Qinghuang furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss in Xiao Weilu's words, yet lacking evidence. Xiao Weilu bent down to examine Su Pan's corpse, gently pressing upon his chest. Su Pan's condition differed somewhat from Zhang Zai's. There were no obvious traces of water or foreign substances in his mouth and nostrils, nor were there significant signs of swelling in his chest. He turned to Steward Ma and asked, when Su Pan was pulled into the pond by the water ghost, did he struggle? He did, Steward Ma responded instinctively. Upon hearing this, Xiao Weilu and Lin Qinghuang exchanged knowing glances, revealing a meaningful smile. Xiao Weilu examined Su Pan's mouth and nostrils, shaking his head. The absence of water indicates that he must have lost consciousness before falling into the pond. If he had lost consciousness, how could there have been any struggle? Steward Ma's expression faltered as he quickly replied, perhaps it was due to the heavy snow and darkness last night. I might have misjudged. Oh, that is a possibility, Xiao Weilu nodded, then turned to Zhang Yun. I am curious. You were present when your husband died last night. Why did you not report it? Zhang Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. The members of the Tianquan division also turned their attention to her. While it was understandable that outsiders might not have discovered Zhang Zai's death, it was peculiar that they did not report Su Pan's death, which had been witnessed by many. Others might have hesitated. But Zhang Yun, as Su Pan's wife, failing to report promptly raised suspicions. Steward Ma interjected, last night, with the water ghost rampage, everyone was in a state of panic, and it was quite late. We presumed that all the government offices were closed. It was only today that we realized the urgency and rushed to report. Xiao Weilu extended his hand, gently probing Su Pan's occiput, noting the clean edge of the wound. Steward Ma, how do you believe this injury on the back of your master's head was inflicted? Steward Ma appeared contemplative. He must have struck a stone. The water ghost pulled him from the attic, and when confronted by the guards, it tossed the master by the pond's edge, where he struck his head against a rock. The guards affirmed, indeed, when the water ghost fought us, it did throw the master beside the pond. Xiao Weilu said with a playful expression, you just mentioned that the heavy snow and darkness made it difficult to see. How then could you ascertain that Su Pan's head struck the stone? Your vision seems to fluctuate. Steward Ma's body trembled. Realizing that Xiao Weilu had ensnared him in a trap he unwittingly fell into. The onlookers regarded Steward Ma with significant glances. There was clearly something amiss with him, Xiao Weilu inquired. From which room was Su Pan dragged? From Steward Ma's room, a guard promptly replied. Xiao Weilu turned to Steward Ma with surprise. What business did Su Pan have in your room? Steward Ma hastily explained. The master came to inquire about some financial matters. Xiao Weilu stated, let us inspect the pond. Before long, they arrived at a pond in the courtyard. It was not particularly large, yet deep enough to drown a person. Xiao Weilu crouched to examine a sharp stone at the pond's edge, which bore traces of frozen blood. Steward Ma pointed at the stone. The master struck this stone last night. Xiao Weilu surveyed the surroundings, smiling faintly. Last night, the snow covered everything, yet this stone remained exposed. How intriguing that it appears to me that the snow around this stone has been deliberately cleared. revealing it more prominently than the surrounding snow. Indeed, it was so. The individuals from the Tianquan division nodded gently. Other stones were covered in snow, yet this particular stone was bare. Moreover, the snow surrounding it was noticeably shallower, suggesting someone had intentionally cleared it to expose the stone. There were numerous footprints around the pond, but examining them alone yielded no conclusions. Sweat beaded on Steward Ma's forehead. Xiaoweilu scrutinized Steward Ma's face. Chuckling, "Steward Ma, in such frigid weather, you are sweating." The onlookers wore knowing smiles as they observed Steward Ma. Having reached this point in their investigation, they had formed suspicions. Steward Ma wiped his sweat and shook his head. "It is merely some snow that has melted and dripped from my hair, not sweat." Xiaoweilu glanced at the surrounding buildings, his gaze landing on one with a shattered window. "Is this your room?" "Steward Ma?" "Indeed," Steward Ma nodded. Xiaoweilu asked, "Where is Su Pan's room?" "There." Steward Ma pointed to another building. Xiaoweilu turned to Zhang Yun. "May I ask, Madam Su, is your room located here?" Zhang Yun instinctively pointed to another building. Xiaoweilu inquired with a smile, "How surprising that you and Su Pan do not reside in the same building." Zhang Yun trembled slightly, murmuring, "I have not shared a dwelling with my husband for half a month due to my poor health." "Madam Su is unwell? I just examined your husband and found it to be he who is ailing," Xiaoweilu remarked, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's gaze faltered, avoiding eye contact with Xiaoweilu. He continued, "Madam Su, has no one pointed out that the gray scarf around your neck does not complement your pink cotton dress, yet it seems to match Steward Ma's black robe quite well?" The crowd immediately turned their attention to the scarf around Zhang Yun's neck. Having observed her attire earlier, they sensed an inexplicable contradiction but could not articulate it was only when Xiaoweilu highlighted it that they realized the inconsistency. The scarf indeed appeared out of place. Not only did the color clash with her garments, but the material was coarse, lacking any decorative patterns, and of a dull hue. Typically, a woman's scarf would be vibrant and adorned with exquisite embellishments. But Zhang Yun's scarf resembled that of a man. Panic washed over Zhang Yun's face as she became thoroughly flustered. Xiaoweilu turned to Lin Xinghuang. "Xinghuang, would you kindly examine Madame Su's scarf? I suspect there may be a mark on her neck." Lin Xinghuang addressed Zhang Yun. "Madame Su, please allow me to see your scarf." Steward Ma interjected hastily, "This is the lady's private possession. Hand it over." Lin Xinghuang replied, disregarding Steward Ma, as she extended her hand towards Zhang Yun with an impassive expression. Chapter 25. Another lie, the Lord's indication. Zhang Yun hesitated for a moment before removing the scarf and handing it to Lin Xinghuang. At the moment she removed it, everyone clearly saw a mark on her neck. At that moment, they could not help but give a thumbs up to Xiaoweilu, truly remarkable. He had indeed guessed that there was a mark of restraint on Zhang Yun's neck. Xiaoweilu turned to Zhang Yun and inquired, "Madam Su, this mark on your neck is indicative of strangulation. Can you tell me who left it?" My husband," Zhang Yun replied, lowering her head. Upon hearing this, Xiaoweilu showed no sign of surprise. He stated, "I shall go and inspect Su Pan's chamber. I in Su Pan's room." Xiaoweilu glanced around and noticed a table with a wine jug atop it. The arrangement bore some resemblance to Zhang Zai's room, which was impeccably tidy and not at all chaotic. Ignoring the table, he approached a cabinet, and after a brief search, he discovered a small piece of tea cake. Lifting it, he inhaled deeply, his eyes narrowing at the familiar scent. It had been present on the tablecloth in Zhang Zai's room. After stowing the tea cake, Xiaoweilu exited the chamber. "Have you found anything?" Lin Xinghuang asked, gazing at Xiaoweilu. He shook his head, replying, "Nothing." Afterward, he proceeded towards the Steward Ma's quarters. Outside, the snow had been cleared, and the footprints were barely discernible. This was not only the case outside Ma's quarters, but also outside Zhang Yun's, where the footprints had been similarly erased. Xiaoweilu smiled faintly and addressed the Steward Ma. "Last night, the water ghost committed a heinous act, causing widespread panic, and even the crucial act of reporting was delayed until today. Yet the snow on the ground has been swept away. That was the doing of the house servants. They are always quite diligent." Ma the steward interjected, "Is that so? They cleaned only outside your and Madame Su's quarters, yet neglected to clear outside Su Pan's? Do they believe Su Pan is dead and thus unnecessary to tidy up? Or did someone instruct them to only clean your and Madame Su's areas?" Xiaoweilu fixed his gaze on Ma the steward. "That's the perspective of the servants. I cannot fathom it, but they shall certainly be reprimanded," Ma the steward replied. Xiaoweilu remarked, reprimanding may not be necessary. After all, they have cleared some things, and naturally, they would have seen certain things. It would be prudent to inquire with them. The steward's pupils constricted. Xiaoweilu turned to Lin Xinghuang, saying, Captain Lin, please search Madame Su's room for any exquisite vases or similar items. Lin Xinghuang shot him a look of disbelief, thinking, who is truly in charge here? I tasked you with investigating this matter, yet you are issuing orders to me? Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and swiftly made her way to Zhang Yun's chamber. Both Ma the steward and Zhang Yun shuddered, realizing the gravity of the situation. Let us proceed. We shall inspect the steward Ma's quarters, Xiaoweilu said with a smile as he led the group into Ma the steward's room. Inside, the items were arranged neatly and the place was spotless. Xiaoweilu observed, with the water ghost's intrusion, there should be signs of a struggle, yet this place is remarkably clean, the steward replied. The servants are always fond of cleanliness. I made a special effort to tidy up. Then it seems you have destroyed crucial evidence, Xiaoweilu retorted, leaving Ma the steward momentarily stunned. Xiaoweilu leaned forward, peering out the window, and fortuitously spotted a faint footprint on a nearby eave, as well as several claw marks on the wooden overhang beside the window. He turned to Ma the steward and asked, describe the scene of the water ghost's intrusion and the abduction of Su Pian. The steward pointed to the table, stating, at that moment, the master and I were seated here discussing financial matters when the water ghost suddenly broke through the window. Its speed was astonishing, seizing the master and fleeing. When I chased after them, the guards were already engaged in combat with the steward. You are weaving lies again. Xiaoweilu fixed his gaze upon him. Ma the steward's expression faltered, and he queried, might I request your clarification, my lord? He understood that his fate was sealed. His numerous inconsistencies made him vulnerable to interrogation by the Tianquan office, which could easily compel him to confess. Yet, he was eager to discern where he had faltered. Allow me to elucidate where you have lied. Zhang Long pointed at the shattered windowsill, stating, during the winter's chill, paper becomes stiff from the cold. If one were to break in from outside, the shattered glass would be directed inward. However, this window is broken outward, indicating that the water ghost burst forth from within. Clearly, the incident at the Huansha building had imparted him with some experience. And this time was no different. I see. Ma the steward sighed, admitting his lack of caution. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xinghuang returned with a broken vase, its shards stained with blood. This is not the steward Ma's Celadon vase? A member of the Su family identified it as belonging to Ma the steward based on the damaged vase. The bloodied Celadon vase had found its way into Madame Su's quarters, prompting immediate speculation. Xiaoweilu remarked, the shattered vase belonging to the steward Ma has found its way into Madame Su's room. I have heard it said that a criminal, after committing a crime, typically undertakes 3 actions: fabricating a scene, concealing the body, and hiding the murder weapon. The weapon is generally not hidden in the perpetrator's own residence. Upon examining Su Pan's head wound earlier, it was noted that the injury was smooth and even. Had it been caused by a sharp object, the wound would have been indented, while only a smooth surface could yield such an even injury. Next, it was time for Ma the steward to continue his futile defense. With a complex expression, he said, there is no need for further pretense. This esteemed lord is merely toying with me. If I persist in my denial, I shall only bring ridicule upon myself, as the steward of the Su family. He was well aware of the procedures followed by the authorities. Suspicion alone could lead to his arrest and torture, and he did not believe he could withstand such interrogation. Furthermore, his words were riddled with gaps, making continued denial pointless. Then speak freely, Xiaoweilu prompted, directing his gaze at Ma the steward. The steward looked at the ashen-faced Zhang Yun, hesitating for a moment before confessing. The master's health was failing. Half a month ago, he and the mistress began sleeping apart. Last night, he suddenly went mad and attempted to strangle the mistress. In a moment of desperation, I seized the vase and struck him dead. The scarf around the mistress's neck was hastily given by me to conceal the marks of restraint. And the water ghost? Xiaoweilu pressed further. The steward shook his head, declaring, there was no water ghost. I had the guard Lu Zhao masquerade as one, intending to fabricate a scene of the water ghost's attack. I had thought it would be a minor oversight, yet it turned out to be riddled with flaws. Ma the steward, it was indeed you. Some individuals from the Su family glared at Ma the steward and Madame Su, their faces twisted with fury. This pair of illicit lovers had not only engaged in an affair but had also slain the master. A crime deserving of death. May the steward and Madame Su hung their heads, their faces ashen. Summon Lu Zhao here, Xia Weilu commanded, surveying the surroundings. He has already arrived. A man dressed in a gray robe, wearing a mask and leaning on a cane, entered. Despite his limp, he was known to be a formidable guard of the Su family. Speak, Xia Weilu instructed. Liu Zhao turned to Ma the steward, who urged, given the circumstances, you should speak the truth. Liu Zhao nodded and said, last night, the steward Ma approached me, offering 100 taels of silver to assist him in staging a scene. I played the role of the water ghost, dragging the master's corpse out of the loft, to obscure the wound on the back of the master's head. I followed the steward's instructions to place the master by the pond, creating the illusion that he had struck a stone. We did not report the incident immediately due to the obvious signs of death. We deliberately waited until this morning. Liu Zhao, you were often at the master's side, his most trusted guard. I am surprised to find you involved in this affair. I had been curious as to your absence during the confrontation with the water ghost, but it appears you were the water ghost all along, Xia Weilu remarked. The guards of the Su family glared at Liu Zhao. Recalling that some of their own had been injured while confronting him the previous night, Liu Zhao shook his head, asserting, I am but a cripple. Madame Su's father is a vice minister of the Ministry of Works. Should he intervene, this case could be resolved swiftly. Besides, if I had not played along, my own fate would not be much better. I never anticipated that the vice minister would perish. Xia Weilu addressed Liu Zhao. When I questioned the steward of the Zhang family, he mentioned seeing a guard from the Su family visiting the Zhang residence during the midnight hour. That must have been you, he pondered. It seems that when Su Pan met his demise, you were not with him. Had you been, as his most trusted guard, your presence might have prevented his death. Liu Zhao's expression grew complicated as he replied. I was tasked by the master to deliver newly arrived fine wine to Lord Zhang. By the time I returned, he had already been slain by Ma the steward. Had I been present, he would not have perished. Alas, once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. I was merely complying with Ma the steward and Madame Su's arrangement for 100 taels and the preservation of my own life. Xia Weilu realized, delivering wine. So the osmanthus wine in Zhang Zai's room was brought by you? Indeed, Liu Zhao confirmed with a slight nod. Lin Qinghuang turned to Xia Weilu, a smile gracing her lips. Recognizing the cunning nature of the man, Xia Weilu fixed his gaze on Liu Zhao, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Liu guard, you are indeed spinning a web of lies. Huh? Liu Zhao was taken aback, casting a puzzled look at Xia Weilu. I have not lied. Xia Weilu replied with a calm smile. You should be well aware of the sequence of Zhang Zai's and Su Pan's deaths. Liu Zhao's heart sank, and he shook his head, saying, I only know that the master died at midnight. Beyond that, I am unaware. Xia Weilu remarked. Zhang Zai perished before Su Pan. He met his end at the hour of the high, while Su Pan succumbed at the hour of the Z. If the steward had seen you at the hour of the Z, would it not imply that you visited Zhang Zai's residence and encountered the deceased Zhang Zai? Liu Zhao's countenance shifted slightly, and he hastily replied, last night was late. I must have misremembered. You certainly did misremember, for Zhang Zai's steward did not witness you at Zhang's abode, Xia Weilu said with a knowing expression. Liu Zhao's body trembled, and he continued, My lord, there is no need to deceive me. I did indeed seek out Lord Zhang, but I must have erred regarding the timing. May I show you my hand? Xia Weilu turned his gaze to Liu Zhao. Confused, Liu Zhao extended his hand. Xia Weilu scrutinized Liu Zhao's hands, noting the broken nails and exposed flesh. Liu Zhao explained, I am a practitioner of martial arts. Last night I was soaked in icy water. Surely this is not problematic? It is likely due to frequently grasping the wooden eaves of windows. Xia Weilu replied nonchalantly, that seems to be the case. Liu Zhao's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Xia Weilu. Xia Weilu pointed to the shattered window and remarked, the scratches outside are quite conspicuous, and that solitary footprint is also rather evident. Liu Zhao frowned. What does this signify? It does not necessarily signify much, but I need to show you something critical. Xia Weilu stretched lazily. Qinghuang, bring forth that item you sketched earlier. Xia Weilu looked towards Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang retrieved a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to Xia Weilu. Upon receiving the paper, Xia Weilu instructed Liu Zhao, remove your shoes. Liu Zhao silently complied. Xia Weilu unfolded the paper, revealing a footprint, and compared it to the side of Liu Zhao's shoe, stating, This footprint matches the size of your shoe, and the patterns are quite similar. Liu Zhao remained silent for a moment before inquiring. So, what exactly are you implying, my lord? Xiao Weilu replied. Underneath Zhang Zai's bookshelf lies dust. At night, when you approached the bookshelf to retrieve items from the hidden compartment, you surely did not notice that dust, and your footprint was left behind. Additionally, there is a mark left by your cane. Liu Zhao tightened his grip on his cane, his face turning pale as he realized he had been thoroughly exposed. Dust, there was indeed dust beneath that cabinet. How careless of him! That old fox Zhang Zai remained as cunning as ever. Xiao Weilu observed Lu Zhao and Zhang Yun. Let me deduce the sequence of events. You first went to Zhang Zai's residence under the pretense of Su Pan, then caused his demise and took items from the hidden compartment. Afterward, you returned to Su's residence, where you happened to witness Steward Ma and Madame Su in a compromising situation, igniting your rage. You subsequently informed Su Pan, who, in a fit of anger, attempted to catch them in the act, only to be struck down by Steward Ma with a vase. Liu Zhao. You, upon hearing this, Steward Ma and Zhang Yun's gazes sharpened. Staring intently at Lu Zhao, realizing they had been deceived by him, Liu Zhao sighed. My lord, your deductive skills are truly remarkable. The details are precisely as you described. Xiao Weilu shook his head, saying, that hardly qualifies as detail. What intrigues me more is your motive for murdering both Zhang Zai and Su Pan. Why did witnessing Steward Ma and Madame Su's infidelity provoke you to claw at the wooden eaves? Those scratches were numerous and could not have been made in a single day. You must have known about the affair for quite some time, and your anger was palpable. Liu Zhao spoke solemnly. I did kill Zhang Zai, but not Su Pan. Xiao Weilu chuckled. To kill one is murder. To kill two is also murder. Since you have committed the act, there is no need for denial. The wound on Zhang Zai's nape was not fatal. The true cause of his demise was a heart attack. What? My blow was not the key to the master's death. Steward Ma looked at Xiao Weilu in shock. If he was not the one to directly kill Zhang Zai, could his punishment be mitigated? Fear not. The dungeons of the Tianquan division will ensure you languish there. Xiao Weilu replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Steward Ma's face turned ashen. Xiao Weilu turned to Lu Zhao and said, given the circumstances, you may as well recount all the details. There is no need for us to continue wasting each other's time. Lu Zhao sighed softly. Indeed, there is no point in further evasion, as it is utterly futile. Chapter 27. The Revelation of Infidelity. The wrath of the masses. Lu Zhao silently removed the mask from his face, revealing a grotesque visage marred by fire. Liu Qi. It is you? Zhang Yun gasped in terror upon seeing this face, letting out a piercing scream. Collapsing instantly to the ground, Liu Zhao fixed a sinister smile on Zhang Yun, saying, wretched woman, did you not expect it to be me? Years ago, your father and you conspired against me. Did you ever foresee this day? Xiao Weilu regarded Lu Zhao with a calm demeanor, patiently awaiting his next words. Liu Zhao's expression turned melancholic. Back then, Zhang Zai was merely a county magistrate in Baihe County, while I was but a constable. Zhang Yun and I were on the cusp of betrothal, but alas, an incident transpired. That wretched Zhang Yun, under the pretense of preparing a meal for me, drugged me and set my house ablaze, intending to burn me alive. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. When I awoke, my appearance was irrevocably altered. It took me half a year to recover. Later, I learned that Zhang Zai had been promoted, ascending to the position of Assistant Minister of Works in Tianqi City, while that vile Zhang Yun had married Su Pan. I yearned to see them all suffer 1,000 deaths. I discreetly infiltrated Su's residence, earning Su Pan's trust, and just half a month ago, I happened upon Steward Ma and that wretched Zhang Yun in an affair, which incited my fury. She truly deserved to die. Murdering is hardly sufficient for venting one's wrath, is it? Xiao Weilu interjected. Naturally. Thus, I orchestrated everything, eliminating that dog Zhang Zai, and using the hands of Steward Ma and Zhang Yun to do away with Su Pan. In this manner, they would await their fate in prison, exposed for their infidelity and subjected to public scorn. Would that not provide me with greater satisfaction? Lu Zhao's face twisted into a malevolent grin. You madman, Zhang Yun seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Zhao. Having died once, what is left but madness? Lu Zhao retorted with a cold smirk. Xiao Weilu remarked, you previously mentioned that an incident occurred afterward, which seems related to the items in the hidden compartment. Liu Zhao produced a ledger from within his clothing. What incident? You shall discover it for yourselves within the ledger. Lin Qinghuang reached out to take the ledger but did not examine it, instead placing it away. You used a peculiar poison to kill Zhang Zai and Su Pan, did you not? Xia Weilu inquired. This question was intentionally leading, as the means of Lu Zhao's murders should be intrinsically linked to the half-piece of tea cake he had found in Su Pan's chamber. However, he did not intend to have Lu Zhao disclose this publicly, as it might serve a strategic purpose later. Liu Zhao did not refute him, merely stating, indeed, it is a peculiar poison. Once poisoned, one experiences a surge of heat and accelerated heartbeat, leading to violent tendencies. If one cannot cool down during this time, one can only await death by heart attack. Cooling down can suppress the toxin. The members of the Tianquan division focused intently on Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao scoffed. It is not so simple. After being poisoned, one feels an intense heat and craves cold. Yet prolonged exposure to cold can cause the body to lose its warmth, while the brain remains oblivious, gradually leading to confusion and hallucinations. As the crowd absorbed this information, they suddenly grasped the key to Zhang Zai's death. After being poisoned, Zhang Zai had stepped out onto the balcony to seek a cold breeze. As he did so, his brain failed to register the gradual loss of body temperature, and by the time his consciousness blurred, he hallucinated and collapsed into the pond, resulting in the injury to his forehead. Xia Weilu nodded lightly. Having deduced this, both cases could now be concluded. He turned to Lin Qinghuang, saying, the cases have been clarified. I am weary and shall retire to rest. Go ahead. Lin Qinghuang waved him off. Xia Weilu was indeed an extraordinary individual. His analytical capabilities and knack for setting traps surpassed many within the Tianquan division. While there remained some points of contention within the case worth scrutinizing, they were minor, and the merits outweighed the flaws. Xia Weilu yawned, hands tucked into his sleeves, and turned to leave the loft. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others gazed at Xia Weilu with admiration. Who claimed that Xia Weilu was a wastrel? His aptitude for solving cases left them feeling inferior. However, previously, at the Huansha building, Xia Weilu had stated that being a wastrel did not equate to being a fool. At this moment, they wholly agreed with his assertion. A wastrel merely possessed the means to indulge in revelry, yet that did not imply a lack of intelligence. Upon departing Su Pan's residence, Xia Weilu set off for Qixuin, the private room. He greeted the owner. Lu Yu and Qiyue bowed to Xia Weilu. He waved his hand lightly. No need for excessive courtesy. How has your investigation progressed? Lu Yu produced 3 letters and handed them to Xia Weilu, stating, we have uncovered the truth. The speed of their work was indeed swift. Xia Weilu mused silently, accepting the letters and opening the first one. Daoist Temple. Xia Weilu narrowed his eyes. According to the contents of the letter, Lu Yuan had assumed a new identity as a Taoist priest following the downfall of the Lin family and was now a lamp attendant at Qingyuan Taoist Temple. The Qingyuan Taoist Temple is situated 20 miles north of Tianqi City. Atop Qingyuan Mountain, Jun, with utmost respect, inquired, Master Lu, the Qingyuan Taoist Temple seems rather mysterious, as if it conceals some secrets. Should we proceed to capture that Lu Yuan? Xia Weilu shook his head. I have my own plans for this matter. He continued to unseal the second and third letters. Prior to the downfall of the Lin family, there had been interactions with the second prince. During the Lin family's demise, Wu Yij indeed dispatched a group of individuals. Upon reading this, Xia Weilu raised an eyebrow. It seemed that everything pointed towards the second prince. Could it be that he was truly the mastermind behind the Lin family's destruction? This matter was likely far from simple. Some things, the more evident they appear, the more suspicious they become. However, now that they were aware of Lu Yuan's whereabouts, as long as they found him, they could obtain some crucial information, which might reveal the true answer. Setting aside the letters, Xia Weilu retrieved half a tea cake and presented it to Jun, asking, Are you familiar with this item? Jun accepted the tea cake, inhaling its scent gently, her pupils constricting. This is Tianqi golden tea, which was all the rage in Tianqi City a decade ago. Due to its rarity, it was exchanged for gold, highly favored by some dignitaries. She paused, then added, however, there were instances of individuals consuming this tea and experiencing sudden cardiac arrest, leading to its gradual disappearance from public view. Yet, it is still sold clandestinely. This tea cake seems to have something additional mixed in. Consuming it would likely be fatal. Xia Weilu inquired. Who is selling it? The tea must be the true cause of Zhang Zai and Su Pan's death. Liu Zhao approached Zhang Zai with an ordinary item. Would Zhang Zai be willing to meet him? Even if he were Su Pan's bodyguard? It would not suffice. There is only one possibility. He brought this golden-like tea, leveraging Su Pan's name, claiming it was a gift for his father-in-law. Upon hearing about Tianqi golden tea, Zhang Zai would undoubtedly be excited and eager to taste it, thus leading to the subsequent deaths. Yet, how could Emir Lu Zhao have the means to acquire such golden tea? As he had surmised, someone was orchestrating everything, instructing Lin Qinghuang to investigate certain matters. That ledger was indeed critical, containing extremely important information. Jun nodded. According to the information controlled by Qi Yeshui, Xylan Pavilion is selling this tea, and the third prince is behind it. However, he remains deeply hidden, always lurking in the shadows and never revealing himself. Xylan Pavilion? The third prince? Intriguing. Xia Weilu squinted. It appeared the ledger was a trap. This trap might be aimed at the second prince. After all, the appearance of the Tianya sword had already directed the blame for the Lin family's downfall towards the second prince. And now, coincidentally, this case had also fallen upon him. As the architect of this scheme, they would certainly aim to exploit their advantage, laying down a series of traps to ensure a cohesive narrative and achieve the desired outcome. As for this golden tea, it represented another scheme. Lin Qinghuang's investigation into the ledger would undoubtedly unveil numerous details, and should she delve into the golden tea, it would likely lead back to the third prince. Or perhaps, this golden tea originated from the third prince's hands, intending to implicate the second prince. The golden tea left at the scene might simply be a result of Lu Zhao's failure to destroy the evidence. If so, the presence of this tea cake at the scene would be a significant flaw. Xia Weilu leaned towards the notion that someone aimed to target both the second and third princes. If that were the case, the individual behind this would possess considerable skill. Help me with a task. Xia Weilu instructed Jun on several matters. Since someone was plotting, he would stir the waters, causing the fish in this scheme to scatter chaotically. Understood, Jun bowed. After finishing a cup of wine, Xia Weilu departed from Qi Yeshui. Chapter 28. The White River Flood and Disaster Relief Silver in the Hall of the Heavenly Authority. Lin Qinghuang meticulously examined the ledger. She noticed a page was folded and immediately unfolded it for inspection. In the 49th year of Tianqi, during the winter solstice, there was a flood in Baihe County, and the second prince provided disaster relief with 300,000 taels of silver. Upon reading this, Lin Qinghuang's gaze sharpened. The 49th year of Tianqi was precisely 3 years prior, also during the winter solstice, coinciding with the downfall of the Lin family. She swiftly rose and approached a nearby bookshelf. Retrieving a scroll and opening it.in the 49th year of Tianqi, the Baihe Dam collapsed. The second prince was tasked with transferring to the Ministry of Works, responsible for the dam's reconstruction, and carried 300,000 taels of disaster relief silver to Baihe County. Lin Qinghuang continued to read further. During this time, 300,000 taels of silver inexplicably disappeared. 3 days later, the second prince recovered the silver, and the disaster relief concluded perfectly, with Baihe County Magistrate Zhang Zai assisting the second prince in the efforts and being promoted to the rank of assistant minister in the Ministry of Works. She set down the scroll and once again retrieved an ancient ledger from her sleeve. This ledger was from just before the Lin family's downfall, which she had kept with her in hopes of uncovering some clues. Flipping through it, she located the accounts for the 49th year of Tianqi. Among them was a particularly peculiar entry. The Lin family had expended 300,000 taels of silver, yet there was no explanation for this expenditure, and the handwriting differed from the others, as if added by a different individual. After putting away the ledger, Lin Qinghuang pondered. Another trap. This is meant to compel me to further investigate the second prince. If it were merely a routine expenditure, Zhang Zai, as the Assistant Minister of Works, would not place such importance on a single ledger. Clearly, this entry was problematic. The 300,000 taels of disaster relief silver vanished, only to be recovered 3 days later. Coincidentally, the Lin family also expended 300,000 taels of silver at that time. What are the odds of such coincidence? What connection exists between the Lin family's expenditure of 300,000 taels of silver and the second prince's subsequent recovery of the same amount? Is it the same silver? The emergence of this entry once again positioned her as a pawn, urging her to continue investigating the second prince, Liu Zhao. Lin Qinghuang understood that this individual must know more. Zhang Yun's intent to have Liu Zhao killed was likely arranged by Zhang Zai, aiming to silence him. Reporting to Commander Lin, Liu Zhao has committed suicide by biting his tongue. Zhang Long hurriedly entered the hall. Quite decisive. Lin Qinghuang merely frowned slightly upon hearing this. What of Zhang Yun? What did she say? Lin Qinghuang inquired. Zhang Long shook his head. Zhang Yun said that killing Lu Zhao was Zhang Zai's arrangement. She didn't know the true reason. Zhang Zai only told her that he would take her to Tianqi City and that they couldn't allow a mere bodyguard like Lu Zhao to be a burden. Heh, Lin Qinghuang let out a cold laugh. Reporting to Commander Lin, I just encountered someone outside claiming to be from the palace. She said the tea from Xylan Pavilion is exceptionally delicious and specifically brought you a sample. Zhao Hu quickly entered, handing Lin Qinghuang a piece of Xin paper. Oh? Lin Qinghuang took the paper and opened it, revealing a small piece of tea cake, its fragrance remarkably rich. This scent. Lin Qinghuang inhaled gently, feeling as if she had encountered this aroma before. She closed her eyes, her mind racing through memories. Moments later, she opened her eyes and spoke in a low voice. Tianqi golden tea. It seemed that the same scent had been present in Zhang Zai's room previously, though she hadn't thought much of it at the time. Tianqi golden tea? Wasn't this tea banned from sale 10 years ago? Zhao Hu exclaimed in surprise. Tianqi golden tea, once all the rage, with its rich aroma captivating countless dignitaries. Though officially banned, there are certainly those who would take risks. Immediately investigate Xylan Pavilion. If they are indeed selling this tea, we shall take them all down. Lin Qinghuang commanded coldly. Understood. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu promptly departed. Lin Qinghuang gazed at the tea cake in her hand, murmuring, I was curious about what kind of poison Lu Zhao used to kill Zhang Zai and Su Pan, one that even silver needles couldn't detect. It seems that this golden tea is undoubtedly the answer. Ordinary beverages presented by Lu Zhao would hardly merit Zhang Zai's attention. Only this precious golden tea would compel him to impatiently brew and taste it. How exorbitant is the price of golden tea? Especially since it was banned from sale, the clandestine price must be even higher. As a mere bodyguard, Lu Zhao naturally lacked the qualifications to obtain such golden tea. The case involving Zhang Zai and Su Pan is merely the surface. Many others are entangled behind the scenes. Oh, what is Qinghuang pondering? Are you missing me? Xia Weilu cheerfully entered the hall. Lin Qinghuang cast a glance at Xia Weilu and replied, curious about what that ledger contained? Not particularly, Xia Weilu replied nonchalantly, settling down beside her. Lin Qinghuang remarked indifferently, 3 years ago, the second prince went to Baihe for disaster relief, carrying 300,000 taels of silver. Yet, the silver mysteriously vanished, only to be recovered 3 days later. Coincidentally, the Lin family also expended 300,000 taels of silver at that time. I don't understand. I find matters involving numbers most troublesome. Xia Weilu shook his head. As he had anticipated, the case involving Zhang Zai and Su Pan was a setup designed to push Lin Qinghuang to continue investigating the second prince. This individual could be the first prince, the third prince, or perhaps another prince altogether. If it were the first prince who provided the tea cake to Lu Zhao would be responsible for the demise of both individuals, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action, prompting Lin Qinghuang to investigate the second prince, while also tracing the tea cake back to the third prince. If it were the third prince, then the tea cake was indeed his to sell, and by providing it to Lu Zhao, his intention would be to stoke the flames, encouraging Lin Qinghuang to delve deeper into the second prince's affairs. If it were another prince, this scheme would be aimed at inciting infighting among the 3 princes, allowing the architect to reap the benefits. In any scenario, the second prince remained the target of investigation. Before us lies a situation where Xia Weilu increasingly appears to be orchestrated by the first prince. After all, the mere presence of that tea cake in Su Pan's abode serves as a glaring flaw. Were the third prince to undertake such actions, he would certainly refrain from leaving any incriminating evidence behind. In this regard, Xia Weilu has also intervened, deliberately having the people of Chia Shui masquerade as palace officials to deliver the tea cake to Lin Qinghuang, thus creating a scenario that could incite suspicion among several princes. From the third prince's perspective, the investigation into Xylan Pavilion has resulted in substantial losses, leading him to suspect whether the first prince or perhaps another prince is plotting against him. Conversely, from the first prince's standpoint, the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan, coupled with the matter of Xylan Pavilion selling golden tea, provides him ample grounds to impeach the third prince. However, the fact that the news of Xylan Pavilion's sale of golden tea was relayed to Lin Qinghuang by palace insiders might also raise questions for the first prince. If we assume the first prince is the mastermind, his intention behind leaving a small tea cake in Su Pan's room would be to frame the third prince. Yet, at this moment, once the news reaches the palace, the third prince would likely be the first to cast suspicion upon him, thereby directly antagonizing the third prince, which would be decidedly unwise. It is crucial to understand that the outcomes of Lin Qinghuang's own investigation into the golden tea and the information relayed by palace insiders would yield vastly different results. At such a juncture, might the first prince also begin to suspect that there are other forces scheming behind the scenes, aiming to incite discord among the three princes? Is it possible that a deeply concealed prince is merely observing the chaos unfold? Once the princes begin to harbor suspicions, the waters will surely be muddied. Chapter 29. Mutual Suspicion, Watching from Afar. Lin Qinghuang chose not to dwell further on this matter. Xia Weilu extended his foot toward her, saying, "Qinghuang, my feet are cold." Lin Qinghuang replied nonchalantly, "Your body is depleted, your essence diminished, your kidneys weak, and the balance of yin and yang insufficient. Naturally, you feel cold. You ought to frequent the pleasure houses less, lest you find yourself unable to endure this winter." Xia Weilu softly remarked, "If you would warm my bed and allow me a taste, I would surely persevere. Should you dare to speak such nonsense again, I shall ensure you do not survive even today." Lin Qinghuang retorted fiercely, glaring at him. "Given the frigid day, why must your gentle lips utter such chilling words?" Xia Weilu sighed despondently. Lin Qinghuang closed her eyes, choosing to ignore him. An hour later, a voice reported, "Commander Lin, we have uncovered a considerable amount of golden tea at Xylan Pavilion, which has now been sealed off. However, it appears that the third prince is behind this establishment." Zhang Long bowed to Lin Qinghuang. "Understood. You may leave," she waved, then picked up paper and pen, swiftly drafting a memorial. The situation was growing increasingly intriguing. Since these individuals wished to contend, let them do so amongst themselves. She merely needed to present the information she had discovered. As for where her blade would ultimately point, that would depend on what she could uncover. If they wished to wield her as a weapon, it would not be so simple. 2 hours later, Lin Qinghuang's memorial was submitted through the Grand Commander in the palace. Within the Qiankuan Hall, a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and an imposing demeanor sat upon a bed. He gazed at the memorial in his hand, his voice icy as he commanded, "Summon the third prince to me at once." This man was the Summer Emperor. A eunuch hastily scurried off to convey the order. After a considerable time, a young man entered the grand hall, clad in a pristine white robe, immaculate and extraordinarily handsome. "Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor." This was none other than the third prince, Yin Wuchen. The Summer Emperor regarded Yin Wuchen with indifference. "Do you know why I have summoned you?" Yin Wuchen hesitated for a moment. "I do not know." "Read this." The Summer Emperor tossed the memorial to him. Yin Wuchen caught it, glanced over it, and his pupils contracted. He quickly prostrated himself, exclaiming, "Father Emperor, someone is framing me." "Framing you?" "The deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan are linked to golden tea, and your Xylan Pavilion is selling golden tea. Do you truly believe this is a frame?" The Summer Emperor replied sternly. Yin Wuchen lowered his head, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. At this moment, he comprehended the difficulty of justifying his position. After all, Xylan Pavilion was indeed his, and he was selling golden tea, yet he had no connection to the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan. But who would believe him? The Summer Emperor continued impassively. "You shall be punished with a month of wall-gazing to reflect, and the winter hunting affairs you are responsible for will be handed over to your elder brother." "Your son understands?" Yin Wuchen dared not protest. "You may leave," commanded the Summer Emperor with a wave of his hand. Yin Wuchen bowed his head and exited. "Useless wretch," the Summer Emperor muttered coldly. Upon leaving the Qiankuan Hall, Yin Wuchen's expression darkened significantly. He hurried back to his residence, feeling thoroughly played today. As he returned, the guards greeted him respectfully. Yin Wuchen coldly instructed, "Immediately investigate the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan, as well as the situation at Xylan Pavilion. I want thorough details." Xylan Pavilion had fortuitously been selling him golden tea, filling his coffers, but now, with it sealed and the golden tea confiscated, he had suffered a tremendous loss, with the Summer Emperor now aware of his dealings. Continuing to sell this tea would undoubtedly come at a great cost. His lucrative route with golden tea had been abruptly severed, and having been framed, how could he not be furious? The guards promptly set to work. After a short while, the guards returned with a letter, handing it to Yin Wuchen. "We have ascertained that the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan are indeed linked to golden tea, and the information regarding golden tea was provided to Lin Qinghuang by palace insiders. Yin Wuchen took the letter, scrutinizing it intently, his face darkening. Palace insiders provided the information? What a cunning Yin Junlin. Not only does he seek revenge on me, but he dares to provoke me by using golden tea against me, even alerting Lin Qinghuang to Xylan Pavilion's dealings in golden tea. This is utterly unforgivable. If you wish to be unkind, do not expect kindness in return. If Lin Qinghuang had conducted her own investigation into the golden tea, tracing it back to Xylan Pavilion would have taken considerable time. During that interval, he could have wiped away any traces of Xylan Pavilion's golden tea dealings. However, this time, the palace directly transmitted the information to Lin Qinghuang, leaving Yin Wuchen with no opportunity to react. Xylan Pavilion's downfall was swift and absolute. Who within the palace would be most likely to relay the news of golden tea to Lin Qinghuang? It could only be Zhang Zai, Su Pan's puppet master. The first prince. Yin Wuchen crumpled the letter in his fist, his voice cold as he declared, with the winter hunt approaching, this matter has been entrusted to Yin Junlin by Father Emperor. Prepare accordingly. I must present him with a grand gift. Understood. The guard bowed and quickly departed. In the residence of the second prince, a young man clad in a blue robe with a brooding expression scattered bait into a pond. This was none other than the second prince, Yin Wuyo. Your Highness, His Majesty has summoned the third prince and punished him with a month of wall gazing. The winter hunting affairs have also been assigned to the first prince. A guard reported to Yin Wuyo. Yin Wuyo replied impassively, Elder brother has played a clever hand, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The guard hesitated before saying, this matter may indeed be instigated by the third prince. As he has been selling golden tea, the deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan are inextricably linked to golden tea. Yin Wuyo remarked, while it's understandable that the third prince wishes to stoke the flames, he would not leave such a glaring flaw as Xylan Pavilion exposed, especially since he has also suffered considerable losses. This is clearly the work of elder brother, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A masterful scheme. The guard looked at Yin Wuyo. Now that the first prince is overseeing the winter hunt, should we? Yin Wuyo gazed at the pond. Let us observe the developments. Understood. The guard bowed and departed. Meanwhile, in the first prince's residence, Yin Junlin, clad in a black robe, savored fine wine with a broad smile. I can only imagine how grim the expressions of the second and third princes must be right now. Do not be too pleased. It does not guarantee you are the true victor in this matter. A detached voice interjected as Yin Ruyu approached. Yin Junlin looked at her in surprise. What makes you say that? Yin Ruyu replied nonchalantly, the news concerning Xylan Pavilion's sale of golden tea was not uncovered by Lin Qinghuang. It was relayed to her by someone within the palace. Indeed? Yin Junlin raised an eyebrow. The deaths of Zhang Zai and Su Pan were indeed orchestrated by him, as was the matter of golden tea, all part of a grander scheme to achieve dual objectives. He intended not only for Lin Qinghuang to investigate Yin Wuyo, but also for Yin Wuchen to suffer losses. Previously, he sensed something amiss with the 3 factions aligning themselves with Yin Wuyo, and suspected that someone was deliberately plotting to incite discord, possibly the third prince, Yin Wuchen. Thus, he ensnared Yin Wuchen in this trap. However, he had refrained from informing Lin Qinghuang about the sale of golden tea at Xylan Pavilion, preferring to leave a sliver of opportunity for Yin Wuchen to react, ensuring things did not become too extreme. Yet, with the palace directly notifying Lin Qinghuang, Yin Wuchen was left with no chance to respond, resulting in Xylan Pavilion's swift demise, which may not bode well for him. Yin Ruyu stated coolly, it seems there are deeper machinations at play. Is it the 4th prince, the 5th prince, or perhaps the 6th prince? You constructed a scheme to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, yet someone is executing a scheme to kill 3 birds. Merely observing the chaos unfold, Yin Junlin said, his expression grave. The struggle for imperial power is fraught with hidden dangers. We must expose those lurking in the shadows. Otherwise, their continued concealment poses a significant threat. Chapter 30. Qingyuan Taoist Temple. The illuminating Taoist as dusk fell, the sky was adorned with evening clouds, casting a golden hue upon the snow-capped mountains, a sight of exquisite beauty. Xia Weilu opened his eyes and removed the long robe draped over him. He glanced not far away, where Lin Qinghuang was intently studying a scroll, displaying remarkable determination. Qinghuang, the Tianshu division can disperse at the hour of Shun, and now it should be the hour of Su. It's time for you to return home, Xia Weilu remarked with a smile. I will return alone. Lin Qinghuang replied coolly. Very well, as a cultivator, you can withstand it, but I am different. I am too frail and need to recuperate. Xiaoweilu said as he rose and walked toward the palace exit. He had already gathered news about Lu Yuan and intended to visit Qingyuan Mountain under the cover of night to avoid drawing attention. You do not seek to recuperate. You merely wish to continue depleting your health, Lin Xinghuang commented, watching Xiaoweilu's retreating figure, her expression devoid of emotion. Given his character, she surmised he would soon find himself in a brothel. Unrelenting in his pursuits, an hour later, darkness enveloped the sky, and the ground was blanketed in snow, yet hints of light persisted. Qingyuan Mountain was beset by heavy snowfall, with chilling winds howling eerily. At the mountain's summit stood a Taoist temple known as Qingyuan Temple. The temple was substantial, surrounded by stone walls, with several grand halls within, illuminated by flickering lanterns, indicating a bustling incense trade. Inside one of the halls, a middle-aged Taoist clad in gray robes sat meditating on a mat. Encircled by blue lanterns, this was the lantern attendant of Qingyuan Mountain. Suddenly, a gust of frigid wind burst through as the doors swung open, sending a chilling breeze into the hall, causing the blue lanterns to sway and flicker. The attendant slowly opened his eyes, standing to close the door, only to find a handsome man in white robes standing outside, smiling broadly at him. This was naturally Xiaoweilu. Upon seeing Xiaoweilu, the attendant's pupils constricted, but he still managed to inquire, "Esteemed guest, why are you still at Qingyuan Temple so late at night?" Xiaoweilu responded with a smile, "I have come here specifically for you." Lu Yuan. Upon hearing the name Lu Yuan, the attendant's expression shifted drastically. His eyes sharpened with murderous intent as he immediately struck out, revealing his peak cultivation at the locking chains realm. Xiaoweilu reacted swifter, stepping forward and delivering a powerful kick to the attendant's abdomen. The attendant was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall, blood spurting forth as cracks spread across the surface. Fear flickered in his eyes. Wasn't Xiaoweilu a mere waste? How could he possess such formidable strength, capable of overwhelming even a peak practitioner like himself? With a casual wave, Xiaoweilu closed the temple doors, sealing the area with a mysterious force. He approached the attendant, seizing him by the throat, and with a smile, asked, "Lu Yuan, do you know why I have come to find you?" The attendant's gaze hardened, teeth clenched. "You will find that I have nothing to say," he replied defiantly. Xiaoweilu's smile widened as he struck the attendant's mouth, sending teeth flying and blood gushing forth, one of which was laced with poison as it clattered to the floor. "If you wish to die, by all means, but first, answer my question, or I shall make you wish for a death that never comes," he declared with a beaming smile. "I will reveal nothing." The attendant glared fiercely at Xiaoweilu. Indeed, he was Lu Yuan, the one who had assisted a certain prince in orchestrating Xiaoweilu's downfall 3 years prior. However, Xiaoweilu's expectation of extracting information from him was clearly misguided. "Earlier, I observed that there seems to be a demon lurking within this temple. To think you would consort with such beings astonishes me further. It appears your associates are quite formidable," Xiaoweilu remarked. "Do as you wish. If you seek knowledge of the Lin family's downfall, you are gravely mistaken," Lu Yuan sneered. "Stubbornness suits you well," Xiaoweilu said as he seized Lu Yuan's arm and crushed it with a swift motion. The sound of breaking bones echoed, followed by Lu Yuan's agonized scream. Xiaoweilu's fingers, sharp as blades, plunged into Lu Yuan's chest. With a forceful tug, he extracted a rib, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Lu Yuan howled in torment, his body trembling as waves of pain assailed him, rendering him nearly inconsolable. "Fear not, this is merely an appetizer. Soon I will shatter every bone in your body and flay your skin while I draw out your tendons. I am curious to see how long your bravado will endure," Xiaoweilu said with a grin full of malice, grasping Lu Yuan's throat and slamming him into the ground. The impact cracked the floor, fracturing multiple bones and causing blood to pour from his mouth and nose. He stepped on Lu Yuan's remaining arm, chuckling, "Is your benefactor the first prince or the second prince?" Lu Yuan, racked with pain, gritted his teeth and glared at Xiaoweilu, his already shattered teeth now further pulverized. "Ah, such defiance is quite amusing," Xiaoweilu remarked, pressing down forcefully, breaking Lu Yuan's second arm. His foot then landed on Lu Yuan's thigh. "Is it the third prince? Is that all you have? Even if you kill me, I will not speak," Lu Yuan cried out, his voice akin to a slaughtered pig's, the agony overwhelming him to the brink of unconsciousness. With a decisive stomp, Xia Weilu shattered Lu Yuan's leg. Fourth prince? Lu Yuan clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Then it must be the fifth prince. With that, Xia Weilu stomped down forcefully on Lu Yuan's other leg, rendering him completely incapacitated. Lu Yuan could no longer contain himself, unleashing a blood-curdling scream. Yet Xia Weilu seemed unfazed, placing his foot on Lu Yuan's chest. With your limbs ruined, I shall now proceed to shatter your torso and skull. Rest assured, you won't die easily. I intend for you to experience the agony of being flayed alive. At that moment, Lu Yuan was thoroughly terrified. The Xia Weilu who had emerged from prison was evidently more vicious than ever. Trembling, he stammered, Xia Weilu, if I die, the answers you seek will vanish. Xia Weilu, indifferent, replied, is that so? I am still keen to discover whether your mouth is tougher than your bones. He applied slight pressure underfoot. Lu Yuan screamed, his chest cracking, internal organs severely damaged, blood gushing from his mouth as he writhed and struggled in agony. Xia Weilu locked his gaze on Lu Yuan's eyes, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face as he inquired. First prince, second prince, third prince, fourth prince, fifth prince? Who, pray tell, is it? Lu Yuan appeared on the verge of collapsing, fear evident in his voice as he gasped. It is the second prince. It is he, though? Do elaborate, Xia Weilu urged nonchalantly. Lu Yuan, trembling, confessed, I thought I was ordered by the second prince to lurk by your side. Regarding the downfall of the Lin family, I initially knew nothing. I merely received his orders to incite you against the Lin family. And after their demise, I quietly transferred some of their assets into your name as per his instructions. Xia Weilu pretended to recall, oh, I almost forgot, there seems to be a sixth prince as well. At the mere mention of the sixth prince, Lu Yuan's gaze instinctively flickered away. Your time has come, Xia Weilu declared, exerting pressure beneath his foot. With a resounding crash, Lu Yuan's body exploded, blood splattering and staining the temple crimson. A chilling roar echoed from outside the hall. Xia Weilu smirked coldly, casually waving his hand to open the doors. A monstrous figure surged into the room. Chapter 31. Slaying the Demon, Assault Outside the City Demon. Xia Weilu turned to face the creature that had intruded. It was a Taoist, with blood-red eyes and a grotesque visage, sharp fangs protruding, and covered in blood-colored scales. An ominous aura of demonic energy emanated from him, exuding a savage bloodlust. This was not a true demon but rather a demonized human. In this vast world, the Great Xia was merely a corner. To the north lay the Demon Kingdom, where demon clans roamed freely, frequently invading Great Xia's territory, leaving devastation in their wake. For ages, Great Xia had resisted these incursions. There existed a decree forbidding demons from entering Great Xia. Any demon discovered must be slain. To the west of Great Xia was the Shichu Empire, which conspired with the demon clans to create numerous demonized humans through demonic energy. Though demonized humans were not as terrifying as true demons, they were not to be underestimated. Even an ordinary person, once transformed into a demonized human, would possess considerable strength, far beyond that of a common soldier. This was the reason Shichu was keen on producing demonized humans, so long as they had citizens. They could continually amass an army of demonized beings. The Marquis of West Town had engaged in numerous bloody skirmishes with the demonized humans of Shichu, paying a heavy price. Thus, the emergence of demonized beings at Qingyuan Temple was no mere coincidence. The demonized human let out a roar, brandishing a Taoist sword, his face contorted in bloodthirsty rage as he lunged at Xia Weilu. Xia Weilu cast a dispassionate glance at the demonized human, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared beside him, seizing him by the throat and squeezing with great force. With a sickening crack, the demonized human's neck snapped, his head soaring into the air, the decapitated body erupting in a fountain of blood. Xia Weilu leaped out from the building, whereupon over 100 malevolent figures emerged outside the hall. Among them were Taoist priests and ordinary townsfolk alike, all bearing grotesque visages, their eyes a vivid crimson, emanating a palpable aura of malevolence. With a roar, the throng of malevolent beings surged towards Xia Weilu, resembling famished beasts that had just discovered a delectable prey. Eager to consume it whole, their strength was lacking, none even reaching the realm of the Tuajiang stage. Die! Xia Weilu extended his hand, and with a casual squeeze, a terrifying force erupted. Boom! In an instant, the multitude of malevolent beings transformed into a crimson mist. Staining the ground with their blood, a bit of strength, he mused. On the balcony ahead, two elderly Taoist priests appeared instantly, their gazes icy and their aura of malevolence far denser, surpassing that of the common fiends. These were two genuine demons. Xia Weilu regarded the four old Taoists with a stoic expression and remarked indifferently, two Tuojiang stage demons, not too shabby. The two elder demons grinned wickedly, a swirling mist emanating from them as their forms rapidly morphed. A colossal crimson wolf materialized, unleashing a howl that turned the sky blood-red, showering the entire Taoist temple in a sanguine glow. Simultaneously, a pitch-black python appeared, measuring 20 meters in length, coiling atop the balcony. Its cavernous maw agape, revealing fangs dripping with corrosive venom. "Kill him!" The serpent demon's blood-red eyes glinted with malice, its voice human-like, thick with malevolence, as its body quaked, causing cracks to spiderweb across the balcony. With a roar, the wolf demon lunged, its massive paw descending with terrifying pressure, capable of obliterating the entire courtyard. Xia Weilu waved his sleeve, and the Zonghua sword manifested before him, gripped firmly in his hand. Clang! At the moment the wolf demon's paw struck down, a gleam of cold light flashed in Xia Weilu's eyes as he unsheathed the Zonghua sword, unleashing a chilling sword aura that cleaved through the blood-red sky. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared behind the wolf demon. Drip! Standing above, blood dripped from the Zonghua sword. The wolf demon shuddered, its pupils constricting. With a sudden thrust, its head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The headless corpse crashing to the ground, causing tremors as blood surged outward, melting the surrounding snow and erupting in a violent explosion of flesh and blood. Roar! The serpent demon, witnessing the wolf demon's demise, felt no fear. Instead, it became even more enraged, its eyes filled with bloodlust, its massive body quaking as its stout tail swung violently toward Xia Weilu. Gripping his long sword, Xia Weilu vanished from his position, reappearing atop the serpent demon's head, his foot pressing down with immense force, sending the serpent crashing below. The serpent demon let out a furious roar, its maw agape, lunging to bite Xia Weilu. Slash! Xia Weilu did not evade. Instead, he struck out with his sword, unleashing a jet-black sword aura that sliced toward the serpent's gaping mouth. Boom! The sword aura cleaved downward, splitting the serpent's maw, its sharp teeth shattering as blood erupted forth. Its head severed in half. With a flick of his hand, Xia Weilu executed a sword technique, the Zonghua sword spiraling around the serpent's neck. Slice! The sword aura surged forth, severing the serpent's neck, its body cleaving into two as blood gushed out. The headless corpse thrashing on the ground, fracturing the nearby grand hall. With a snarl, the Zonghua sword returned to its sheath, emitting a clear chime, before the serpent demon erupted in a fierce wave of sword energy. Its body exploding in a shower of gore, utterly obliterated. Xia Weilu casually waved his hand, two demon cores appearing in his grasp, murmuring to himself, "Time to return to sleep." With that, he soared away. Outside the city, 3 miles distant, Xia Weilu walked alone upon the icy ground, gradually halting his steps as a frown crossed his brow, spotting a group of figures clad in black, numbering around 30. Xia Weilu directed his gaze toward one among them. Though the individual was masked, those eyes were unmistakable. They belonged to a middle-aged general of the Jinshi Marquiate. These black-clad figures hailed from the Jinshi Marquiate. Specifically, they were all under Xie Zongxuan's command. Calculating the time, Xie Zongxuan should have returned. His son had lost an arm, and that old curmudgeon could not possibly remain indifferent. "Why, Lord, I am sorry." The middle-aged general's expression was frigid, an aura of lethal intent surrounding him. Within the confines of the Jinshi Marquiate, they would not dare to act against Xia Weilu, but outside, they felt no restraint. Upon learning of the incident within the Jinshi Marquiate, Xie Zongxuan was consumed with rage, even blaming them for not intervening to save Xie Wuqing. This time, Xie Zongxuan commanded them to eliminate Xia Weilu, as a means to atone for their failure, and they had no choice but to comply. Xia Weilu's demeanor remained indifferent. "Kill him," the middle-aged general promptly gestured, and the 30-odd figures surged towards Xia Weilu, swords and blades flashing amidst an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. "Die!" A blood-red glimmer flickered in Xia Weilu's eyes as he waved his sleeve. Boom! Snow and ice exploded into the air, akin to a chilling beam, suddenly striking down upon the black-clad figures. The chorus of anguished screams erupted as the 30-odd figures were instantly obliterated into a crimson mist. What? The middle-aged general's pupils constricted in horror at the sight. Xia Weilu, born with a frail constitution, seemingly fated to be devoid of martial prowess, yet at this moment, what had he witnessed? Your turned eye in an instant. Xia Weilu materialized before the middle-aged general, who dared not hesitate and immediately drew his blade, only to find it ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering it impossible to draw. A chill coursed through him. Xia Weilu reached out, gripping the middle-aged general's throat and lifting him effortlessly. Can't even draw your sword. The general felt a choking sensation, his strength completely suppressed, his expression one of terror as he stammered. My lord, I was wrong. I beg you. Please, do not kill me. Boom. Xia Weilu tightened his grip, and in an instant, the middle-aged general's body exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist, utterly annihilated. If you were wrong, you must die. What use is begging for mercy? Xia Weilu remarked coolly before continuing on his path. Chapter 32. Growing old, resting in peace within the Zhenshi Marquisate, blood-red lanterns hung swaying in the cold wind. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in black robes sat grim-faced in a chair, holding a cup of tea, while a blood-stained blade lay on the nearby table. This middle-aged man was none other than Xie Zongxuan, the second uncle of Xia Weilu. Having just returned from a brief outing, he was taken aback to find that his son had lost an arm. How could he possibly endure such indignity? Oh, uncle has returned. It's so late, and you are still awake? A voice, indifferent and unfeeling, echoed as Xia Weilu entered, his expression as stoic as ever. Xie Zongxuan's gaze fell upon Xia Weilu, his pupils narrowing. Seeing him unscathed, he realized that the individuals he had dispatched had failed, a group of useless fools, unable to handle even a spoiled brat. It seemed this boy possessed some unknown trump card, or else he would not have survived. He slowly set down his teacup, his eyes glinting coldly as he spoke. Wuching is your cousin. You were too harsh. Hearing this, Xia Weilu smiled faintly, stepping forward with hands clasped behind his back. Bang! He kicked the nearby table aside, the smile vanishing from his face as he spoke in a chilling tone. For the foolish acts he committed, I should be thankful I did not dismember him. Uncle, crack! Xie Zongxuan's face turned ashen, his fists clenching tightly, the sound of bones cracking audible. He replied with an icy demeanor, but that does not warrant you severing his arm. Xia Weilu chuckled. Uncle, I believe you should relinquish your temporary title as Marquis of Zhenshi and depart early. Individuals like you only bring shame to the Zhenshi Marquisate. Having dispatched men to deal with him, Xie Zongxuan would not extend any semblance of courtesy. You? Xie Zongxuan's expression darkened with rage as he waved his hand, causing the blood-stained long knife to tremble violently. Uncle, you are getting old. It is better to find peace in the earth soon. Do not embarrass yourself here, lest I find myself unable to resist turning you to ashes with a single strike. Xia Weilu scoffed dismissively, striding toward his own pavilion. 3 years had passed, and indeed, Xie Zongxuan had entered the Tuajiang stage, yet he remained merely at the initial level. Such was the extent of his capabilities. That old fool's attempt to assassinate him had failed, but it was of little consequence. When the time came, he would crush him without hesitation. Boom! Xie Zongxuan exerted immense force, causing the long knife to shatter. His face was cold as he fixed his gaze upon Xia Weilu's retreating figure, his murderous intent intensifying. However, he could not kill Xia Weilu here, for beyond being the heir of the Zhenshi Marquisate, he was also affiliated with the Tianquan division. Should he perish within the Marquisate, Xie Zongxuan would not escape the repercussions. Little beast, just wait. There will come a day when you meet your end. Xie Zongxuan vowed silently, his expression as dark as night. He had long coveted the position of Marquis of Zhenshi, and now that it was within his grasp, he would not relinquish it lightly. Only by eliminating Xia Weilu, this little beast, could he secure his hold on the title. Since he could not kill Xia Weilu within the Marquisate, he would do so outside, though he had failed this time. Countless methods remained at his disposal to obliterate this little beast into nothingness. Within the pavilion, my lord, Uncle Fu observed Xia Weilu with a complex expression, astonished that he had dared to confront Xie Zongxuan directly. Though Xie Zongxuan temporarily held the title of Marquis of Zhenshi, his power was considerable. While he might refrain from acting against Xia Weilu within the marquisate, outside, he would show no mercy. Xia Zongxuan was indeed a ruthless individual. In his quest for the title of marquis, he employed numerous despicable tactics against Xia Nantian. Now that he has ascended to the position of marquis, it is certain that he will not relinquish it easily. The emergence of Xia Weilu poses a threat to Xia Zongxuan's status, and he will undoubtedly seek to eliminate this rival. Some matters are unavoidable. Why then should one act with trepidation? Xia Weilu remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Fubo sighed softly. However, he was aware that, as Xia Weilu stated, this situation was inescapable. Even if Xia Weilu did not provoke him, Xia Zongxuan would not allow Xia Weilu to enjoy peace. Yet, Xia Weilu's actions have inadvertently provided Xia Zongxuan with an opportunity to retaliate. It remains uncertain whether this will lead to fortune or misfortune. Xia Weilu inquired, Fubo, I wish to ask you about the Lin family's properties after their downfall. What has become of them? Following the Lin family's collapse, several of their assets had appeared under his name. During his imprisonment, these properties had remained untouched, not returned to any survivors of the Lin family, and continued to operate normally. He wondered about their current status. If they were intact, they ought to be returned to Lin Qinghuang. Fubo fell silent for a moment before replying, after your second uncle took control of the Zhenshi Marquis residence. All its assets have been entirely managed by the Yu family. As for the properties under your name, they have been quietly transferred to Xia Wushang. The Yu family is Xia Zongxuan's wife, a woman notorious for her unscrupulous methods, while Xia Wushang is Xia Zongxuan's eldest son. His cultivation talent is decent. 3 years ago, he reached the peak of the Xianhuang realm, but his current level is unknown. However, he likely remains at the shackled realm, insignificant in comparison. Xia Weilu remarked coolly, impressive tactics from you. I shall pay her a visit tomorrow. If she is blind to the consequences, I shall make her see. It is one thing to seize the assets of the Zhenshi Marquis residence, but to dare to encroach upon his properties and even transfer them to Xia Wushang. Such audacity is tantamount to courting death. Does she believe that with the old master and Xia Nantian dead, Xia Weilu is an easy target? Fubo smiled bitterly. Before long, he departed from the loft. Cultivation. Xia Weilu sat upon his bed, casually waved his hand. Sealing the loft with a surge of power, he formed hand seals and began to circulate the Nirvana scripture. Buzz. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him, continuously gathering within his dantian, which expanded at a visible rate. Meanwhile, in Tianqi City, within a mysterious mansion, reporting to the master, Lu Yuan, the wolf demon, and the snake demon have been slain. A masked figure in black bowed before a gray screen. Behind the screen, a man was playing a guqin. Who did this? The man asked slowly, his voice calm and devoid of any emotion. We do not know yet, but I suspect it is related to the other princes. The black-robed figure replied solemnly. The man ceased playing and softly remarked, Tianqi City has become increasingly lively. My brothers are not to be trifled with, and they will not tolerate anyone reaping benefits from the shadows. This man was none other than the sixth prince of the great Xia, Yin Wugo. The black-robed figure continued, with Lu Yuan dead, do you think he might have revealed anything he should not have? Yin Wugo replied nonchalantly, no. He was poisoned by the demon soul. Should he disclose even the slightest information about me, his soul would be obliterated in an instant. Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure nodded lightly and asked, what are your plans next, master? Let us offer a token of gratitude. Yin Wugo waved his hand. The black-robed figure understood and swiftly departed. Yin Wugo continued to play the guqin, lost in thought. A mist enveloped the area, and a stunning beauty clad in a white gown appeared beside him. Her beauty was enchanting, and she giggled. I have lost the wolf demon and the snake demon. How do you propose we settle this account? Yin Wugo continued to play. I will find a better location. You should continue your experiments with demon humans. Capture some powerful cultivators. Only then will the resulting demon humans be truly formidable. The woman cooed. The winter hunt will be held at the Snow Wolf Valley. You should go capture people yourself. Yin Wugo closed his eyes, the music flowing melodiously. The next day, at dawn, boom, a thunderous sound erupted from within Xia Weilu, and his aura intensified, as his dantian grew substantially, brimming with potent spiritual energy. His cultivation advanced further, reaching the pinnacle of the expansion realm, as he had anticipated. Upon entering the expansion realm, his dantian had expanded to 500 units. With the expansion realm achieved, Xiao Weilu opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Now at the pinnacle of the expansion realm, he felt no fear even if an ordinary Dao repository realm cultivator were to confront him. He also possessed a technique to mend the heavens. Once invoked, it would allow him to ascend instantly to the Dao repository realm. Having completed the expansion realm, he now needed to contemplate the Dao repository realm. He mused to himself, the Dao repository realm involves refining the 5 divine repositories of the human body. The heart's repository, the liver's repository, the spleen's repository, the lungs repository, and the kidneys repository. Once these 5 repositories are perfected, the Dao repository will naturally form, and the power I can wield will be even more terrifying. However, matters concerning the Dao repository cannot be rushed. He possessed the Nirvana scripture, and while he had begun to cultivate the methods of the Dao repository, he still required substantial resources. Compared to the previous 3 realms, the Dao repository realm is far more challenging to cultivate, thus necessitating even greater resources. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. Come in, Xiao Weilu called out. Fubo and Lihua entered, carrying food and a gold basin. Young master, freshen up and have something to eat, Fubo gently suggested. Xiao Weilu nodded slightly. After a brief wash, he asked, Lihua, do you know where my properties are located? I do, but those properties have been. Lihua hesitated. After Xiat Songshuan took control of the Jinshi Marquis residence, all its assets were handed over to you for management. Over the past 3 years, you had transferred numerous properties, including those under Xiao Weilu's name, which now belonged entirely to Xiao Wushang. In a sense, the current Jinshi Marquis residence was merely a shell. Xiao Weilu smiled nonchalantly, then take me to see those properties. Though he was not particularly interested in the other assets of the Jinshi Marquis residence, he was keen to find out who dared to continue occupying his properties. Understood, young master. Lihua nodded obediently. After having a bite to eat, Xiao Weilu followed Lihua out of the Jinshi Marquis residence. As for Xiat Songshuan, he had long since gone to court. That old fellow, now seated as the Marquis of Jinshi, was naturally reluctant to relinquish his position easily. For the past 3 years, he had been maneuvering within the court, hoping to secure his hold on that title. On the snow-covered streets, Xiao Weilu walked side by side with Lihua. You possess quite a number of properties, young master. 5 mansions, 3 taverns, 3 jewelry shops, 2 fabric stores, and a gambling den. Lihua continued to enumerate the assets. After hearing this, Xiao Weilu sighed. I truly am wealthy. Lihua forced a smile. Young master, among those properties, aside from the gambling den, which is yours, the rest all belong to the Lin family. The mansions, taverns, jewelry shops, and so forth are all Lin family assets and have little to do with you. The gambling den, however, was indeed established by you. The original owner was a debauched individual, indulging in all manner of vices, and opening a gambling den was only natural. Unfortunately, those assets have now all been transferred to Xiao Wushang by you. Xiao Weilu chuckled, indeed. Where is you usually found? To reclaim these properties, it would not suffice to merely vandalize them. He must confront you directly and reason with her. If reason failed, then force would have to suffice. Lihua softly replied, she resides in Qinjian, which was originally an asset under your name but was later seized by her. She often invites many noble women there to play cards. Then let us proceed to Qinjian. Xiao Weilu said with a faint smile. Before long, Xiao Weilu and Lihua arrived outside Qinjian. Qinjian was a grand estate built around a lake, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, exuding an air of magnificence. The interior was elegantly decorated, with lush vegetation and a beautiful environment, making it a most exquisite location, worth a fortune in itself. Stop. Who are you? This is Qinjian, the residence of the Marquis's wife. No outsiders are allowed near. 2 guards at the entrance, upon seeing Xiao Weilu and Lihua, instantly drew their swords, their expressions fierce as they reprimanded and attempted to chase them away. Lihua quickly interjected, this is the young master of the Jinshi Marquis residence. What young master? I've never heard of him. Say that again, and be gone. Anyone who dares approach will be killed without mercy. One of the guards interrupted Lihua, impatience etched across his face. Xiao Weilu raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. Slap! He swiftly struck the guard across the face, the sound echoing sharply, blood poured from the guard's mouth, and several of his teeth flew out. You dare! The guard, regaining his senses, glared with venomous rage. Boom! Xiao Weilu kicked the guard. sending him flying several meters away. The other guard, realizing what had transpired, was filled with fury and swung his sword at Xia Weilu. Boom! Xia Weilu seized the guard by the neck and slammed him onto the ground. Ah! The guard let out a blood-curdling scream. Xia Weilu casually picked up the long blade from the ground and strode into the courtyard, with Li Hua hurrying to keep pace behind him at that moment. Within the courtyard, a pavilion awaited. Yu Shi was engaged in a game of cards with a group of affluent ladies, a daily ritual she cherished. Through her continuous participation, she gradually ingratiated herself into their circle, which filled her heart with unparalleled pride. "Apologies, I've won again," she declared, drawing a card that led to her victory, a broad smile illuminating her face. The other ladies merely offered casual compliments as they produced their wagers. "Sister Yu, I heard that Xia Weilu has been released from prison. He is the heir to the Jinshi Marquisate and will likely soon claim the title for himself. You ought to be cautious," remarked a somewhat younger lady with a playful grin. The other ladies exchanged knowing smiles, relishing the unfolding drama in the past. Yu Shi would have never been deemed worthy to mingle within their ranks. However, since Xie Zhongshuan temporarily assumed the title of Marquis, she found herself with the credentials to engage with them. Yet, in their hearts, they still regarded her with disdain. With Xia Weilu's return to the Jinshi Marquisate, a hereditary position that he could seize at any moment, Yu Shi's days of playing cards with them might soon come to an end. The lady's words, ostensibly a warning, were laced with veiled mockery. The implication was clear. Her presence at the card table was a privilege granted by her husband's temporary position, not a testament to her own abilities. Chapter 34. More wrinkles, more unattractiveness. Yu Shi discerned the underlying meaning in the lady's remarks. A shadow of anger flickering in her eyes. Nevertheless, she smiled and retorted. "Xia Weilu is nothing more than a wretched creature born of a mother who abandoned him when the old man and Xian Nantian were alive. He had the audacity to act superior, but now there is no place for him in the Jinshi Marquisate." As she spoke, her heart simmered with unrelenting fury, for Xia Wujia had suffered the loss of an arm at the hands of the recently returned Xia Weilu and was now recovering in a medical facility. She would not forget this slight. She would seek an opportunity to eliminate that wretched creature eventually. "Madam, there's trouble." Suddenly, a maid rushed in, her face as pale as a ghost. Yu Shi raised an eyebrow and coldly rebuked. "What a commotion! Speak slowly and clearly." The maid trembled as she stammered. Xia Weilu is coming with a knife." "What?" Yu Shi's voice sharpened with panic at the revelation that the wretched creature was approaching with a weapon. He had already murdered the son of the Duke of Anping and severed Xia Wujia's arm. Now, with a knife in hand, what could his intentions possibly be? Could he be seeking to kill her? That wretched creature was known for his reckless behavior. He might indeed be foolish enough to commit such an act. The thought filled her with trepidation. The other ladies, upon hearing this, were even broader smiles. Anticipating an entertaining spectacle, quickly, "Summon the guards. If that wretched creature dares to act recklessly, he shall be dealt with on the spot." Yu Shi ground her teeth, her expression darkening. If he sought death, she would grant him his wish. "Second aunt, your wrinkles have multiplied, making you even less attractive, and your arrogance has grown." A detached voice interjected as Xia Weilu, brandishing a long knife, approached, his eyes glinting with menace. "Xia Weilu, what do you intend to do?" Upon seeing the knife in his hand, Yu Shi's heart sank, a flicker of fear igniting within her. The other ladies recoiled, unwilling to involve themselves in such a perilous situation. Xia Weilu regarded her with disdain and said, "While I was imprisoned, you transferred all my properties to Xia Wushang. Yu Shi, not only are you bold, but your ambitions are grand. I have no desire to waste words with you. Return all my properties at once, or today, I shall see your head roll." "What? You transferred Xia Weilu's properties?" "Not merely his properties. Currently, all the assets of the Jinshi Marquisate are under Sister Yu's control, and no matter how one viewed it, Xia Weilu was still the heir to the Jinshi Marquisate, soon to be its rightful marquis. It was rather inappropriate for her to seize his assets while he was incarcerated." Some of the ladies spoke up, their words dripping with scorn. "Despite being a mere heir, you not only consumed the Jinshi Marquisite's assets, but also did not spare those under his name. Such insatiable greed. Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed?" In essence, Xie Zhongshuan was merely a stand-in for the title of Marquis, and not its true holder. Yu Shi's countenance darkened at the lady's words, her fury directed towards Xia Weilu as she spat. Xia Weilu, you speak nonsense, boom. Xia Weilu swung his knife, cleaving the card table in two, splinters flying, startling you sure. Xia Weilu coldly fixed his gaze on her. Will you return them or not? You sure gritted her teeth. Hissing, you insolent wretch, how dare you? Without allowing her to finish, Xia Weilu swiftly seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly, his voice icy as he stated, very well, since you refuse to comply, prepare to die. With a slight pressure, Yusher's eyes widened in terror as she struggled for breath, realizing in that moment the gravity of her predicament. She was thoroughly frightened, her voice trembling as she gasped. I will return them. The specter of death loomed over her, and she sensed that Xia Weilu was indeed capable of killing her. That wretched creature was unrestrained, capable of anything. Xia Weilu smirked coldly and released her grip, saying, then do it quickly. Coughing and clutching her throat, Yusher gasped, fetch me the box from my cabinet. The maid, equally panicked, hurried away. Moments later, she returned breathlessly with the box. Yusher opened it to reveal a stack of contracts and handed them to Xia Weilu. Sign your name here, and I will affix my seal. You may then submit them to the Merchants Bureau. Xia Weilu took the contracts, scrutinizing them carefully before writing his name. Yusher hastily did the same, sealing it with her stamp. Xia Weilu pocketed the contracts, casting a glance at the gathered ladies, and with a light smile, he remarked, I apologize for interrupting your leisure, ladies. Please continue your game, but only for today, as this Qingya courtyard is rightfully mine, and I shall reclaim it tomorrow. With that, he flung the long knife to the ground and turned to leave. Wretched creature, wait for me. Yusher glared at his retreating figure. Her eyes filled with venomous resentment. Today, this wretched creature had stripped her of her dignity, and she would not let him off the hook. Sighing, a lady among the group said, I have lost interest in continuing. I shall take my leave. With that, the ladies departed, their faces betraying expressions of schadenfreude. On the street, Li Hua softly remarked, young master, while you have obtained these contracts, submitting them to the Merchants Bureau does not guarantee that the properties will promptly revert to you. Yusher will undoubtedly intervene. Transferring properties can be expedited or delayed. If handled properly, it can be processed instantly, but if not, it may linger indefinitely, leaving you awaiting news. Xia Weilu replied with a calm smile. No matter. Should the Merchants Bureau prove obstinate, I would not hesitate to utilize my authority within the Tianquan Bureau to investigate them. The Tianquan Bureau oversees officials and possesses the power to act first and report later. If the Merchants Bureau personnel are indeed blind to propriety, they will face a thorough investigation. Among officials, how many are genuinely impoverished? A thorough inquiry will undoubtedly yield numerous valuable discoveries. Moreover, the names on these contracts, aside from the gambling house, are all recorded under Lin Qinghuang. Young master is formidable, Li Hua said, a smile gracing her face. Xia Weilu chuckled, return to the Jinshi Marquisate and stay close to Uncle Fu. I must head to the Tianquan Bureau. Understood, young master. I shall take my leave. Li Hua replied obediently, nodding before turning to depart. Xia Weilu smiled and made his way toward the Tianquan Bureau. Chapter 35. Beneath the Blossoms. A wedding night. Within the Tianquan Bureau, in the second hall, Lin Qinghuang was perusing some scrolls when she caught sight of Xia Weilu entering. She glanced at him briefly before returning to her reading. Xia Weilu, grinning, presented her with the box, saying, Qinghuang, take a look at the gift I have prepared for you. Not interested, Lin Qinghuang replied flatly. He opened the box, stating, inside are the contracts for some of the Lin family's properties. Lin Qinghuang paused, placing her scroll aside. She picked up the contracts and scrutinized them, then looked at Xia Weilu with suspicion. These properties were transferred to Xia Wushang by your second aunt. Have you managed to reclaim them all? Xia Weilu smiled casually. These are properties belonging to your Lin family. It is time they return to their rightful owner. Your name is inscribed on them, and you need only have the Merchants Bureau handle the formalities. Lin Qinghuang set down the contracts and gazed at Xia Weilu. So, you are giving them to me? Xia Weilu frowned. What kind of person do you think I am? Do I lack for properties? Lin Qinghuang replied indifferently. What? You refuse to accept them? Xia Weilu settled into a nearby seat, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance. The property of the Lin family should undoubtedly be returned to its rightful owner. If I were to accept it, the blame for the Lin family's downfall would forever rest upon my shoulders. In such a scenario, How could I enjoy romantic evenings with you under the moonlight? Not to mention, you are destined to be mine. These assets will eventually belong to me. Lin Qinghuang grew increasingly uncomfortable with his words. She glared at Xia Weilu, retorting, "You have already borne that blame. Do not forget your time in prison." Xia Weilu chuckled. "My incarceration for 3 years stemmed from the incident of peeping at Yin Ruyu while she bathed. Haha. Had you clarified the matter of the Lin family's destruction from the outset, I might not have had to endure 3 years in confinement." Lin Qinghuang replied coolly, "Is that truly the case?" Xia Weilu cast a sidelong glance at her. Lin Qinghuang fell into silence. Even if Xia Weilu had elucidated everything, it would not have altered his fate. The annihilation of the Lin family, the release of notorious criminals in Shichu, and the act of peeping at a princess, these offenses were enough to warrant execution. Serving 3 years in prison was already a lenient outcome. Furthermore, when Xia Weilu was imprisoned, Xia Nantian had stipulated that he could not be released until he had completed 3 years. During that time, Xia Weilu indeed suffered greatly, yet had he been released earlier, he likely would not have survived. The 3 years of imprisonment, though harsh, served as a form of protection for him. Who would dare to offend the ruthless woman who was the princess? Offending her was a path to certain death, especially for a man like Xia Weilu who had seen her form. That he lived today was a stroke of fortune. Handle the matter of the contract. Otherwise, the Yu family will create further troubles, Xia Weilu mused. With Lin Qinghuang intervening, no one would dare tamper with the contract, and it was unlikely that the Commerce Department would act recklessly. Otherwise, when the Tianquan Division investigated, those involved would likely find themselves imprisoned. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Qinghuang nodded, "Very well." Xia Weilu stretched lazily and inquired, "What progress have you made regarding your matters?" Lin Qinghuang glanced around before speaking slowly. "While investigating the accounts of Wu Yij and Zhang Zai, I uncovered 2 significant details. Oh? Xia Weilu turned his attention to her. Lin Qinghuang continued, "Before the Lin family's downfall, the second prince visited the Lin family. The 30,000 taels of silver recorded as expenditures in the Lin family's accounts likely corresponds with the 30,000 taels later discovered by the second prince. Additionally, when the Lin family fell, operatives from Wu Yij appeared to have taken action in this matter. She had also uncovered another crucial lead. It seemed that during the Lin family's demise, someone from Wu Yij had been active, and she had managed to trace the identity of one individual, intending to extract information from him at an opportune time." Xia Weilu's eyes narrowed. "It appears the second prince is indeed a significant suspect. Do you believe he was behind the destruction of the Lin family?" A wry smile graced Lin Qinghuang's lips. "Some matters cannot be judged merely by their surface or based on isolated pieces of information. Until the truth is revealed, everyone remains a suspect, including individuals beyond the few princes." Clearly, she had not been foolish enough to be swayed by a fragment of information. The ease with which the information had surfaced felt suspicious to her. Clever Qinghuang. Hearing this, a smile spread across Xia Weilu's face. Lin Qinghuang was as astute as ever. The second prince was undoubtedly a figure to investigate. Even if he were not the perpetrator, valuable insights could still be gleaned. However, to fixate solely on the second prince would be to stray from the path and render oneself a tool for others. Xia Weilu inquired with a hint of mischief, "What are your thoughts on the sixth prince?" "The sixth prince, Yin Wuguo? He is quite low profile, rarely revealing his true self, and I have not encountered him often enough to know his true character," Lin Qinghuang replied, shaking her head. "Exercise caution. He may well be a wolf in sheep's clothing." Xia Weilu warned, a glint of cold intent flashing in his eyes. Lin Qinghuang scrutinized him. "Do you know something?" Xia Weilu's gaze lingered on her alluring figure, her ample bosom, her enticing waist, and her captivating legs, before he softly suggested, "If you let me have a taste, I will tell you." "Humph," Lin Qinghuang scoffed, yet she took his warning to heart. Initially, her primary targets had been the first, second, and third princes, but now an additional target had to be added. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "Several notable events transpired last night." "Oh? What intriguing occurrences?" Xia Weilu's interest was piqued. Lin Qinghuang recounted, "First, a private gunpowder house exploded 20 miles outside the city. According to my sources, it was the property of the first prince. Second, a massacre occurred at Qingyiwando, where all the priests were annihilated, seemingly at the hands of some malevolent creatures. Third, Wu Yij was subjected to a bloody purge last night, resulting in numerous casualties." Xia Weilu smiled lightly. "The first prince's gunpowder house. the second prince's voyage. Has there been any damage to the third prince's holdings? The loss for the third prince was the Xylan Pavilion, which had previously been sealed by the Tianquan division. With the first and second princes suffering setbacks, it appears to be a retaliation from the third prince, but I sense the situation is more complicated than it seems. Who can say for certain? Xia Weilu chuckled softly. The second and third princes were reminiscent of his own past scapegoating. The blame weighed down upon him until it turned dark, reporting to Captain Lin. I have urgent news. Zhang Long entered the hall swiftly, respectfully bowing to Lin Xinghuang. What is it? Lin Xinghuang inquired calmly. Zhang Long replied, in 3 days, the Winter Hunt Conference will take place, an event held once every 3 years. This time at Snow Wolf Valley, with the Tianquan division assigned to oversee security. After hearing this, Lin Xinghuang asked, has the Grand Commander entrusted this task to the second prince? Zhang Long shook his head. The Grand Commander has left it to the first and second princes to compete for the task. Yet it seems that Captain Yin of the first prince's faction is particularly keen on this assignment. Lin Xinghuang pondered for a moment and stated, then let her have it. The second prince shall not be involved in this task. She had received some intelligence indicating that the winter hunt was originally assigned to the third prince. But following the exposure of the Xylan Pavilion's gold tea incident, it had fallen to the first prince. Now that the first prince was responsible for the winter hunt, it was certain that certain individuals would attempt to create trouble. Hindering a smooth execution of the event in this instance, it was best for the second prince to remain uninvolved. Otherwise, a significant problem might arise, landing the second prince in hot water. Since the first prince desired this task, let it be his. Over the years within the Tianquan division, she had learned much about the art of shrewdness, which was of utmost importance. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Long immediately responded, understood. I shall proceed to the first prince's faction. Very well. Lin Xinghuang waved her hand gently. The Winter Hunt Conference. Xia Weilu wore a contemplative expression. The Winter Hunt, occurring once every 3 years, would see the elite offspring of Tianqi City in attendance. Those who excelled could garner attention from the emperor himself. Consequently, many noble heirs seized the opportunity to showcase their prowess during this event. Spring hunting, summer hunting, autumn hunting, and the winter hunt. While the first 3 involved the hunting of ordinary beasts, the winter hunt was distinct. The game hunted were ferocious creatures tainted by malevolent energies, making it all the more perilous. Lin Xinghuang glanced at Xia Weilu, cautioning, as the heir of the Zhenshi Marquisate. You must participate in this winter hunt. Snow Wolf Valley is fraught with danger, so take care of yourself. Xia Weilu smiled lightly. In comparison to wild beasts, the most perilous threats are often from humans. Just as well that you understand, Lin Xinghuang replied coolly. Upon returning to the Zhenshi Marquisate, Xia Weilu knew that this was not a scenario some individuals wished to see unfold. Just as his second uncle, now seated in power, would not willingly relinquish his position. Should Xia Weilu be eliminated, his uncle could solidify his hold, and the title of heir would be passed to another. Xia Weilu chuckled, pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea to savor alone. Lin Xinghuang regarded the contract on the table, contemplating, I will address this matter first. With that, she took the contract and departed. Not long after Lin Xinghuang left, a burly man in a black robe entered. Xia Weilu assessed the middle-aged man, recognizing him as a formidable figure at the late stage of the Tuajiang realm. The man spoke thoughtfully, I am Shun Zhan, the Grand Commander of the Tianquan Division. Xia Weilu rose and clasped his fists in respect. Ah, Grand Commander Shun, a pleasure to meet you. Shun Zhan extended an invitation card towards Xia Weilu, stating, the first prince wishes to invite you for a drink. May I inquire if you have the time? The internal dynamics of the Tianquan division were not monolithic. The individual he aligned with was none other than the first prince. This was no secret. Many were aware of the substantial connection between his rise to the Grand Commander position and the first prince, thus he had no need to conceal it. Xia Weilu accepted the invitation card with a smile, saying, I shall certainly make time for it. How could I possibly refuse an invitation personally delivered by Grand Commander Shun? Seeing Xia Weilu accept the invitation, Shun Zhan's expression softened considerably. He spoke gently. Though the Tianquan division appears tranquil, beneath the surface, treacherous currents abound, concealing grave dangers. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. Certainly, he was well aware that Xia Weilu would encounter no troubles at the Tianquan division that day. With Lin Xinghuang safeguarding him and the fact that he was brought in by the Pacification Commissioner, who was the second in command at the Tianquan division, Xia Weilu had such a formidable backing that who would dare to lay a finger on him? Naturally, one could not help but wonder when the Grand Prince wished for his presence. A light smile graced Xia Weilu's lips. The intricacies of human relationships, of course, must be acknowledged. However, as for how matters would ultimately unfold, that remained to be seen, and one would have to consult Qingfeng. Shanzhan cast a glance outside the window. If the young master has time, he can head over now, for the Grand Prince is at his residence. Very well. Let us proceed to partake in a drink, though I must mention that if today's delay incurs a financial penalty, the commander must cover for me. Xia Weilu tucked the invitation into his sleeve. Rising with a smile, good. Shanzhan nodded lightly. Xia Weilu said no more, clasping his hands behind his back as he exited the main hall. The Grand Prince's residence, located to the east of the Imperial Palace, was not far from the Tianquan division. Unfortunately, the Crown Prince's position had yet to be established. Otherwise, he would have taken residence in the Eastern Palace by now. Before long, Xia Weilu arrived at the entrance of the Grand Prince's abode. The residence was quite grand, the snow outside having been cleared meticulously, with the main gate wide open and 2 upright guards stationed at the entrance. Xia Weilu approached and presented the invitation. Upon recognizing him, the 2 guards did not bother to inspect the invitation but quickly bowed in respect, clearly having received prior instructions from the Grand Prince. Xia Weilu smiled indifferently and stepped inside the residence. Ah, Brother Xia, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Just as he stepped into the residence, a voice filled with delight rang out. A handsome young man clad in a black robe hurried over. It was Yin Junlin. Xia Weilu greeted him with a cupped fist. I pay my respects to the Grand Prince. Yin Junlin responded hastily. Brother Xia, there are no outsiders here. We are brothers. So there is no need for such formality. Come, I have prepared exquisite wine. Let us go enjoy a cup together. Xia Weilu glanced around, surprised. The Grand Prince has invited only me? Yin Junlin's expression turned serious as he replied. Only you? Brother Xia, deserves such earnestness from me. The Grand Prince truly overwhelms me with honor. Xia Weilu feigned astonishment. The other party's display of courtesy was commendable. At least this demeanor would not elicit any displeasure. After all, the artillery house had exploded last night, yet today, Yin Junlin showed not a hint of concern. Such composure spoke of his depth of character. Setting aside other matters, let us first enjoy a couple of drinks. Yin Junlin said earnestly. Very well. Let us proceed to drink. Xia Weilu smiled lightly, eyeing the eyes of others. Yin Junlin was often viewed as someone who aspired to lofty goals, prone to seeking fame, with rumors suggesting he lacked ambition and was not as wise as his royal siblings. Thus, he had invited Yin Ruyu to be his strategist. Some even claimed that the delay in establishing the Eastern Palace position was due to the emperor's dissatisfaction with Yin Junlin. Otherwise, with his status as the Grand Prince, he would have long been the master of the Eastern Palace. However, Xia Weilu understood that none within the royal family were simple figures. One must not be deceived by appearances or rumors. With just a glance, Xia Weilu discerned that Yin Junlin was no ordinary person. Although he only revealed a peak cultivation level of the shackled realm, Xia Weilu sensed an unusual aura emanating from him. His true cultivation should be that of the expansive realm, merely concealed by some treasure. After you, please. Yin Junlin gestured for Xia Weilu to proceed. Xia Weilu did not step ahead, instead extending his hand with a smile. The two walked side by side. Chapter 37. Life is a play. All depends on performance within a luxurious pavilion. The music gradually filled the air, and beautiful dancers adorned in vibrant attire dazzled the eyes. The aroma of warming wine wafted from the stove, tantalizing the senses. Xia Weilu and Yin Junlin raised their goblets, grinning as they watched the dancers, their enchanting movements captivating their attention. Brother Xia, what do you think? Yin Junlin asked with a beaming smile. Xia Weilu raised his goblet towards Yin Junlin. I had not anticipated the Grand Prince to be such a connoisseur. I am truly impressed, well, as men. This is about the extent of our pleasures. Yin Junlin quickly raised his goblet in agreement. The two clinked their cups and downed the contents in one go. They continued to drink and watch the dancers, refraining from discussing other matters. Xia Weilu remained unhurried, savoring his drink with a broad smile. After some time, Yin Junlin could no longer contain himself. He subtly signaled, and the musicians and dancers withdrew. He poured more wine for Xia Weilu, his expression turning serious. The reason I invited Brother Xia here is that I have some matters to discuss with you. Oh? Please go ahead, Grand Prince. Xiaowelu's gaze lingered on the women, seemingly slow to react to Yin Junlin's words. Life truly is a performance, and Yin Junlin still lacked a few elements in his act. A complex emotion flickered in the depths of Yin Junlin's eyes. Meeting Xiaowelu today left him somewhat disappointed. This fellow seemed rather unremarkable. Just a group of women. What was there to behold? Were it not for their long legs, graceful waists, alluring figures, and captivating beauty? Well, they truly were stunning. Yin Junlin suppressed his emotions, adopting a serious expression. What do you think of the Princess Chong? Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Xiaowelu instantly spat out his wine. Yin Junlin seemed to find his words a bit abrupt, but he continued in a lowered voice. From the whispers I have heard, it seems my father has intentions of making you the prince consort. Bang! Xiaowelu slammed his goblet onto the table, exclaiming, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" At that moment, he felt genuinely taken aback. Such words from the Grand Prince could not have been said lightly. The Emperor's machinations were capable of many things, and he vaguely sensed the other party's intentions. No wonder he had been ambushed by that iron tiger. It was most likely related to this matter. Yin Junlin chuckled. This is merely a rumor, yet I have a feeling it holds some truth. If you were to marry her, it could also be a fortuitous event. Xiaowelu frowned. I have too many conflicts with her. She would surely kill me. I wish to live a few more years. Anything is possible. There is no need for excessive concern. Yin Junlin lightly toyed with his goblet. Naturally, he hoped for Xiaowelu and Princess Chong to unite, as it would greatly benefit his future. Xiaowelu could not possibly tame the princess. Should they come together, he would ultimately be controlled by her. If he could preemptively win over Xiaowelu, it would further enhance his competitive edge. Xiaowelu waved his hand. Let us not discuss this matter. I feel a chill all over. Yin Junlin replied. Then let us speak of other matters concerning your town West Marquette. As far as I know, your second uncle has been quite close with the third prince, who seems to have made him some promises, such as ensuring he retains his position. Moreover, the recent failure of your family head's retreat appears to be linked to your second uncle. Should the third prince ascend to the throne, he could indeed facilitate this. Xiaowelu raised his goblet again, deliberately ignoring the latter part of the conversation. The failure of the family head's retreat was undoubtedly more complex than it seemed. It would require his own investigation. Yin Junlin shook his head. If you were to be removed, this matter could be resolved. What do you mean by that, Grand Prince? Xiaowelu inquired, turning his gaze toward Yin Junlin. A glint of sharpness flickered in Yin Junlin's eyes as he promptly replied, Let us join forces. I will assist you in becoming the town West Marquis. How does that sound? This. Xiaowelu fell into contemplation. Observing his hesitation, Yin Junlin sensed an opportunity and quickly asked, Does Brother Xia have any lingering concerns? Although the town West Marquette has fallen into decline, bringing it into my fold would still yield great benefits. Xiaowelu gently grasped his goblet. My circumstances have been quite difficult lately. My second uncle currently monopolizes everything within the town West Marquette, and the Yu family has consumed all of its assets, including those under my command. Yin Junlin immediately understood Xiaowelu's implication, chuckling. So it turns out you were short on funds. That is a minor issue. I have plenty of money, and I can lend you some to tide you over. What do you think? How refreshing. A smile broke across Xiaowelu's face. Ha ha ha, a trivial matter. Without further ado, Yin Junlin moved aside to open a chest filled with stacks of banknotes and an array of gold, silver, and jewels. He said to Xiaowelu, Brother Xia, take whatever you fancy. I am not in need of these things. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Xiaowelu stepped forward, producing a bag from his sleeve. This. Upon seeing Xiaowelu retrieve the bag, Yin Junlin's expression faltered momentarily. Had he prepared this in advance? Noticing Yin Junlin's change in demeanor, Xiaowelu asked, Does the Grand Prince find something amiss? Yin Junlin immediately waved his hand. If you need money, please take it. Very well. Xiaowelu indeed did not hold back, filling the bag with various treasures from the chest. After filling one bag, he stuffed several stacks of banknotes into his sleeve. A hint of grievance flickered in Yin Junlin's eyes. This fellow truly holds nothing back, however. He was not concerned about this. The more Xiaowelu took, the more reassured he felt that it indicated that their partnership was practically sealed. Once Xiaowelu had filled his sleeves with banknotes, he paused to ask, Grand Prince, what are your plans for the next steps? Yin Junlin's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Simple. Your second uncle has taken over the nest. If he were to vanish, Would not the title of Duke of Zhenxi rightfully belong to you? Understood. Then I shall trouble the crown prince. Xia Weilu clasped his fists in acknowledgement. In his heart, he had already devised a plan. Should Xia Zongxuan prove to be oblivious to the dangers, he would not let the opportunity slip by. At this moment, a scapegoat had conveniently appeared, which was rather fortuitous. Yin Junlin's smile grew ever more pronounced as he continued. This matter should proceed gradually. My invitation to you today is merely for our casual conversation. This evening, I intend to host a banquet at my residence, and I will extend invitations to several friends. Brother Xia, I hope you will honor us with your presence. Naturally, Xia Weilu tucked the silver notes into his sleeve. Rising to say, I have been out for a while. I must visit the Tianquan Bureau to rest a bit, as I feel somewhat fatigued. Very well, I shall accompany you. Yin Junlin responded promptly. Subsequently, Yin Junlin escorted Xia Weilu from his estate. At the entrance of the mansion, Yin Junlin gazed at Xia Weilu's retreating figure, his smile becoming increasingly vibrant. Foolishness has its own advantages, at the very least. Many matters will not be overly contemplated, thus making it easier for him to maintain control. Your Highness, do you truly intend to cultivate a relationship with this wastrel, Xia Weilu? A dancer approached, her expression laced with confusion as she looked at Yin Junlin. Given the current situation at the Duke of Zhenxi's residence, the likelihood of Xia Weilu being eliminated by Xia Zongxuan was substantial. Aligning with a mere drunkard seemed of little significance. Yin Junlin cast a sidelong glance at the maid, replying indifferently, What do you understand? If he were too clever, it would be difficult to manage him, as long as he ascends to the position of Duke of Zhenxi and can be utilized by me. It shall yield the greatest benefit. Moreover, should Xia Weilu truly wed Yin Ruyu, and I am able to control him, the advantages will certainly surpass those gained by the crown princess in managing Xia Weilu. Although the crown princess is close to him, every royal could potentially become a rival, thus I must remain vigilant against her. Upon hearing this, the dancer displayed a look of realization, then inquired, Should we send someone to protect him? I sense that Xia Zongxuan will not let him off easily. Yin Junlin shook his head. There is no need. Certain individuals will ensure he does not perish easily. What he previously mentioned about his father wishing for Xia Weilu to become the imperial son-in-law was no mere fabrication, but rather a matter of truth. His father, though bedridden, remained unfathomable. The heart of an emperor is capricious and unpredictable. If he indeed desires Xia Weilu as a son-in-law, he would certainly not let him die easily. Unfortunately, Yin Junlin was overthinking, a common pitfall for those with deep schemes, as they often delve too deeply into matters. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Junlin instructed, Follow him discreetly and observe his next actions. Understood. The dancer immediately took flight, departing to. On the bustling street, Xia Weilu carried a bag, his smile exuberant, yet his eyes were clouded with contemplation. He had gleaned two exceedingly crucial pieces of information from the crown prince. The first, the palace intends for him to marry Yin Ruyu? This was surely not without foundation. Previously, when he eliminated individuals from the Anping Marquis' estate, the crown prince had the Tianquan Bureau suppress the incident, which indicated certain truths. As for the motives behind this plan, Xia Weilu had his suspicions. The heart of an emperor is enigmatic. It was evident that this was not a scheme to elevate the Duke of Zhenxi's estate under the crown prince's banner. On the surface, a union with Yin Ruyu, a supporter of the crown prince, would logically lead to the Duke of Zhenxi backing the crown prince. But was it truly that simple? Certainly not. Could he truly wed Yin Ruyu? Absolutely not. There was one who would never consent. Yin Ruyu herself. This information was not publicly declared but instead circulated through whispers, necessitating speculation from all parties to prompt action. Displeased with this arrangement, Yin Ruyu would undoubtedly devise means to eliminate him. Yet, the crown prince had set his sights on the Duke of Zhenxi, aiming to win over Xia Weilu and hoping for a union with Yin Ruyu. This would inevitably stir discord between the crown prince and Yin Ruyu. Where there is discord, they cease to be united. This is the art of imperial strategy, using whispers and shadows to sow division among the ministers. Did he wish to incite discord, fearing that the alliance between Yin Ruyu and Yin Junlin might be too formidable to control? If so, then I could certainly stoke the flames. Xia Weilu mused inwardly. The emperor may be bedridden, but he is not dead. The princes and princesses below, if they draw too much attention, will naturally become targets. Additionally, after meeting Yin Junlin, an idea suddenly sprouted in his mind. 3 years ago, he had witnessed the crown princess in her most vulnerable state. Who was the true instigator behind that incident? Previously, he believed the third prince was the most likely candidate, as he was close to the third princess. And Yen Ruyu had plotted against the third princess, only to be outmaneuvered, leaving the third princess unscathed while the third prince's involvement seemed plausible. However, now, Xia Weilu believed that Yin Junlin had the highest likelihood of being the true instigator. The Duke of Zhenxi from 3 years past was far more valuable to align with. If Yin Junlin sought to win over the Duke of Zhenxi and incite some turmoil between him and Yen Ruyu, it would appear to be more direct. Xia Weilu's expression turned contemplative. He was not merely an observer of Yen Ruyu's bathing, but had shared a bed with her. According to royal methods, there are 2 ways to resolve this matter. The first is to cut through the chaos swiftly and have him marry Yen Ruyu directly, thus preserving the royal dignity. The second is to eliminate him. But the Duke of Zhenxi would never acquiesce, hence his imprisonment. Yen Junlin's closeness to Yen Ruyu, coupled with her unfortunate exposure to the poison of the fragrant beauty, raises a question. Who had the greatest opportunity to scheme against Yen Ruyu? Naturally, it would be Yin Junlin, who was familiar with both her and the fragrant beauty, making his strike all the more unexpected. If it were indeed Yin Junlin's doing, it would be quite intriguing. This individual is certainly not as simple as he appears. Let us see what skills he possesses in due course. Xia Weilu smiled faintly. Moreover, he had also acquired another piece of news. The old patriarch's failed seclusion seemed to be linked to Xie Zhongshuan. Yet Xia Weilu sensed that this matter was not straightforward, revealing some peculiarities. Xie Zhongshuan might have had the opportunity to act, but he lacked the strength, as the old patriarch was a formidable figure in the Taoist realm. Furthermore, there was a mysterious third uncle. Even if he was not present at the Duke of Zhenxi's estate, with intelligence networks like the Listening Snow Tower, how could Xie Zhongshuan possibly remain unaware of any schemes against the old patriarch? Xie Zhongshuan might have the chance to act, but it would be exceedingly difficult for him to eliminate the old patriarch. As for the true nature of this situation, further investigation was necessary. At present, Xia Weilu found little interest in the position of Duke of Zhenxi. Given Xie Zhongshuan's proximity to the third prince, one might surmise that he sought to secure the duke's position, but that was his affair and had little bearing on Xia Weilu. Should that old fool overreach, then he would gladly send him off to meet his end. Does the crown prince believe that by eliminating Xie Zhongshuan he can secure the title of Duke of Zhenxi for himself? Such an assumption is utterly naive. The crux of the matter does not lie with Xie Zhongshuan or Xia Weilu, but rather with the individual within the palace. With a mere word, he could compel Xie Zhongshuan to relinquish his title and elevate Xia Weilu to that position. If he remained silent, then even if Xie Zhongshuan were to perish, Xia Weilu would still be the heir, not the Duke of Zhenxi. Thus, while the crown prince's intentions may be commendable, they pale in comparison to his father's cunning. As he walked, Xia Weilu found himself before a gambling house. He weighed the bag in his hand lightly before swaggering confidently into the establishment. Nearby, the dancer reappeared, her expression frozen in surprise as she witnessed Xia Weilu's entrance into the gambling house. A hint of scorn flickering in her eyes. "What a spendthrift," she remarked, shaking her head. Truly, a debauched wastrel. Having just acquired some wealth, he rushes into a gambling house without a second thought. Half an hour later, the dancer returned to the crown prince's residence. "How did it go?" Yin Junlin inquired, looking towards the dancer. The dancer candidly replied. After leaving here, he made a beeline for the gambling house and lost all the money he had taken within half an hour. Yin Junlin's mouth twitched as he pressed his forehead, exclaiming, "What a spendthrift! A complete wastrel! I suddenly regret inviting him here. I sense that Xia Weilu is unlikely to achieve anything significant, so reckless. Without restraint, he is unworthy of counsel." The dancer offered a bitter smile, hesitant to speak further. "You chose him, after all." Not long after, news of Xia Weilu's visit to the crown prince's residence spread among the various princes. Xia Weilu has gone to the crown prince's residence? This was hardly favorable news. Although Xia Weilu may be inept, he is still the heir of the Duke of Zhenxi's estate. Currently, Xie Zhongshuan merely occupies the position temporarily. Sooner or later, this title will fall to Xia Weilu, and the crown prince's preemptive move may prove disadvantageous to us. Not necessarily, since the crown prince can cultivate a relationship with Xia Weilu. Why can't we do the same? Cultivate. If we eliminate him, wouldn't the crown prince's plans be rendered null and void? The princes pondered their schemes in silence. At the Tianquan bureau, Xia Weilu reclined in a chair. Drowsing, Lin Qinghuang entered the grand hall with a stoic expression. Qinghuang, my shoulder is a bit sore. Could you give me a massage? Xiao Weilu opened his eyes, his gaze lingering on Lin Qinghuang's exquisite legs. Lin Qinghuang frowned. Did you visit the crown prince's residence? What of it? Xiao Weilu retorted. Lin Qinghuang replied coldly. Some matters are best left untouched. Otherwise, you may not even realize how you meet your end. Xiao Weilu's expression turned anxious as he said, Your words frighten me. My heart races. Come closer and massage it away. You? Lin Qinghuang was somewhat at a loss for words. She tossed a deed to Xiao Weilu and said indifferently, The gambling den occupied by the Yu family is now yours. Xiao Weilu accepted the deed, tucking it into his sleeve, a smile gracing his face. Today, I lost a considerable sum of silver. With this gambling den, I shall surely win it all back in due time. Is that so? Lin Qinghuang replied with a cold smile. You cunning fellow, all the silver you lost must have found its way into your own gambling den. Xiao Weilu turned to Lin Qinghuang and said, Qinghuang, I learned a great secret today. Would you like to know? Oh? Lin Qinghuang's eyes narrowed. This man had visited the Grand Prince's residence and perhaps truly gleaned some information. Xiao Weilu glanced around furtively and whispered, Walls have ears. Come closer, and I shall tell you quietly. Lin Qinghuang did not hesitate, lowering her head immediately. Speak. As Xiao Weilu gazed at Lin Qinghuang's ear, glistening and tempting, he playfully bid at you. Lin Qinghuang's body trembled, and she instantly retreated. Gazing furiously at Xiao Weilu, she exclaimed, Xiao Weilu, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you wish to court death? Xiao Weilu licked his lips, yawning, and looked at Lin Qinghuang with a dazed expression. Qinghuang, what's wrong with you? Your face is as red as a candied hawthorn. By the way, I just had a dream where I ate a candied hawthorn. It was so sweet. Crack! Lin Qinghuang clenched her fists. Her expression filled with fury as she feigned ignorance. I'm tired. I shall lie down again. Xiao Weilu closed his eyes. Lin Qinghuang watched the rogue before her, feeling a mix of helplessness and concern that she might accidentally strike him dead with a single blow. In the evening, Xiao Weilu opened his eyes to find Lin Qinghuang sitting cross-legged on the ground, emanating a powerful aura that it seemed she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Xiao Weilu was somewhat astonished. Lin Qinghuang had only recently entered the expansion realm, and now she showed signs of advancing further. This woman certainly harbored great secrets, just as he had previously inquired about Lin Qinghuang's lineage. He now wondered if she truly belonged to the Lin family. Lin Qinghuang opened her eyes and cast a glance at Xiao Weilu, saying indifferently, What? Do you wish to learn? Xiao Weilu's interest was piqued. Can I learn? You cannot? Lin Qinghuang shook her head. The foundation of cultivation lies in the spiritual bones. When Xiao Weilu entered the sky prison, I had examined him. He is but a waste of bones, devoid of spiritual resonance, making it difficult for him to connect with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, much like lacking spiritual bones altogether. As far as I know, Xiao Weilu's father once sought the assistance of a sword immortal from the great Xia. But that immortal, upon inspecting Xiao Weilu's useless bones, declared it a lost cause. Then what do you suggest? Xiao Weilu looked at Lin Qinghuang in silence. You are a waste of bones. There is nothing I can do. Unless, Lin Qinghuang fixed her gaze on Xiao Weilu. Unless what? Xiao Weilu crossed his arms. Lin Qinghuang sneered. Unless someone were to transplant a piece of spiritual bone that aligns with your physical form. That is impossible. It goes against the heavenly path. Xiao Weilu shook his head. The heavenly path. There are many who dare to do such things in this world. Sometimes possessing excellent spiritual bones but lacking the ability to protect them can indeed lead to disaster. Lin Qinghuang said meaningfully. Xiao Weilu regarded Lin Qinghuang with a furrowed brow. Qinghuang, in this fleeting moment, I suddenly find you quite mysterious. Come clean. What grade are your spiritual bones? Superior or extraordinary? Neither. Lin Qinghuang replied nonchalantly. I don't believe it. Xiao Weilu wore a skeptical expression, internally mulling over the possibilities. If they were neither superior nor extraordinary, they could not possibly be of medium or inferior grade. Was there perhaps a grade even higher than extraordinary? This notion left him somewhat in the dark. Suit yourself. Lin Qinghuang dismissed the matter, feeling too lazy to elaborate further. I'm a bit hungry. It's getting late. Let us head home. Xiao Weilu rose, stretching lazily before making his way outside the hall. Lin Qinghuang glanced at him, choosing not to say anything further. That night, the wind and snow raged fiercely, the ground thick with ice and snow, many trees already withered. while the remaining green foliage struggled to endure. Hoping to survive the harsh winter in Tianqi City, the lights were obscured by the snowstorm, casting a dim glow. The brighter the light, the heavier the shadows, yet in the darker corners, more dreadful dangers might lurk. In a quiet, desolate alley, Xia Weilu held an umbrella, walking alone, leaving behind a trail of footprints in the snow. At an opportune moment, he halted. Ahead appeared a dozen figures clad in black, each wielding weapons with cold, piercing gazes. However, these black-clad individuals were of very low strength. The strongest among them was merely in the mid-stage of the Xianhuang realm, while the rest were even weaker. "Kill him," commanded the mid-stage Xianhuang realm black-clad leader with a wave of his hand. Boom! The other black-clad figures, their eyes fierce, immediately charged at Xia Weilu. Xia Weilu remained calm. With a flick of his oil paper umbrella, a formidable pressure erupted, sending the snow flying. Boom! Before the dozen or so black-clad figures could close in, they were obliterated into a mist of blood. Chapter 40. Vanished into ashes. A mousehum? The mid-stage Xinhuang realm black-clad leader's expression soured upon witnessing this. Wasn't he the employer claiming Xia Weilu was merely an ordinary person? This was what they called an ordinary person? Yet he did not hesitate. He swiftly drew the long knife from his waist and charged at Xia Weilu. Die! Xia Weilu extended his finger, gently squeezing, and a fierce pressure erupted. A chilling scream pierced the air as the black-clad man was instantly reduced to ashes. "You have been watching for quite some time. It is time for you to show yourself," Xia Weilu said, directing his gaze toward a certain direction, where stood a middle-aged man in a gray robe, wielding a long sword. Many in Tianqi City had misjudged him. They hadn't realized he was a cultivator. However, it mattered little. "I shall send you on your way." The middle-aged man's expression was apathetic, and a pulse of early-stage expansion realm energy erupted from him. In a flash, he drew his long sword, thrusting it toward Xia Weilu's neck. A smile appeared on Xia Weilu's face as he pinched the incoming long sword between his fingers, as though it were caught in a vice. Unable to advance further. "What?" The middle-aged man's expression changed in shock. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes. Xia Weilu smiled coldly, his fingers gently flicking the long sword. Boom! The next moment, the sword shattered, and the middle-aged man's body was pulverized into dust, vanishing without a trace. "And a one left," Xia Weilu said, a serene smile on his face as he continued onward under the shelter of his oil paper umbrella. The attackers today belonged to two distinct factions. The first wave was weak and likely came from one person, Yu family. After having slapped their face earlier, it was understandable they sought vengeance. As for the expansion realm individual, they were likely sent by a certain prince, given that he had visited the Grand Prince's residence today. It was no secret, and some individuals likely wished to prevent him from allying with the Grand Prince. Not long after, at the Grand Princess's residence, the courtyard lay blanketed in snow, the hall brightly lit. In a certain pavilion, Yen Ruyu was perusing a scroll with a tranquil gaze, exuding an aura of utmost gentleness. Yet, she was a woman of ruthless means, fierce and brutal. Just then, an ice crystal arrow pierced through the pavilion, hurtling toward Yen Ruyu. Without a flicker of emotion in her eyes, she tightened her grip on the scroll, causing the ice crystal arrow to explode instantaneously. "A mouse," Yen Ruyu remarked coolly, setting the scroll down before striding outside. With a swift motion, she appeared atop another pavilion. Atop the pavilion stood a mysterious man in black robes. Wearing a mask, it was Xia Weilu. He gazed at Yen Ruyu, unable to deny her beauty, yet she was perilous. Boom! Yen Ruyu wasted no words, slapping towards Xia Weilu, unleashing a terrifying palm imprint. Xia Weilu's figure flickered as he flew backward 100 meters. Boom! The pavilion was instantly obliterated by Yen Ruyu's palm strike. She furrowed her brow, preparing to strike again. "A prince has asked me to convey a message. The events of 3 years ago. You were schemed against by the Grand Prince," Xia Weilu declared from 100 meters away, his tone indifferent. After speaking, he soared away. This was the fire he had ignited, stirring the waters. Naturally, he could not allow Yen Ruyu to remain untouched. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruyu's pupils constricted, a terrifying pressure erupting from her, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding palaces and pavilions. 3 years ago, she had certainly harbored suspicions. Now, upon receiving this news, her mind raced with thoughts. Given the circumstances at that time, the likelihood of Yin Junlin scheming against her was indeed quite high, and he certainly had the opportunity to do so. At the Yin Junlin residence, the banquet had been ongoing for quite some time. Yin Junlin had invited numerous friends, donning a smile, yet inwardly, he felt displeased. That scoundrel Xia Weilu had stood him up. How infuriating! Just earlier, he had taken so much wealth from him. Yet now, after losing it all, he refused to acknowledge his debts. How could one be so utterly faithless? Your Highness, the Grand Prince, I have important news to report. A guard promptly entered. Yin Junlin glanced at him and inquired. What is it? The guard hastily replied. Just now, young Master Xie sent word through a messenger that he encountered an assassination attempt and is grateful for the aid of your dispatched men who saved his life. However, he is shaken and will not be attending tonight's banquet. An assassination attempt? Yin Junlin's expression turned contemplative. He waved his hand, saying, I understand. You may leave. He did not suspect the matter, as it seemed entirely plausible that Xia Weilu, having visited him during the day, would face an assassination attempt that evening. After all, the remaining competitors are certainly unwilling to see him successfully win over Xia Weilu. Resolving the matter of Xia Weilu would naturally be an exquisite strategy. Someone saved Xia Weilu's life? Yin Junlin suspects this to be the doing of his father, the emperor. According to his conjecture, his father would not wish for Xia Weilu to meet an untimely demise so easily. And thus, it seems that all speculations have come to fruition. With this thought, a faint smile graced Yin Junlin's face. It is not that Xia Weilu does not wish to come, but rather that he is temporarily too afraid to do so. After experiencing an assassination attempt and being startled, would it be enjoyable to come over for a drink? Not to mention, it is not in accordance with human nature, since he has mistaken the emperor's envoy for my own. I shall accept it. Yin Junlin's smile grew more pronounced. He addressed the crowd within the hall, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to drink heartily. However, do not become complacent during the winter hunting festival. Rest assured, Your Highness, we will not let you down. The people surrounding him immediately raised their cups. On the eve of the winter hunting festival, all princes would host banquets for some young talents in advance, which is akin to placing bets. After all, those who perform outstandingly during the winter hunting festival will attract the emperor's attention. By betting on the right individuals beforehand. When they shine brilliantly, it will serve as a significant advantage in their future competition. Indeed, Yin Junlin nodded with a smile, feeling exceedingly pleased. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had already been sold out. Meanwhile, in the residence of the third prince, within the attic, Yin Wuchen was savoring fine wine. Today, he had also entertained some friends, but the banquet had taken place during the day and had now concluded. Your Highness, the individuals we dispatched have failed, leaving no trace behind. A guard, with a solemn expression, bowed before Yin Wuchen. Failed? Yin Wuchen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The person he had sent was a formidable expert in the Tuajiang realm, and yet, they had failed? He aimed to eliminate Xia Weilu for a straightforward reason. Currently, Xie Zhongshuan had been getting close to him, and he intended to eradicate Xia Weilu to stabilize Xie Zhongshuan's position as the Marquis of Jinshi. While simultaneously thwarting Yin Junlin's plans, in doing so, he would be able to secure the support of the Marquis of Jinshi's residence firmly. Although this marquisate was on the decline, its value was still immense. Should I continue to send people? The guard inquired. Yin Wuchen replied indifferently, It seems Yin Junlin has dispatched someone to protect Xia Weilu. I did say that fellow would not let Xia Weilu meet his end so easily. This aligns perfectly with Yin Junlin's character. Since we have failed once, let us wait for the opportunity during the winter hunting festival. The guard bowed, saying, Understood. Chapter 41. That guard. He is the key in the stillness of the night. Lin Mansion. Upon her return, Lin Qinghuang happened upon Xia Weilu standing outside the residence, one hand clutching a handful of snow. Xia Weilu, what are you doing? Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow. With such heavy snow and frigid weather, why was he not at a brothel or returning home, but here? Qinghuang, as Xia Weilu caught sight of Lin Qinghuang, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Lin Qinghuang paused for a moment before immediately asking, What is wrong? A mist clouded Xia Weilu's gaze, and a tear rolled down his cheek as he dejectedly replied, The people from the Marquis of Jinshi will not let me go back. At this point, he gently placed a hand on his abdomen and took a bite of the snow, appearing pitiful, small, and helpless. Lin Qinghuang fell silent upon hearing this. She looked at Xia Weilu and said, "Why not stay here tonight? We can eat something together later." "All right." Xia Weilu took another bite of the snow. "Just a little longer, and soon we can eat." With a wave of her sleeve, Lin Qinghuang scattered the snow from Xia Weilu's hand, grasped his wrist, and led him into the residence. Before long, within the attic, steaming, fragrant dishes had been prepared. Lin Qinghuang served Xia Weilu numerous delicacies, urging, "Stop dawdling, eat." Xia Weilu looked at Lin Qinghuang, his gaze softening as he said, "You are truly kind to me, Qinghuang. It would be even better if you could warm my bed tonight." "Are you feeling mischievous?" Lin Qinghuang shot a glare at Xia Weilu, wondering how he could still be so cheeky at such a pitiful state. As Xia Weilu devoured his food, he remarked, "At home, one relies on parents. Outside, one relies on friends. But over these 3 years, the one who has helped me is you, Qinghuang. The one who has helped me the most is still you." Lin Qinghuang furrowed her brow, feeling that something in Xia Weilu's words was amiss, yet she could find no evidence. She fixed her gaze on him and said, "If you are truly moved, tell me some things you know about the downfall of the Lin family. There are still many details you have not shared with me." Xia Weilu replied, "That guard of mine, he is the key. I know he is the key, but after the Lin family's downfall, he vanished without a trace." Lin Qinghuang's expression turned contemplative. During the Lin family's demise, there was evidence that both Xia Weilu and his guard were present. Xia Weilu ended up imprisoned, yet that guard mysteriously disappeared, which was certainly unusual. Over the past 3 years, she had been quietly searching for that guard's whereabouts, but there had been no news. It was as if he had evaporated from existence, extremely strange. "I know where he is," Xia Weilu stated. Lin Qinghuang's gaze sharpened as she asked, "Where?" Xia Weilu's expression turned grave as he said, "I killed him." Lin Qinghuang was somewhat speechless. The glimmer in Xia Weilu's eyes faded, replaced by a smile. "Just kidding, but if you let me have a bite to eat, perhaps I could truly recall something." "Eat then." Lin Qinghuang picked up a piece of meat and placed it directly into Xia Weilu's bowl. Upon hearing this, she knew she would not be able to extract any information. After the meal, Xia Weilu lounged in a chair like a lord, as a maid tidied up. Lin Qinghuang, meanwhile, held a scroll, which was no ordinary scroll, but rather a cultivation technique. After the maid left, Xia Weilu approached the bed, removed his shoes and socks, and lay down. "Qinghuang, you haven't changed the bedding. It's still the same as last time." Lin Qinghuang replied indifferently, "I did change it, but the color is the same." "Qinghuang, tonight this young master is in a splendid mood. Why not let me warm your bed? Just sneak in quietly without disturbing my rest," Xia Weilu said, pulling the blanket over himself, sinking into the softness of the bed. Lin Qinghuang chose to ignore him, casually waving her hand to seal the attic door, before walking aside with the scroll. She sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, her body emanating a powerful pressure. Xia Weilu did not disturb Lin Qinghuang further. He closed his eyes. And night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Qinghuang opened her eyes to find herself lying on the soft bed, covered with a blanket, feeling warm. Her expression changed instantly as she turned to the side. There lay Xia Weilu, curled up with his head resting on her arm. After checking her own body and confirming nothing was amiss, she coldly addressed Xia Weilu. "Xia Weilu." Xia Weilu blinked awake, his eyes still hazy, and upon seeing Lin Qinghuang, he expressed surprise. "Qinghuang, you really snuck into the bed last night. No wonder it felt so warm." "Is that so?" Lin Qinghuang shot him a frosty glare. Did he think she was unaware of how she ended up on the bed? Last night, she had been cultivating and had no recollection of climbing into bed. Xia Weilu remarked strangely, "With your strength, if I had managed to bring you to bed, how could you not have noticed?" Lin Qinghuang was taken aback for a second, as there seemed to be some truth in his words. Could it be that she had indeed overexerted herself while cultivating, causing her to lose consciousness and climb into bed? Xia Weilu chuckled. "What cultivation technique are you practicing? Perhaps you should stop, lest you damage your brain." The bed was certainly not climbed into by Lin Qinghuang voluntarily. Rather, it was Xia Weilu who had carried her there. Last night, Lin Qinghuang had encountered some issues while cultivating, and upon sensing this, Xia Weilu had carried her to bed. The scroll Lin Qinghuang had been examining was highly profound, possessing formidable effects for opening her dantian. Last night, the problem arose merely due to excessive energy consumption during the dantian opening, leading her to fall into a deep slumber. It was not a grave issue, just a matter of resting. "You've been spared." Lin Qinghuang, upon hearing this, swiftly withdrew her arm and decisively left the bed. On the floor lay the scroll, which she picked up, examining it closely. The cultivation technique posed no issues. She shut her eyes to probe her body's condition and found her dantian had expanded further. The effects of last night's cultivation were satisfactory. Lin Qinghuang mentally noted that opening the dantian indeed required utmost concentration and consumed a great deal of mental energy. Qinghuang, last night you slipped in? And I didn't even notice. While the blanket is still warm, why not come back in so I can feel it again? Xia Weilu surveyed Lin Qinghuang's graceful figure, his smile deepening. Do you dare to speak of this again? And I might just throw you out. Lin Qinghuang shot a displeased look at Xia Weilu, feeling she had made a grave mistake in bringing him inside. Xia Weilu, with a sorrowful expression, remarked, if we share the same bed, it would be akin to sharing a lifetime together. Could you truly bear to toss me out? Lin Qinghuang's lips twitched slightly as she gently rubbed her temples. I see now that your pitiful act last night was just a fade. You truly are a performer, and I fell for it. The despondent expression on Xia Weilu's face vanished, replaced by a renewed smile as he wrapped himself in the blanket for added warmth. Get up, Lin Qinghuang commanded, casting a sharp glance at him. With a flick of her fingers, the windows swung open, allowing a gust of cold wind to sweep in. Xia Weilu shivered and promptly buried his head beneath the covers. Chapter 42. No need for compensation. It is of little use before long. Xia Weilu and Lin Qinghuang made their way to the Tianquan division. The snow fell relentlessly, biting through to the bone. On the bustling street, Xia Weilu, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, wore an expression of utter fatigue, while Lin Qinghuang stood beside him, holding an umbrella with an air of serene composure. Are you really that tired? Lin Qinghuang glanced at him. With a resigned tone, Xia Weilu replied, my body is weak. I surely need more sleep and rest. Rising so early, how could I not feel weary? Lin Qinghuang scrutinized Xia Weilu's physique and nodded. You do appear quite frail. You should see a doctor and perhaps procure some nourishing medicine. Stifling a yawn, Xia Weilu retorted, there is no need for such remedies. They are of little consequence. Lin Qinghuang smirked coldly. Frequent visits to the pleasure quarters render any nourishment ineffective. However, do take care. Winter has just begun, and you mustn't struggle through it with that. She quickened her pace. As snowflakes settled on Xia Weilu, he mused. I know you care for me. Once we reach the Tianquan division, I shall permit you to nestle in my embrace. Xia Weilu stepped forward, positioning himself beneath the umbrella. Lin Qinghuang soon found herself at the Tianquan division, where they chanced upon Shanzhan. Greetings, Grand Commander. Lin Qinghuang saluted. Shanzhan acknowledged with a slight nod, his gaze falling upon Xia Weilu, as if he wished to speak. Observing this, Lin Qinghuang proceeded into the main hall. Shanzhan addressed Xia Weilu. Did you not rest well last night, young master? With a melancholic expression, Xia Weilu lamented. I was startled last night and plagued by nightmares. How could I rest? Shanzhan, understanding the gravity of the situation, replied in a hushed tone. The first prince instructed me to inform you that last night's assailants were sent by the third prince. In truth, the assassination involved two groups, one of which was dispatched by Xia Weilu's second aunt. However, the first prince had advised him to focus solely on the third prince. Upon hearing this, Xia Weilu felt no surprise. His face contorted in anger as he exclaimed, how audacious! The third prince dares to lay hands on me? Please convey to the Grand Commander that he must promptly eliminate Xie Zhongshuan and the third prince. The Zhenshi Marquisate shall wholeheartedly support his ascension to the throne. The surrounding officers trembled, their expressions uneasy. Such words were beyond their capacity to hear. Shanzhan's countenance shifted, and he quickly cautioned, young master, tread carefully with your words. At this moment, he felt a mix of exasperation. Was this matter truly to be made public? Understood. I shall await the first prince's message. Xia Weilu nodded gently. Rest assured, young master, you are quite safe. There is no imminent danger, Shanzhan reassured him. Very well, I shall retire for a brief nap. Xia Weilu waved his hand and made his way towards the second hall. Shanzhan watched his retreating figure, sighing inwardly. It seemed the first prince's strategy to win over this individual had taken a misstep. In the second hall, Lin Qinghuang fixed her gaze upon Xia Weilu. So, you were attacked last night? Not at all. Xia Weilu shook his head. You spoke quite loudly just now. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Qinghuang frowned. Regardless, I did not perceive it as loud. Xia Weilu casually settled onto a nearby seat. Lin Qinghuang remarked coldly, "You have just emerged from imprisonment, yet you are now embroiled in a struggle for imperial power. This is troublesome." Had Xia Weilu not sought an audience with the first prince the previous day, perhaps he would not be facing such predicaments. Yet, it was too late for regrets. As long as he maintained proximity to the first prince, the other princes would not relent. I fail to comprehend. Xia Weilu chuckled lightly. Lin Qinghuang fell silent, and at that moment, Zhang Long entered the hall, bearing a scroll. "Commander Lin, there is a case." Lin Qinghuang took the scroll and glanced over it. The son of the minister of imperial horses, Dong Hin, recklessly rode his horse, killing the groom, Luan in his drunken state. He assaulted Luan's father, leading to the latter's death. Luan's wife passed away early, leaving behind only a 15-year-old daughter named Lu Ping, who was the one filing the complaint. Lin Qinghuang pondered, "This incident seems to have occurred 10 days ago, does it not?" The Ministry of Imperial Horses manages the royal steeds, an institution that may seem unremarkable but should not be underestimated, for it is responsible for war horses essential for military campaigns and recruitment. Zhang Long explained, "This case has been passed between the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice, with each party evading responsibility. However, this morning, it has been submitted to the Tianquan Division because the Minister of Imperial Horses has ties to the third prince. The evidence in this case is irrefutable, yet the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice have failed to conclude it, all due to the influence of the third prince, making them hesitant to act decisively." Xia Weilu smiled faintly. "What if I were to handle this case?" Lin Qinghuang fell silent upon hearing this. After all, last night, Xia Weilu had been targeted by the third prince's assassins, and should this case fall into his hands, he would undoubtedly pursue it with vigor. A fitting response to the third prince's actions. However, doing so would utterly alienate the third prince. Why had this case been submitted to the Tianquan Division today? Why had it arrived at the second hall? It was evident that this was orchestrated by the first prince, providing Xia Weilu with an opportunity to vent his frustrations. This case was tailor-made for him. Xia Weilu turned to Lin Qinghuang. "Since the case has been submitted, it will surely be investigated. I am better suited to handle it." Lin Qinghuang's troubles were far from trivial. Should she take on this case, it would signify a direct affront to yet another prince. However, since this case had been prepared by the first prince, he intended to seize the opportunity. "Are you certain? You must understand that my handling of this case may not be as uncomplicated as you envision." Lin Qinghuang scrutinized Xia Weilu. "Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing. Since you are so confident, I shall entrust it to you." Lin Qinghuang handed the scroll to Xia Weilu. If Xia Weilu was indeed here to enhance his reputation, then he should make the most of it, accumulating merits that might one day lead him to inherit the title of Marquis of Jinshi. She then turned to Zhang Long. "Zhang Long, assist Xia Weilu alongside Zhao, who understood." Zhang Long responded promptly. "There are 10 officers in the second hall, and he and Zhao who are among them, wielding authority over 10 officers each. However, they would surely hesitate to take on such a case themselves. After all, this is Tianqi City, beneath the emperor's feet, where power dynamics are intricate. Any slight offense could lead to significant repercussions. If Xia Weilu were to handle this case, it would pose no issue, for in terms of background, he was no less than anyone else." Xia Weilu glanced at the scroll and instructed Zhang Long, "Summon Dong Hin and Luan's daughter to the Tianquan Division." Very well. Zhang Long wasted no time and promptly departed. Chapter 43. Intentional homicide, therefore execution. A quarter of an hour later, in the public hall of the second hall, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu stood flanking a group of officers. Kneeling before them were 3 individuals, a 15-year-old girl and 2 young men. The girl was clad in tattered garments, her feet wrapped in worn cloth shoes, her hands marked by frostbite, her complexion pale, betraying a hint of terror in her eyes. The 2 young men, however, displayed expressions of indifference, yawning and wearing lazy smiles, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. One of the men glanced at the girl, grinning maliciously. "Little girl, just wait. After you've danced around for a bit, I shall surely sell you to a brothel." The girl shrank back, trembling in fear, recognizing the faces of some among the group that had assaulted her grandfather. The officers present darkened their expressions, their gazes directed at the 2 men with a chilling intent. To arrive at the Tianquan Division and act so brazenly was truly audacious. Xia Weilu occupied the foremost seat and slowly spoke. "Who is Dong Hin?" "Reporting to you, my lord." Our young master is unwell and unable to attend. We are his guards, here in his stead. One of the young men responded with a smile and a fist salute. Isn't Dong Hin the one who killed 2 lowly commoners? What a trivial matter, the other young man scoffed. This case has been passed through the Jingzhou Prefecture, the Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice without conclusion, which speaks volumes about the Dong family's power. Even now that it has reached the Tianquan division, it must merely be a formality. After all, our master is the Minister of Imperial Horses, a person whom even the third prince seeks to befriend. With such backing, who dares to move against the Dong family? This was indeed intriguing. The accused did not appear, but rather sent 2 guards in their place. Xia Weilu's smile turned icy. How amusing. So, the accused is not present. Yet you 2 come in his stead? The young man chuckled as I stated, our young master is unwell and cannot be here. Whatever you have to say, we shall certainly relay it to him. The other young man added with a dismissive smile, my master is the Minister of Imperial Horses. Everything has been arranged. You gentlemen need only go through the motions. Go through the motions? Xia Weilu's expression became contemplative. He turned to Zhang Long. Is the evidence conclusive? Zhang Long replied solemnly, all evidence has been prepared, and the 2 men also participated in the assault that led to Luan's father's death. Xia Weilu continued, for intentional homicide. What does the law of Daxia prescribe? Death by execution, Zhang Long stated plainly. Excellent. Then let us proceed with the execution. Since they have come in place of Dong Hin and have committed a crime, they shall be executed as well. Xia Weilu's expression darkened. His eyes filled with a fierce light. Be your command. Zhang Long immediately drew his sword from his waist, the chilling aura of the blade erupting, effectively sealing off the 2 men. The 2 men were taken aback, and one of them quickly spoke, my lord, we merely came here on behalf of young Master Dong. We have committed no crime. The other man hastily produced a pouch of silver, presenting it with urgency. This is a small token of respect from young Master Dong to all of you esteemed officials. Had this matter concluded here, they would have greedily pocketed the silver, not anticipating that the officials from the Tianquan division would resort to violence upon arrival. Upon seeing the silver offered, Xia Weilu glanced at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, asking, surely there has been no bribery within the Tianquan division? Zhang Long replied earnestly, I cannot speak for others, but there is certainly none at the second court. Excellent. Bribery in open court deserves a death sentence. Xia Weilu's tone was icy. With a swift slash, Zhang Long wasted no words, bringing the blade down. No, the man, witnessing the gleaming blade descending toward his neck, was overtaken by terror. Splatter! In the next moment, blood erupted, and his head rolled to the ground, lifeless. Please, no. The other man was startled, his face pale and panic-stricken. He clearly had not expected to face execution in open court as a mere lackey. Boom! Zhang Long swung his blade, and before the man could react, his neck was severed, blood gushing forth. The other officials, witnessing this, felt a measure of their pent-up frustration dissipate. 2 lackeys had dared to act so brazenly in front of the Tianquan division, utterly oblivious to the consequences. Quite well done. Xia Weilu nodded with a smile. His gaze fell upon the young girl, and he spoke softly, little one, return home and await news. I, the officer, will capture the culprits and surely provide you with an explanation. Tears welled in the girl's eyes, streaming down her cheeks as she hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, my lord, thank you. During this time, she had visited various government offices, yet no one had stood up for her. Now, upon arriving at the Tianquan division, with 2 men who had wronged her dead, she felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the Tianquan division could indeed deliver her justice. Xia Weilu instructed, leave a few men to clean this up. The rest shall accompany me to the Dong residence to apprehend the criminals. Shall we capture them directly? Zhao Hu instinctively inquired. Xia Weilu shot a glance at Zhao Hu. With solid evidence, we naturally seize them directly. Should we leave them to celebrate the new year? Understood. Zhao Hu nodded solemnly. Were they in charge, they would not dare to seize anyone directly. Otherwise, the summons would not be merely for 2 guards. However, with Xia Weilu leading, they felt no fear of anyone. Follow me. Xia Weilu strode toward the hall's exit. Lin Qinghuang happened to be standing outside, her expression calm as she regarded Xia Weilu. Well done. The Tianquan division has the right to execute without prior notice. Those who do evil should be slain without hesitation. Agreed. Xia Weilu waved his hand, picking up an oil paper umbrella from the side. and proceeded forward. Not long after, outside the Dong residence, Xia Weilu held the oil paper umbrella as snow fell gently, with the officers flanking him. "Who are you?" "This is the residence of Lord Dong. No idle folk are allowed near. Leave at once, or do not blame us for being impolite." Two guards at the entrance glared at Xia Weilu and his companions, their words laced with reprimand. What audacity! Zhang Long's brow furrowed. As members of the Tianquan division, when had it come to this that two guards would dare reprimand them? Or was it that the Dong residence's people were this arrogant, disregarding the Tianquan division? Impertinent. Xia Weilu spoke coolly. Slap. Zhang Long charged forward, delivering a resounding slap to each of the guards. The two guards were sent sprawling, blood streaming from their mouths and noses, their faces contorted in pain as they shouted, "You dare to cause trouble at the Dong residence." Xia Weilu walked forward expressionlessly, stepping on one guard's fingers, indifferently stating, feigning ignorance, "Even the Tianquan division is unknown to you." Chapter 44. Public assault. Where is the law? One guard let out a piercing scream, yet defiantly retorted, "What of the Tianquan division? You openly assault people. Where is the law?" In this Tianqi city, who did not know of the Tianquan division? He was aware, yet the young master had instructed that no matter who arrived, they were to be driven away. For years, backed by the third prince, the Dong residents had grown arrogant. Who dared to offend them easily? Thud. Xia Weilu kicked the guard away, his expression unchanging as he said, "Knowing of the Tianquan division yet still daring to act recklessly? A fool unaware of their own mortality, who is causing a ruckus at the Dong residence." A displeased voice emerged from within the estate, revealing a middle-aged man with a sword at his waist, accompanied by a dozen guards. "The Tianquan division is conducting an investigation. Summon Dong Hin," Xia Weilu stated coldly. The middle-aged man glanced at Xia Weilu, nonchalantly replying, "My young master is unwell and cannot bear the cold wind. Please return another day." Xia Weilu narrowed his eyes. "Repeat that. The Tianquan division is investigating. Bring Dong Hin here," the middle-aged man sneered. "What? Is the Tianquan division so impressive? Do you dare to forcibly invade the residence of a Taibu Si Shaoqing? Indeed, this is the residence of the Taibu Si Shaoqing, not a place for you to act recklessly. Should you dare to misbehave, do not blame us for being unkind." The other guards chimed in. Xia Weilu raised his hand, his expression indifferent as he commanded, "Proceed to capture them." Zhang Long and the others immediately advanced. "I dare anyone to try." The middle-aged man swiftly drew his sword, and the guards around him followed suit, blocking the entrance. What audacity! Zhang Long and the others' eyes filled with murderous intent. Noble relatives and high-ranking officials might warrant some leeway, but for a mere group of guards to draw weapons against the Tianquan division was tantamount to seeking death. If these men were not dealt with, how could the Tianquan division maintain its authority? Xia Weilu's smile turned sinister as he coldly proclaimed, "The Tianquan division is conducting an investigation. Those who obstruct shall be killed without mercy. Since they refuse to cooperate, let us slay them." Clang. The officers' swords were drawn in an instant, their murderous aura erupting. "Kill!" They hesitated not for a moment, immediately charging at the guards. The Tianquan division was conducting an investigation. Who dared to obstruct them? A group of guards who did not even understand the rules deserved to die. A series of blood-curdling screams echoed. Who among the Tianquan division had not tasted blood? How could these guards stand a chance against them? Moments later, all the guards lay dead on the ground, the earth stained red with blood. The middle-aged man collapsed, a gruesome wound marring his body. Still alive, he looked at Xia Weilu and the others with terror in his eyes. You are abusing your power. Killing indiscriminately." Xia Weilu picked up a long knife from the ground, gently caressing it, and said nonchalantly, "What were you doing just now? Now you know fear. Unfortunately, it's too late." Boom. With a single stroke, he severed the middle-aged man's neck, blood gushing forth. Just then, a maid happened to walk by and, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, let out a piercing scream. Xia Weilu, bloodied knife in hand, entered the estate, glancing at the maid as he coldly inquired, "Where is Dong Hin?" The maid, utterly terrified, instinctively pointed toward a pavilion. Xia Weilu expressionlessly made his way toward the pavilion, with Zhang Long and the others following closely. Inside the pavilion, Dong Hin lay in a purple robe, reclining on a bed, His eyes squinted as he savored the nuts offered by a maid. Bang! At that moment, the pavilion door was kicked open. Xia Weilu entered with Zhang Long and the others. Impudent! Who is the blind fool causing a disturbance? Dong Hin opened his eyes wide, his face darkening, but upon seeing Xia Weilu and the others, his expression shifted entirely. Xia Weilu glanced at Dong Hin and coldly commanded, "Seize him." Two officers immediately stepped forward, swiftly apprehending Dong Hin. What do you want?" Dong Hin's face was filled with panic as he stammered. "I am the son of the Taibu Si Shaoqing, backed by the third prince." Slap! Xia Weilu approached Dong Hin and delivered a resounding slap, sneering, "The third prince? If you are so capable, why not summon him here?" After the slap, he coldly ordered, "Take him back to the Tianquan division for processing." "No, I refuse to go to the Tianquan division. I won't go," Dong Hin pleaded in terror. Once in the Jingzhou Prefecture, Dali Temple, or the Ministry of Justice, there might still be some room for negotiation. But at the Tianquan division, even if he did not die, he would surely face severe punishment. "You have no choice," Xia Weilu said with a cold smile, discarding the bloodied knife as he looked at the maid. "Inform your master that when he comes to collect Dong Hin's corpse, he should bring along 1,000 taels of silver. Move out." Zhang Long waved his hand, and the officers immediately followed. "No, I refuse to go to the Tianquan division." "Zhu Tao, hurry and find my father," Dong Hin shouted desperately. Not long after, at the three princes' residence. "Your Highness, young Master Dong seeks an audience." A guard bowed before Yin Wuchen, holding a cup of fine wine. Yin Wuchen replied nonchalantly, "What is the matter?" The guard responded, "It concerns the previous incident involving Dong Hin." Yin Wuchen furrowed his brow and remarked, "Have I not already made myself clear? The Jingzhou Mansion, the Supreme Court, and the Ministry of Justice will not treat him harshly. It is merely a formality, and yet this is not sufficient?" The guard pondered for a moment before responding, "I have only just received word that this case has been taken over by the Tianquan division. And moreover, Dong Hin has already been apprehended by Xia Weilu and his men, brought to the Tianquan division." Yin Wuchen's gaze sharpened. With a composed expression, he stated, "This is undoubtedly the work of Yin Junlin. I dispatched someone to assassinate Xia Weilu last night, and today he has brought this case forward. He must be seeking an outlet for his frustrations. What shall we do next? Dong Shaoqing is still outside." The guard inquired softly. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Wuchen replied gravely, "Since he has been taken by Xia Weilu, that fellow will certainly show me no mercy. Inform Dong Shaoqing that this prince will do his utmost. But he must be prepared for the worst. Additionally, advise him to proceed with caution and avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Otherwise, no one will be able to save him. Given that he has allied himself with the deputy minister of the imperial household, there are bound to be some unsavory dealings involved. If the other party falters and reveals certain matters, it would spell trouble." "Understood." The guard immediately departed. Yin Junlin, Yin Wuchen crushed the wine cup in his hand, his eyes exuding an icy chill. If Dong Hin were truly to perish, it would not pose a significant issue for him, as his collaborator is the deputy minister of the imperial household. However, there would certainly be some repercussions. Chapter 45. Previously arrogant. Time for retribution in the residence of Yin Junlin. A dancer reported, "Your Highness, Xia Weilu has captured Dong Hin and brought him back to the Tianquan division." Upon hearing this, Yin Junlin's face broke into a smile. Last night, Xia Weilu was indeed shaken. Today, this prince has provided him with an opportunity to vent his frustrations, which will surely delight him. By demonstrating sincerity, I can effectively win him over. The dancer added with a smile, "The deputy minister of the imperial household has already pledged allegiance to the third prince. This matter will undoubtedly require the third prince's intervention. Xia Weilu was attacked last night by the third prince's men and will certainly not extend any courtesy. Consequently, the likelihood of cooperation between Xia Weilu and the third prince is virtually non-existent." "Precisely." Yin Junlin's smile deepened. "The third prince seeks to win over Xiezhongshuan, and thus will not pursue Xia Weilu any further. However, one must always prepare for unforeseen circumstances. It is crucial to ensure that Xia Weilu and the third prince remain at odds for the time being." The dancer pondered for a moment before asking, "Should we carefully orchestrate this situation? Perhaps we can uncover some compromising evidence against the third prince?" Yin Junlin responded, "Let us observe for now." "Understood." The dancer nodded gently. Half an hour later, at the Tianquan division, in the second hall, Xia Weilu was leisurely savoring fragrant tea. Lin Qinghuang held a scroll in her hands and spoke slowly. Now that he has been captured, what do you intend to do next? Naturally, he must be executed. One cannot waste good rice, Xia Weilu replied nonchalantly. Lin Qinghuang closed the scroll, her expression calm as she said, then let it be done. It is merely the execution of a criminal. There is nothing extraordinary about it. Within the Tianquan division, countless criminals meet their end daily. The evidence in this case is irrefutable. Dong Hin is guilty of a capital offense. Requiring no retrial, execution can proceed directly. Once one enters the Tianquan division, they are fated to either perish or suffer greatly. In comparison, Xia Weilu's 3 years within Tianquan have been relatively favorable. Commander Lin. Someone just visited Dong Hin, Zhao Hu reported as he hurried in. Lin Qinghuang inquired. Oh? Who was it? Zhao Hu replied. An official from the first hall. Very well, Lin Qinghuang did not dwell on this matter further. Zhao Hu then turned to Xia Weilu. Lu Ping is also currently at the Tianquan division. Xia Weilu set down his teacup, then let us resolve this matter with that. He strode toward the hall's exit. In the prison, Dong Hin sat on a straw mat, with his legs crossed, a blade of grass between his teeth. His eyes narrowed with a contented smile. Compared to the previous terror he had felt, he now appeared remarkably composed. Just moments ago, an officer from the Tianquan division had visited him, assuring him that he need not worry. The higher-ups were already devising a plan. With the Dong family backed by the third prince, even if he entered the Tianquan division, he could depart unscathed. Dong Hin's smile was one of sheer arrogance. Dong Hin, rise. At that moment, Zhang Long arrived with several officers. Dong Hin opened his eyes and stood, stretching lazily while casting a smug smile at Zhang Long. Are you planning to release me? I recall you visiting my Dong residence before. I shall remember your kindness and repay you well. Ha! Zhang Long's smile turned sinister. Was Dong Hin attempting to threaten him? It was laughable for a man on the brink of death to issue threats. Xia Weilu approached with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Dong Hin. Dong Hin glared back at Xia Weilu, snickering, You were quite arrogant before. Tell me your name, and I will be sure to repay you. The expressions of Zhang Long and the others turned strange. Did Dong Hin not recognize Xia Weilu? However, it made sense. Despite Xia Weilu's debauched reputation, he was still a scion of nobility. How could an ordinary person access his circle? As the son of a deputy minister of the imperial household, Dong Hin was naturally unqualified to mingle with Xia Weilu's ilk. Repay you? How amusing. Xia Weilu chuckled coldly, extending his hand. Zhang Long immediately stepped forward to unlock the prison door. With a self-satisfied expression, Dong Hin strode out, pointing at Xia Weilu. Since you were the one who captured me, you should personally escort me out. Bang! Xia Weilu swiftly delivered a kick to Dong Hin's abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters. Dong Hin clutched his belly, letting out a pained scream, glaring at Xia Weilu. You are dead. How dare you lay hands on me? Xia Weilu replied impassively. Take him directly to the square. With that, he turned to leave. 2 officers promptly stepped forward to restrain Dong Hin. You are finished. I, Dong Hin, am allied with the third prince. If you dare touch me, you are declaring war on him. Dong Hin shouted angrily. Smack! Zhang Long delivered a resounding slap, knocking out several of Dong Hin's teeth. Fool! That is the scion of the Duke of Jinshi, Xia Weilu. Before him, you are nothing, Zhang Long sneered. Xia Weilu. Upon hearing that name, Dong Hin trembled, clearly cowed. He may have been a wastrel and stained with blood, but before the scion of the Duke of Jinshi, he truly amounted to nothing. Take him away. Zhang Long let out a cold laugh before turning to leave. In a public square, Dong Hin knelt on the ground, his expression filled with terror. Was this not meant to be his release? Why had he been brought to the gallows instead? At this moment, Zhang Long stood impassively beside him, brandishing a long knife. Below the platform, a multitude of officers from the second hall gathered, their expressions stern and unyielding, devoid of any trace of emotion. Countless souls had perished in this square, and they had long since grown accustomed to the sight. Among the crowd stood Lu Ping, tears welling in her eyes as she watched Dong Hin being captured. She murmured, Father, Grandfather, the evildoer has been captured. Do you see this? Seated calmly, Xia Weilu declared, Dong Hin rode recklessly through Tianqi City, causing the death of Luan, and subsequently conspired with his guards to murder Luan's father when confronted. The evidence is irrefutable. Under the laws of the Great Xia, his crime warrants execution. No Xia Weilu. You cannot kill me. My Dong family is connected to the third prince. Dong Hen's face was a mask of terror. Execute him, Xia Weilu stated expressionlessly. Please, no. Dong Hen trembled, terror coursing through him, losing control of his bladder. Swish! Zhang Long's blade moved swiftly, and in an instant, Dong Hen was reduced to a headless corpse. Son. At that moment, a sharp, anguished cry rang out. A man in official robes, in his 50s, rushed forward. Upon witnessing Dong Hen's severed head, he faltered, collapsing to the ground in despair. The newcomer was none other than Dong Yao, the deputy minister of the imperial household. Quickly, assist Lord Dong. Xia Weilu commanded. An officer stepped forward to help Dong Yao to his feet. Xia Weilu approached Dong Yao, sighing, Lord Dong, you have arrived too late. Dong Yao gazed at Xia Weilu with profound sorrow. Young Master Xia, why did you execute so hastily? Could you not wait a while longer? Xia Weilu gently patted Dong Yao's shoulder, his face a mask of regret. Lord Dong, it is not my decision to execute so swiftly. It is the arrangement from above. Dong Yao's expression froze. Xia Weilu lowered his voice. This case being handed to the Tianquan division is the doing of the Grand Prince. The commander of the Tianquan division is also aligned with the Grand Prince. Though you think I, a mere titular heir, have any power to decide this matter, I merely came to fulfill a formality. Did I not ask the maid from the Dong residence to inform you to bring 1,000 taels of silver? Dong Yao clutched a slip of paper worth 1,000 taels tightly in his hand. Xia Weilu snatched the note from Dong Yao's grasp, shaking his head. Originally, this silver could have treated the brothers of the Tianquan division to some drinks, and the matter of Dong Hen could have been postponed. However, the commander issued a direct order for execution, and what could I do? I gave you time. Yet why did you delay for half an hour? Dong Yao's complexion was as pale as a ghost. Why was he half an hour late? It was because he was seeking connections to rescue Dong Hen. Xia Weilu spoke softly. Lord Dong, restrain your grief. You have clearly offended someone. The vortex of power, from the moment you stepped into it, destined you for an inescapable doom. You should have foreseen this. Alas, it is time for me to report back. A powerless heir ultimately holds no sway with that. He turned to walk towards Lu Ping. Xia Weilu cast a glance at Lu Ping, leading her away from the square, on a main avenue. Xia Weilu pressed a banknote into Lu Ping's hand. Dong Hen is dead. This is compensation from the Dong residence. Although it is not substantial, it should suffice for your livelihood. Lu Ping's expression was one of deep emotion, and she instinctively dropped to her knees, saying, Thank you. My lord. Xia Weilu helped her up, gently saying, Live well. The road ahead is still long. Tears flowed from Lu Ping's eyes as she hurriedly retrieved a rolled-up book from her sleeve, handing it to Xia Weilu. My lord, this is something my father compiled, which he secretly hid, seemingly involving something significant. I feel that his death, caused by Dong Hen's horse, might be connected to this item. I present it to you now. Accepting the book, Xia Weilu nodded lightly. I understand. You may return now. If you encounter any issues in the future, seek out Captain Lin of the Second Hall of Tianquan. Lu Ping performed a bow and turned to leave. Xia Weilu opened the book in his hand, and a glimmer of intrigue appeared in his eyes. This was a ledger, recorded by Luan, containing some personal notes. Luan, a groom in the Taipu Sea, was naturally well acquainted with the war horses there. He had noticed that some of the steeds he cared for mysteriously disappeared, yet there was no record of it in the ledger, which instead showed full accounts. This was clearly amiss. Someone was falsifying records, and others were quietly transferring the horses. Upon secret observation, he discovered that the missing war horses had all been taken by Dong Yao for various reasons, but they were never returned. Occasionally, when the Taipu Sea Qing brought officials for inspections, Dong Yao would substitute inferior horses to fill in. The Taipu Sea Qing, responsible for the war horses, surely knew what constituted an inferior horse, and could not be ignorant of the discrepancies in the ledger. Yet, he chose to turn a blind eye, as he was complicit in the scheme. Profiting alongside Dong Yao.it, appeared that Luan's death was also related to this matter. Xia Weilu tucked the ledger away with a soft sigh. How could this ledger be utilized to achieve the greatest effect? If Tianquan Sea were to investigate on their own, they might find themselves hindered. Especially since it involved the third prince, the investigation could easily be halted midway, as the royal family needed to maintain face. Aha! A glint of cunning sparkled in Xia Weilu's eyes. Delivering this ledger to Yin Junlin would be most appropriate. He could then manipulate matters further, igniting a fiercer rivalry among the princes. With this thought in mind, Xia Weilu left Tianquan, heading straight for the residence of the first prince, the first prince's residence. Yin Junlin was sipping tea. Your Highness, Xia Weilu requests an audience, a guard reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, Yin Junlin immediately set down his teacup and walked towards the entrance. The moment he laid eyes on Xia Weilu, warmth spread across his face, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Xia, please, come in." Xia Weilu laughed heartily. "Today, while resolving the matter of Dong Hin, the coward handed me a ledger, which pertains to the third prince. I thought you would be interested. Hence I rushed over." Upon hearing this, Yin Junlin's pupils constricted, and he quickly replied, "Brother Xia, lower your voice. Walls have ears. Let us discuss this inside." "Is it such a grave matter?" Xia Weilu retorted, producing the ledger and handing it to Yin Junlin. "Here is the ledger. Last night, the third prince sent assassins after me. It is truly despicable. Take this ledger and deal with him decisively." Yin Junlin took the ledger and flipped it open, glancing through it. His expression became grave. "Brother Xia, I truly must thank you for this." Xia Weilu smiled. "The ledger is now yours. I must take my leave. Such is my nature. I remain clear in my heart regarding others' intentions." Yin Junlin, filled with gratitude, quickly assured him, "This prince will not betray Brother Xia's trust. Then I shall take my leave. I have other matters to attend to." Xia Weilu waved as he departed. The moment he turned away, a hint of mischief graced his smile. Yin Junlin's comment about walls having ears was indeed accurate. The news of the ledger would likely reach the third prince's ears swiftly if Yin Junlin were wise. He would not immediately surrender the ledger, but rather negotiate some benefits with the third prince. After all, as princes, how many of them are truly untainted? If he retains the ledger, Xia Weilu would present him with a small gift this very night. Not long thereafter, at Yin Wuchen's residence. "Your Highness, trouble looms. That scoundrel Dong Hin seems to have given Xia Weilu a ledger, which he has now presented to Yin Junlin. That item likely pertains to matters of the Taipu Sea." A guard hurriedly reported to Yin Wuchen. "What?" Yin Wuchen's expression shifted drastically upon hearing this. He was acutely sensitive to the implications of a ledger. "What shall we do next?" the guard inquired promptly. Yin Wuchen regarded the guard, asking, "What of the messenger?" "There are no issues," the guard replied. Hearing this, Yin Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. If Yin Junlin wished to suppress this information, the messenger would not have had the opportunity to relay it. However, the fact that the news has reached me indicates that Yin Junlin intends for me to be aware. He believes I will hesitate out of fear. This is a negotiation he seeks. "What should we do?" the guard queried, perplexed. Yin Wuchen smirked coldly. Since Yin Junlin wishes to negotiate, he likely seeks to carve out some share of benefits and will not easily relinquish the ledger. This, in turn, affords me an opportunity. After a brief contemplation, he continued, "We shall prepare for both scenarios. First, send someone to seize that ledger. If successful, it will save us much trouble. If that fails, I shall negotiate with him." "Understood, Your Highness," the guard promptly flattered. "Hee." Yin Wuchen chuckled playfully. "As a prince, who among them does not hold some leverage over the others? The key is how to utilize that leverage to exchange for the maximum benefit." He had already guessed Yin Junlin's intentions, and this indeed presented him with a chance. Chapter 47. The blustering snow, fitting for malice nightfall. The snowstorm raged, creating an ideal atmosphere for nefarious deeds. A masked figure clad in black traversed a snow-covered alley, their hands encased in metallic gauntlets adorned with sharp spikes. This figure was one of Yin Wuchen's operatives, a formidable warrior of the late stage of the Tuajin realm. To steal the ledger from Yin Junlin, it was essential to deploy someone of such caliber, for the endeavor was fraught with difficulty. The figure paused, sensing something amiss, and peered ahead, eyeing the depths of the alley. Another masked figure emerged, similarly clad in black, wielding a sword, seemingly awaiting him. This person was none other than Xia Weilu. Xia Weilu regarded the black-clad figure calmly, stating, "I have been waiting for you." The black figure wasted no words. Clenching his fist, he unleashed his aura, charging towards Xia Weilu with a fist aimed to kill. A cold glint flashed in Xia Weilu's eyes. At the precise moment the black figure's fist descended, he drew his Zhuanghua sword, unleashing a chilling sword aura that swiftly sliced through the black figure's neck. The black figure froze, his head severed and blood gushing forth, staining the ground. With a single strike, he was slain. Xia Weilu sheathed his Zhuanghua sword, removed the black figure's gauntlets, and donned them himself, striking the ground with a powerful punch. Boom! The black figure's corpse instantly dissolved into a mist of blood. Having completed this task, Xia Weilu took flight, vanishing into the night. Not long after, at Yin Junlin's residence, a cloaked figure stealthily entered the loft, searching for something. This intruder was none other than Xia Weilu. Bang! Just then, Yin Junlin burst in with a cadre of guards. Fixing his icy gaze upon Xia Weilu, he declared, "You have some gall to steal within this prince's residence. Are you courting death?" Initially, he had been waiting for Yin Wuchen to approach him, but instead of yielding, he had encountered a thief. In that moment, Yin Junlin realized Yin Wuchen was not inclined to negotiate peacefully, but rather aimed to seize the leverage he held. With a chilling smile, Yin Junlin waved his hand, and the guards charged at Xia Weilu. Xia Weilu unleashed a punch, the gauntlets emanating a crimson light, the sharp spikes glinting ominously as his fist struck out. The guards cried out in anguish, all sent flying. Late stage to Ajian. Yin Junlin's expression darkened as he lunged at Xia Weilu, throwing a punch. Xia Weilu, unafraid, retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, unleashing a tremendous pressure that shattered the loft. Yin Junlin spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurled from the loft. Xia Weilu's eyes glinted with malice as he rushed towards Yin Junlin, delivering another punch to his chest. Boom! The blow sent Yin Junlin crashing into the ground. Another spurt of blood erupting from his lips. With a murderous intent, Xia Weilu prepared to strike again. Yin Junlin rose from the ground, extracting a shattered heart-protecting mirror from his chest. His gaze, icy and penetrating, fixed upon Xia Weilu as he bellowed, "Summon someone, eliminate him." Although the force of the earlier punch had been thwarted by the heart-protecting mirror, he still bore significant injuries, his internal energy surging violently and his organs damaged. Boom! A formidable aura enveloped the courtyard as an elderly man appeared atop a pavilion, exuding a terrifying presence, clearly a practitioner in the early stages of the Daozong realm. Upon witnessing this, Xia Weilu turned to flee. Having set up a trap, there was no reason to linger. The elder unleashed a palm strike, obliterating a distant pavilion into dust. Yet this attack failed to strike Xia Weilu. Can he escape? The elder's tone was sharp as he prepared to give chase. Wait! Yin Junlin interjected immediately, prompting the elder to halt. With a composed expression, Yin Junlin continued, "The gauntlets he wields seem familiar to me. He is a man sent by Yin Wuchen. Had it not been for the heart-protecting mirror, I would surely have perished. We shall settle this matter with him later. You must promptly visit Yin Wuchen's residence and give him a taste of his own medicine. I must now proceed to the palace to meet with the emperor." Initially, he had intended to negotiate with Yin Wuchen regarding the ledger in his possession, but it now appeared he had overestimated the situation. Yin Wuchen had dispatched someone to steal the ledger and attempted to kill him, clearly not inclined to negotiate. Therefore, it was unnecessary to afford Yin Wuchen any opportunity. He would simply submit the ledger. This ledger might not bring Yin Wuchen to ruin, but it could certainly compel him to relinquish what he had consumed in the Taibu temple. Upon hearing this, the elder did not hesitate and immediately took to the skies. In the city, atop a secluded pavilion, Xia Weilu removed his black robe and stored away his gauntlets, a playful smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Yin Junlin has dispatched a Daozong realm expert to contend with Yin Wuchen. Surely, there must be Daozong practitioners within Yin Wuchen's residence as well. Their confrontation presents me the perfect opportunity to strike at Yin Wuchen. Tonight's events will undoubtedly escalate the conflict between Yin Junlin and Yin Wuchen, potentially drawing out all the onlookers and sowing further seeds of distrust among the princes. To orchestrate such a scheme behind the scenes is a rare opportunity indeed. Though this frame-up will surely harbor flaws, it is precisely these flaws that allow for creative interpretation. The princes, plagued by suspicion, will inevitably conjure more thoughts and grievances against one another. Even if they discern the truth, they will likely seize the chance to accuse each other. In certain situations, one need not possess irrefutable evidence. A mere pretext for action suffices. Why should it only be Yin Junlin and Yin Wuchen who suffer injuries while others remain unscathed? Such an outcome is simply unacceptable. We are brothers. We must share in each other's tribulations. Xia Weilu donned a gray robe and retrieved a bronze mask, a terrifying aura emanating from him, matching that of an early-stage Daozong practitioner. He produced 2 demon cores, casually toying with them before extracting a portion of their power. Not long after, a fierce battle erupted at Yin Wuchan's residence, as an elderly man and a middle-aged man, both early-stage Daozong practitioners, clashed, shattering numerous pavilions and unleashing formidable might into the void. A group of guards encircled Yin Wuchan within the courtyard. Yin Wuchan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated a sudden assassination attempt. At that moment, a figure clad in gray appeared, showing no hesitation as he struck towards Yin Wuchan with a powerful palm. "Protect His Highness." The guards' faces fell, and several shielded Yin Wuchan while the rest charged at the gray-clad figure. Boom! Xia Weilu's fist descended with tremendous force, the impact obliterating the guards before they could approach. This Daozong realm? Damn it! Yin Wuchan's expression soured. Xia Weilu struck again, sweeping his sleeve to annihilate the remaining guards surrounding Yin Wuchan. Clenching his fist, he launched a powerful blow at Yin Wuchan. Without hesitation, Yin Wuchan unleashed his full aura, countering with a punch of his own, revealing himself to be in the mid-stage of the Tuajiang realm. Bang! The 2 fists collided. A sharp crack echoed as Yin Wuchan's hand bones shattered, his body propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Xia Weilu stepped forward, suddenly appearing before Yin Wuchan, delivering a resounding slap. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, leaving Yin Wuchan with a swollen face, teeth scattered, and his body sent flying like a cannonball. Chapter 48. Framing and Entrapment. Restlessness crack. Xia Weilu lunged forward, seizing Yin Wuchan's arm and forcefully twisting it until it snapped. Ah! Yin Wuchan let out a wretched scream. However, he reacted swiftly, his other hand forming a fist and striking at Xia Weilu's head. Yet Xia Weilu was even quicker, raising his knee and crashing it into Yin Wuchan's chest. Boom! Yin Wuchan's chest caved in, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Xia Weilu released his grip and delivered a kick. Crash! Yin Wuchan was sent flying, crashing into an artificial mountain and shattering it. His bones likely broken in multiple places. Xia Weilu's eyes glinted with malice as he prepared to continue his assault. Enough! At that moment, a flying sword descended from the heavens, slicing towards Xia Weilu as the middle-aged man, who had been battling the elder, intervened. Boom! The long sword cleaved downward, instantly carving a 100-meter fissure into the ground. Upon witnessing this, Xia Weilu slapped at the sword. Boom! The sword was deflected. The middle-aged man formed a hand seal, causing the sword to slash at Xia Weilu once more, a powerful sword aura threatening to engulf him. Xia Weilu's figure flickered, retreating 100 meters. He cast a cold glance at the middle-aged man in the void, choosing not to linger and promptly took flight. Your Highness! Another group of guards surged forth, and upon seeing Yin Wuchan sprawled among the rubble, their expressions shifted to alarm as they rushed to assist him. Yin Wuchan, now propped up, had one arm hanging limply, his chest caved in, hair disheveled, face swollen, and blood trickling from his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight in the void. The 2 Daozong practitioners continued their battle. The elder's gaze burned with ferocity as he gestured, summoning a flying dagger that sliced downwards. Boom! The guards near Yin Wuchan were instantly obliterated, leaving only Yin Wuchan standing on the ground. The elder formed a seal, the flying dagger materializing before him as he coldly declared, "Some things cannot be done. I have come to offer the 3rd prince a warning." With that, he vanished into the void. Your Highness! The middle-aged man descended, his expression shifting dramatically upon seeing Yin Wuchan's injuries. Yin Wuchan quickly produced a vial of elixir and consumed it, wiping the blood from his lips as he seethed. Did you discern the tactics employed by those 2 earlier? The middle-aged man reached out, extracting a trace of demonic energy from Yin Wuchan. He responded solemnly, that elder in the Daozong realm seems to be associated with the first prince. As for the one who appeared afterward, I cannot discern his origins, but he carries a strong demonic aura. He must be a demon. Good, good, good. Yin Wuchan's fury surged as he began to suspect the identity of the latter attacker. So, this is how it is? Very well. If they wish to eliminate me, I shall not hold back from now on. In the establishment known as 7 Nights Snow, Xia Weilu sat by the window on the 2nd floor, savoring fine wine while listening to music, his smile broad and bright. The framing and assassination attempt of the evening would surely leave the princes in a state of unrest. The competition among the princes had previously been gradual, with no one daring to resort to lethal measures unless absolutely necessary. However, with the events of tonight, the dynamics would change entirely. Those who had been concealing their intentions, masquerading as harmless, would find it increasingly difficult to maintain their facade. After all, with assassinations at hand, how could they continue their act? The sixth prince. Yin Wugo, I shall crush you in due time. Xia Weilu gently caressed his wine glass, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. This night's events would undoubtedly draw Yin Wugo out into the open. Observing from the sidelines, pretending to be a fool, if I do not eliminate you, it shall be my defeat. Let the princes battle it out first. And should they fail to eliminate one another, I shall take matters into my own hands. Before long, Xia Weilu set down his wine glass and departed from Seven Night Snow. However, at that moment, Tianqi City was already in an uproar. Two princes had been attacked, a matter of no small consequence. The Tianquan office and the Imperial Guards were both in action, intent on uncovering the perpetrator. Of course, they would never uncover the truth. With the scent of alcohol still clinging to him, Xia Weilu strolled down the street, hands tucked within his sleeves, his steps somewhat unsteady. A group of constables approached briskly, led by Lin Qinghuang. Upon seeing her, Xia Weilu's face lit up with a warm smile. Qinghuang, shall we return home together? To your home. Lin Qinghuang shot him a glance, her tone icy as she retorted. Is it wise to indulge in revelry so soon after leaving the Tianquan office? Are you not afraid of meeting your end at the hands of a woman? Heh heh. The constables chuckled at her words. Amused, what was wrong with the heir enjoying a bit of revelry? Was it such a crime? Xia Weilu's expression turned stern. Nonsense. Am I truly so lacking? He then inquired. You all seem quite hurried. Is there some urgent matter at hand? I happen to be free and can lend my assistance. You've had too much to drink. Return home and sleep it off. The winter hunt gathering is in 2 days. We must set off for Snow Wolf Valley tomorrow. So do not be late. Lin Qinghuang replied coolly. With that, she waved her hand and led the constables away. Xia Weilu called after her, Qinghuang, may I visit your home tonight? Get lost. Lin Qinghuang's frosty voice echoed back. I understand. A night of passion. Xia Weilu called out cheerfully. Lin Qinghuang quickened her pace, unwilling to engage with him further. Xia Weilu watched her retreating figure, chuckling to himself before lowering his head and continuing on his way. Half an hour later, Xia Weilu arrived outside the residence of the Marquis of Geneleven.At this moment, there were numerous guards patrolling the area, while several soldiers vigilantly observed their surroundings. Was Xie Zongxuan truly afraid of death? A playful smile crossed Xia Weilu's face, for the news of his close association with Yin Junlin had already spread, and how could Xie Zongxuan not be wary? With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode confidently towards the entrance of the estate. The guards at the door, upon seeing him, neither saluted nor obstructed his passage. Inside the courtyard, a young man clad in a black robe was wielding a long sword, the air around him crackling with fierce sword energy and swirling snowflakes. Xia Weilu cast his gaze upon this black-robed figure, who was none other than Xie Zongxuan's eldest son, Xie Wushang. Gifted with remarkable talent, Xie Wushang had apprenticed under a sword cultivator in Tianqi City, achieving the pinnacle of the Xinhuang realm 3 years ago, and now had entered the mid-stage of the Jiasuo realm. Yet, he was still no match for Xia Weilu. With a sudden rush, Xie Wushang sensed Xia Weilu's arrival, and a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he slashed his sword towards him. Xia Weilu appeared momentarily taken aback, but as the blade drew perilously close, it halted abruptly. Xia Wushang retracted his sword, his tone icy as he glared at Xia Weilu. You have harmed my brother and insulted my parents. These debts shall be repaid in due time. Xia Weilu's smile deepened, and he clapped his hands in mock applause. Well said. You truly resemble a clown performing in a grand play. Crack! Xia Wushang clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his aura of hostility intensified. However, he dared not strike Xia Weilu here. After all, Xia Weilu was the heir of the Marquis of Zhenshi, and should he kill him here, it would likely result in his own demise, with Xie Zongxuan bearing a heavy price as well. With a sardonic expression, Xia Weilu proceeded towards his own loft. The winter hunting conference was set to take place in the Snow Wolf Valley, and if this fool, Xie Wushang, did not recognize danger, he would meet his end there. That accursed position of heir shall inevitably be mine. Xie Wushang's murderous intent surged within him. His desire to kill Xia Weilu was not merely for revenge for his parents and Xia Wujing. He coveted the title of heir. The heir of the Marquis of Zhenshi would one day become the Marquis himself, who would not covet such a position. This family, consumed by greed, would either be overwhelmed by their own avarice or meet a violent end. Chapter 49. Watching from afar, stirring the waters at the residence of Yin Junlin. Your Highness, what has transpired? An elderly man of Daozong realm inquired, glancing at Yin Junlin, who had just returned from the palace. Yin Junlin took a deep breath, a smile gracing his face. Although I was ambushed tonight, fortunately, this prince has not sustained serious injuries. I have submitted the account book to father. Upon learning of the circumstances, he was greatly enraged. Subsequently, the Ministry of Imperial Horses was thoroughly investigated, and both the minister and deputy minister were dismissed. I recommended someone to recover the lost war horses, and that individual is about to assume the minister's position. As for Yin Wuchen, he will undoubtedly face other penalties, and his future will not be pleasant. The ambush had left him displeased, but after visiting the palace, some of his frustrations had dissipated. For now, the new minister of Imperial Horses was his ally and would surely bring him ceaseless benefits. In summary, it was a great gain. The old man continued. Regarding Yin Wuchen, Yin Junlin smiled lightly. I am already aware of this matter. You have done well. Yin Wuchen dared to allow others to strike at me, and he ought to know the consequences. The old man shook his head. There is something amiss. The one who truly harmed Yin Wuchen was not me, but another expert of Daozong realm. Another expert of Daozong realm? Yin Junlin raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. While in the palace, he had only heard that Yin Wuchen had been ambushed and gravely injured, and had assumed it was done by his own men. The old man pondered. That Daozong expert is shrouded in mystery. I cannot discern his true nature, but I sense a demonic aura emanating from him. Demonic aura? Could it be that a flicker of intrigue crossed Yin Junlin's eyes? From the intelligence he possessed, it seemed that the sixth prince had a peculiar interest in demonic entities. The old man spoke solemnly. That individual was exceedingly ruthless, seemingly intent on taking Yin Wuchen's life. Had it not been for the protection of another Daozong expert, Yin Wuchen would surely have perished tonight. Even if he is not a demon, he could very well be an evil cultivator. Yin Junlin's eyes narrowed. After I instructed you to act, there just happened to be another Daozong expert seeking Yin Wuchen's life. What do you suppose would happen if Yin Wuchen were truly to die? Watching from afar, stirring the waters, is indeed a clever tactic. That individual does not fear drowning in the chaos. Naturally, the blame will fall upon your highness, the old man stated bluntly, when he had gone to carry out the ambush. He had not made any efforts to conceal his identity, intending to instill some fear in Yin Wuchen. The Daozong expert at Yin Wuchen's residence would undoubtedly recognize him as being associated with Yin Junlin. It was likely that outsiders would assume the incident was connected to Yin Junlin. Should Yin Wuchen indeed be silenced, Yin Junlin would bear the infamous title of fratricide. Yin Junlin maintained a calm demeanor. It was this prince who was initially ambushed. Regardless of what outsiders say, I hold the moral high ground. As for those who seek to stir the waters, they shall not be allowed to live comfortably. The old man suggested. The winter hunting conference is an opportunity. Yin Junlin nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it is a fine opportunity. There will surely be disturbances. In that case, this prince shall act amidst the turmoil, teaching someone a lesson. Yin Wuchen is not a fool. Since he has not perished, he will undoubtedly deduce certain things from tonight's events. Understood. The old man clasped his fists. Has the eldest princess visited here? Yin Junlin, seemingly recalling something, noted. Given that I was ambushed tonight, Yin Ruyu should have come to check on me. The old man shook his head. She has not come, Yin Junlin remarked. It seems she disapproves of my alliance with Xia Weilu. Perhaps. Very well, let us not concern ourselves with this matter for now. Yin Junlin proceeded towards a loft, as he had sustained some injuries and needed to recuperate at the residence of the sixth prince. Within the loft, Yin Wugo was playing the zither. Gradually, he inquired, Are you aware that a Daozong realm demon attempted to assassinate Yin Wuchen tonight? A mist materialized within the room, revealing a beautiful woman in a white gown seated gracefully. She playfully crossed her legs, gently stroking her hair, and smiled. If he were to die, would that not be more advantageous for you? Yin Wugo ceased playing and turned to the woman in white. So, do you know this demon? The woman in white smiled alluringly, shaking her head. You must understand, Tianqi City is home to hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some demon clans are deeply concealed, making it challenging for even me to trace their whereabouts. Since you can collaborate with me, others can likewise ally with other demons. Yin Wugo raised an eyebrow. After hearing your words, I can't shake the feeling that this matter has grown more complex. Indeed, it is somewhat complicated. But this is your own affair and has nothing to do with me. After speaking, the woman in white yawned and vanished from the loft. Yin Wugo gently rubbed his forehead, murmuring to himself, "Who has orchestrated this plot against me?" Although he had kept his collaboration with the demon clan well hidden, his siblings were astute and would surely notice the signs. The recent destruction of the Qingyuan Taoist temple spoke volumes. It could be surmised that one or more of his siblings were already aware of his dealings with the demons. The attempt on Yin Wuchen's life tonight was clearly intended to draw him into the fray. And it was highly likely that this individual had formed an alliance with other demons. Such collaboration, coupled with knowledge of his associations, seemed entirely plausible. Troublesome indeed. Yin Wugo rose and gazed out the window, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. The following day, Xia Weilu slept until midday. The weather was pleasant, the snow had ceased, and the sun shone brightly, radiating golden light. After rising and freshening up, he stepped out of the loft to find a crowd gathered at the Marquis's residence. The winter hunting conference was to be held in Snow Wolf Valley, a considerable distance away, necessitating an early departure. Leading the expedition from the Marquis of Zhenshi was Xie Wushang. Upon seeing Xia Weilu, a glint of cold murderous intent flashed in Xie Wushang's eyes. According to the customary rules of previous winter hunting conferences, the scions of the powerful families in Tianqi City were obliged to participate, aimed at honing the skills of the younger generation. As the heir of the Marquis of Zhenshi, Xie Weilu, despite being deemed a waste, could not refuse this obligation. Once they reached Snow Wolf Valley, he would have ample opportunities to eliminate his rival. Noticing Xie Wushang's gaze, Xie Weilu wore an expression tinged with mockery. Snow Wolf Valley was indeed an ideal place for bloodshed. And for those unaware of the dangers, it would only serve to fulfill their demise. "Let us set forth," Xie Wushang commanded, leading the group away. Uncle Fu approached Xie Weilu and inquired, "Young master, do you require my company to Snow Wolf Valley?" Xie Weilu smiled nonchalantly. "There is no need. I am well aware of my own plans. You may remain at the Marquis's residence with that." He walked out. Chapter 50. You and I are brothers. No need for such formalities. Not long after departing the Marquis's residence, Xie Weilu encountered Lin Qinghuang. She regarded him with indifference and remarked, "Are you not joining the Marquis of Zhenshi's entourage to Snow Wolf Valley?" Xie Weilu shrugged. "Would I dare to follow? If I were to be killed along the way, what then?" Lin Qinghuang replied coolly. "That makes sense. The journey to Snow Wolf Valley is fraught with peril. Alone, one is bound to meet their demise. Surely, you are not foolish enough to attempt it. I assume you plan to join the Crown Prince's party instead." Astute. Xie Weilu smiled and nodded. He indeed intended to accompany Yin Junlin's group. After all, following last night's ambush, it would only be courteous to extend some warmth to him today. Lin Qinghuang pondered. "I shall not venture to Snow Wolf Valley. Take care of yourself." Xie Weilu gazed at Lin Qinghuang. "I believe you will inevitably go to Snow Wolf Valley." Lin Qinghuang narrowed her eyes. "What makes you think so? I am hardly a scion of the noble families of Tianqi City, and moreover, the second palace has no guard duties." Xie Weilu, with a serious expression, replied, "You surely cannot bear the thought of your future husband meeting his demise." Lin Qinghuang found herself at a loss for words. Having never encountered such a self-absorbed individual, "Be wary of the people from the first palace," she remarked before turning to leave. Indeed, she intended to go to Snow Wolf Valley, for according to her intelligence, a key figure from Wuyiage would also be heading there, and she needed to find an opportunity to extract information. However, she would remain in the shadows during this endeavor. Xie Weilu smiled nonchalantly and proceeded ahead. Before long, Xie Weilu arrived at the main avenue of the royal palace, where several exquisite palanquins were parked, drawn by snow-stepping magical horses with wings. These horses were exceptionally swift and powerful, capable of covering vast distances in a single day. On either side stood numerous armored cavalrymen wielding long spears. Within one palanquin, Yin Junlin stepped out, and upon seeing Xie Weilu, a smile graced his face. "Brother Xie." Xie Weilu clasped his fists. "I pay my respects to the Crown Prince." Yin Junlin quickly supported Xie Weilu, his demeanor earnest. "We are brothers. There is no need for such formality." Xie Weilu chuckled. With so many eyes upon us, we must adhere to basic etiquette. Yin Junlin's expression grew stern. What etiquette is there between us? It does not exist. I have yet to properly thank you for yesterday. Xiaoweilu inquired. I heard this morning that His Highness accomplished something significant last night. It was evident you act with great decisiveness. Yin Junlin lowered his voice, Brother Xia. To speak candidly, I did indeed undertake something momentous last night, but I also sustained serious injuries. Xiaoweilu's expression turned grave. Rest assured, from this day forth, the Duke of Zhenqi's manor will fully support you. A tacit understanding passed between them. Yin Junlin's smile widened. The slight beating he endured last night strangely left him feeling more at ease. Brother Xia, please ride in my palanquin. I am uneasy with you following others to Snow Wolf Valley. Then I shall not stand on ceremony, Xiaoweilu replied with a gentle nod. Subsequently, Xiaoweilu took his place in Yin Junlin's palanquin, which was spacious and adorned with numerous prohibition runes. A tea set was laid out, and a maid was pouring tea. Let us depart, Yin Junlin commanded. The magical horses accelerated, their wings fluttering as they lifted the palanquin upwards, gliding smoothly without any turbulence. Other palanquins hastily followed suit. Simultaneously, at various locations within the city, numerous palanquins soared into the sky, rapidly joining Yin Junlin's entourage. Inside the palanquin, Yin Junlin said, Our destination is not directly Snow Wolf Valley, but rather the northern frontier, where we shall rendezvous with the Grand General of the North. Yin Junlin smiled lightly. Xiaoweilu, savoring a cup of fragrant tea, remarked, Then let us meander about. It is merely a formality. Consider it an excursion, nothing more. Yin Junlin chuckled, yet he understood that Xiaoweilu would undoubtedly encounter many assassination attempts. Once they left Tianqi City, many would have opportunities to act. However, Yin Junlin knew that Xiaoweilu had powerful backing, so he harbored little concern for his safety. Half a day later, the main force reached the outskirts of the northern frontier city. The north was a realm of perpetual ice, where snow lingered year-round, rendering it exceedingly frigid. The 30-meter-high city walls were encased in thick layers of ice crystals, their original dull hue now imbued with a silvery sheen. An ancient formation sealed the city, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to invade. On the walls stood numerous soldiers clad in armor, resembling ice sculptures, remaining utterly motionless. The northern frontier was a crucial stronghold for the Great Qian dynasty, serving as the second line of defense against the incursions of the northern demon tribes. Over the years, the demon tribes had breached the first line of defense multiple times, yet they found it immensely challenging to penetrate the second, bolstered by the Grand General of the North and his 30,000 troops. Atop the city wall stood a middle-aged man clad in black armor, exuding an air of authority, his presence suffused with an aura of intimidation. This man was Mu Bei, the Grand General of the North and the Lord of Northern Frontier City. A peak practitioner of Dao Zong, with his demon-slaying sword, he had vanquished numerous demon tribes, instilling fear far and wide. Upon sighting the approaching palanquins, he commanded in a deep voice, Open the city gates. With a resounding boom, the heavy gates swung open. Although the northern frontier city was sealed by formations, allowing entry from above would necessitate the dismantling of these formations, an act Mu Bei would never consider undertaking. The palanquins entered the city one by one. Within the city, we pay our respects to the Crown Prince, Mu Bei bowed, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers. General Mu, there is no need for such formalities. Yin Junlin interjected, quickly stepping forward to assist. Mu Bei stated, I have prepared a banquet at the Lord's Manor. Please follow me, and we shall discuss the situation regarding Snow Wolf Valley then. Thank you. General Mu, Yin Junlin nodded gently. In the Lord's Manor, within a grand hall adorned with fine wines and delicacies, the guests were seated in two distinct groups, men on one side and women on the other. Approximately 100 individuals were present, all of distinct status. Xiaoweilu sat beside Yin Junlin, toying with a wine cup while his gaze fell upon Su Muxue, who lay on the ground. Su Muxue sensed his gaze and could not help but display a look of disdain. She shot a glare at Xiaoweilu, only to find that he had already shifted his attention to another woman clad in a light yellow down dress. This woman was none other than the third princess, Yin Rui. Seeing this, Su Muxue's eyes brimmed with contempt. Did this fellow have never encountered a woman before? Yin Rui was strikingly beautiful, with large eyes and an oval face, a small tiger tooth gracing her smile. She rested languidly on the table, idly drawing circles with her finger. Humph! Noticing Xiaowelu's gaze, she bit her tiger tooth and shot him a fierce glare. Xiaowelu chuckled as he downed the contents of his cup. Yet his mind was in contemplation. Yin Rui exuded an air of vivacity and innocence, seemingly carefree, yet she was undoubtedly not as simple as she appeared. A royal figure could hardly be so. At that moment, several individuals were observing Xiaowelu intently, including several princes, Xiao Su and Xiao Wushang, their expressions devoid of any overt emotions. Even if they harbored thoughts, they would not reveal them in front of the crowd. The eldest princess has arrived, a voice announced from outside the hall. Chapter 51. The Winter Hunt Festival commences. All eyes turned towards the entrance. Yin Rui entered the grand hall, clad in a flowing white gown and wearing a veil. Her steps graceful, her attire billowing, her figure enchanting, and her long black hair swaying in the breeze, resembling a pristine lotus. Accompanying her was a handsome young man in a white robe, exuding an elegant demeanor. Mu Bei rose to bow. I pay my respects to Her Highness the Princess. There is no need for such formalities, General Mu, Yin Rui replied, her voice melodious and enchanting. Xiaowelu fixated on Yin Rui, his grip on the wine cup tightening slightly. In an instant, Yin Rui's gaze locked onto Xiaowelu, her eyes gleaming with a mysterious light, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet, invoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation. A splendid spectacle was about to unfold. Xiao Wushang smirked inwardly. Xiaowelu had engaged in certain antics concerning Yin Rui, and now that she had made her appearance, he was keen to observe how Xiaowelu would react. Some in attendance also displayed intrigue at the prospect of the two encountering one another. It would undoubtedly be entertaining. However, the anticipated confrontation did not materialize. The enigmatic light in Yin Rui's eyes faded, her beautiful gaze returning to its previous calmness as she strided forward to take a seat. The young man in white settled himself beside her. The assembly paused momentarily before quickly regaining composure. Regardless of any profound disagreements, they would not erupt in public. Doing so would merely expose their own vulnerabilities. What transpires behind closed doors, however, was an entirely different matter. It was foreseeable that Xiaowelu's journey would be fraught with peril. Those present who wished for his demise were certainly not limited to just one. Unperturbed by the thoughts of others, Xiaowelu's gaze remained fixed on the young man in the white robe. And he remarked with a gentle smile, "This gentleman possesses an extraordinary demeanor. I do not believe we have met before." The crowd turned their attention to the young man, their eyes betraying a hint of intrigue. He was no ordinary individual, his background equally substantial. The young man in white clasped his fists toward Xiaowelu. "Li Haoran of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. I pay my respects to the young master." Li Haoran? The disciple of the National Master? As expected, he possesses an extraordinary demeanor, Xiaowelu praised. Among the few powerful figures in the divine court of the Great Xia dynasty, the National Master Yuan Tianxiang was indeed one of them. As the disciple of the National Master, Li Haoran was certainly impressive, having reached the mid-stage of the expanding territory realm. Li Haoran spoke softly, "Thank you for your kind words, young master." After exchanging pleasantries, Yin Junlin turned to Mu Bei and inquired, "General Mu, what is the current situation in Snow Wolf Valley?" Snow Wolf Valley, located 30 miles north of northern Frontier City, was a vast gorge teeming with numerous ferocious beasts. Mu Bei approached a map, picked up a brush, and contemplated. Currently, Snow Wolf Valley is more perilous than ever. 3 years ago, a demon tribe breached the first line of defense to the north and ultimately met their end at the hands of the Northern Army in Snow Wolf Valley. The encroaching demon energy has exacerbated the volatility of the beasts within the valley. He swiftly marked 3 circles on the map, labeling them A, B, and C. During this winter hunting tournament, the Snow Wolf Valley is divided into 3 distinct zones. The C zone, being the outermost area, is relatively devoid of demon beasts, offering only common wildlife suitable for those lacking cultivation to hunt. The B zone is designated for cultivators to practice and serves as the primary hunting ground, teeming with numerous demon beasts and ferocious creatures tainted by demonic energy. As for the A zone, it is imperative that none of you tread there, for it harbors exceptionally powerful demon beasts. The crowd nodded in understanding. Mu Bei continued, "As for the specifics of this winter hunting tournament, that will be disclosed by the Grand Prince tomorrow. After this banquet, everyone is welcome to stay at the Lord's residence and rest well, for we shall set off for Snow Wolf Valley early in the morning." The attendees wore contemplative expressions, aware that tomorrow's winter hunting tournament would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Half an hour later, the banquet concluded. Xiaowei Lu and Yin Junlin walked along a long corridor. Brother Xia, I will dispatch skilled fighters to covertly protect you tomorrow, but you must remain vigilant, Yin Junlin said with a serious demeanor. Dispatching strong fighters? Unnecessary. There are already formidable protectors at my back, Xiaowei Lu replied with a smile. Then I shall rest easy, Yin Junlin said, glancing around. I have many matters to attend to, so I won't prolong our pleasantries. Please, do attend to your own affairs. Xiaowei Lu nodded with a smile and made his way toward a pavilion. Yin Junlin watched his retreating figure before departing as well. As Xiaowei Lu approached the pavilion, he happened upon Xia Wushang. Cherish the time we have today, Xia Wushang said with a chilling smile. Fool, Xiaowei Lu replied coolly, with a crack. Xia Wushang clenched his fists and departed with a frosty expression. Young Master Xia, Her Highness the Princess requests your presence. A charming maid approached. Xiaowei Lu glanced at her and inquired with a smile. Which princess might that be? The third princess, the maid stated directly. Xiaowei Lu waved his hand dismissively. Not interested, this young master is tired. With that, he strode into the pavilion. The maid was momentarily stunned. How dare he refuse the third princess? She frowned slightly and retraced her steps. Inside the pavilion, Yin Ruyi was warming herself by the fire. Although she was a cultivator, the cold of the northern region made the warmth of the fire even more inviting. The maid entered the pavilion. My lady, Xiaowei Lu did not come. If he doesn't come, then so be it. What is the big deal? Yin Ruyi replied nonchalantly. The maid whispered, My lady, regarding tomorrow's winter hunting tournament, the other princes and princesses all harbor ulterior motives. It will surely be fraught with danger. What are your plans? Survive. As for the rest, do not concern yourself with them, Yin Ruyi said, stretching languidly. The waters are muddied, let others perform. As for myself, preserving my life takes precedence. Understood, the maid nodded gently. The next day, at the entrance of Snow Wolf Valley, the main force gathered. What greeted their eyes were towering snow-capped mountains, arranged like a treasure bottle, with an expansive interior space faintly exuding demonic energy. Yin Junlin addressed the crowd, contemplating. For this winter hunting tournament, the time limit is until tomorrow at noon. Everyone must survive within Snow Wolf Valley for 1 day, during which you are to hunt demon beasts to your heart's content. His gaze fell upon Li Hao Hao Ran casually waved his hand, and several white jade tokens flew toward those present. These are tokens crafted by the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Simply drop a drop of blood on them, and they will record the number and strength of the demon beasts you hunt. Seemingly recalling something, he added meaningfully, these tokens only serve for counting and will not track your whereabouts. The crowd promptly accepted the tokens. Xiaowei Lu toyed with his token. This item seems quite valuable. It should fetch a good price. Li Hao Ran's expression stiffened at his words. This item isn't worth much. It will need to be retrieved later. Cough, cough. Yin Junlin lightly cleared his throat and continued. In this winter hunting tournament, the top 5 will receive special rewards. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards, which include even the expansion pill for opening up one's dantian. So I urge everyone to exert your utmost in hunting demon beasts. Mu Bei spoke solemnly. The rewards for this winter hunting tournament are exceedingly enticing, provided by the royal family and the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Currently, Li Hao Ran and I oversee this, and rewards will be distributed according to ranks after the results are announced. The mention of the expansion pill caused anticipation to flicker in the eyes of the crowd. Rewards from the royal family and the Celestial Monitoring Bureau were undoubtedly alluring. Yin Junlin regarded the assembly. If there are no objections, we may commence the winter hunting tournament. No objections, the crowd replied with serious expressions. Excellent. I hereby declare the winter hunting tournament officially commenced, Yin Junlin proclaimed solemnly. The attendees swiftly mounted their steeds, equipped with bows and arrows. Let us set off. Yin Junlin mounted his warhorse and waved his hand. The group immediately charged into Snow Wolf Valley in Mu Bei, and Li Hao Ran remained at the entrance. Li Hao Ran remarked, the dangers within Snow Wolf Valley are unpredictable. There should be some cultivators who entered in advance. Mu Bei glanced at him and replied indifferently, Snow Wolf Valley is vast. It's quite normal for some to slip in. According to His Majesty's edict, those at the Dao Collection Realm are beyond our concern. As long as there are no Dao Collection Realm cultivators inside, the rest is none of my business. The dangers are certain, for the demon beasts are ferocious, and human hearts can be ruthless. However, the rewards are also substantial. High risks yield high returns, if one can indeed secure a top position and obtain the rewards. It would surely lead to soaring success. Li Hao Ran chuckled, no longer wishing to speak further. Chapter 52. Such greed. How can one not die? In the sea zone of Snow Wolf Valley, Xiaowei Lu rode his warhorse, casually surveying the surroundings. The sea zone was equally vast, and although there had been a dozen or so who entered with him, they were now nowhere to be seen. A deer. Xiaowei Lu spotted a snow deer ahead and smiled. Swiftly drawing his bow and arrow, whoosh, he released the arrow, which narrowly missed the snow deer. Yo-yo. The snow deer, startled, bolted into the distance. Can you escape? Xiaowei Lu grinned, pursuing on horseback. After a brief chase, the snow deer vanished. And soon he encountered a person on horseback, Xiao Wushang, bow in hand, gazing at Xiaowei Lu with murderous intent. Xiaowei Lu regarded Xiao Wushang with a faint smile. There are many here who wish to take my life. I did not expect you to be the first to leap out, so eager. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Since the opponent had come, he would send them on their way, sparing himself the trouble of seeking them out. Xiao Wushang's gaze turned sinister, the arrow aimed at Xiaowei Lu. You have harmed my brother and humiliated my parents. Only by personally slaying you can I quell the hatred in my heart. Xiaowei Lu chuckled. If you wish to be the young master, you could simply say so. No need to concoct such a grandiose justification. But it matters not. A dying person's thoughts can be understood. Die. A cold light flickered in Xiao Wushang's eyes as the arrow suddenly flew toward Xiaowei Lu, aiming for his brow. Xiaowei Lu slightly tilted his head, the arrow whizzing past his ear. Xiao Wushang's expression darkened. He swiftly drew his sword and leapt, lunging at Xiaowei Lu, the sword slicing through the air. Exuding a chilling aura, so eager. Let me send you off to your next life sooner. Xiaowei Lu smiled indifferently, his smile bloodthirsty. As Xiao Wushang's sword came crashing down, he instantly extended 2 fingers, catching the sword between them. What? Xiao Wushang's pupils constricted in disbelief. Crack, with a flick of his wrist, Xiaowei Lu snapped the sword in 2, the tremendous backlash sending Xiao Wushang flying. Whoosh! Xiaowei Lu flicked his fingers, half of the broken sword hurtling towards Xiao Wushang. Xiao Wushang's body trembled as the shard pierced his chest, blood gushing forth. With a twisted expression, he gasped, How can this be that I am not even a match for a waste? You can actually cultivate. Xiaowei Lu spared him no further glance, delivering a swift palm strike. Boom! Xiao Wushang's body was reduced to a mist of blood, along with the token that turned to dust. Such greed. How can one not die? Xiaowei Lu's tone was frigid as he turned his gaze to another direction. You seem to be enjoying the show. Come out! A man clad in a brocade robe stepped forward, his face filled with terror as he looked at Xiaowei Lu. Young master, I was merely passing by. Xiaowei Lu replied coldly. Peak of the Shackles realm? Huh? Who sent you? Upon hearing this, the fear on the brocade-clad man's face vanished, his eyes turning fierce as he lunged at Xiaowei Lu, a sharp dagger appearing in his hand. Xiaowei Lu leapt into the air, seizing the man's arm, and his knee struck the man's chest forcefully. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as the brocade-clad man's chest caved in, and he spat out blood. Collapsing to the ground, Xiaowei Lu landed gracefully, pressing the man's head down. The brocade-clad man looked terrified. This time he was truly afraid. It was said that Xiaowei Lu was born with waste bones, incapable of cultivation. Who was spreading such rumors? With his peak Shackles realm cultivation, he could not withstand a single move from Xiaowei Lu. Was the other truly incapable of cultivation? Young master, please, don't kill me. The brocade-clad man stammered. Who sent you? Xiaowei Lu asked expressionlessly. Yes. Point 3. The voice of the man in the brocade robe trembled. Boom! Xiaowei Lu brought his palm down, and the brocade-robed man was instantly reduced to a mere pulp. Dead beyond any doubt. Unable to articulate a word, he was better off dead. Let it be, Xiaowei Lu remarked nonchalantly, leaping onto his horse and galloping away. Half an hour later, in a snowy expanse, Xiaowei Lu kindled a campfire, over which a wild rabbit was roasting, its meat turning golden brown, seasoned with fragrant spices, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Not far ahead, a group of a dozen individuals clad in the attire of the Tianquan division approached briskly. Gentlemen, Do you require something? Xia Weilu inquired. Glancing at them, one man immediately clasped his fists and reported, Esteemed heir, I am Feng Wu, the chief of the first hall of the Tianquan division. Xia Weilu interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I am well aware of the chiefs of the first hall, and none among them bears the name Feng Wu. You must not be affiliated with the Tianquan division, Clang. The man's pupils constricted as he swiftly drew his dagger, and the others followed suit. Encircling Xia Weilu, with a faint smile, Xia Weilu remarked, I was merely testing you. I do not know anyone from the first hall, yet I surmise you are sent by the vice commander of the first hall. It seems someone visited when Dong Hin was captured, and with the Dong family's ties to the third prince, could it be that you are in league with him? Upon hearing this, the man coldly retorted. It appears the heir is not as incompetent as rumored, but do you realize that you are about to meet your demise? Indeed, they were agents of the third prince, and Yin Wuchen harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Xia Weilu, wishing to eliminate him here. This time, Yin Wuchen had utilized the Tianquan division's first hall to participate in the hunting tournament, embedding them within, allowing free movement throughout the Snow Wolf Valley under the guise of the Tianquan division. Die? Are you referring to yourselves? Xia Weilu's eyes glimmered as he waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of formidable power. Boom! Before the dozen individuals could react, they were instantly reduced to ashes. After dispatching these foes, Xia Weilu looked ahead and spotted a woman in Tianquan division attire standing 100 meters away, wielding a sword, her expression dark and her eyes filled with murderous intent. This was none other than Fu Xianlin, the vice commander of the first hall, at the mid-stage of the boundary expansion realm. With a swift motion, Fu Xianlin appeared just 10 meters in front of Xia Weilu, her tone icy as she declared, Everyone in Tianqi City has underestimated you. Who would have thought the heir concealed himself so profoundly? Among those who had just been crushed were several at the late stage of the locking chains realm, and Xia Weilu's ability to annihilate them with a single strike suggested he was at least at the pinnacle of that realm. However, Fu Xianlin felt confident in her mid-stage boundary expansion prowess, convinced that Xia Weilu could not surpass her. Indeed, Xia Weilu replied with a smile. Clang! Fu Xianlin wasted no time in conversation. Her long sword was unsheathed in an instant, cleaving towards Xia Weilu. Chapter 53. Single for too long. A touch of beauty. Boom. Fu Xuanlin's sword descended, its chilling energy suffused with a sense of annihilation, seeking to slay Xia Weilu with a single stroke. Xia Weilu's smile widened as he slowly extended his hand. Snap! He merely snapped his fingers, unleashing a tempestuous force that sent the snow and ice on the ground flying like a tidal wave. Boom! Fu Xuanlin's long sword shattered instantly, the overwhelming power propelling her backward, rupturing her internal organs and causing her to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Xia Weilu stepped forward, his fist clenched as he struck towards her abdomen. Bang! Fu Xuanlin's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing 20 meters away into a massive boulder, shattering it upon impact. She emitted a pained cry, blood gushing from her mouth, her bones and organs shattered, losing half her life in an instant. Xia Weilu approached Fu Xianlin with a smile. No, it's impossible. Fu Xuanlin's expression was one of immense suffering. As Xia Weilu approached, she felt the chilling threat of death, her eyes betraying a flicker of terror. She had thought that eliminating Xia Weilu would be a simple task, but never did she anticipate that she could not withstand even a single punch from him. He was at the very least in the late stage of the boundary expansion realm. Wasn't he born a waste? Even if the issue of being a waste was resolved, he could not have cultivated at such a pace, considering he had spent 3 years in prison without any cultivation resources. So why was he so powerful? Who could explain this to her? At that moment, Fu Xianlin was engulfed by fear. The heir of the Zhenshi Marquisate had been masquerading as a frivolous youth while concealing a depth of power beyond comprehension. What was he plotting? Xia Weilu extended his hand, seizing Fu Xianlin by the neck, and with a faint smile, remarked, It seems I have been single for far too long. I find you somewhat pleasing to the eye. Fu Xianlin trembled as she stammered, As long as the heir is willing to spare me, I can offer you. Not interested. Xia Weilu's voice turned frigid as he tightened his grip, and Fu Xianlin was instantly reduced to ashes. After eliminating Fu Xianlin, Xia Weilu returned to the fire, picking up the roasted rabbit and savoring it slowly. What should he do next? A pensive expression crossed his face. He could not afford to genuinely hunt beasts during this winter hunting tournament. Having reached the pinnacle of the boundary expansion realm, He could elevate his cultivation to the Tao repository realm by employing the method of repairing the heavens, yet such power was still insufficient for his peace of mind. The demise of his grandfather and father hinted at numerous peculiarities, suggesting the involvement of formidable foes or a terrifying conspiracy at play. Revealing his cultivation prematurely might not bode well. He could very well be eliminated beforehand. Given the current circumstances, it was prudent to remain in the shadows, quietly enhancing his strength. His third uncle, Xie was an unfathomable figure. He could potentially be relied upon in critical moments. However, having already died once, Xie Weilu cherished his life greatly. In this ruthless world of the strong devouring the weak, he preferred not to entrust his fate to others, thus relying solely on himself. The Snow Wolf Valley was currently a battleground for several princes and princesses. It would undoubtedly become quite lively. He decided to wait for the waters to muddy before making his move. Xie Weilu mused silently, noting that Yin Wugo was exceedingly secretive, presenting an opportunity to probe into his strength. After consuming half of the rabbit, Xie Weilu discarded the rest, feeling satiated. He produced the white jade token. He had not previously infused it with blood, so it remained inactive. Crack, he crushed the token, deeming such an item unnecessary to keep. After a brief contemplation, Xie Weilu rose and departed, planning to explore Area Bida, before a colossal stone blanketed in snow. Having met the sixth prince, 7 late-stage boundary expansion realm demons bowed to Yin Wugo. Yin Wugo replied indifferently, "Attend to your own matters. Do not contact me from this point onward." He had instructed the female demons to capture individuals in the Snow Wolf Valley for the purpose of creating powerful demon hybrids. Unfortunately, the female demons were kept at bay and could only send 7 late-stage boundary expansion realm demon kin. Rest assured, the 7 demons revealed sinister smiles before swiftly departing. Yin Wugo gazed into the distance, muttering to himself, "I am curious about what those 3 will do next." The third prince was still in Tianqi recuperating and had not participated in the winter hunting tournament. The key figures to monitor within the Snow Wolf Valley were Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, and Yin Ruyu. This time, he had permitted the demon kin to enter and capture individuals primarily to seize some capable cultivators, such as those accompanying Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, and Yin Ruyu. The thought of these strong individuals being transformed into demon hybrids for his use amused him greatly. Meanwhile, at another location in the Snow Wolf Valley, Yin Junlin drew his bow and shot down a demon beast of the Xianhuang realm. He turned to a middle-aged man beside him and asked, "Have those demon kin made a move?" Responsible for the winter hunting tournament, Yin Junlin had ample maneuvering room and had arranged for powerful allies from the outset. Initially, this was to ensure that these strong individuals could assist certain young talents in securing better placements. If those individuals achieved notable rankings, it would benefit him significantly, far surpassing the importance of securing first place himself. However, it now seemed he would need to deploy his strong allies to eliminate certain individuals. He was aware that others were quietly embedding their strong members in the Snow Wolf Valley, including a portion that was demon kin, all under his scrutiny. The middle-aged man nodded lightly, possessing considerable strength himself. At the pinnacle of the boundary expansion realm, and was Yin Junlin's strongest ally. Yin Junlin instructed, "Once those demon kin act, take some people to eliminate everyone sent by Yin Wuyo, Yin Wuchen, and Yin Wugo. Additionally, remove those young individuals who are closely associated with them. As for the remaining individuals, they will be tasked with protecting the young talents I value." The middle-aged man pondered, eliminating their dispatched individuals is manageable. But dealing with those young talents could spell great trouble. Those participating in the winter hunting tournament all possess some background. Losing a few may be inconsequential, but if too many perish, it will certainly provoke a thorough investigation from above. Moreover, since Yin Junlin is in charge of this matter, he would undoubtedly be held accountable for any major issues. Yin Junlin's expression turned playful. "Trouble has already arrived since I took over the winter hunting tournament. Now that the waters are murky, let's stir them even further, placing all the blame on the demon beasts and the demon kin. Isn't the sixth prince interested in the demon kin? Doesn't he enjoy being the sixth? Then let him have his way." Understood. A middle-aged man soared away. Chapter 54. Yin Wugo in the Pinnacle of Expansion. Half an hour later, heavy snow began to fall in the Snow Wolf Valley, obscuring visibility with a blanket of white. Beasts roamed the open ground, while deadly intent lurked in the shadows. Some were riding horses to hunt the beasts when a sudden chilling wind swept in, carrying a murderous aura, causing one to collapse instantly, blood splattering as he met a tragic end. Others remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, but in the blink of an eye, phantom images appeared, and they vanished without a trace. At that moment, several prince's men were secretly taking action. The already perilous Snow Wolf Valley was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Many sensed something amiss and chose to band together, yet the outcome remained the same. They were far too weak, unable to resist true power. Amidst the falling snow, Xiao Weilu donned a black robe, arrows slung across his back, and knuckles clad in gauntlets, charging forward with haste, ignoring the beasts lunging at him before long. He arrived at a forest blanketed in ice and snow, where he spotted Yen Wugo, who was engaged in hunting beasts. On the surface, Yen Wugo did not reveal his formidable cultivation, appearing only to be at the late stage of the locking realm. As a cunning predator would not readily disclose his true strength. Mounted on a war steed, Yen Wugo aimed his arrow at a wolf-like beast. With a narrowed gaze, he shifted position, releasing the arrow like a shooting star. Aimed directly at Xiao Weilu. Xiao Weilu swiftly drew his bow, releasing an arrow in one fluid motion, the projectile slicing through the air to meet its target. The clash resounded as their arrows collided. Yen Wugo's arrow shattered while Xiao Weilu's maintained its ferocity, hurtling towards Yen Wugo's head. Yen Wugo raised an eyebrow, swiftly tilting his head as the arrow grazed his face, piercing through a large tree behind him. Xiao Weilu, undeterred, notched another arrow, releasing it with precision towards Yen Wugo. Yen Wugo instinctively glanced around, confirming the absence of others, his face darkening as he reached out and caught the incoming arrow mid-flight. With a sharp squeeze, he shattered the arrow, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he fixed it on Xiao Weilu's gauntlets. So, you are one of the Third's men. Today, I shall send you to your demise. With that, his aura surged violently, his cultivation leaping from the late locking realm to the pinnacle of expansion realm. Xiao Weilu narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing him as a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Prepare to die. Yen Wugo wasted no words, taking a swift step towards Xiao Weilu, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Xiao Weilu discarded his bow, meeting the strike with his own fist. The impact reverberated, sending shockwaves through the vicinity, splintering trees and scattering snow, causing several beasts to retreat in fright. Following the exchange, Yen Wugo was sent flying over 20 meters, crashing into a tree. What? Yen Wugo's expression shifted in astonishment as he spat a mouthful of blood. How could he, at the pinnacle of the expansion realm, fail to withstand a single blow from this man? In an instant, Xiao Weilu moved, appearing before Yen Wugo, delivering a brutal kick to his chest. Yen Wugo had no time to evade, raising an arm to shield himself. The kick landed with a resounding thud, shattering Yen Wugo's arm and sending him crashing into a tree, which broke upon impact, propelling him once more over 20 meters. After regaining his footing, Yen Wugo coughed up blood, glancing at his fractured arm with a grim expression. Damn it. His voice was cold. Xiao Weilu cast a fleeting glance at Yen Wugo, akin to a specter, suddenly reappearing before him, delivering a punch directly to his chest. The blow struck with a thunderous roar, leaving Yen Wugo's chest caved in, blood splattering as his body was sent flying. Xiao Weilu stepped forward, materializing beside Yen Wugo, seizing him by the throat and thrusting him violently against a nearby massive tree. The tree splintered upon impact. Yen Wugo cried out in agony, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his hair disheveled, with countless bones broken throughout his body. Xiao Weilu's eyes shimmered with murderous intent as he aimed a punch at Yen Wugo's head. The sound of the impact echoed as his fist struck Yen Wugo's skull. Blood gushing forth, yet the resilient head remained unshattered. With a swift motion, Xiao Weilu delivered a slap to Yen Wugo's face, obliterating it in a gruesome display, blood splattering everywhere. Enough. Yen Wugo emitted a howl of humiliation, his eyes aflame with rage, a terrifying demonic energy emanating from him. Ha! Xiao Weilu let out a chilling laugh, his power intensifying as he struck Yen Wugo's chest once more. The already caved-in area was now pierced through by Xiao Weilu's fist. Blood gushing as a tree exploded, Yen Wugo sent hurtling like a ragdoll, flying 100 meters away. Nonchalantly, Xiao Weilu flicked the blood off his gauntlets, gazing at Yen Wugo. You wish to kill me, but you lack the qualifications. Yen Wugo struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse. Despite the grievous wound in his chest, he stood, demonstrating remarkable vitality. Xiao Weilu assessed Yen Wugo, recognizing his extraordinary resilience. "Old man, kill him!" Yin Wugo's voice was ragged, as if addressing someone unseen. With his words, an overwhelming demonic energy surged from him, enveloping him in dark light, rapidly mending his chest wound. His cultivation ascended from the pinnacle of Expansion Realm to the Dao Vault Realm. Yin Wugo clenched his fists, his gaze towards Xia Weilu now devoid of emotion, as if he had transformed into someone entirely different. Has the old man possessed him? Xia Weilu thought to himself, feeling a sense of familiarity with this scene. Wasn't this how a certain emperor of the fire domain rose to power? He had not anticipated that such a formidable presence resided within Yin Wugo. Without a hint of hesitation, Xia Weilu turned to leave. There was a mysterious entity within Yin Wugo he could not fathom, and he knew not what means it possessed. It was unwise to take risks, as opportunities would abound in the future. "Can you escape?" Yin Wugo's voice was cold as he extended his hand, slapping outward, a colossal handprint manifesting to seal the heavens and earth. With a thunderous roar, a radius of 500 meters erupted, countless trees obliterated, leaving a massive imprint in the forest. Escaped? Yin Wugo raised an eyebrow, surprised that his attack had failed to capture the man. Chapter 55. Qinghuang. Do not fear, I shall assist you. Time passed without measure. Xia Weilu, upon his war steed, leisurely strolled about. Having gauged Yin Wugo's strength during their previous encounter, he had discovered that a powerful presence lay hidden within him, which was unexpected. Knowing this reliance would simplify future confrontations. Xia Weilu looked ahead, spotting a woman in a white robe, masked and wielding a bronze sword, battling a horde of beasts. "Qinghuang," Xia Weilu called out, instantly recognizing her as Lin Qinghuang, noting a peculiar change in her aura. Lin Qinghuang was engaged in fierce combat when she heard that familiar voice. Her lips twitched. What is this fool doing in the B district? She thought, bemused by his presence and how he had recognized her. Was she so conspicuous? With a swift strike, Lin Qinghuang cleaved through a beast, reducing it to a mist of blood, while others surged forward. "Qinghuang, do not fear, I shall assist you." Xia Weilu seized a nearby bough, drawing and releasing an arrow. The projectile flew toward Lin Qinghuang. She swiftly countered, sending the approaching beasts flying, yet the arrow grazed her face, prompting her to glare at him. "If you're not going to help, then don't. My mistake. My mistake. One more arrow. I promise I won't miss this time." Xia Weilu readied another shot. "Don't create more chaos," Lin Qinghuang retorted, her sword slashing out, her sword energy multiplying tenfold, obliterating the surrounding beasts in an instant. Seeing this, Xia Weilu lowered his bow, riding closer to Lin Qinghuang. "Qinghuang, do you doubt my strength? That arrow I shot just now would have turned those beasts to dust." "Believe you? Not a chance," Lin Qinghuang replied coldly. "How did you recognize me?" She looked at him with curiosity. Xia Weilu surveyed Lin Qinghuang with admiration, saying, "From the length of your beautiful legs to the allure of your figure, this young master can discern it at a glance." "You?" Lin Qinghuang's temper flared, wishing she could strike him down in that moment. Xia Weilu glanced around, noting the intensifying snowfall. A blizzard is likely to hit soon. "I spotted a cave earlier. Let us seek shelter from the storm. Also, I have something to tell you. Something you've been eager to know." Lin Qinghuang's interest piqued at his words. "Lead the way." "Keep up," Xia Weilu urged, guiding his steed onward. Shortly thereafter, within a cave, a fire crackled to life. Xia Weilu turned to Lin Qinghuang. "What have you gained from your venture into Snow Wolf Valley?" "What do you mean?" Lin Qinghuang countered. Xia Weilu smiled faintly and remarked, "You previously mentioned that during the downfall of the Lin family, someone from Wuyiche took action. I surmise your presence here is to seek a pivotal individual from Wuyiche." Lin Qinghuang cast a deep glance at Xia Weilu and replied, "Indeed. It is indeed for one person. That individual is currently in Shualong Valley, and at the time of the Lin family's demise, they were the one leading the charge. Have you managed to locate them?" Xia Weilu inquired with a smile. Lin Qinghuang sighed softly. "I have found them. However, they were ambushed by a mysterious demon clan and are now barely clinging to life. They stated that at the time of the Lin family's downfall, they were ordered by the second prince to assist the Lin family. So, what do you deduce from this?" Xia Weilu gazed at Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang explained, "The Lin family's wealth is immense, making them a target for the competing princes. It is possible that the second prince was the one being supported by the Lin family. The 30,000 taels of disaster relief silver that the second prince was responsible for recovering were, in fact, funded by the Lin family to fill the gap. Xiaoweilu nodded gently. According to the information from Qie Shui, the Lin family indeed had dealings with the second prince before their downfall. If the Lin family was indeed backing the second prince, some matters would make sense, yet certain issues would remain unresolved. Lin Xinghuang seemed to understand Xiaoweilu's thoughts and spoke softly. There are indeed some matters that cannot be reconciled. For my father has always maintained neutrality. As the head of the Lin family, he has declared that he would not support anyone, as the Lin family does not wish to become entangled in the struggle for imperial power. Her gaze turned somber as she continued. If he were to support the second prince, it would surely be with all his might, and the entire Lin family would be aware of it. Xiaoweilu pondered. Your father may not support, but that does not guarantee that others in the Lin family will refrain from doing so. If I recall correctly, you should have an uncle. Lin Xinghuang looked at Xiaoweilu. You are quite astute. In her hands, she held a ledger from the Lin family, indicating an expenditure of 30,000 taels of silver, with handwriting distinct from others. She had examined some books left by individuals of the Lin family and found that the handwriting matched that of her uncle. Perhaps it is not the Lin family that supports the second prince, but rather the Lin family's second master. This matter still harbors secrets, as the second prince's envoy to the Lin family may have had ulterior motives. Whether to eradicate the Lin family or to assist them cannot be clarified based solely on one person's statement. Thus, she hoped to glean some useful answers from Xiaoweilu. Lin Xinghuang's gaze fell upon Xiaoweilu. It is now your turn, Xiaoweilu stated. I have located my bodyguard. Where? Lin Xinghuang immediately inquired, for that bodyguard was the key. Xiaoweilu straightforwardly replied, Qingyuan Taoist Temple. Qingyuan Taoist Temple? Lin Xinghuang paused for a second. That place has already been destroyed, suspected to be the work of the demon clan. Indeed, I had previously visited Qingyuan Taoist Temple and happened upon a massacre by the demon clan. My bodyguard was among them and was killed. Xiaoweilu's expression turned serious, fabricating the lie without a hint of shame. Did he leave any instructions before his demise? Lin Xinghuang asked. Xiaoweilu shrugged. I was hiding in the shadows and happened to witness his death, so I could not inquire further. However, Lin Xinghuang narrowed her eyes. However, being a target of the demon clan indicates they wanted to silence him, suggesting that those demons may be acting on someone else's orders. The person behind this aims to ensure that the bodyguard, who knows the truth, remains forever silent. Clever. Xiaoweilu smiled, giving a thumbs up. Lin Xinghuang's expression turned contemplative. You previously inquired about the sixth prince, which surely was not a casual question. The sixth prince has always been low profile, yet I have heard that he has a keen interest in demons. Xiaoweilu chuckled lightly. Lin Xinghuang said meaningfully, in Shuelong Valley, there are demons slaughtering and capturing people. How coincidental. After 3 years of searching, it seems clues are finally surfacing, provided that what Xiaoweilu claims is true. Xiaoweilu cheerfully suggested, let us capture a demon and interrogate them. No need to capture. One has already approached. Lin Xinghuang directed her gaze toward the cave entrance. The cave entrance. A burly man clad in black robes and bearing a dark complexion appeared. Exuding a dense demonic aura, his cultivation at the late stage of the expansion realm, seems luck is on my side. The burly man grinned menacingly as he entered the cave, his head transformed. Sprouting a mane of black fur, his face protruding, eyes blood red, and sharp fangs protruding, resembling a bear's head. This is a black bear demon. Xinghuang, can you handle this? Xiaoweilu inquired, looking at Lin Xinghuang. I may not have been able to before. But now? Lin Xinghuang stood up, grasping her bronze sword. Boom! The black bear demon let out a laugh and lunged at Lin Xinghuang, its claws sharp as it struck out with both hands. The power of a human transformed into a demon would surely be formidable. Lin Xinghuang's eyes glimmered with cold light as she swung her sword, unleashing a chilling wave of sword energy. Boom! The bronze sword collided with the claws of the black bear demon, a powerful shockwave filling the cave. Get lost! The black bear demon bellowed, striking the bronze sword with both hands. Bang! The bronze sword in Lin Xinghuang's hands shattered, and she was forcefully pushed back by the overwhelming force. As she retreated, she waved her fingers, summoning the Tianya sword, which shot directly toward the black bear demon. The black bear demon crossed its arms defensively, the demonic energy swirling around it, blocking the oncoming Tianya sword. Lin Xinghuang stepped forward, closing the distance to the black bear demon, delivering a swift kick. Bang! A loud sound resonated as the black bear demon was sent flying 3 meters. Lin Xinghuang quickly seized the Tianya sword, attacking the black bear demon once more. That's enough. The black bear demon roared in anger, clenching its fist and launching a powerful strike, unleashing a black demonic energy fist imprint that collided with the Tianya sword. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in the cave, the ground trembling. The black bear demon's left hand balled into a fist, striking again. Lin Xinghuang immediately raised the Tianya sword to defend herself, and both she and the sword were sent flying 10 meters. She performed a somersault, dissipating all the impact, standing gracefully on the ground. Xia Weilu looked at Lin Xinghuang, smiling. Xinghuang, it seems you are not quite a match for it. Not a match? Lin Xinghuang tightened her grip on the Tianya sword. A glimmer of fierce light flashing in her eyes as terrifying sword energy erupted. Boom! In the next moment, her cultivation surged, stepping from the early to the mid-stage of the expansion realm. The mid-stage of the expansion realm, a hint of surprise flickered in Xia Weilu's eyes. Hadn't it only been a few days since Lin Xinghuang entered the expansion realm? Had she broken through again so quickly? Was it due to her extraordinary spiritual bone? Lin Xinghuang's spiritual bone was indeed mysterious. Not of high quality, nor of supreme quality, but quite unique. After her sudden surge in power, Lin Xinghuang's gaze turned deadly as she charged at the black bear demon. Ready to confront it at the mid-stage of expansion realm against a late-stage demon, Xia Weilu watched Lin Xinghuang, eager to see if she could contend with the late-stage black bear demon after her breakthrough. For Lin Xinghuang, overcoming a minor realm should not pose too great a challenge. Previously, when he had assisted her, those adversaries had been 2 realms above her. Now, the black bear demon was only 1 realm higher. So Lin Xinghuang should be able to fight. As her mid-stage expansion realm power erupted, the Tianya sword in Lin Xinghuang's hands became even more formidable, the sword energy surging with murderous intent. This was a spiritual weapon of considerable quality, potent in its might. Whoosh! Lin Xinghuang moved with incredible speed, appearing before the black bear demon in an instant, slashing her sword toward it, the green sword energy enveloping the area. The black bear demon's blood-red eyes flared with fury as its demonic energy erupted, launching a black fist imprint to counter the strike, breaking through all defenses. Boom! The Tianya sword collided with the black fist imprint, which immediately shattered, yet the fierce sword energy continued unabated, striking fiercely at the black bear demon's fist. The black bear demon's hand was cleaved apart, its arm exploding into a mist of blood. Ah! The black bear demon let out a wretched scream, its body sent flying. Lin Xinghuang transformed into a streak of white light, instantly reappearing before the black bear demon, her long sword striking once more. Aimed directly at its head. Quite impressive, Xia Weilu commended. Lin Xinghuang's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Overcoming a minor realm posed no significant problem. If she were to face someone 2 realms above her, she might still struggle. Roar! The black bear demon, thoroughly enraged, let out a roar, summoning a massive black bear shadow. Lin Xinghuang's sword strike was blocked by the shadow. The black bear demon's eyes glimmered with bloodlust as it transformed into a 3-meter-tall bear. Its demonic aura intensifying. In a flash, the black bear demon swiped at Lin Xinghuang, its demonic energy rampant and oppressive. Slash! Lin Xinghuang showed no fear, her sword energy swelling again as she thrust her sword forward. The black bear shadow was obliterated, and the powerful sword energy slammed into the black bear demon, leaving a gory scar across its body, nearly splitting it in 2. Bang! The black bear demon collided with the wall. Blood sprang forth as it trembled, stammering. How can you, just at the mid-stage of expansion realm, possess such power? Lin Xinghuang wasted no words, charging straight at the black bear demon, her left fist clenching as she unleashed a flurry of punches, each one causing blood to spray from the black bear demon. After a series of punches, Lin Xinghuang plunged the Tianya sword into the black bear demon's chest, pinning it to the wall. Ah! The black bear demon let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lin Xinghuang's voice turned icy as she inquired, I grant you a chance to live. Tell me, who sent you? The black bear demon, with blood-red eyes, glared at Lin Xinghuang defiantly. Do you think I would tell you? Lin Xinghuang clenched her fist, and in an instant, she struck towards the black bear demon's head. After several fierce blows, cracks appeared on the demon's skull. She coldly declared, If you refuse to speak, you shall die. The black bear demon, bloodied and in excruciating pain, could no longer withstand the torment and stammered, "It's the sixth prince." Without hesitation, Lin Qinghuang swung her fist again, delivering a brutal blow to the demon's cranium. Bang! The black bear's head exploded, blood splattering everywhere, resulting in its untimely demise. Silence would lead to death, and speaking would not save it either. Lin Qinghuang extended her hand and sheathed the Tinya sword. Xia Weilu gazed at Lin Qinghuang, a look of deep reflection on his face as he remarked, "Qinghuang, I never imagined you to be such a merciless and deceitful woman." Lin Qinghuang cast a sidelong glance at Xia Weilu, a slight smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "Now you understand? Are you frightened?" Xia Weilu gently rubbed his leg, confessing, "Indeed, I am scared. My legs have gone weak. Qinghuang, come lift me up." Humph! Lin Qinghuang let out a cold snort. The playful banter between the couple was rather amusing. Outside the cave, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed, followed by a terrifying surge of blood-red demonic energy rushing in. Chapter 57. The half-demon emerges. Is it Yin Ruyu? Lin Qinghuang peered ahead, her pupils involuntarily contracting. A middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe, wielding a blood-colored demonic blade, emerged. The aura of demonic energy surrounding him was thick, yet it bore hints of human essence. He was neither purely demonic nor entirely human, but rather a half-demon. Lin Qinghuang's expression grew grave. She had encountered this demon before, who had killed a member of the Wuyiage and possessed formidable strength. Likely at the peak of the boundary expansion realm, the half-demon blood wolf. Xia Weilu fixed his gaze on the blood-robed man, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He had seen this half-demon before. Specifically, the original owner had 3 years ago, when a notorious criminal from Shichu was released. This half-demon had made an appearance, having some connection with that nightingale. Lin Qinghuang glanced at Xia Weilu, surprised that he knew this half-demon. Blood Wolf regarded Xia Weilu with a chilling smile. "Logically, I should thank you for releasing the general, but unfortunately, someone seeks your life. Is it Yin Ruyu?" Xia Weilu replied with a calm smile. The previous Shichu captain, Tai Hu, must have been dispatched by Yin Ruyu, and now this half-demon from Shichu appeared, likely orchestrated by her as well. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Yin Wugo colluding with the demon race, and Yin Ruyu conspiring with Shichu? If true, Yin Ruyu was more cunning than he had anticipated. A bloody glimmer flickered in Blood Wolf's eyes. "You've grown wiser since 3 years ago. Thus, you cannot be spared." "Qinghuang, can you fight?" Xia Weilu inquired. Lin Qinghuang tightened her grip on the Tianya sword, her expression solemn as she replied, "I will hold him off. You escape. To surpass one minor realm was one thing. To leap 2 was out of the question. Unless she was willing to risk everything and unleash all her cards, there might be a glimmer of hope, but she would be left severely injured if she survived." Xia Weilu raised an eyebrow. "Who do you think I am?" "I, Xia Weilu, would never allow a woman to stand in front of me. However, this half-demon is quite strong. I will stand behind you for protection." "Die?" Lin Qinghuang retorted. Blood Wolf's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he suddenly slashed towards Lin Qinghuang with his blood-colored long knife. The terrifying blade aura erupted, shaking the cave violently, rocks cracking, and debris tumbling down. Lin Qinghuang countered with a sword strike. The clash of blade against sword resounded with a thunderous boom. Lin Qinghuang felt a tremendous force assail her, pain shooting through her arm as she was hurled backward. Her expression darkened. If this continued, the cave would soon collapse. Boom! Lin Qinghuang unleashed a punch against the rock wall, creating a gaping hole. The mountain body pierced through. Without hesitation, she seized Xia Weilu's hand and dashed through the opening. "Have you escaped?" Blood Wolf mocked coldly, his blood-colored long knife slashing downwards, generating a 100-meter blade aura that cleaved the mountain in two. The terrifying blade aura surged towards Lin Qinghuang and Xia Weilu. Lin Qinghuang's figure flickered as she leapt downward, landing on the ground. Releasing Xia Weilu, she commanded, "Hurry and go. He cannot escape." Blood Wolf emerged from the mountain, standing above, and with a single slash, he unleashed a torrent of blood-red blade aura, sealing off Lin Qinghuang and Xia Weilu. Lin Qinghuang's gaze sharpened as she quickly formed a sword technique, the Tianya sword slicing upward, releasing a 100-meter sword aura that surged towards the heavens. The blood-colored blade aura clashed with the sword aura. Bang! The sword aura was shattered. Yet the blade aura's momentum remained fierce, crashing towards Lin Qinghuang. She swiftly dodged, the ground erupting with a 50-meter-long crack. Snow scattering as a powerful shockwave sent her flying. She executed a roll, embedding her long sword into the ground, leaving a long mark as she retreated 20 meters before finally halting. She glanced at her palm, now torn and bleeding. The disparity between the mid and peak stages of the boundary expansion realm was evident. Blood Wolf's voice was icy as he caressed the back of his knife, suddenly swinging it, summoning a blood-red heavenly blade that manifested in the skies. Howling, he slashed down, blood light flooding the heavens, a 300-meter blade aura descending with ferocious intensity, causing the nearby mountains to crack under its might. Lin Qinghuang clenched her teeth, immediately forming a sword technique. The Tianya sword hovered before her as she continuously stacked hand seals, the long sword vibrating as terrifying sword energy radiated outward, coalescing into azure lotuses. Azure lotus, ask the heavens! Lin Qinghuang soared into the air, the long sword hovering before her as she waved her finger, her long hair dancing in the wind, her eyes gleaming with cold light. Whoosh! The Tianya sword shot upward, unleashing a 100-meter azure sword aura that struck towards the skies, where lotus flowers blossomed, snow flying, and the sword energy resembling frost. Boom! The 300-meter blood-red blade aura collided with the 100-meter azure sword aura. Holding for merely a second before the azure sword energy disintegrated, the blade aura crashing down, engulfing Lin Qinghuang. A tremendous sound reverberated through the heavens as the blade aura struck down, carving a 300-meter-long fissure into the ground. Splitting a mountain in half, Lin Qinghuang plummeted, her hair disheveled, her mask shattered, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, her complexion pale. Just as she was about to hit the ground, she pointed her sword toward the earth, executing a roll to stand upright. Taking a deep breath, she assessed her condition, her brow furrowing in concern. Blood Wolf loomed above, holding his long knife, his voice indifferent. You withstood my blade and yet did not perish. You are indeed remarkable. Should you ascend a realm, perhaps I would be forced to retreat today, but alas, you are about to meet your end, death. A bloody glimmer flickered in Lin Qinghuang's eyes as she gently touched her forehead. A rune appearing. The moment the rune emerged, her body trembled, a look of agony crossing her features. Xia Weilu observed Lin Qinghuang, raising an eyebrow as he approached her, grasping her hand firmly. Qinghuang, that's enough. Don't disrupt me. Lin Qinghuang urged, her voice steady. Die! Blood Wolf's murderous intent surged as he slashed down once more, aiming to annihilate both Xia Weilu and Lin Qinghuang with a single blow. The 100-meter blade aura locked the heavens, descending rapidly, imbued with terrifying destructive power. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Qinghuang's forehead as she exerted all her strength to extract the power from her forehead. Xia Weilu glanced at the descending blade aura. A swift motion of his sleeve, boom! The 100-meter blade aura was instantly dispersed, bloodlight surging outward. Huh? Both Blood Wolf and Lin Qinghuang halted in surprise. Xia Weilu at you. Lin Qinghuang faltered, the scene before her clearly exceeding her expectations. Just when she had planned to risk everything, she had not anticipated Xia Weilu would intervene. With a mere flick, he had shattered Blood Wolf's blade aura. What kind of cultivation was this? Leave the rest to me. Xia Weilu directed his gaze upward at Blood Wolf. I misjudged you. I did not foresee your hidden depths. Blood Wolf raised an eyebrow. Whoosh, with a casual wave, Xia Weilu summoned the Zhonghua sword, appearing before him. Chapter 58. Displaying miracles in public, suffering in private. This sword. You were the one who saved me previously. Lin Qinghuang's expression shifted, instantly recognizing the Zhonghua sword. During the Huanxia Tower incident, she had been attacked by a mysterious figure at the mid-stage of the boundary expansion realm. Ultimately, a man in a black robe had intervened and eliminated that assailant. Now it dawned on her that it had been Xia Weilu who had come to her rescue. Not only that time, but during the black market venture, a black-robed figure had also appeared, slaying the leader of the Black Dragon sect. It seemed that individual was also Xia Weilu. In a wonder, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the silhouettes of those two black-robed men. Hidden depths could be quite advantageous. Otherwise, there would be no thrill in killing. Blood Wolf let out a sinister laugh, gripping his long knife tightly as his demonic energy erupted, revealing his peak prowess in the boundary expansion realm without concealment. Wolf of the Moon, Blood Wolf bellowed, his blood-colored long knife vibrating as terrifying blade energy erupted. Above, a blood-red crescent moon appeared. not a mere moon, but an embodiment of blood-colored blade energy, robust and razor-sharp. Dominating the sky with its overwhelming presence, boom! The blood-colored blade energy descended, its might colossal, blood light blinding, an oppressive force rolling forth. An interesting strike, Xia Weilu remarked nonchalantly as he waved his sleeve, sending the Zonghua sword shooting towards the heavens in a flash. Boom! The Zonghua sword collided with the blood-colored blade energy, instantly exploding the terrifying blade aura, blood light scattering, and blade energy surging outward. Xia Weilu stepped forward, appearing in the sky in an instant, seizing the Zonghua sword. Flicking his fingers as the sword sheath hurtled towards Blood Wolf like a shooting star, imbued with overwhelming pressure, Blood Skywolf was utterly unable to evade the assault, instinctively raising his blood-red long sword to shield himself. Bang! The clash of the sword sheath against the blade produced a resounding roar, the immense force sending Blood Skywolf hurtling backward. A murderous intent enveloped Xia Weilu's eyes as he tightened his grip on the long sword, his figure vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Blood Skywolf in an instant. Boom! Xia Weilu swung his sword, a black sword light materializing as it struck Blood Skywolf's blade, shattering it effortlessly with overwhelming force. Exuding an aura of lethal intent, crack! The blood-red long sword of Blood Skywolf was cleaved in two, the mighty sword energy surging forth and viciously slashing into Blood Skywolf's chest. Blood Skywolf let out a piercing scream. His body severed in twain, blood gushing forth. Xia Weilu extended his hand, the sword sheath flying into his grasp, the funeral flower sword gradually returning to its sheath, the ethereal blooms upon the blade strikingly conspicuous. With a resounding clang, as the funeral flower sword was fully sheathed, the two halves of Blood Skywolf's body disintegrated into powder, swiftly vanishing into the ether. Lin Qinghuang stared in astonishment at Xia Weilu. Taken aback by his extraordinary power, Xia Weilu sheathed the funeral flower sword and soared down beside Lin Qinghuang, inquiring with a smile, "Qinghuang, do you think this young master is handsome? Do you suddenly find my seemingly frail physique to be impressively robust, perhaps causing you to salivate?" Upon regaining her composure, Lin Qinghuang regarded him with a complex expression and asked, "You've hidden yourself well. How have you been cultivating?" 3 years, a full 3 years. Xia Weilu had been right beneath her nose daily, yet she had failed to detect the slightest hint of his prowess, which was quite perplexing. He had concealed himself far too deeply, go slay a peak Tuajiang realm Blood Skywolf with a single stroke. What realm was he at now? Daozong realm? Xia Weilu replied with a broad smile, leaning closer, "And this young master will tell you in secret." Lin Qinghuang took a step back, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Xia Weilu. "With such formidable strength, why did you not act sooner? Had he intervened earlier, she would not have been injured." Xia Weilu sighed, "To seek glory in the light, one must endure suffering in the shadows. Besides, if I had acted from the beginning, where would be the thrill of a hero rescuing a damsel?" Lin Qinghuang retorted sarcastically, "Is that so? You merely wished to ascertain if I was worthy of your display of strength. Did you not? Had I recklessly fled earlier, you would likely never have revealed your true power in my presence. In essence, it was a matter of trust. This fellow had concealed himself for 3 years. He certainly would not easily expose his cultivation. Now, revealing it before her, was this a sign of trust? It seemed her recent ordeal had barely earned her his confidence, which only fueled her irritation. However, she could comprehend the situation, given the perilous state of the Jinshi Marquisate. With both the old Marquis and the current Marquis deceased, Xia Weilu could hardly afford to be reckless. Xia Weilu looked at Lin Qinghuang. "Speechless, what do you take me for? I watched you get injured for one reason only." "What reason?" Lin Qinghuang raised an eyebrow. Xia Weilu grinned wickedly. "Naturally, I was tempted by your form. Now that you are injured and unable to move, does it not leave me free to do as I please?" With that, he abruptly embraced Lin Qinghuang. "You don't let me go." Lin Qinghuang's expression shifted in shock. Was he truly going to act upon his desires? "Qinghuang, why are you so thin? You're like a feather. Eat more. This young master prefers you plump." Xia Weilu held Lin Qinghuang tightly as he soared into the distance. Not long after, he brought her to another cave, where he did not indeed act upon his whims. Instead, he produced a jar of fine wine, savoring it alone. Lin Qinghuang sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently cultivating to heal her wounds. After half an hour, Feeling rejuvenated, she cast a glance at Xiao Weilu. Although she had some questions regarding his display of formidable cultivation, her cleverness kept her from asking. Everyone harbors their own secrets, including her own that she preferred to keep hidden. With your strength, having entered Snow Wolf Valley, you must have sought out Yin Wugu, correct? Lin Xinghuang spoke slowly. Xiao Weilu smiled lightly. Indeed, I did. He possesses peak Tuajiang realm strength. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in the fact that he is accompanied by a mysterious powerful entity, one that I cannot yet discern, making it unwise to engage. A mysterious entity? Lin Xinghuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Weilu pondered. It is likely the soul of a powerful demon race being. I share this with you in hopes that you will exercise caution. Having divulged some information to Lin Xinghuang, he naturally wished for her not to confront Yin Wugu directly. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. Rest assured, Lin Xinghuang replied calmly, if she were reckless, she would have perished countless times by now. Even had she thoroughly investigated the downfall of the Lin family, she would not act impulsively. One must lie low to prepare for a decisive strike. While some might use her as a weapon, she was merely the hilt. The true blade was the Tianquan division. Some sought to grasp the hilt, wielding the sharp blade, but whether this blade could strike at the imperial family remained to be seen. After all, the Tianquan division belonged to the royal family. Using a royal blade to slay royal individuals would yield limited results. If she wished to avenge the Lin family, the best course was not to depend on others, but to focus on herself. Fervently enhancing her cultivation, with sufficient strength, everything would become manageable. Soon, a ferocious blizzard descended, the howling winds shrieking with piercing intensity. Chapter 59. The withered bone arm. The bronze hall emerges an hour past, and the blizzard showed no signs of abating. Accompanied by thunderous roars that were deafening, flashes of lightning causing the mountains to tremble. Numerous peaks were affected by some mysterious force, developing cracks upon their surfaces. Inside the cave, Xiao Weilu observed the splitting rock face, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "This blizzard seems rather unusual today. Such ferocity is not typical for a mere storm. We should investigate." Lin Xinghuang rose and walked toward the cave entrance. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Weilu followed suit. Upon stepping outside, the tempest assaulted them, snow billowing wildly. The white snow within the canyon was swept up by the terrifying storm, resembling colossal ice serpents rampaging across the ground, wreaking havoc with formidable destructive power. In the distance, a massive vortex loomed, swirling with purple lightning that emitted continuous thunderous roars. At that moment, the blizzard in the canyon was being drawn toward the vortex's location. That is the Jia district. Lin Xinghuang gazed intently at the distant vortex. Observing the commotion, she wondered, could it be that some treasure was emerging? Xiao Weilu felt a spark of interest. Treasure? Lin Xinghuang seemed to recall something. Her heart stirring. I once read in a tome that a malevolent entity is sealed within Snow Wolf Valley. Malevolent entity? Let us take a look. Xiao Weilu's figure flashed as he shot forward. Lin Xinghuang donned a mask and swiftly followed, for the commotion in the Jia district was too great. It was likely others would converge there as well. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Weilu arrived outside an icebound lake in the Jia district, where the vortex spun above the surface, winds howling and storms rising, consumed by the vortex's ferocity. Within the whirlpool, lightning flickered, exuding a terrifying force of destruction. At that moment, a considerable number of individuals had gathered here, including Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, Yin Wugu, Yin Ruyu, Su Muxue, and Xiao Su, among others. Xiao Weilu observed the group and noted that Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, and Yin Wugu appeared exceedingly disheveled. All bearing injuries, their breaths ragged, faces ashen. Brother Xia. Yin Junlin's expression shifted with surprise upon seeing Xiao Weilu, as he had not anticipated his presence in the Jia district. The Jia district was fraught with peril. Their journey had not been without encounters with ferocious beasts, whose strengths were far beyond those of the B district. You're still alive. Yin Ruyu's gaze fell upon Xiao Weilu, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. She had dispatched a peak to Tuajiang realm blood skywolf, yet it had failed to slay Xiao Weilu. Su Muxue and Xiao Su exchanged glances with Xiao Weilu but said nothing further. Xiao Weilu approached Yin Junlin, inquiring with surprise, "What has happened to you all?" It was unexpected to see Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, and Yin Wugu all injured. Particularly Yin Wugu, whom he had previously thrashed soundly. However, after the old specter appeared, Yin Wugu's wounds had healed rapidly now. He bore even more severe injuries that appeared life-threatening, and these were not inflicted by Xia Weilu. Yin Junlin sighed with a bitter expression. Alas, we encountered a terrifying assault from the demon race. It remains unclear who brought them here. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Yin Wugu. Yin Wuyo also turned his gaze toward Yin Wugu, who had similarly faced an onslaught from the demon race. The beast that had attacked him was a peak Tuajiang realm entity. Had it not been for some reliance, he would likely have perished. Yin Wugu remained silent. He had previously been attacked by a mysterious individual, and shortly thereafter, another demon race entity had launched an assault against him, also at peak Tuajiang realm. The waters were thoroughly muddied. It was not solely he who had unleashed the demon race. Others present had also summoned their own demons, though he remained unaware of who was responsible, leaving him with a sense of inexplicable frustration. This expedition had nearly cost him his life, and he had been unfairly blamed, which was quite aggravating. Yin Junlin turned to Xia Weilu and asked, Brother Xia, have you encountered any dangers? Xia Weilu sighed. I too faced a demon race assault. It seemed to be called Blood Skywolf. Its power was truly formidable. Fortunately, the Crown Prince dispatched individuals to save my life. Yin Junlin's pale visage broke into a subtle smile. It is only right. How could I allow Brother Xia to venture into the Snow Wolf Valley at such peril? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yin Ruoyu's eyes. No wonder Xia Weilu could not be slain. Yin Junlin had dispatched formidable allies once more. Yet, she pondered, what could be the condition of the Blood Sky Wolf now? Even if they could not vanquish Xia Weilu at the pinnacle of the Tuajiang realm, he ought to remain unscathed. Brother Xia, what brings you to Area A? Yin Junlin inquired, perplexed. Boom! Before Xia Weilu could respond, a bolt of lightning surged from the vortex above, crashing into the lake's surface, shattering the icy layer and sending water splashing high into the air. As a mysterious force emanated from the lake, the crowd immediately focused their gaze on the lake. Such a commotion could very well herald the emergence of a treasured artifact. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, beams of light shot forth from the lake, indicating the presence of something valuable. Yin Junlin and the others reacted swiftly, rushing forward to seize the treasures, while the remaining spectators did not linger, joining in the fray. Xia Weilu, however, remained stationary, refraining from joining the fray. Yin Junlin was the first to grasp a long sword. Gently caressing its blade, his expression brightening. This sword was indeed commendable. Others managed to acquire various treasures as well, yet more beams of light continued to emerge, prompting a renewed scramble. Fumu Shui captured a peculiar pearl, stowing it away before fixating on a beam of light, decisively snatching it, however. Upon claiming the light, she discovered it contained a withered skeletal arm, her countenance darkening as waves of revulsion surged within her, leading her to discard it without hesitation. As fate would have it, the discarded skeletal arm hurtled towards Xia Weilu. He caught it with a scowl directed at Sumu Shui, exclaiming, Sumu Shui, that is excessive, humph. Sumu Shui retorted coldly, ignoring him. The onlookers glanced at Xia Weilu holding the skeletal arm, a mixture of bemusement and disbelief crossing their faces as they continued to vie for the remaining beams of light. Xia Weilu scrutinized the skeletal arm, his displeasure evident, yet he ultimately decided to keep it, a sense of curiosity stirring within him. Upon touching the arm, he sensed its unusual nature and resolved to study it further. Half a stick of incense later, as the treasures were claimed, the lake trembled once more, and a grand bronze palace began to rise from its depths, enveloped in a mysterious bronze glow, while thunder rumbled ominously above. Bolts striking the palace. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the bronze palace. Roar. Suddenly, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted from all directions. The onlookers turned to see over 20 feral beasts, all unmistakably of the Tuajiang realm. Chapter 60. 3 Dao Treasures, 3 Mysterious Visages. Over 20 Tuajiang realm beasts. The crowd's attention sharpened. The Area A was renowned for its formidable beasts, and now the appearance of these Tuajiang creatures surely had something to do with the bronze palace. Xia Weilu's gaze scanned the surroundings. Not only were there Tuajiang beasts, but lurking in the shadows were also 4 Daozong realm beasts. Roar. The terrifying roars of the 4 Daozong realm beasts pierced the air as they charged forth. One was a white snow wolf king, another a purple ferocious tiger, a third a black giant serpent, and the last a gray massive elephant. Upon their emergence, the surrounding beasts parted ways, while the spectators trembled, their eyes wide with fear. They must be in the early stages of the Daozong realm. Xia Weilu mused quietly. The 4 Daozong realm beasts pose little threat, but with such commotion, how could the outside world remain unaware? Strong contenders would likely appear shortly. Roar. The 4 Daozong realm beasts unleashed their roars, charging toward the bronze palace, as if it contained the treasures they sought. The remaining beasts turned their aggression toward the gathered crowd. How dare you? A chilling voice rang out, and a blood-red longsword descended from the heavens, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that obliterated the 20-odd Tuojiang realm beasts in an instant. A middle-aged man clad in black battle armor stood above, his countenance fierce, emanating an aura of immense power. Mu Bei had arrived. Swish! Mu Bei's gaze fell upon the 4 Daozong realm beasts, and with a flick of his wrist, the blood-red longsword shot forth, cleaving toward them. Roar! As soon as the 4 Daozong realm beasts approached the bronze palace, they were reduced to a mist of blood by a single strike. Ultimately, they were merely in the early stages of Daozong, utterly inadequate against a peak Daozong opponent. The crowd looked toward Mu Bei with expressions of awe. The peak of the Daozong realm was a formidable force indeed. Mu Bei hovered in the air, retrieving the longsword, and slowly spoke. "Gentlemen, please step forth." Boom! The heavens trembled as an elder clad in a blue robe and a middle-aged man bearing a sword sheath emerged, both of whom, like Mu Bei, were peak Daozong realm powerhouses. Lord Pei of the Qintian Monitor. Who might that other individual be? He seems to belong to the Holy Academy. The crowd gazed at the two figures in the void, their expressions a mixture of shock. Lord Pei, also known as Pei Qing, hailed from the Qintian Monitor, a peak Daozong powerhouse with formidable combat prowess, widely recognized by the assembled individuals. As for the man with the sword sheath, he was unknown to most, save for a few princes, for he belonged to the Great Xia Holy Academy, a revered sanctuary for cultivation in Great Xia, teeming with mighty beings, where numerous young aspirants aspired to join. However, the selection criteria for disciples were exceedingly stringent, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to gain entry. Once admitted, one would be endowed with abundant resources. "Greetings, General Mu." Pei Qing and the middle-aged man saluted Mu Bei. Mu Bei regarded the two, pondering. "Lord Pei, Daoist Dugu, with the emergence of the Tianxia Palace, what are your intentions?" It was evident that he was aware of the Bronze Palace's significance. The Tianxia Palace was rumored to have been left behind by an unparalleled powerhouse to suppress a terrifying evil entity. Over the years, many strong individuals had sought to explore this place, but none had reaped any rewards. Now that the Tianxia Palace had surfaced, it was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Dugu Wujing wore a pensive expression. "It is said that within the Tianxia Palace lies a dreadful evil being. If that entity awakens, the three of us may not suffice to contend with it. I have dispatched a message back to the Holy Academy. Reinforcements will arrive shortly." Mu Bei nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Pei Qing. "Lord Pei, please relay the news back to the Qintian Monitor as well." "Understood." Pei Qing produced a jade talisman, performing a series of gestures, and a beam of light shot skyward. Half a stick of incense later, boom. The heavens trembled once more as three colossal, Xiong, appeared in the skies. One was an eerie figure with green skin and sharp teeth. Another a refined sage figure, and the last a gray-robed Taoist. Before each stood a person. Before the green-skinned figure was an elderly eunuch clad in azure attire. Before the sage figure was a middle-aged scholar in white robes. And before the Taoist figure was an elderly priest. 3 beings at the Xuanxiang realm. Xia Weilu thought to himself. The Tuojiang realm pertains to the expansion of territories and the cultivation of one's dantian, while the Daozong realm involves refining the 5 divine stores within the human body. The Xuanxiang realm, however, is characterized by the birth of a Xuanxiang within the cultivated dantian. Territories are boundless, requiring guardians. The Xuanxiang serves as the protector of these lands, akin to a general. Those who reach the Xuanxiang realm can harness its power, transforming into formidable to dominate their surroundings. When a Xuanxiang metamorphoses into a dragon, it parallels a general tasked with guarding a territory suddenly ascending to the status of an emperor. Transcending into a dragon signifies unparalleled might, with power akin to that of a true dragon, and the physical body forged to an extraordinary degree, exuding dominance. However, the dragon transformation realm is not the pinnacle, as beyond it lies the divine court realm, encompassing numerous levels. After attaining the utmost in physical prowess, one must cultivate the divine soul. The divine court realm is the stage for refining the divine soul, allowing for the soul to traverse the heavens and earth. If the soul remains undying, so too shall the individual. Only when both the physical body and divine soul reach their zenith do they become truly formidable. The Grand Supervisor of the Divine Palace, Tian-E, the esteemed Master Yin of the Holy Academy, and Lord Chi-Mei of the Qintian Monitor, Yen Junlin regarded these three figures with a tinge of wistfulness. It was a pity that certain high-ranking officials from the Qintian Monitor and the Holy Academy would not partake in the struggle for imperial power, making them unattainable allies. Otherwise, he would have earnestly sought their favor. Mu Bei and the others bowed respectfully to the three Xuanxiang realm beings. Tian-E nodded slightly, surveying the assembled crowd before thoughtfully declaring, "With the emergence of the Tianxia Palace, the Snow Wolf Valley is destined for obliteration, and a dire crisis may soon arise. His Majesty has decreed that the winter hunt will conclude ahead of schedule. Yet your achievements shall remain valid. You are to evacuate the valley immediately." The Divine Palace Monitor, overseeing the ancestral grounds of the royal family, held an extraordinary position. Tian-E, the most powerful among them, rarely made an appearance. The crowd felt a flicker of discontent. They had all glimpsed the Bronze Palace and had hoped to claim some treasures, yet it now seemed increasingly unrealistic. Nevertheless, they could understand, given their insufficient strength. Any unusual occurrences could spell disaster for all present. Boom! With a casual wave, Tian-E unleashed a force that swept the crowd out of the Snow Wolf Valley. "Let us act." The 6 individuals present exchanged glances and moved decisively. The Tianxia Palace had suppressed this place for many years, and its seals had weakened. As for the malevolent entity within the palace, even if it truly existed, after enduring the ravages of time, its strength was likely diminished to a mere fraction of its former self. Their intervention could very well result in its annihilation. Boom! The 6 concurrently unleashed their formidable powers toward the Bronze Palace. Dong Long! The Bronze Palace trembled as though it were a colossal bell, its overwhelming might radiating outward, threatening to rend the very fabric of the heavens and earth. The heart of it. The surrounding world erupted in a cacophony. The lake evaporated, and the mountains within the Snow Wolf Valley were instantaneously reduced to ash. The ground lay riddled with gaping wounds and crisscrossed ravines. Chapter 61. Within the Bronze Palace, a mysterious legacy. Outside the Snow Wolf Valley, a multitude of individuals emerged, gazing upon the ravaged landscape with grave expressions. The combined might of the 3 pinnacle Dao and 3 formidable Xian aspects unleashed a destructive force that sent shivers down their spines. It appeared that some had yet to surface. One individual glanced around. There were hundreds who had participated in the winter hunt, yet at this moment, only 30 to 40 remained. Clearly a significant number were still within the Snow Wolf Valley. Yen Junlin and his companions furrowed their brows. The Snow Wolf Valley had already been ravaged by overwhelming forces, and those they had sent inside were now in a precarious state, their fates unknown. Should they have perished, it would be a tremendous loss for them. However, the strength of their dispatched individuals was not to be underestimated. It would not be so easy for them to fall. The emergence of the Bronze Palace promised numerous treasures, and to be displaced from it like this would mean missing out on those invaluable items. With this thought, a sense of discontent began to brew among the crowd. 100 meters away, Xiao Weilu and Lin Qinghuang stood side by side, surveying the desolate Snow Wolf Valley. Lin Qinghuang mused, "That Bronze Palace gives off a peculiar aura. I sense this matter is far from over." Xiao Weilu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the Snow Wolf Valley. The Bronze Palace was rapidly emerging, pursued by 6 formidable figures led by Mu Bei. They simultaneously unleashed their powers to seal off the area. As the Bronze Palace attempted to flee, it was forcibly restrained, and its doors were shattered. The onlookers outside beheld the spectacle of the Bronze Palace and the 6 pursuers with astonishment. All 6 bore minor injuries. During their assault on the Bronze Palace, a cadaver had emerged, but fortunately, its power had significantly diminished. Otherwise, they would have suffered grave consequences. They instinctively believed that the corpse was the suppressed evil spirit. With the doors of the palace now shattered, the 6 entered, only to find several legacy pillars. Just as they were about to comprehend their significance, they were repelled by a mysterious force. seemed that the Bronze Palace forbade any living beings of the bloodline realm and above from entering. The Grand Supervisor of Tianyi cast a glance downward, contemplatively stating, "The winter hunt has concluded prematurely. It lacks a certain excitement. Perhaps we should introduce an intriguing trial to this juncture." He turned his gaze towards Mr. Yin of the Sacred Academy. Mr. Yin smiled faintly, proclaiming, "Within the Bronze Palace lies a mysterious legacy. Today, all young individuals below the Dao realm present here may enter the Bronze Palace. Should anyone acquire a legacy therein, they shall be granted an admission quota to our Sacred Academy." What? There is a mysterious legacy within the Bronze Palace. We all have the opportunity to enter. An admission quota to the Sacred Academy? Upon hearing this, the young individuals below erupted with excitement. They had just been lamenting their removal from the Snow Wolf Valley, only to have the chance of a lifetime presented to them in an instant. What could possibly be more important than a mysterious legacy and entry into the Sacred Academy? The Grand Supervisor of Tianyi looked at the crowd, speaking in a solemn tone. "The results of the winter hunt still stand. Whether you can enter the Sacred Academy depends on your own efforts. We can only confine this Bronze Palace for a quarter of an hour. You have precisely that long, do you understand?" "Understood," the crowd responded in unison. Boom. Without further ado, the Grand Supervisor waved his hand, and spiritual energy transformed into a long corridor that slanted downward. "You may begin," Mr. Yin instructed gravely. Those with cultivation immediately ceased their hesitation and surged toward the Bronze Palace along the corridor. Xiaoweilu turned to Lin Qinghuang, asking, "Qinghuang?" "Yes." Lin Qinghuang's figure flickered as she darted toward the Bronze Palace. Xiaoweilu pondered for a moment before attempting to follow, but he felt a peculiar tremor from the skeletal arm within his storage ring, a strange force seemingly obstructing him. Raising an eyebrow, he chose not to advance further, at which point the skeletal arm fell silent. An eerie occurrence indeed. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed, and the Bronze Palace emitted a resounding boom as 7 white jade pillars shot forth, shimmering with light and scattering in different directions. The individuals who had entered the Bronze Palace were also expelled. Buzz! The Bronze Palace shook, breaking free from the constraints of the 6 powerful figures, and soared into the sky, ultimately vanishing from sight. Mu Bei and the others were taken aback, not expecting the legacy pillars to emerge. However, they refrained from pursuing them. Previously, they had observed 9 legacy pillars, 2 bronze and 7 white jade. Now 7 white jade pillars had flown out, leaving 2 bronze pillars inside. The legacies on the 2 bronze pillars were extraordinarily remarkable, stirring profound interest even within them, yet they were fated to be out of reach. As for the 7 white jade pillars, their legacies held little significance for them. Mr. Yin inquired, "Who has obtained a legacy?" The crowd exchanged glances. Yin Wuyo turned to Yin Wugu, stating coldly, "Sixth brother, impressive tactics." He had nearly secured a legacy himself, only to be thwarted by a sudden mysterious force, causing his efforts to culminate in failure, making Yin Wugu the primary suspect among those present. "The legacy you acquired must be extraordinary." Yin Junlin glared icily at Yin Wugu, having experienced a similar predicament himself. Yin Ruyu remained silent but cast a scrutinizing gaze at Yin Wugu. Yin Wugu fell into silence. This time he had not obtained a legacy, nor had he attacked anyone else, yet he sensed someone was framing him. Among those present lurked an unfathomable presence. Who could it be? Regrettably, Old Long had expended immense energy and succumbed to slumber. Otherwise, he could have certainly detected that individual's presence. Observing the lack of response, Mr. Yin smiled nonchalantly. "There are still 7 legacy pillars scattered in various locations. I shall remain in the northern region for a day. Tomorrow at noon, anyone who has acquired a legacy may seek me in the northern city. The admission quota remains valid." With that, he vanished from the scene. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with enthusiasm, feeling invigorated once more. Just a moment ago, they had only a brief quarter of an hour, hardly sufficient for comprehension. Now, should they find a legacy pillar, they could potentially gain invaluable insights. With renewed determination, excitement flickered in their eyes. The Grand Supervisor of Tianyi addressed Mu Bei, "General Mu, I leave this to you." "Understood," Mu Bei replied with a slight bow. Subsequently, Tianyi and the others departed. Mu Bei turned to the crowd, speaking with gravity. "The results of the winter hunt have been duly recorded by Li Haoran. Now, everyone, go forth and seek the legacy pillars." The results will be announced promptly tomorrow at noon. The individuals exchanged glances before swiftly dispersing. Chapter 62. Playing the fool to devour the tiger. Only you can do it. Lin Qinghuang silently approached Xiaoweilu. Xiaoweilu quietly inquired, "How did it go?" "Accomplished." Lin Qinghuang nodded gently. Inside the bronze palace, there were 9 legacies, and the 2 on the bronze pillars were exceptionally remarkable, which he had successfully acquired. "Well done." Xiaoweilu commended, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Lin Qinghuang looked at him in surprise, asking, "Why didn't you try for it earlier?" Xiaoweilu, a man of profound depth, would likely have been able to seize a legacy had he entered the bronze palace. "Not interested," he replied with a hint of envy. Detecting the subtle jealousy in his tone, Lin Qinghuang rolled her eyes, realizing his insincerity. She softly remarked, "I paid particular attention to Yin Wugu and Yin Ruyu this time." Yin Wugu showed no unusual behavior, but Yin Ruyu was quite strange. There was an obscure demonic energy emanating from her, and she attacked Yin Wugu and others. Xiaoweilu contemplated, "That woman is indeed not simple." Lin Qinghuang continued, "There are still 7 legacy pillars remaining. Do you wish to try?" Xiaoweilu smiled lightly, saying, "I am not particularly drawn to legacies, but I might make an effort. It would be of little significance for you to remain here. You should return." "Understood." Lin Qinghuang nodded gently, realizing she needed a quiet place to thoroughly comprehend her newly acquired legacy. Xiaoweilu said no more and quietly departed. In the snow-covered wasteland, a white jade pillar stood tall, adorned with numerous mysterious runes, appearing quite remarkable. At this moment, Yin Junlin, Yin Wuyo, and Yin Wugu stood before the pillar. They regarded one another, refraining from immediate comprehension. "Sixth brother, you have obtained a legacy. Do not be overly greedy." Yin Junlin stated with a serious expression. Yin Wuyo added, "Indeed. Sixth brother, your ambush in the Bronze Palace led to my failure. You should relinquish your claim to this legacy. Otherwise, it may harm the harmony among brothers." Yin Wugu sighed, "I am inherently weaker than you both. Since elder brother and second brother desire this legacy, I naturally would not dare to contest." "Weaker than us?" A voice of disbelief rang out. The expressions of Yin Junlin and the others darkened as they turned to see a mysterious figure clad in black robes and sporting gauntlets approaching. It was none other than Xiaoweilu. "It's you?" Yin Junlin and Yin Wugu's eyes glimmered with cold light upon seeing Xiaoweilu. Yin Wuyo narrowed his eyes, fixating on Xiaoweilu's gauntlets, a subordinate of the third prince. Xiaoweilu regarded Yin Wugu with a smirk. "Sixth prince, you truly excel at playing the part. Clearly at the pinnacle of the bloodline realm, yet you deliberately disguise yourself as a mere late-stage shackling realm practitioner, playing the fool to devour the tiger. Only you could pull it off." Pinnacle of the bloodline realm? Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo exchanged a glance, immediately turning their attention to Yin Wugo, their eyes laden with scrutiny. Could it truly be that he has reached the pinnacle of the Tuojiang realm? If what this individual claims is accurate, then the sixth brother undoubtedly poses their greatest threat. Yin Wugo's countenance darkened, and he refrained from making any excuses. There was no point in defending himself. Since this person had appeared here, he would inevitably make his move, and his cultivation level would have to be revealed before Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo. Damn that third brother for forcing me into such a predicament. Xiaoweilu continued, "You possess a mysterious spirit body of the demon race, which previously exuded an aura of the Daocang realm, startling me quite a bit. Might I request to see it?" "What? There is also a demon spirit body?" The expressions of Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo turned cold as they regarded Yin Wugo, a hint of malevolence in their gazes. The sixth brother truly deserves his fate. "You are indeed deserving of it?" Yin Wugo glared frostily at Xiaoweilu. Boom! Xiaoweilu took a step forward, instantly appearing before Yin Wugo, and delivered a swift kick toward his head. Bang! A resounding noise echoed as Yin Wugo, caught off guard, was sent flying over 20 meters, his head bloodied and broken. In the instant he hit the ground, he swiftly turned over, touched his ear, blood gushing forth, no longer concealing his cultivation. The aura of the pinnacle of the Tuojiang realm erupted forth. Indeed, he has reached the pinnacle of the Tuojiang realm. Well done, sixth brother. You truly are remarkable, concealing your strength so well. Yin Wuyo and Yin Junlin glared coldly at Yin Wugo. Had this individual not intervened, they would have likely remained oblivious to Yin Wugo's true capabilities. Who could have anticipated that the low-profile sixth brother harbored such strength? What significant matters has he concealed from them over the years? What other secrets remain unknown to them? Whoosh! Yin Wugo summoned a long sword, his gaze fierce, and slashed toward Xia Weilu. The sword's chi surged, whipping up a storm of ice and snow, striking down with overwhelming force, creating a fissure in the ground 100 meters long. Boom! Xia Weilu did not even spare a glance. He simply unleashed a punch, shattering the sword's chi instantly. In a single leap, he closed the distance to Yin Wugo, delivering a powerful blow to his head. Yin Wugo immediately raised his sword to defend. Bang! The long sword shattered under the force, and the punch's might did not diminish, striking fiercely against Yin Wugo's head. He was sent flying like a sandbag, hurtling 100 meters away. His head was remarkably resilient. Despite the blow, it did not shatter but merely bled profusely, evidently having been tempered to perfection during his time in the Xianhuang realm. Seeing this, Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo wore grave expressions. The pinnacle of the Tuojiang realm was indeed quite resilient. If this man in black were to kill Yin Wugo here, Xia Weilu turned to the two princes, his tone indifferent. Yin Wugo has become a significant threat. If he remains alive, you will possess no competitive edge in the future. Why not join forces with me to eliminate him? Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Yin Junlin and Yin Wuyo did not hesitate for a moment and turned to flee. Since this was the third brother's ally, they understood that if the opponent aimed to kill Yin Wugo, he would undoubtedly eliminate any witnesses. Remaining here would mean certain death. Xia Weilu observed as the two fled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. His purpose for this outing had been achieved. Henceforth, Yin Wugo's ambitions of being the sixth brother would not come to pass. He glanced at Yin Wugo, who was 100 meters away, knowing that this individual would not be easily dispatched. He possessed a formidable spirit body within him, and surely had other trump cards. However, it would be intriguing to test what other hidden cards he might possess. With this in mind, Xia Weilu charged once more toward Yin Wugo, determined that if he could not slay him today, he would at least leave him severely injured. Yin Wugo struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, his murderous intent intensifying. He produced a blood-red demon core and consumed it. Boom! Upon ingestion, his aura surged dramatically. Although he had yet to step into the Dao Tsang realm, he was now perilously close. How intriguing! Xia Weilu's voice was laced with menace as he clenched his fist, launching a punch toward Yin Wugo. Kill! Yin Wugo's voice was hoarse as he unleashed his demonic energy, meeting Xia Weilu with a punch. Chapter 63. Golden Scales, Numerous Techniques Rumble. The two fists collided, producing a deafening explosion, and a powerful shockwave swept outward. Within a radius of 500 meters, ice and snow melted, and the ground became riddled with craters. Xia Weilu's strength intensified. Boom! One of Yin Wugo's arms exploded, transforming into a mist of blood as his body was sent flying 100 meters. Ah! Yin Wugo let out a wretched cry, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, grievously wounded. Xia Weilu's figure flickered and suddenly appeared before Yin Wugo, denying him any chance to land, and delivered a brutal punch to his chest. Bang! Yin Wugo's body crashed into the ground, creating a 10-meter deep pit. He lay in the pit, his flesh mangled, yet the demonic energy within him did not dissipate. Rather, it grew denser, an eerie energy continuously mending his wounds. Quite a tenacious vitality, Xia Weilu commented nonchalantly, before unleashing another punch downward. A fist imprint erupted, striking the pit with tremendous force. Rumble! The pit exploded, rapidly expanding, creating a sinking area of 100 meters, with clouds of dust rising. Yin Wugo burst forth from the smoke, delivering a punch aimed at Xia Weilu's head. Xia Weilu's expression was derisive as he casually reached out, grasping Yin Wugo's wrist and twisting it violently. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Yin Wugo's arm shattered. Smack! Xia Weilu retaliated with a resounding slap to Yin Wugo's face, causing it to rupture, blood spraying forth, teeth scattering. Ah! Yin Wugo screamed in agony. His expression twisted in pain. Xia Weilu raised his knee, striking Yin Wugo in the abdomen. Yin Wugo was sent reeling, blood spraying as he crashed against a stone pillar. His visage contorted, eyes aflame with fury. The arm that had been reduced to a mist of blood began to regenerate under the potent demonic energy, re-emerging as if he were an undying monstrosity. Such remarkable regenerative abilities, Xia Weilu observed with indifference. A typical pinnacle Tuajiang realm cultivator would have been reduced to a mist of blood after enduring a fraction of his onslaught, yet Yin Wugo remained alive, a testament to his extraordinary vitality. Roar! Yin Wugo let out a beast-like roar, seizing his remaining arm and crushing it. He lifted a stone pillar from behind him, charging at Xiao Weilu like a savage beast, the pillar swinging forward. Xiao Weilu extended his hand, striking the pillar with a palm. Boom! The pillar disintegrated into dust under the overwhelming force, sending Yin Wugo tumbling. Xiao Weilu slapped downward, a colossal handprint manifesting, forcefully slamming Yin Wugo into the ground, sending dirt flying and shaking the heavens and earth, leaving a massive handprint upon the surface. Yin Wugo stood within it, hair disheveled, clothing torn, his body marred by numerous fissures, drenched in blood, looking utterly disheveled. "What other techniques do you possess?" Xiao Weilu inquired, hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion. Yin Wugo produced a vial of elixir, downing it in one gulp, his aura rapidly escalating. Xiao Weilu narrowed his eyes slightly. This method of consuming elixir seemed familiar. "Kill?" Yin Wugo's gaze turned fierce as he charged towards Xiao Weilu, his fist striking out, the wind howling with tremendous force. Xiao Weilu observed as Yin Wugo approached, and in a sudden movement, he appeared beside him, seizing his neck and effortlessly tossing him into the air. Boom! Xiao Weilu clenched his fist, a domineering imprint materializing, crashing into Yin Wugo's chest, penetrating through, blood gushing forth, leaving behind a gaping wound. Yin Wugo was sent flying, his complexion pale, his aura waning. Though the demonic energy continued to mend his injuries, he still clung to life, proving remarkably resilient. Xiao Weilu fixed his gaze on Yin Wugo. Unleashing a palm strike, the force of annihilation erupting forth, the ground fracturing as though the world were ending, a multitude of cracks spreading in all directions, the wind howling ominously. Boom! The earth tremored and exploded violently. Yin Wugo emerged from the dust, standing above, his expression filled with vengeful intent as he glared at Xiao Weilu. "I will remember you. Await your doom." With gritted teeth, he reached for his heart, piercing through it to draw forth a drop of heart's blood. As the blood was extracted, his visage contorted in agony, his aura wildly dissipating. It was evident that utilizing his heart's blood would have dire consequences, potentially causing a drop in his cultivation level. Buzz! A peculiar golden scale materialized before him as he infused the heart's blood into it. Crack! The golden scale fractured, a mysterious power awakening, blinding light erupting and enveloping his form, soaring into the heavens with unearthly speed. Vanishing in an instant, numerous techniques indeed. Xiao Weilu remarked expressionlessly as he regarded the disappearing Yin Wugo. This encounter had indeed forced out some of the opponent's techniques, yet he felt it was insufficient. Yin Wugo undoubtedly harbored many more hidden cards. Eliminating him would prove far more challenging than Xiao Weilu had anticipated. Alas, time flows steadily and opportunities abound. Xiao Weilu transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the scene, while Yin Wugo, having endured multiple grievous injuries, found it hard to believe that his opponent could truly possess the ability to recover swiftly. Half an hour later, amidst the heavy snowfall, a woman clad in a goose-yellow down skirt was frantically fleeing for her life. Behind her, a late-stage Tuajiang realm demon wielded an ice crystal bow, relentlessly launching attacks, the arrows striking down with tremendous force, sending her hurtling away. Not far away, Xiao Weilu silently observed the scene before him. His gaze fixed upon the woman who was none other than the third princess, Yin Rui. She appeared innocent and carefree, yet undoubtedly possessed complexities beyond mere appearances. Die! The demon's voice was chilling as it loosed another arrow. Whoosh! The icy arrow sped forth with remarkable velocity, piercing through Yin Rui's form in an instant. Her pupils constricted, and she collapsed to the ground, blood spraying forth. The demon smiled coldly, swiftly flying to Yin Rui's side. Extending a hand to check her pulse, boom! At that moment, Yin Rui's eyes suddenly flew open, grasping a jade talisman in her hand. She crushed the talisman, and a beam of bloodlight erupted, instantly reducing the demon to a mist of crimson. A talisman. Indeed, those of royal blood possess formidable trump cards, Xiao Weilu mused inwardly. Struggling to her feet, Yin Rui inhaled deeply, seizing the arrow that had pierced her body, and with a forceful tug, yanked it free. Blood gushing forth. Hiss! Her body trembled, Pain etched across her features as she gasped sharply, collapsing once more, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 64. Your Highness the Princess, I offer myself beneath a cliff. Yin Rui opened her eyes just in time to see Xia Weilu seated upon a stone, warming his hands by a fire. She stared in disbelief for a moment. Ah, the princess has awakened. Looking rather well, seems you won't perish after all. I was almost prepared to fetch you a coffin. Xia Weilu remarked with a broad grin. As realization dawned upon her. Yin Rui's expression hardened as she inspected her injuries, discovering her wounds had been bandaged. Yet the manner of the bandaging filled her with ire. Xia Weilu, you saved me. She fixed her gaze upon him, the situation glaringly evident. He had indeed rescued her. She had always regarded him with disdain, but to find him the one to save her life felt profoundly strange. Had he not intervened, she would surely have perished in the blizzard if a beast had attacked. Xia Weilu chuckled. Indeed. When I found you in the snow, you were nearly dead. It was my benevolent heart that brought you here. Admittedly, I am not skilled in bandaging, so I hope you can excuse my efforts. Yin Rui glared fiercely at Xia Weilu. You are not just lacking skill, you utterly lack understanding of how to bandage. Your technique is atrocious. How had Xia Weilu bandaged her? He had simply torn fabric from her dress and wrapped it around her wounds on the outside, binding her tightly and making her uncomfortable. Never had she encountered such a method. One would think that if one intended to bandage, they might at least apply it directly to the skin and the wound. Xia Weilu shrugged slightly. I had no choice. Your Highness, your delicate constitution forbids me from looking too closely. What if I were to land in jail? Ultimately, the purpose of bandaging is to staunch bleeding, whether from the inside or outside. It serves the same purpose. Yin Rui found herself at a loss for words. Xia Weilu gazed at her in astonishment. Why are you so gravely injured, Your Highness? When I saw you, there was a bloodied arrow nearby. That surely was not the work of a beast. Yin Rui fell into silence, her thoughts clouded. During this winter hunting tournament, her sole intent had been self-preservation, carefully avoiding others, yet she had still been targeted. There was no point in speaking. The winter hunting tournament had already concluded prematurely, and she could now return to the northern capital. Xia Weilu rose to his feet. Yin Rui was aware that the tournament had ended. She had not been present when the Bronze Hall appeared, having evaded in the Snow Wolf Valley. However, when Mu Bei announced the conclusion, the news reverberated throughout the valley, reaching all ears. She had initially felt relief. But upon emerging from the Snow Wolf Valley, she discovered that the guards had vanished, and she was pursued by a demon. Had it not been for her hidden trump cards, she would likely have perished. Help me. Instinctively, she attempted to rise, but the movement exacerbated her injuries, causing her to wince in pain. Xia Weilu extended his hand to assist her. Your Highness, did you have a dream? What dream? Yin Rui looked at him with confusion. A handsome young man riding a white horse descended from the heavens, stepping upon clouds of many colors, saving your life, prompting you to wish to offer yourself to him, or to serve him in some manner. Xia Weilu said with a warm smile, don't even think about it. You, a debauched scion fond of brothels, are simply unworthy of me, Yin Rui replied with utmost seriousness. Then you may return on your own, Xia Weilu said, releasing her and stepping forward. Yin Rui collapsed to the ground, gazing at his retreating figure. Xia Weilu, come back. Xia Weilu halted. Just say you wish to offer yourself. Impossible, Yin Rui retorted immediately. Farewell. Xia Weilu continued onward. Panic set in for Yin Rui. With him leaving, she was stranded here, unable to return. She hastily called out, fine. If I must offer myself, then so be it. Just come back. Xia Weilu extended his arms, a teasing smile on his face. Alas, you are unworthy of me, Your Highness. Farewell. With that, he quickened his pace, swiftly vanishing from sight. Yin Rui was left dumbfounded. Had he truly walked away? What a detestable fellow! Seething with anger, she was relieved to find a fire nearby. She struggled to sit cross-legged, channeling her energy to heal her wounds. Night falled in an outlying inn. Xia Weilu rode forth on his warhorse. Esteemed guest, the skies have darkened, and the snowstorm rages. Do you require lodging? A young servant approached promptly. Xia Weilu dismounted, handing the reins to the servant. First, procure something to warm my stomach. As for lodging, we shall discuss that later. This harbored murderous intent, subtly tainted with the scent of blood. Very well, the servant replied, leading the horse away. Xia Weilu entered the inn. Inside the inn's hall, a large basin of charcoal fire added warmth, and numerous patrons gathered, feasting heartily and drinking deeply. Upon Xia Weilu's entrance, their gazes turned toward him, eyes glinting with malice. Xia Weilu ignored them, striding forward until he spotted a familiar face. Su Mushue. Su Mushue looked up, meeting Xia Weilu's gaze, momentarily stunned as irritation surged within her. How was it that she encountered this jinx everywhere? Xia Weilu approached her with a smile, glancing at her bosom as he spoke. Mushue, what a coincidence to meet you here at such a late hour. Perhaps you should consider asking me to take you as a concubine? Who has any connection with you? This is my seat. Do not sit here. Su Mushue glared at him, instinctively covering her chest. Xia Weilu was unperturbed, loudly proclaiming, "Innkeeper, bring me a jug of fine wine and 2 tails of beef. This young lady will cover the bill." Very well, the innkeeper replied promptly, counting on his abacus. Su Mushue fumed in anger. To occupy her seat and expect her to pay. What kind of logic was this? This rascal. Xia Weilu chuckled lightly. I do this for your own good. You, a delicate maiden, alone in the world. What if you encounter someone with ill intentions? With me around, I can protect you. Humph. Su Mushue replied icily. You, a scion of debauchery, think you can protect me? You'd be fortunate to protect yourself. I advise you to leave here soon, or you may lose your life. After a moment's contemplation, she still chose to issue a warning. Regrettably, none of you shall leave here. Came a cold laugh from above, as a young man clad in blue robes descended, flanked by several men in black. Yan Jixiao. Su Mushue's expression darkened, a fierce murderous intent flickering in her eyes. This man was the son of the Minister of War, Yan Jixiao, who had previously sent people to hunt her down. Otherwise, she would have returned to the northern capital long ago. Su Mushue, surrender the inheritance stone pillar you possess, or you shall undoubtedly die today, Yan Jixiao declared, his gaze fixed coldly upon her. Previously, when searching for the inheritance stone pillar, he had personally witnessed Su Mushue stow one away in her storage pouch. He was deeply intrigued by that pillar. Initially, he had planned to persuade her to hand it over willingly, but she had been utterly uncooperative, forcing him to pursue her relentlessly. Now that he had cornered her in this inn, he doubted a mere Su Mushue could make any waves. Most of the patrons here were his prearranged men, including 3 at the initial stage of their shackles and 1 at the peak. He was confident that a mid-stage Su Mushue could not pose a significant threat. What surprised him was Xia Weilu's presence here. A fellow he greatly despised. If this fool did not know his limits, he might well be eliminated ahead of time. In this desolate wilderness, the death of 1 or 2 individuals was hardly unusual. Xia Weilu gave Su Mushue a thumbs up. Mushue, you truly are remarkable. While others seek the inheritance stone pillar solely for the purpose of gaining its legacy, you have gone so far as to stow it away. Surely you intend for all of the Su family to comprehend its significance? Such greed. Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed? If you cannot speak sensibly, then remain silent. Su Mushue shot him a glance. Xia Weilu, with a serious demeanor, continued, that pillar you possess is beyond your capacity. Why not hand it over to me? Ignoring him, Su Mushue coldly regarded Yan Jixiao. If you wish to acquire the inheritance stone pillar, then you must prove your capability. Unaware of your own peril, Yan Jixiao's eyes glimmered with a chilling intent. Since they have already sent someone to hunt me down, the enmity is now established. And thus, there's no turning back. Xia Weilu gazed at Yan Jixiao with astonishment. With such a strong intent to kill, do you really intend to murder someone in front of this prince? Correct, Yan Jixiao replied. A sinister smile spreading across his face. Su Mushue must die. And so must you. I have long found you displeasing. Instantly, the patrons of the inn stood up, drawing their weapons. Even the inn's servants and the owner brandished arms. Xia Weilu and Su Mushue found themselves encircled. Whoever kills them first will receive a substantial reward, Yan Jixiao declared coldly, waving his hand. However, such a reward is not feasible if Su Mushue and Xia Weilu are slain today. Everyone here, except my confidants, will meet the same fate. Otherwise, if word gets out, even my father will be unable to protect me. Kill! The crowd sprang into action. With a swift motion, Su Mushue unleashed a sword from her storage pouch. Wielding it with deadly precision, her sword energy exploding forth. Boom! The onslaught of sword energy sent several attackers flying, blood gushing forth as they met their demise. A mere rabble of lowly cultivators stood no chance against a practitioner at the locking chains realm. Yin Zhixiao raised an eyebrow, observing that these minions were indeed inadequate. He instructed a few figures clad in black, engage them, eliminate Su Muxue first. 3 of the black-clad figures shifted positions, each standing at a different angle. All early-stage locking chains cultivators. They swiftly formed seals with their hands, their auras surging, effectively sealing off the inn as they prepared to execute a combined attack. Locking eyes with one another, they simultaneously struck at Su Muxue. Another black-clad figure remained aloof, his expression indifferent. He was at the pinnacle of the locking chains realm, capable of dominating the scene. With a glimmer of murderous intent in her eyes, Su Muxue immediately engaged in combat with the three. After a brief skirmish, she sent one of her foes flying with a swing of her sword. However, the remaining two retaliated with a forceful strike. Instinctively, she raised her sword to block, but the two powerful palm strikes collided with her blade. The immense force propelling her backward by 3 meters. The black-clad figure, who had been struck aside, reacted swiftly. A poisoned dagger shot forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at Su Muxue's throat. She evaded just in time. The other two, anticipating this, joined forces to unleash a combined fist attack, their strikes converging violently towards Su Muxue. Just as she dodged the dagger, she saw the fists barreling towards her and countered with her own. Boom! The collision of energies erupted, sending nearby furniture splintering into pieces. With her sword in hand, Su Muxue unleashed a swift strike, a 10-meter-long sword energy slicing towards the two. They responded by throwing punches. While the third black-clad figure approached, placing his hands on their backs, channeling his strength into them. Boom! Even more terrifying fist energies erupted, clashing against her sword energy, the shockwave radiating throughout the inn, causing cracks to appear in the walls. In the next moment, the fist energies were dispersed by the sword energy, sending the three men reeling and spitting blood. Although Su Muxue had repelled them, her expression darkened. These three were merely early-stage locking chains cultivators. Yet their combined attack was enough to contend with her. If it were just one, she would certainly have dispatched him swiftly. Now, with a mysterious figure observing from the sidelines and his unfathomable cultivation, she felt an inexplicable dread. Yin Zhixiao scoffed coldly, turning to the black-clad figure beside him. Without further ado, the figure vanished, appearing before Su Muxue in an instant, striking her with a palm. She immediately countered with her sword. Unleashing her chilling sword energy, boom! Their energies collided, dispersing her sword energy entirely, and her sword shattered under the immense force, sending her flying 5 meters. Su Muxue coughed up blood, her complexion paling. She was gravely injured. Given her mid-stage cultivation, she was no match for an opponent at the pinnacle of the locking chains realm. Merely mid-stage locking chains, nothing but an ant, the black-clad figure remarked flatly, advancing towards Su Muxue. Gripping the broken sword, she regarded him with trepidation. His strength was formidable, far beyond her capabilities, and she couldn't withstand even one of his attacks. She feared she might perish in this and tonight. Casting a glance at Xia Weilu, she felt a twinge of helplessness. His misfortune seemed to seal his fate alongside hers. Yin Zhixiao, observing this, wore an even broader smile. With Su Muxue now devoid of threat, her death was inevitable. However, he mused, this woman was rather attractive. Perhaps he should enjoy her before killing her? No, delay could invite complications. It was best to crush her immediately. He shot a menacing glance at Xia Weilu, his murderous intent intensifying. Once Su Muxue was eliminated, he would personally deal with Xia Weilu. Today, the scion of the West Town Marquis would meet his end. Xia Weilu, seemingly indifferent, sipped his wine, as if none of this concerned him. Die! The black-clad figure's voice was frigid as he unleashed a palm strike towards Su Muxue, a black palm imprint appearing, sealing her fate. Su Muxue's pupils constricted. She wished to evade, but found herself utterly immobilized. Forced to watch as the palm strike approached, bang! Xia Weilu gently tossed his wine cup onto the table. A mysterious force emanated, and before the black-clad figure's palm could reach Su Muxue, it was instantly dispersed. Chapter 66. Last night's matters, what is it to me? Huh. The black-clad figure halted, casting a glance at Xiaoweilu. His eyes betraying his confusion. Su Muxue also stared at Xiaoweilu, her expression one of disbelief. What is happening? Yin Zhixiao's expression darkened. When Xiaoweilu threw the wine cup, he had distinctly sensed a mysterious power erupting, dispersing the black-clad figure's attack, which unsettled him. Wasn't Xiaoweilu supposed to be a born waste? It appeared he possessed some cultivation after all. He seemed to have some strength, but alas, still insufficient before me. The black-clad figure spoke coolly, unleashing a palm strike at Xiaoweilu. The aura of a pinnacle locking chains cultivator erupted, the black palm imprint brimming with murderous intent. With a flick of his sleeve, Xiaoweilu sent the wine cup soaring toward the black-clad figure. An overwhelming force erupting, shattering the palm imprint and sending the cup crashing toward him. The black-clad figure's expression shifted to one of shock as he struck out with both hands against the oncoming cup. Unleashing an even greater force, bang! The cup collided with the palm imprint, exploding into shards, wine splattering everywhere. With a flick of his finger, Xiaoweilu sent a drop of wine, sharp as a cold beam, piercing through the black-clad figure's brow, blood erupting forth. The black-clad figure faltered, his brow pierced, blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. How messy, Xiaoweilu remarked, waving his hand. Boom! Instantly, the bodies within the inn were reduced to ashes, along with the bloodstains evaporating entirely. What Su Muxue stared at Xiaoweilu, appearing utterly incredulous. This man possessed such formidable strength, dispatching a pinnacle locking chains cultivator with a mere flick of his fingers. He must at least be in the border expansion realm. Wasn't he supposed to be a born waste, incapable of cultivation? Was this truly the same frivolous Xiaoweilu she had known? At this moment, Su Muxue suddenly found herself unable to decipher him. How could this be? Yin Zhixiao's face turned pale, horror etched in his features as he stared at Xiaoweilu, his body trembling slightly. The fact that a pinnacle locking chains cultivator was so easily dispatched by Xiaoweilu sent chills down his spine. Xiaoweilu turned his gaze toward Yin Zhixiao, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Upon regaining his senses, Yin Zhixiao turned to flee. Get down here. Xiaoweilu waved his hand, a force binding Yin Zhixiao, yanking him down from the second floor. Bang! Yin Zhixiao crashed to the ground, bones shattering, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, releasing a horrid scream. Xiaoweilu looked down at Yin Zhixiao with a dispassionate expression. The waste who hasn't even stepped into the locking chains realm dares to act presumptuously before me. How foolish! With a resounding slap, he struck Yin Zhixiao's face. Yin Zhixiao was sent flying, his face obliterated. A gruesome sight as he left a bloody trail on the ground, his screams piercing. Xiaoweilu picked up a fresh wine cup, pouring himself a drink before regarding Su Muxue with a stoic expression. Here's a choice for you. Kill him. Su Muxue's senses sharpened. She immediately approached Yin Zhixiao, holding the broken sword. Xiaoweilu had concealed his strength for so long, and now he revealed it before her eyes. If she didn't hand over some leverage to him, he would likely ensure she remained silent forever. Yin Zhixiao, after all, was the son of the Minister of War. If he died by her hand, it would effectively give Xiaoweilu a means to control her. If she wished to keep this matter under wraps, she could not afford to speak of Xiaoweilu's affairs. And oh please don't. Yin Zhixiao's eyes widened in terror as Su Muxue approached. Die! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Muxue swung her sword, severing Yin Zhixiao's head in an instant, blood spraying forth. Xiaoweilu glanced at her indifferently. Clean up after your own kills. With that, he took a sip of his wine and ascended the stairs. Su Muxue fell into silence for a moment, then struck out at Yin Zhixiao's corpse, which instantly disintegrated into blood mist. Watching Xiaoweilu's retreating figure, her expression turned complex. At this moment, Xiaoweilu felt utterly unfamiliar, as if he had transformed into someone else entirely, igniting a sense of inexplicable dread and unease within her. She suddenly found herself more favorably inclined towards Xiaoweilu, who had previously been so fond of using flowery language with her. As she observed the enigmatic depths of Xiaoweilu, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within her, akin to the regret of having missed a precious treasure. The following day, at dawn, Xiaoweilu mounted his warhorse. Destined for the northern city, Su Muxue rode beside him, silently regarding Xiaoweilu. Her words caught in her throat. Is there something on your mind? Xiaoweilu glanced at Su Muxue with indifference. Thank you for last night. Su Mushue ventured to speak. What happened last night is of no concern to me. You took a life. If you did not wish for death, it would be best not to mention it again. Xia Weilu replied flatly and rode away. Su Mushue watched his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. She could distinctly sense that Xia Weilu's demeanor had grown even more aloof, a change to which she found it difficult to adapt. Before noon, Xia Weilu arrived at the Lord's Manor, where the main forces gradually returned. Xia. In front of a pavilion, Yin Rui limped toward Xia Weilu. He looked at her in surprise. Your Highness, what has happened to your leg? Humph. Mind your own business, Yin Rui shot back, glaring at him. I can't be bothered. Xia Weilu waved dismissively and walked towards a grand hall. You? Yin Rui's expression faltered. Had he become so haughty to speak to her with such indifference? She immediately limped after him to the hall. Inside the grand hall, everyone had gathered. During the winter hunting competition, over 100 participants had taken part, yet only 60 or 70 were present now. Yin Ruyu, Yin Junlin, and Yin Wuyo were among them, but Yin Wugo was notably absent. After sustaining such severe injuries, her recovery would be prolonged. When Xia Weilu entered, many gazes fell upon him. Yin Ruyu merely glanced at Xia Weilu before diverting her gaze. A coldness lurking in her depth. If it were not for Yin Junlin's presence, Blood Sky Wolf would have undoubtedly eliminated Xia Weilu. Brother Xia? Yin Junlin beamed, waving his hand. Xia Weilu approached with a smile and took a seat beside him. The Crown Prince seems in good spirits. Have you perhaps received an inheritance? Upon hearing the word inheritance, a bitter smile crossed Yin Junlin's face. What inheritance could there be? I am rather disheartened at the moment. As all the elite I dispatched have perished without a single one returning. His expression turned serious as he added, Seeing Brother Xia safe brings me joy. Thanks to the elite you sent. Xia Weilu replied quietly, a trivial matter. Yin Junlin waved his hand lightly. General Mu has arrived. A robust voice resonated from outside the hall. Chapter 67. The conclusion of the gathering and distribution of rewards. Mu Bei. Mr. Yin from the Sacred Academy and Li Haoran entered the hall. Greetings, General Mu. Greetings, Mr. Yin. The crowd stood and bowed. Today was not only to announce the results of the winter hunting competition, but also to see if anyone had obtained the inheritance from the Bronze Hall. Those who received the inheritance would be granted admission to the Sacred Academy. The Sacred Academy of the Great Xia was home to many formidable warriors, representing the martial aspirations of the realm, a coveted sanctuary for countless individuals eager to enter. Regrettably, the criteria for enrollment were exceedingly stringent, leaving many fated to remain estranged from the academy. To gain entry ahead of others could lead to a meteoric rise in their future. Mu Bei gently waved to the audience and turned to Li Haoran. Please announce the results of this winter hunting competition. Understood. Li Haoran nodded, producing a scroll and forming a seal with his hands. The scroll emitted a blue glow, revealing the names of the participants and the number of beasts they had hunted. The assembly immediately focused on these names. Li Haoran spoke. You all are well aware of how many beasts you have hunted. This list is compiled from the data recorded by your tokens. Please review it for any discrepancies. The crowd attentively examined the list, confirming its accuracy. They had counted their own kills and could also see the data on their tokens. Seeing no objections, Li Haoran waved his hand again, and 5 names shimmered with blue light, marking the top 5. The assembly turned their gaze to these names. First place, Xiao Su, who had slain 80 beasts. Second place, Chao Luo, with 78 kills. Third place, Su Mushue, having hunted 70 beasts. Fourth place, Zhao Hongying, with 60 kills. Fifth place, Lu Jihu, who had slain 55 beasts. The princes and princesses were notably absent from this list. Despite their potential to claim the top position, it held little significance. It was preferable for their favored individuals to secure a place in the top 5. Yin Junlin smiled as he surveyed the 5 names. Relieved to finally see some good news. Among them, Chao Luo and Lu Jihu were individuals he valued. Yin Wuyo's expression also brightened slightly, as one of his favored individuals, Zhao Hongying, was included. As for Xiao Su and Su Mushue. One was backed by the Marquis of Wuan, and the other was the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Neither had aligned themselves with any faction yet. Many sighed softly upon seeing the results, lamenting that had there been no unexpected incidents during the winter hunting competition, numerous dark horses might have emerged. Alas, the competition concluded prematurely, and many had not yet had the opportunity to showcase their true strength. Thus the list bore certain discrepancies. Li Haoran announced. The top 5 in the winter hunting competition will receive generous rewards. Upon returning to Tianqi City, His Majesty will personally summon them. For now, let us distribute the rewards. Subsequently, Mu Bei and Li Haoran presented the rewards to the top 5. The prizes were indeed lavish. As the first-place victor, Xiao Su received a boundary expansion pill, provoking envy among the others. Xiao Su, already at the pinnacle of the shackled realm, would likely soon ascend to the boundary expansion stage. With Itu Mushue received a shackled pill along with other items. This shackled pill would enable her to swiftly elevate a minor level within the shackled realm. A commendable reward indeed. Yet, as Su Mushue accepted her rewards, her emotions grew complex. She understood where the true masters and attendants stood. Should those individuals choose to act, they would struggle to even make the top 10. Mu Bei addressed the assembly. The rewards have been distributed. Who among you has obtained the inheritance from within the bronze hall? You may step forward now. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mushue decided to step forward. She bowed to Mu Bei and Mr. Yin, then formed a seal with her hands, a mysterious aura enveloping her. Although she had acquired the inheritance, it was exceptionally profound, and comprehending it fully in a short span would be challenging. The Sacred Academy was a place she longed to enter, and if she waited until the recruitment period, countless others would compete, making it even more difficult. With an opportunity at hand, she was not about to let it slip away. The crowd regarded Su Mushue with astonishment. Truly, she was remarkable. They soon displayed envy, for compared to the rewards from the winter hunting competition, the admission to the academy was far more precious. Mr. Yin sensed the power emanating from Su Mushue and nodded approvingly. Indeed, this aura emanates from the inheritance stone pillar. Xiao Su and a lady clad in a red gown also stepped forward, having similarly obtained the inheritance. Like Su Mushue, they formed seals with their hands. A unique aura radiating from them. Well done. Mr. Yin waved his hand, 3 tokens flying towards the trio. These are the Sacred Academy tokens. Present them for registration, and from this day forth, you shall be disciples of the Sacred Academy. Thank you, Mr. Yin. The 3 expressed their gratitude with a bow. Mr. Yin glanced around the hall. Seeing no one else step forward, he smiled faintly. The enrollment tokens have been issued. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and exited the grand hall. The assembly watched his retreating figure, a hint of regret in their gazes. How splendid it would be if they too could secure admission to the Sacred Academy. Yin Wuyo's smile widened as he looked at the lady in red, Zhao Hongying, who was among those he valued. Yin Junlin snorted softly, choosing not to elaborate. Mu Bei pondered. The winter hunting competition encountered some unforeseen occurrences. I hope the Crown Prince will take note of the casualties and relay the list to His Majesty. Engaging in battle with beasts inherently comes with peril, yet human treachery poses an even greater threat. It is likely that many of the deceased fell to the hands of others. Rest assured, General Mu, Yin Junlin replied solemnly. Indeed, the northern city is fraught with danger. With the winter hunting competition concluded, if there are no further matters, you may return to Tianqi City, Mu Bei stated with gravity. While many had perished during the winter hunting competition, most had succumbed within the Snow Wolf Valley. Their deaths could be attributed to a lack of skill, a fact that could not be blamed on anyone else. However, should they perish within his northern city, that would be unacceptable. It was time to send these noble youths back. The assembly understood the implications of Mu Bei's words and refrained from further discussion. Half an hour later, they boarded their carriages to return to Tianqi City. Mu Bei stood on the city wall, watching the departing carriages, muttering to himself, there are indeed a few promising candidates. Li Haoran approached. In the Snow Wolf Valley, several who had reached the pinnacle of the boundary expansion stage perished, alongside the presence of several powerful beast clans. Mu Bei replied indifferently, the imperial edict I received merely stipulated that those above the boundary expansion stage should not enter the Snow Wolf Valley. The rest is of no concern to me. Li Haoran chuckled lightly, choosing not to press further. Chapter 68. The Black Hand. The heavenly tome suppresses. Xia Weilu extended his hand, gently stroking Li Hua's head. After my departure, has anything of note transpired at the Ho residence? Li Hua replied in a delicate voice, young master, nothing particularly unusual has occurred here. Xia Weilu inquired, what of Xia Zongxuan? Should he learn of Xia Wushang's demise, it would surely be quite intriguing, Li Hua murmured. He left early this morning and has yet to return. Furthermore, Uncle Fu has also gone out to attend to some matters, and he is expected to be away for a day or two. Xia Weilu smiled indifferently and made his way to the attic. Prepare hot water. This young master intends to take a bath. Very well, young master, Li Hua obediently responded. Within the attic, Xia Weilu indulged in a warm bath and donned a set of black clothing. Gazing at his reflection in the bronze mirror, he noted his handsome visage, which possessed a hint of devilish charm. Mastering the colors of black, white, and yellow effortlessly was indeed an advantage of his striking appearance. With a casual wave of his hand, he sealed the attic with a surge of power and retrieved a skeletal arm from his storage ring. Upon first encountering this skeletal arm, he sensed its extraordinary nature. And now he could examine it closely. Buzz! The celestial tome within Xia Weilu's dantian resonated. The skeletal arm instantly entered his dantian, emanating terrifying black energy, transforming from a mere skeletal arm into a pitch-black demonic hand. The hand was shrouded in mysterious black runes, with eerie scales faintly visible, and a malevolent aura wafted around it. Its nails sharp and menacing, atop the center of the palm lay a bizarre blood-red eye. Xia Weilu raised an eyebrow and immediately turned his attention inward to his dantian. The celestial tome was now radiating a unique power, continuously suppressing the black demonic hand. The aura exuded by the hand was exceptionally formidable, causing Xia Weilu to experience a moment of inexplicable trepidation. After a considerable time, the demonic hand fell completely still cloaked in its terrifying aura but now subdued by the celestial tome. Xia Weilu gazed at the demonic hand within his dantian, feeling an uncanny sensation, as if he could command the hand itself. Was this the influence of the celestial tome? With a mere thought, the demonic hand vanished from his dantian, merging seamlessly with his left hand, which now radiated a dreadful aura, distorting the surroundings. Indeed, he could truly command it. Xia Weilu tightened his grip on his left hand, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. The power of the demonic hand was formidable. With a single punch, he could likely overpower a Taoist master with ease. As for the limits of this demonic hand, he was uncertain for the moment, but he sensed that wielding it made him extraordinarily powerful. Thus, he had acquired another potent trump card. The celestial tome was indeed remarkable. Xia Weilu mused, recognizing that his ability to command the demonic hand was intricately linked to the celestial tome. Not long after, the list of casualties from the Winter Hunting Conference was released, featuring names such as Xia Wushang and Yin Jixiao among the deceased. Many lives had been lost this time, each with a notable background, and how to console the bereaved families was a matter for the royal family. As Xia Weilu exited the attic, he happened to encounter Xia Zhongshuan, who approached with a grave expression. Xia Zhongshuan's eyes reddened, his demeanor one of sorrow. He fixed his gaze intently on Xia Weilu. Wushang has been murdered. Are you aware of this? During the Winter Hunting Conference, Xia Wushang's schemes were well known to him. It was certain that someone would attempt to harm Xia Weilu in Shuolong Valley. Now, Xia Weilu remained alive while Xia Wushang lay dead, a thought that left Xia Zhongshuan deeply troubled. Xia Weilu regarded Xia Zhongshuan with surprise. What do you mean? Uncle wouldn't suspect that I killed Xia Wushang, would you? If you were to earnestly investigate the events that transpired in Shuolong Valley, you would know it bears no connection to me. Oh? Then do enlighten me on what transpired, Xia Zhongshuan replied sternly. I am equally curious about what occurred. You should investigate for yourself, Xia Weilu retorted with a broad smile. You? Xia Zhongshuan faltered momentarily. I am off to Tianquan Division. Do as you please, uncle. Xia Weilu chuckled as he departed. Crack! Xia Zhongshuan clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with a fierce killing intent. Regardless of whether this matter was connected to Xia Weilu, that wretched creature must perish. A short while later, a spy from the Jinchi Ho residence returned, presenting a scroll to Xia Zhongshuan, detailing information about the events in Shuolong Valley. After reviewing the contents, Xia Zhongshuan's expression grew despondent. Had he overthought the situation? This time, many had perished, 39 in total, with Xia Wushang merely one among them. According to the information, bizarre slaughters had occurred within Shuolong Valley, where several late-stage Demon Clan experts had appeared, engaging in rampant killing and abduction, alongside unknown powerful individuals executing a frenzy of slaughter. Subsequently, even the Bronze Hall had emerged, with Taoist and Xuanxiang realm experts making their appearances. This was no trivial matter. In Xia Zhongshuan's eyes, Xia Weilu was merely a waste of space. How could he possibly contend with Xia Wushang? Regardless, that wretched creature must die. My son Wushang has perished, and he too must meet his end. Xia Zhongshuan thought darkly. In the Tianquan Division, the The second hall, Lin Qinghuang was savoring a cup of fragrant tea. Qinghuang. Xia Weilu's voice resounded. Lin Qinghuang slowly set down her teacup and turned to regard Xia Weilu as he entered. A glimmer of intrigue flickering in her eyes. Dressed in white, Xia Weilu appeared as a frail and delicate scholar, but when clad in black, he exuded a certain devilish allure. Xia Weilu took a seat nearby, casting a glance at Lin Qinghuang's beautiful legs. Qinghuang, may I touch your leg? Lin Qinghuang lifted her skirt to cover her legs, responding coolly, touch your OW and MY hands are too coarse. They cannot compare to your smooth, delicate, and fair skin. Xia Weilu shrugged. Lin Qinghuang's expression was one of exasperation. This scoundrel spoke only lewd words. What a predatory remark. As if recalling something, she added, the vice commander of the first hall, Fu Xianlin, has died. Xia Weilu was somewhat taken aback and quietly asked, did you have a hand in this? Lin Qinghuang rolled her eyes. How was it her doing? Rather, she suspected that Xia Weilu had concealed his true abilities, having undoubtedly accomplished much during the events in Shuilong Valley. What she had witnessed was likely just the tip of the iceberg. She picked up a scroll from the table and handed it to Xia Weilu. This time, many lives were lost in Shuilong Valley, and this contained some of the names. Xia Weilu glanced at the scroll briefly before tossing it onto the table. Too many words. I can't be bothered to read. Commander Lin, we have a major case at hand. Just then, Zhang Long entered hastily. Speak. Lin Qinghuang commanded, turning to him. In the past 3 days, 8 young men and women have perished in Tianqi City, all disciples of the Xinyuan Martial Academy. They possess spiritual bones and exceptional roots, all under the age of 16. Their deaths have incited the wrath of the Xinyuan Martial Academy, which has issued orders for the second hall to resolve this case within 7 days. The Xinyuan Martial Academy was a training institution in Tianqi City, with its strongest member being a late-stage expansion realm expert. Such an academy, while not as formidable as the likes of the Daxia Sacred Institute, was still a place where countless aspiring cultivators sought to tread in Tianqi City. There were many academies akin to the Xinyuan Martial Academy. Lin Qinghuang accepted the scroll and examined it. It contained the autopsy reports of the deceased, their information, and the conflicts they had with others. Their bones were shattered, and their internal organs were extracted. After reading, Lin Qinghuang furrowed her brow. She looked at Zhang Long and asked, are the bodies still at Tianquan Division? They are all in the mortuary of the second hall, Zhang Long replied promptly. Let us have a look, Lin Qinghuang said, her expression pensive. She glanced at Xia Weilu. You should come along. Xia Weilu regarded Lin Qinghuang with surprise. Qinghuang, are you afraid of dead bodies? Lin Qinghuang rolled her eyes. Xia Weilu stood and stretched lazily. Then let us take a look with the vice commander of the first hall deceased. If I could achieve a great feat, perhaps I could ascend to the position of vice commander myself. Ha ha, young Master Xia, you truly have a vivid imagination. Lin Qinghuang shot him an incredulous look. If you were to reveal your cultivation level, you could indeed become the vice commander of the first hall, for you possess that capability. However, since you prefer to conceal your prowess and masquerade as an ordinary person, such a position will elude you. After all, to be a commander, one must at the very least showcase their shackled realm cultivation. After a brief interval, the three arrived at the mortuary, where 8 corpses lay covered with white cloths. Zhang Long gradually unveiled the cloths, revealing that the deceased had only recently died, and due to the cold weather, they showed minimal signs of decay. Nevertheless, the gruesome manner of their deaths was quite horrifying. Lin Qinghuang approached the bodies, inspecting them. After a thorough examination, her brow furrowed, her expression darkening, indicating she had reached some conclusions. She turned to Xia Weilu. You should examine them as well and see if you can uncover anything. Xia Weilu looked at Lin Qinghuang, bemused. Haven't you already discerned everything? Why not just say it outright? Look, Lin Qinghuang's brow arched. Although he may not become the vice commander, he could at least be a team leader. She was offering him an opportunity to earn merit, and he still hesitated. Fine, go ahead and investigate. Xia Weilu stepped forward to examine the bodies. The internal organs had all vanished, and the bones were shattered. He focused on the fragments of bone in the chest of one corpse, retrieving a pair of gloves from nearby to wear before extracting several pieces from the chest cavity to scrutinize. Xia Weilu shook his head and remarked, logically speaking, even if the spiritual bones were shattered, they would still retain subtle traces of spiritual essence. However, these fragments are merely ordinary bones, not spiritual bones. Please continue. Lin Qinghuang gently nodded. Xia Weilu pondered, It is evident that these individual spiritual bones have been forcibly extracted. The remnants remaining in their chests are merely common bones. Someone has shattered their entire skeletal structure, intermingling it with ordinary bones, and even removed their internal organs, all in an effort to conceal the truth behind the extraction of their spiritual bones. Lin Xinghuang interjected, I believe I previously mentioned the matter of spiritual bone transplantation. If their spiritual bones were extracted for the purpose of transplantation, that would indeed make sense. Xiaoweilu spoke softly. Spiritual bone transplantation sounds quite extraordinary, yet it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Have we not witnessed a certain youth having his supreme bone extracted? Zhang Long, looking perplexed, responded, transplanting spiritual bones. That sounds rather alarming. However, I fail to comprehend. If one truly intended to do so, would it not be more prudent to destroy the bodies completely? Why leave behind the corpses? Once a body is present, the flaws become glaringly obvious. Xiaoweilu smiled lightly. There are numerous possibilities. The first is that the perpetrator, driven by revenge, deliberately extracted another's spiritual bones to incite anger among the deceased's friends and family, thus satisfying some peculiar desire. The second possibility involves digging a pit.to fish. Digging a pit? Fishing? Zhang Long was taken aback for a moment. Xiaoweilu inquired, who reported the case? Zhang Long replied, it was an instructor from the Xian Yuan Martial Academy. He was the instructor of the 8 deceased. According to him, his 8 students perished in a mansion within the city. When news reached the Xian Yuan Martial Academy, he immediately led a team to investigate but found no trace of the murderer, ultimately opting to report to the Tianquan division. Xiaoweilu turned to Lin Xinghuang. Xinghuang, the scroll. Lin Xinghuang handed over the scroll she held. Xiaoweilu examined the scroll, which provided a detailed account of the conflicts the deceased had with others during their lifetimes. After a brief perusal, he pinpointed one individual, the second young master of the Omping Bo Mansion, Li Huai, aged 15. Zhang Long elaborated. Li Huai was under the same instructor as the 8 deceased. However, his spiritual bone is of the lower grade, and despite being at the Xian Yuan Martial Academy for 3 years, he has only reached the initial stage of the Xuanzhong realm. He has always envied the superior talents of these 8 individuals and often troubled them. Have you observed him? Xiaoweilu asked. Zhang Long smiled bitterly and said, after the deaths of those 8, he has remained at the Omping Bo Mansion, rarely venturing out. Without orders, we dare not act recklessly. The Tianquan division, although a royal blade, has the power to act without prior notice. However, to put it plainly, such authority requires someone to oversee its execution. Lin Xinghuang stated, let us visit the Omping Bo Mansion. She then looked at Xiaoweilu, seemingly inquiring whether he wished to accompany her. After all, this fellow had previously killed Li Yuan from the Omping Bo Mansion at the Jinshi Marquis Mansion. Though Li Yuan was merely a son of the 3rd branch, he was still a member of the Omping Bo Mansion. This matter had been ordered to be suppressed from above, yet the Omping Bo Mansion would not indefinitely swallow their pride. Should they find an opportunity, they would undoubtedly retaliate. Let's take a look. After all, we have nothing pressing to attend to. Xiaoweilu's smile deepened. Then let us proceed. Lin Xinghuang said no more. Xiaoweilu was indeed a master of deception. Anyone who dared to underestimate him would surely meet with an untimely demise. She had her suspicions regarding certain events during the winter hunt, as well as the assassination attempts on Yan Junlin and Yan Wuchan. Xiaoweilu was not one to remain idle, and with such formidable strength, how could he allow himself to be bullied? Soon, Xiaoweilu and Lin Xinghuang exited the morgue. Chapter 70. The Appearance of the Town Protector. By Li Changqing on the street, snowflakes danced in the air. Lin Xinghuang held an oil paper umbrella, while Xiaoweilu stood beneath it with his hands tucked into his sleeves, resembling a lord, at this moment. It seemed as though he were the young master and Lin Xinghuang the maidservant. You truly are a lord, Lin Xinghuang remarked, exasperatedly regarding Xiaoweilu. With a sigh, Xiaoweilu replied, this umbrella should not exist. Why is that? Lin Xinghuang frowned. Xiaoweilu mused, if we were to be drenched in snow together today, it would be as if we have aged together through the years. Lin Xinghuang was momentarily taken aback and promptly quickened her pace. You enjoy being soaked in snow? Then you can do so on your own. Xiaoweilu chuckled as he caught up. What is so wonderful about being drenched in snow? Zhang Long and the others followed behind. Filled with envy, if only they could stand under Lin Tongling's oil paper umbrella like Xiaoweilu, having her shield them from the snow, it would surely be the pinnacle of their lives. Alas, they lacked the strength and the courage. Before long, They arrived at the Omping Bo mansion. Yo, you have business here? The guard at the entrance scrutinized Xia Weilu and the others. Lin Xinghuang replied indifferently, we are from the Tianquan division, and we request that Li Huai step outside. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression tightened, and he immediately said, please wait a moment. He was not without discernment. Some matters, if not specifically instructed by above, he naturally dared not act recklessly. Otherwise, if trouble arose, those in higher positions might remain unscathed, while he, a mere pawn, would become collateral damage. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a black brocade robe emerged, his gaze instantly locking onto Xia Weilu. A glimmer of cold-killing intent flashing in his eyes. This man was none other than the Omping Bo, Li Huayuan. Xia Weilu regarded Li Huayuan, noting that he possessed some strength, being at the pinnacle of the Tuajiang realm. Yet, ultimately, he was still an opponent who could be easily dispatched with a single strike. Li Huayuan looked at Lin Xinghuang and clasped his fists, inquiring, might I ask what brings you to my residence? Commander Lin, Lin Xinghuang replied straightforwardly, recently, 8 young individuals have died in Tianqi City, and Li Huai is a suspect. I kindly request that Omping Bo allow him to come forth. Li Huayuan raised an eyebrow. Oh? Why would I have any suspicion? An irritable voice interjected, and a 15 or 16-year-old youth stepped forward. Clad in a blue brocade robe, his expression was clouded with disdain as he glared at Lin Xinghuang. Lin Xinghuang cast a glance at Li Huai and replied indifferently, your 8 companions have perished, and you had conflicts with them. Thus, your suspicion is considerable, Li Huai impatiently retorted. I indeed had conflicts with those few, and I have never held them in high regard, but what of it? Just because they are dead, does that mean I am automatically the murderer? Lin Xinghuang coolly stated, you are currently at the late stage of the Xuanzhong realm. The process of spiritual bone transplantation must have been quite painful, no? What do you mean by that? Li Huai's pupils constricted, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. Lin Xinghuang's expression remained impassive as she continued. The Xuanzhong realm is a process of bone refinement. The transplanted spiritual bones are inherently incompatible with your own. Therefore, after the transplantation, considerable time is required for them to harmonize, allowing their essences to align. Only then can the spiritual bones serve as the core for refining the remaining bones. If you hastily elevate your cultivation after the transplantation, it won't be long before the incompatibility of the spiritual bones manifests. Li Huai's body trembled, cough, cough. Li Huayuan lightly coughed. Turning to Lin Xinghuang, he remarked, Commander Lin, I find myself somewhat perplexed by your words. What is this about spiritual bone transplantation? My son has recently made a breakthrough, and I have procured some elixirs for him. Indeed, I have recently consumed some elixirs, which is why my cultivation has surged. What is the issue with that? Li Huai immediately interjected. Lin Xinghuang casually produced a bronze mirror, stating, this mirror, named the Bone Viewing Mirror, is a magical artifact from the Qingtian Bureau, capable of testing the condition of your spiritual bones against the entirety of your skeletal structure. If there are transplanted bones, the Bone Viewing Mirror will reveal it instantly. I wonder if young Master Li would care to step forward for a test? Li Huai's complexion changed dramatically, instinctively taking a step back as he quickly replied, I refuse to be tested. Why should I be tested? Lin Xinghuang turned to Li Huayuan. Omping Bo, what do you think should be done about this matter? Li Huayuan fell silent for a moment before asking, Commander Lin, is there perhaps some misunderstanding here? Allow him to take the test. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, it can easily be resolved. Lin Xinghuang replied indifferently, I do not wish to be tested. Li Huai abruptly turned to flee as a mere 15-year-old youth. How much composure could he possess? At this moment, he was thoroughly panicked. If he were innocent, he would naturally dare to undergo the test. But he was not guiltless. Indeed, his spiritual bone had been transplanted. Lin Xinghuang stepped forward, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped Li Huai, rendering him immobile. He frantically called out to Li Huayuan, Father, save me, boom. Li Huayuan casually waved his hand, dispersing Lin Xinghuang's aura. He looked at Lin Xinghuang, frowning, Commander Lin, this is the Omping Bo mansion. I hope you can grant me some face. Should my son truly have done something wrong, I will certainly pursue it. The case is already with the Tianquan division. Even if there is a need for pursuit, it will not be your place to decide. A cold voice interjected from a distance, and a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe appeared. Sporting a handlebar mustache and hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Li Huayuan. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xinghuang promptly turned and bowed. I pay my respects to the town protector. The town protector of the Tianquan division, by Li Chongqing, was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Daozong realm, on par with the Grand General of the North, Mu Bei. With such strength as the town protector, one could only wonder how powerful the commander of the Tianquan division must be. Yet the commander remained shrouded in mystery, rarely seen even within the Tianquan division. Upon seeing by Li Chongqing, Li Huayuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly bowed. I pay my respects to the town protector. Bei Li Chongqing, with a stoic expression, directed his gaze towards Li Huayuan, stating, the transplantation of spiritual bones is a transgression against the natural order. This is no trivial matter. I implore you, Lord Anping, to willingly surrender the individual in question. Should this escalate further, I cannot guarantee that the Anping residents will remain unscathed. His tone was overwhelmingly domineering, for he possessed the power to back it. Li Huayuan's countenance shifted dramatically as he glared at Li Huai with fury, exclaiming, wretched son, what have you done? Although he was well aware of Li Huai's actions, he feigned ignorance, having initially intended to send Li Huai away, yet it seemed he was already too late. I haven't done anything. Father, please do not hand me over to the Tianquan division. I do not wish to go there. Li Huai uttered in a state of sheer terror. The mere thought of entering the Tianquan division filled him with dread, for it promised a fate worse than death. Xia Weilu waved his hand dismissively. Channeling a force that propelled Li Huai out of the estate, he turned to Bei Li Chongqing and clasped his fists, affirming, if he is indeed involved in a major case, I shall not offer him any protection. At the very least, with Bei Li Chongqing present, he dared not obstruct the proceedings, for should Bei Li Chongqing choose to act, the Anping residents would face annihilation. No one dared underestimate the methods of the Tianquan division's pacification officer. Very well, Bei Li Chongqing nodded lightly, casting a meaningful glance at Xia Weilu before vanishing into thin air. Xia Weilu observed Bei Li Chongqing's departing figure, a faint smile gracing his lips, acknowledging the man's knack for seizing the spotlight. Take him away, Lin Xinghuang stated calmly. The two officials promptly advanced, apprehending Li Huai. Lin Xinghuang addressed Li Huayuan, saying, rest assured, Lord Anping, if Li Huai is truly innocent, he shall be released within an hour. It was evident she was confident in her ability to ascertain the truth in that time frame. Much appreciated, Li Huayuan replied solemnly. Let us proceed. Lin Xinghuang waved her hand, leading the group away. Chapter 71. Mid-stage expansion. A modicum of power. After departing the Anping residence, Xia Weilu and Lin Xinghuang escorted Li Huai to the northern part of the city, while Zhang Long and others returned to the Tianquan division in the northern part of the city. Within an abandoned temple, Li Huai, bound to a large tree, looked around in panic. What have you brought me here for? He was desperate to avoid the Tianquan division, knowing full well that entering it meant enduring unimaginable suffering. However, he now found himself in an equally precarious situation, fearing that Xia Weilu and Lin Xinghuang might intend to torture him here. Lin Xinghuang regarded Li Huai with indifference. If you wish to avoid physical torment, you must confess everything. They had intentionally refrained from taking Li Huai directly to the Tianquan division, using him as bait to lure out larger fish. Li Huai's abilities were mediocre, and while he had been involved in the spiritual bone transplantation, he was but a minor player, with limited knowledge. Only by drawing out the true mastermind could they resolve the matter. With Li Huai's abduction, it was certain that the Anping house would not remain passive, thus providing an opportunity for its members to act. Don't know what you're talking about, Li Huai retorted angrily. Smack! Xia Weilu swiftly delivered a resounding slap, swelling Li Huai's face instantly. With a venomous glare, Li Huai hissed, Xia Weilu, just you wait. Despite his youth, as the son of the Anping Duke, he recognized Xia Weilu. Disdainfully, Xia Weilu replied, speak further, and I shall end your life on the spot. Li Huai faltered, his thoughts drifting to the recent demise of Li Yuan. It was Xia Weilu who had brutally slain Li Yuan at the Jinshi Marquis's residence. Yet his father had not pursued the matter, which struck him as exceedingly strange. If Xia Weilu truly meant to be ruthless, he might very well carry out his threats. Lin Xinghuang coldly addressed Li Huai. You have 3 seconds to contemplate. If you confess, you may yet have a chance to survive. Should you refuse, you will be deemed the mastermind of this case, and the Tianquan division will hasten to conclude matters. Li Huai trembled at her words. Just then, an arrow shot towards Lin Xinghuang with lightning speed, aimed directly at her head. Lin Xinghuang remained unfazed. As the arrow approached, she merely tilted her head, allowing it to graze past her ear before deftly seizing it in her hand. With a swift motion, she hurled the arrow back, and a shriek echoed as a figure clad in black fell from a nearby rooftop, an arrow embedded in his forehead, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, a dozen more figures cloaked in black emerged from the eaves. Armed with bows and long knives, at the center stood an elderly man in a gray robe, wielding a long halberd, exuding a formidable aura, indicative of a mid-stage expansion cultivator. "Grandfather Liu," Li Huai exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he recognized the powerful figure. Grandfather Liu, revered as Liu Zhai, was a formidable protector of the Anping residents, and it seemed his father had not abandoned him. Having summoned Liu Zhai for Liu Zhai regarded Li Huai pensively, stating, "After this incident, you must leave Tianqi City." Given the current predicament, Li Huai could no longer remain in Tianqi City. He had to depart. "Yes, indeed." Li Huai nodded enthusiastically. His father had previously intended to send him away, but it seemed fate had intervened. He had feared that he would be delivered into the hands of the Tianquan division, leaving him no chance for redemption. However, Lin Xinghuang and Xia Weilu's blunder had inadvertently granted his father the opportunity to ascend as long as he could escape Tianqi City. The world was his oyster, and he could live comfortably. Although he had participated in the spiritual bone transplantation and the deaths of those few despicable individuals were closely tied to him, what did it matter? As long as he survived this ordeal, no one would be able to touch him again. "Kill!" Liu Zhai commanded coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black-clad figures swiftly drew their bows, unleashing a flurry of arrows toward Lin Xinghuang and Xia Weilu. Boom! Lin Xinghuang swung her sleeve, causing the arrows to explode upon impact. The black-clad assailants, witnessing this, leaped forward, drawing their blades with lethal intent. Lin Xinghuang extended her hand, summoning the Tinya sword, gripping the hilt without drawing it, unleashing a formidable surge of sword energy. Rumble! As the assailants lunged at her, they were immediately sent flying by the overwhelming sword energy, dissolving into a mist of blood. Mid-stage expansion might possess some strength, but it was ultimately insufficient. In a flash, Liu Zhai appeared before Lin Xinghuang, his long halberd slicing towards her with ferocity. "Emph!" Lin Xinghuang scoffed, flicking her fingers to send her sword sheath hurtling toward Liu Zhai. A boom. The clash of Liu Zhai's halberd and the sword sheath resonated powerfully, sending the sheath spiraling away. Lin Xinghuang tightened her grip on the sword, executing a decisive strike that unleashed a surge of azure sword light, crashing into Liu Zhai's halberd with a violent tempest of sword energy. Bang! Liu Zhai felt a jolt surge through his arm, staggering back 10 paces. Once he regained his footing, astonishment flickered in his eyes as he realized the strength of a mid-stage expansion cultivator could rival his own. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xinghuang pressed her assault, charging toward Liu Zhai once more. Gritting his teeth, Liu Zhai retaliated, and the two engaged in a fierce clash. Within the span of mere moments, Liu Zhai was sent flying, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips, his eyes wide with disbelief. A deep gash marred his chest, and his halberd lay shattered in his grasp, leaving him grievously injured, with a venomous glare at Lin Xinghuang. He turned and fled. Lin Xinghuang, with a mocking expression, pursued him, aware that lingering here would only deter certain observers from revealing themselves. With Xia Weilu present, there was no cause for concern, as he was the true powerhouse behind their efforts. As Lin Xinghuang chased after Liu Zhai, only Xia Weilu and Li Huai remained at the scene. Xia Weilu retrieved a long knife from the ground, positioning it against Liu Zhai's neck with a playful grin, inquiring, "Have you pondered how you wish to die?" A jolt of fear surged through Li Huai, prompting him to plead, "Please, don't kill me. I can tell you how those individuals met their end." "Oh? Do enlighten me." Xia Weilu replied nonchalantly. A sinister smile crept across Li Huai's face as he recounted, "Those 8 wretches were utterly detestable. They flaunted their superior spiritual bones before me, basking in the favoritism of our instructors. As the second son of the Anping Duke, I was scorned, and naturally, I found that intolerable." Chapter 72. To kill or to maim. "I leave the choice to you," Xia Weilu urged him to continue. "Go on." With a venomous glare, Li Huai elaborated. "Seeing them thrive in their arrogance only fueled my desire to eliminate them. I forged a false command from the instructors, directing them to a residence in the city. To my astonishment, those fools actually went. I then had them captured and personally extracted their spiritual bones. Why not destroy the bodies to erase the evidence? Xiaoweilu inquired. Li Huai's smile grew more intense. They were so confident in their unique spiritual bones, so I sought to extract them, allowing their families and instructors to witness the gruesome spectacle of their bones being shattered and their innards removed, transforming them into lifeless corpses. Transplanting spiritual bones is no simple task. Who is backing you? Xiaoweilu asked flatly. Li Huai's smile was smug. Apologies. You shall never know the answer, for you are about to meet your demise. Swish! He had scarcely finished speaking when a long blade suddenly cleaved towards Xiaoweilu's nape from a distance. Xiaoweilu swiftly evaded, the blade slicing through the air just above his neck. Severing a lock of hair, Li Huai exclaimed with excitement. Perched upon a great tree in the courtyard was a mysterious figure donning a mask, arms crossed behind him, his cold gaze fixed on Xiaoweilu. What a pity, merely a waste of space. Fortunately, there is still one at the peak of the Tuajiang realm. Xiaoweilu replied with a faint smile. Is this a fishing expedition? A hint of intelligence. But not much. The aura emanating from the mysterious figure erupted completely, revealing him to be a formidable powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Tuajiang realm. Indeed, this is fishing. The true extractor of those 8 spiritual bones is he. While Li Huai, a mere Xian Huang realm, cannot comprehend the full extraction of spiritual bones. As for leaving 8 corpses, that is naturally to lure in some capable individuals from the Tianquan division. Regrettably, this time, we only caught Lin Qinghuang and a useless Xiaoweilu. However, Lin Qinghuang possesses remarkable talent. Once this matter is resolved, I shall deal with her. Lin Qinghuang's spiritual bones are even more coveted. Once transplanted, she will surely produce a peerless genius. Sir, do not waste words on this fool. Simply kill him. Li Huai sneered. Bang! Xiaoweilu's blade struck Li Huai, the back of the blade crashing against his head. Li Huai's expression froze, and he instantly lost consciousness. The mysterious figure sprang into action, lunging towards Xiaoweilu with a palm strike that manifested a terrifying imprint. Xiaoweilu smiled with amusement. As the mysterious figure lunged, he tightened his grip on the long blade, and with a sudden jolt, he swung it. Slash! The mysterious figure's body shook, and one arm fell away, blood gushing forth. Ah! The mysterious figure let out a chilling scream. His body sent flying, crashing against a wall. The look of horror flashed in the mysterious figure's eyes. A peak Tuajiang realm powerhouse, unexpectedly disarmed by a so-called waste. Was this even normal? Xiaoweilu's figure flickered and instantly appeared before the mysterious figure. Seizing him by the throat, bang! Xiaoweilu slammed him into the ground, creating deep cracks in the earth. Ah! The mysterious figure screamed in agony, blood spewing from his mouth and nose as his mask fell away, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Xiaoweilu placed a foot on the man's chest, smiling lightly. Qinghuang, is it resolved? Lin Qinghuang soared in, holding the severed head of Lu Zhai, casually discarding it onto the ground. You! The middle-aged man's expression turned to one of terror, his body trembling. In that moment, he realized he had been outmaneuvered, having misjudged Xiaoweilu's strength. Could it be that this fellow was at the Daocang realm? But how could that be? Lin Qinghuang regarded the middle-aged man with indifference. Lan Jiaoxi of the Xin Yuan Martial Academy. What a case of darkness beneath the lamp. She had seen this Lan Jiaoxi before. He was indeed the instructor of Li Huai and others, also the one who had reported the incident. Previously, he had only revealed strength at the Jiasu realm, yet unexpectedly, he was a peak Tuajiang powerhouse. Hiding within the Xin Yuan Martial Academy, seeking out extraordinary young talents. What a scheme! Lan Jiaoxi's eyes glinted with malice as he sneered. This time, Lan was indeed careless. Slash! Xiaoweilu thrust his blade towards Lan Jiaoxi's chest. The blade trembled, shattering all the bones in Lan Jiaoxi's body, his meridians completely severed, rendering him powerless. Lan Jiaoxi trembled, his pupils constricting, his expression one of profound agony, his gaze dimming. His powers were utterly destroyed. Xiaoweilu chuckled. I can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense. I'll first ensure you're incapacitated. You shall not die a good death. Lan Jiaoxi's expression was filled with venom. Lin Qinghuang coldly stated, to transplant spiritual bones requires at least a Daocang realm powerhouse. You lack such capability. If you disclose the forces behind you, I can grant you a swift end. Ha ha ha, do as you will. I will not disclose anything to you, Lan Jiaoshi sneered. Having lost his power and feeling that life was worse than death, what could he possibly fear? A cold glint flashed in Lin Qinghuang's eyes. I have learned a soul-searching technique. The process will leave one in utter despair, suffering immensely. Let us see how you fare with that. With that, she extended her hand towards Lan Jiaoshi, an arcane power instantly surging into his mind. Since he had witnessed Xiao Weilu in action, he could not be spared. Lan Jiaoshi's body trembled, his face contorting as though his soul were being extracted. Suffering excruciatingly, Lin Qinghuang showed no signs of emotion, continuing to amplify her power. This soul-searching technique was ruthlessly fierce. Once unleashed, the final outcome would surely be a soul scattered, never to be reborn. After a stick of incense's time, Lan Jiaoshi's screams ceased. His face a mask of rage, blood seeping from all 7 orifices, resembling a vengeful spirit, his soul utterly extinguished. He was reduced to a cold corpse. Lin Qinghuang withdrew her hand, turning to Xiao Weilu with a pensive look. This matter involves the Tianyin Hall. Tianyin Hall? Xiao Weilu was unfamiliar with this force. Lin Qinghuang explained, 3 years ago, the Tianyin Hall emerged in Qin City. It is a mysterious force with the Dao Tsang realm powerhouse stationed there. According to Lan Jiaoshi's memories, he was merely an elder. Within the Tianyin Hall, there are 6 other elders like him, all engaged in the transplantation of spiritual bones. She then added, moreover, I gleaned from his memories that the disappearance of the 300,000 tales of disaster relief silver belonging to the second prince is related to this Tianyin Hall. It seems there are also connections to the 6th prince. Bai He City is merely a county under Qin City. It was unexpected that the matter of the missing disaster relief silver was linked to the Tianyin Hall. Even more surprising was the involvement of Yan Wugo. However, her soul-searching technique was not entirely flawless. It had only extracted part of Lan Jiaoshi's memories, leaving some unexamined. Otherwise, she might have been able to investigate the situation in Qin City. Xiao Weilu smiled faintly. The matter is clear. Next, we shall return to the Tianquan division. Indeed, Lin Qinghuang nodded gently. Seemingly recalling something, Xiao Weilu added, Qinghuang, your methods are truly cruel, resembling a vicious woman. Lin Qinghuang paused for a second, then replied with a playful expression, you should be grateful that I have not employed the soul-searching technique on you these past 3 years. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Thanks to Qinghuang for not inflicting punishment these 3 years. Why not be a good person to the end and let me have a look at your legs? Xiao Weilu gazed at Lin Qinghuang's beautiful legs. Lin Qinghuang shot him a glare. You said it yourself. I'm a vicious woman. Xiao Weilu retorted. You are a vicious woman. I still want to see your legs. Lin Qinghuang responded. Chapter 73. The case resolved. 7 days to execution. In the Tianquan division, within a grand hall. Greetings, Inspector. Lin Qinghuang and Xiao Weilu bowed to Bai Li Chongqing. Bai Li Chongqing was savoring fragrant tea. He set down the cup and looked at the two, a smile gracing his face. Have the matters been clarified? Lin Qinghuang presented a scroll. The case has been resolved. Lan Jiaoshi of the Xian Yuan Martial Academy and Li Huai of the Anping Marquis Estate are the culprits. Lan Jiaoshi put up a stubborn resistance and has been subdued, while Li Huai has been imprisoned in the Tianquan division's dungeon. Bai Li Chongqing took the scroll, glanced at it, and nodded approvingly. You both have done well, Lin Qinghuang continued. From Lan Jiaoshi's words, I learned that he is backed by the Tianyin Hall. Bai Li Chongqing pondered, transplanting spiritual bones is an act against the heavens. Since the Tianyin Hall has done so, they must not be allowed to exist. Lin Qinghuang inquired, what are your plans, Inspector? A smile appeared on Bai Li Chongqing's face. This matter will be entrusted to the second hall. You shall depart for Qin City tomorrow. As you command. Lin Qinghuang bowed. The Tianyin Hall possesses a Dao Tsang realm powerhouse. The inspector cannot be unaware of this, by delegating the task to the second hall. It indicates he will have hidden measures in place. Bai Li Chongqing turned to Xiao Weilu, asking with a smile, Li Huai has already been imprisoned. How do you think this should be handled? Xiao Weilu, appearing indifferent, replied, just execute him. Bai Li Chongqing added, of course, he must be executed, but we should also provide some individuals a chance to act. The officialdom is also a realm of human sentiment. Certain interpersonal nuances are required. Let the execution take place in 7 days. Too complicated. I don't understand, Xiao Weilu yawned. Bai Li Chongqing chuckled softly. This case has been resolved. We are merely lacking some finishing touches. But it is not a significant issue. Xia Weilu has made notable contributions and is now promoted to the position of deputy in the second hall. A smile spread across Xia Weilu's face as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Inspector. Indeed. Bai Li Changqing smiled lightly and addressed Lin Qinghuang. Qinghuang, you may withdraw. I wish to speak with Xia Weilu. Lin Qinghuang bowed and then turned to exit. The hall now contained only Xia Weilu and Bai Li Changqing. Bai Li Changqing gestured for Xia Weilu to take a seat. Xia Weilu, not being polite, sat down beside him. Bai Li Changqing poured tea for Xia Weilu, handing him a cup. Are you not curious about my relationship with your third uncle? Initially uninterested, Xia Weilu found himself somewhat intrigued by Bai Li Changqing's words. He accepted the fragrant tea. His entry into the Tian Quan division was arranged by his third uncle, but it was the inspector who placed him under Lin Qinghuang's command. There must be some connection between his third uncle and the inspector. Bai Li Changqing gazed out of the window, reflecting. Your third uncle is quite an extraordinary individual, shrouded in mystery to such an extent that even I find it challenging to discern his true nature. I owe him a debt of life, and since he has permitted your entry into the Tianquan division, it is only natural that I cannot refuse. He owes Xiebian an equivalent debt of life. Which is why Xiebian did not oppose Xia Weilu's admission into the Tianquan division. Xia Weilu lifted a cup of fragrant tea and took a gentle sip, appearing rather unfazed. Bai Li Changqing chuckled. Since you have come to gild your reputation, make the most of it. Within the Tianquan division, as long as you refrain from causing too much disturbance, I can certainly assist you. Then tell me, can I serve as the deputy commander of a hall? Xia Weilu inquired. Bai Li Changqing replied with a resigned expression, then you might as well abandon that thought. It would be wise for you to remain under Lin Qinghuang's command. She will provide you with better protection. Very well. Xia Weilu set down his teacup and rose, saying, I'm feeling tired. I shall take my leave. With that, he exited the grand hall. That young man. Bai Li Changqing observed Xia Weilu's retreating figure, shaking his head and smiling to eye in the second hall. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. Zhang Long and others offered their felicitations, for a promotion was significantly important to them, warranting their expressions of goodwill. Yet, upon recalling Xia Weilu's status, they could not help but chuckle bitterly. After all, he was a young master, and whether he was promoted or not would hardly bear any weight. Xia Weilu smiled and clasped his fists, saying, from this day forth, I hope my brothers will look after me. Absolutely. Everyone replied earnestly. Xia Weilu then inquired, with this promotion to the Tianci, what is the monthly salary? Zhang Long, with a mysterious smile, replied, the monthly salary for the capture division is 5 taels, while for the Tianci it is 10 taels. Xia Weilu's lips twitched, turning to Lin Qinghuang, who was engrossed in examining a scroll. Is that all? Lin Qinghuang remained silent. Undeterred, Xia Weilu approached her, rubbing his hands together. Qinghuang, how about those properties I previously gifted you? Would you consider returning them to me? Heh. Lin Qinghuang coldly chuckled, choosing to disregard Xia Weilu. To ask for back the properties you once gifted is rather shameless. Isn't it? Where has your sense of propriety gone? Alas, sighing softly, Xia Weilu seated himself nearby. Lin Qinghuang handed a scroll to Zhang Long, saying, this case is nearly resolved. Only some finishing touches remain. You should go post the notice. As you command. Zhang Long took the scroll, his gaze toward Lin Qinghuang filled with admiration. In less than an hour, this significant case was unraveled. Under Lin's leadership, it was as steady as ever. Soon after, the notice was posted. The case was unveiled, and the streets echoed with discussions. I had suspected that the deaths of the 8 were related to Li Huai, but I never expected my suspicions to be confirmed. What was even more alarming was that Lan Jiaoshi from the Xian Yuan Martial Academy was also among the culprits, truly a villainous instructor. Lan Jiaoshi has been executed, and now Li Huai is imprisoned. Sentenced to be beheaded in 7 days, which serves as a resolution for the 8 deceased. Regrettably, the dead cannot be revived. Within a mysterious pavilion, I pay my respects to the 6th prince. Li Huayuan bowed before a screen. Yin Wugo's voice resonated. The beheading is scheduled for 7 days hence. This is a favor granted by the Tianquan division, but you will have only one opportunity to act, which is on the day of the execution. I implore the 6th prince for assistance. Li Huayuan said with a serious expression. Li Huai is detained within the Tianquan division, and it is utterly impossible to extricate him from there. Only on the day of the execution will there be some leeway. Whether to act during transport or to ambush the execution site are the options available. Yet, such actions pose considerable difficulty for Li Huayuan as well. Yin Wugo fell silent for a moment. My current situation is precarious, making it unwise for me to intervene. But there may be a method that could assist you, Li Huayuan's heart stirred. And he hastily inquired, please, Sixth Prince, speak plainly. Yin Wugo waved his hand, sending 5 pills flying towards Li Huayuan. These 5 pills can enhance your cultivation. The red one, when consumed, will elevate you directly into the Daotsong realm. Although it may have some subsequent effect, he continued, capture a group of lower-tier expansion cultivators and administer the remaining 4 blue pills to them. They too will ascend to the pinnacle of expansion and will be completely obedient to you. Chapter 74, 6 Daotsong Pills. The Mind-S Divine Repository. Li Huayuan accepted the pills, glancing at them and sensing the demonic aura emanating from them. His heart tightened. Taking a deep breath, Li Huayuan solemnly said, thank you, Sixth Prince. In these days, you may ponder additional methods. The red pill should be reserved for dire circumstances. Yin Wugo gestured dismissively. Understood. Li Huayuan bowed and then turned to leave. After his departure, a woman in a white gown appeared within the pavilion. Yin Wugo emerged from behind the screen, his complexion pale, though he had recovered somewhat, inner injuries still plaguing him. Having been severely wounded by Xia Weilu, recovery was no simple matter. The Tianyin Hall had been exposed, and the Tianquan division would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to Qin City. Lin Qinghuang posed a significant problem that must be eliminated promptly. A glint of dark light flashed in Yin Wugo's eyes. The woman in white stretched languidly, assuring him, fear not. The Tianyin Hall is guarded by a Daotsong-level practitioner. She is doomed. Yin Wugo shook his head. The Tianquan division has Bai Li Chongqing, who is not to be underestimated. He will undoubtedly act from the shadows, and we must find someone to intercept him. Very well. I already have a candidate. The woman in white smiled alluringly, transforming into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated within the pavilion. Yin Wugo gazed out the window, murmuring, it seems I must expedite my breakthrough. After hiding for so many years, he was completely exposed during this winter hunting tournament. Henceforth, concealing himself would be impossible, and he must hasten his advancement. Yin Wuqing's pawn was too formidable. It was likely they would cross paths again, and only by enhancing his cultivation could he hope to contend with that individual in the residence of the second prince. Yin Wuyo sat beside a pool, casting some bait into the water. Your Highness, a mysterious individual has delivered a letter. A guard hurried over, presenting a letter to Yin Wuyo. Upon receiving the letter and glancing at it, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, so that how it is, the guard looked at him with confusion. Yin Wuyo sneered, the White River flood, the 300,000 taels of disaster relief silver I dispatched has vanished without a trace. It was evident that some demonic entity was involved. This letter claims that the matter is related to the Tianyin Hall, and Yin Wugo has various connections with them. Upon hearing this, the guard's pupils dilated. Is this the handiwork of the Sixth Prince? Yin Wuyo crushed the letter, his gaze icy as he replied, indeed, the Sixth truly lives up to his name, quietly ensnaring me. Had I not received that batch of silver from the Lin family at the time, this prince would have paid an exorbitant price. The guard inhaled deeply. Your Highness, what are your plans? Yin Wuyo's eyes darkened. During the winter hunting tournament, many perished. Although the palace is suppressing the news, various factions harbor considerable discontent. You shall discreetly spread the word that the tragic deaths during the winter hunting tournament were orchestrated by the demonic clan, and also circulate rumors about Yin Wugo's collusion with them. I shall attend to it immediately. The guard bowed and swiftly departed. Yin Wuyo directed his gaze toward a pavilion, clasping his fists in respect. Yin Wugo possesses formidable strength, already at the pinnacle of expansion. Even that individual struggled to bring him down. His methods are unfathomable. Elder, please find an opportune moment to see if you can incapacitate him. Understood. A hoarse voice echoed from within the pavilion. Yin Wuyo bowed once more. Realizing he must also identify Yin Wugo's factions and subordinates for a thorough purge. Nightfall. In Xiebian's residence. Third uncle, Xia Weilu swaggered in. Xiebian reclined as usual in his chair, a wine jug beside him. Embodying the essence of a drunkard, Xia Weilu approached and took a swig from the jug. Xiebian glanced over, casually asking, Did you gain anything from your trip to Snow Wolf Valley? Xia Weilu replied with a smile. I made a few discoveries. I encountered Yin Wugo, and he is not an ordinary person. He possesses a mysterious soul entity within him. Upon hearing this, Xie Bian sat up, his demeanor indifferent as he remarked, "A mere soul entity. How much trouble could it possibly cause?" Xie Weilu retorted, "You speak so lightly of it, yet it is a deeply unfathomable being. Who knows what strange methods he possesses?" Xie Bian, holding the wine jug, replied nonchalantly, "I am already aware of the Tianyin Hall matter. After you resolve this issue, come to me. I shall provide you with an item. Should that old monster dare to show himself, you may eliminate him directly." Xie Weilu's eyes brightened. "Then I thank you profusely, third uncle." Xie Bian regarded Xie Weilu. "Your entry into the Tianquan division is merely a temporary gilding. Subsequently, you must find a way to enter the Daxia Sacred Academy. Only there will you have access to greater resources for cultivation." "Indeed." Xie Weilu nodded gently. Xie Bian contemplated briefly before tossing a white jade vial to Xie Weilu. "Now that you have reached the pinnacle of expansion and have not received any rewards from your journey to Snow Wolf Valley, I shall gift you a pill that will hasten your entry into the Daocang realm." Xie Weilu caught the jade vial, opened it to reveal a golden pill exuding a rich fragrance and an overwhelming power. Xie Bian stated, "This is a 6 Dao Divine Repository pill. Consuming it will certainly create quite a stir, so use it here, understood?" Xie Weilu beamed, taking the pill and swallowing it whole before sitting down nearby. Having reached the pinnacle of expansion, he had indeed been contemplating matters regarding the Daocang realm. Cultivating the Taoist canon requires ample resources. Fortuitously, Xie Bian has bestowed upon me a pill, perfectly timed as a gift. Boom! The moment the elixir is ingested, a torrent of ferocious power surges through my entire being, causing the surrounding snow to melt away. With a mere wave of his hand, Xie Bian unleashes a mysterious force that seals the heavens and the earth. Xie Weilu closes his eyes, activating the Nirvana Sutra, fervently refining the essence of the elixir in the realm of the Taoist canon. One forges the 5 divine repositories of the human body: the divine repository of the heart, the divine repository of the liver, the divine repository of the spleen, the divine repository of the lungs, and the divine repository of the kidneys. The first step is to forge the divine repository of the heart. The divine repository of the heart governs the blood vessels, vital energy, and the spirit, serving as the essence of life itself. The more formidable the divine repository of the heart becomes, the more robust the vital energy flows, and the more powerful the resulting force. The human body is exceedingly intricate. Bones, veins, elixirs, organs, and the soul all appear incredibly fragile in the face of overwhelming power, necessitating refinement and enhancement. The bones are formed. The veins are opened, the dantian is established, and then the divine repositories are completed. Boom! As Xie Weilu channels the Nirvana Sutra, an inexhaustible flow of power courses towards his heart, fervently refining it. His body is enveloped in a crimson glow, resembling a blood-colored cocoon. The terrifying vital energy erupts completely, bloodlight surging upwards, a powerful aura radiating in all directions, fierce winds howling, exuding might. Xie Weilu's brow furrows, a formidable force assails him. He can feel his heart being torn apart, fissures appearing in his heart's meridians. However, the Nirvana Sutra possesses extraordinary properties, having a restorative effect. Even as his heart and meridians are ravaged, they can swiftly recover. This cyclical process allows for the rapid strengthening of the divine repository of the heart. Xie Bian nods inwardly. This young man's cultivation method is indeed remarkable. The Taoist canon is destined to be achieved, and thus he need not worry. Chapter 75. Early stage of the Taoist canon. Golden heart boom. In the morning, a resounding roar echoes. Terrifying power erupts from Xie Weilu in the courtyard. Countless ice and snow melt, numerous trees snap, and the power barriers set by Xie Bian are instantly shattered. Xie Weilu opens his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. With a flick of his hand, the great trees in the courtyard are reduced to dust. Early stage of the Taoist canon. A smile appears on Xie Weilu's face. After a night's cultivation with the Nirvana Sutra and the 6 Paths Divine Repository Pill, he has successfully elevated his cultivation to the Taoist canon realm. He retracts his aura and introspects his heart. The once crimson heart has now transformed into a brilliant gold, akin to a blazing sun, dazzlingly radiant and indestructible, harboring boundless power. The divine repository of the heart, once forged, signifies a tremendous surge in bloodline power. making one's combat prowess unparalleled, with the strength one can wield being terrifying. The heart, in essence, is a remarkably fragile area. A common person pierced by an arrow through the heart would undoubtedly perish. Yet for cultivators, the destruction of the heart does not equate to immediate demise. Especially for those in the Taoist canon realm, a forged heart is immensely powerful, possessing the ability to self-repair. As long as the heart is not obliterated, it can mend itself. When the divine repository of the heart is forged to its utmost, it can render the heart as resilient as steel, unyielding. Thus, the previously fragile zone becomes fortified and beyond the heart. There is also the spiritual bone, capable of withstanding a portion of attacks. Comparatively, Yin Wugo is indeed extraordinary. Despite being pierced through the body and suffering heart damage, she can rapidly recover, which is evidently peculiar. Golden. Xia Weilu introspects his heart. An unusual expression flickers in his eyes. In his understanding, the forging of the heart does not result in a change of color. Yet, his heart has turned golden, which is quite bizarre. Perhaps it is due to his cultivation of the Nirvana Sutra. The golden heart is evidently more solid and formidable. The divine repository of the heart governs vital energy and bloodlines. Once forged, his vitality and bloodline are also more robust than that of ordinary cultivators. Creak. The door to the adjacent pavilion swings open, and Xiebian emerges, his gaze fixated on Xia Weilu, revealing a hint of intrigue in the depths of his eyes. With his cultivation, he can instantly see through the person before him, leaving no secrets concealed. However, curiously, at this moment, his spiritual force cannot penetrate Xia Weilu's body, clearly obstructed by a peculiar power. This situation mirrors the past, where he could not directly unveil Xia Weilu's cultivation or discern the state of his physique. This young man must be harboring some extraordinary treasure. Yet, this is not a matter for Xiebian to inquire about. Young man, how do you feel now that you have stepped into the Taoist canon realm? Xiebian inquires with a smile. Xia Weilu rises, a broad grin adorning his face. I feel as though I could effortlessly slay 10 peers with a single punch. For him, battling cultivators of the same level is a trivial endeavor, and even those a realm above him do not instill fear. Xiebian chuckles lightly. You possess a robust vitality. The forging of your divine repository of the heart must be even more extraordinary than I imagined. Battling peers poses no challenge for you. He continues, in the Taoist canon realm, it is crucial to forge the divine repositories to their zenith. Thus, the subsequent mystic aspect realm will be even more remarkable. Xia Weilu rubs his hands together. I too wish to forge it to its utmost, yet alas, I lack sufficient resources. Xiebian gazes at Xia Weilu with an exasperated expression. Want resources? Seek them yourself. Your third uncle is merely a vagabond, solitary and without much to offer. He seems to recall something. A playful smile gracing his lips. When you visit the Tianyin Hall, perhaps you could rummage through their treasury. There might be some treasures to be found. That makes sense. Xia Weilu's eyes light up. Xiebian lightly waves his hand and retreats into the pavilion. Xia Weilu smiles nonchalantly and turns to leave the courtyard. In the Tianshu court, within the second hall, over 30 individuals are assembled, all prepared for departure. Lin Xinghuang surveys the crowd and solemnly says, Zhang Long, you shall proceed first to Qin City to investigate the situation there. The Tianyin Hall resides in Qin City, conducting spiritual bone transplantation. The city lord must be aware, yet no information has surfaced, which is evidently suspicious. The details regarding the city lord have not emerged from the memories of the Blue Sect, necessitating someone to probe further. Understood. Zhang Long bows. Let us go. He vigorously gestures, leading the others out of the second hall. Xia Weilu walks over, his expression weary as he gazes at Lin Xinghuang. Xinghuang, good morning. Lin Xinghuang glances at Xia Weilu. Did you not sleep well last night? With so many in your embrace, you must have slept soundly. Xia Weilu chuckles, indeed. Lin Xinghuang's face contorts with disdain. She cannot be bothered with Xia Weilu any longer and strides out. Outside the hall, a constable leads a snow-stepping spirit horse. Lin Xinghuang mounts the horse, ready to depart. Wait. Xia Weilu hastens to catch up. What is it? Lin Xinghuang questions, eyeing him. Xia Weilu, exasperated, replies, You're not taking me with you? Lin Xinghuang turns to the constable beside her, bring another spirit horse. Xia Weilu waves his hand dismissively, no need. I wouldn't dare ride this creature alone. What if I fall and injure myself? I'd rather share a spirit horse with Xinghuang. Impossible, Lin Qinghuang retorts immediately. I understand. When a woman says no, it means yes. Xia Weilu steps forward and vaults onto the horse. You? Lin Qinghuang is momentarily taken aback. Her anger flaring. Keep your hands to yourself. Understood. You think this young master is some shameless rogue? Xia Weilu responds, puzzled. Humph. Lin Qinghuang snorts, lightly flicking the reins, and the snow-stepping spirit horse spreads its wings. Soaring towards the sky, Xia Weilu leans back, nearly tumbling off, and instinctively wraps his arms around Lin Qinghuang's waist, feeling her warmth and softness. Xia Weilu, let go. Lin Qinghuang shivers, hastily urging him. Xia Weilu, in a playful manner, insists it's too high. I'm afraid you might fall, so I must hold you to protect you. You should be grateful. What a shameless scoundrel, Lin Qinghuang mutters, feeling exasperated, truly wishing to toss this man aside. She has never encountered such an audacious individual, a bit tired. Let me lean on you. Xia Weilu brazenly rests his face against Lin Qinghuang's back. Lin Qinghuang grits her teeth, suppressing her anger as the snow-stepping spirit horse ascends into the clouds. Is that how it is? This young master is a role model for our generation. Below, the constable remarks, admiration shining in his eyes. Tio embrace Commander Lin's waist and seek comfort. Only Xia Weilu would dare to do such a thing. Chapter 76. I am still asleep. Artificial respiration in the city. Within an ancient mansion, Xia Wuji lies on a bed, his expression somewhat numb, having lost an arm. He has become a mere shell of his former self. All of this is the doing of Xia Weilu, and he yearns for nothing more than to see Xia Weilu suffer 1,000 tortures, believing that would quell his heart's hatred. Originally, he thought that with Xia Wushang at Snow Wolf Valley, Xia Wuji would surely be able to eliminate Xia Weilu. Unexpectedly, Xia Wushang perished in Snow Wolf Valley while Xia Weilu emerged unscathed, intensifying his fury. That beast, why is he still alive? Xia Wuji's eyes burn with resentment. Rest assured, he will soon meet his end. A cold voice resonates as Xia Zhongshuan strides in. Xia Wuji sits up, hastily exclaiming, Father, are you planning to take action against Xia Weilu? A glint of icy killing intent flashes in Xia Zhongshuan's eyes. That little beast, Xia Weilu, must die. According to the information I have received, he has already left Tianqi City. This time, I will ensure he never returns. Xia Wuji's face revealed an expression of excitement. Alas, it is regrettable that I cannot personally crush him. Xia Zhongshuan gently patted Xia Wuji's shoulder and said with a serious demeanor, although you have lost an arm, do not succumb to despair. I shall seek out some valuable resources for you. Dedicate yourself to your training. Should you enhance your cultivation, there exists the possibility of rebirth even after such a loss. At present, you are my only son. If Xia Weilu were to perish, you would become the heir of the Zhenshi Marquisate. Of course, his words were merely a form of consolation. Xia Wuji's innate talent was mediocre, and his character was likewise unremarkable. He was, in essence, a waste. However, with diligence, he could still make some progress in his cultivation, though whether he could regrow his lost arm would depend on fate. In this vast universe, there exist numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, some of which can indeed restore severed limbs, yet such precious items remained beyond Xia Zhongshuan's reach. Xia Wuji felt a stir within his heart and earnestly replied, Father, rest assured, I shall not give in to despair. Now that is commendable, Xia Zhongshuan nodded with a smile, though a hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. It seemed he would have to take a concubine. Placing all his hopes on Xia Wuji felt somewhat unwise. An hour later, 50 miles from the enigmatic Yin city, amidst a vast plain, numerous tents had been erected, housing an army of 3,000 soldiers. The snow-stepping spirit steed descended. Xia Weilu, dismount. Lin Qinghuang glanced at her waist and immediately spoke up. Xia Weilu's arms were still tightly wrapped around her, his face pressed against her back. The closeness brought warmth to both, yet she felt quite uncomfortable. Throughout the harsh winds and snow, she had shielded him, while he lay comfortably, further aggravating her irritation. It seemed Xia Weilu was oblivious to her discomfort. Lin Qinghuang swiftly extended her hand and forcefully pried away Xia Weilu's grip. Bang! Xia Weilu fell from the horse, his eyes tightly shut, remaining unconscious. Lin Qinghuang dismounted and gazed at Xia Weilu, momentarily stunned, then bent down to check for his breath but found none. Xia Weilu. Lin Qinghuang sensed something was amiss, quickly shaking his body. Xiaowelu's eyes shot open, and he stared at Lin Qinghuang's delicate face, fatigue evident in his voice as he said, "Qinghuang, I'm not awake yet. Quickly give me mouth to mouth. You go die." Lin Qinghuang, infuriated, released her grip and kicked Xiaowelu's shoulder. Xiaowelu let out a chuckle and immediately sprang up, no trace of fatigue remaining. He had slept quite soundly during the journey. "Who are you?" At that moment, a group of soldiers approached, surrounding Xiaowelu and Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang produced a token and calmly stated, "I am Lin Qinghuang, Deputy Commander of the Tianquan Division, seeking an audience with General Qiyu." Personnel from the Tianquan Division. One soldier examined Lin Qinghuang's token, promptly signaling to the others to lower their weapons. The soldier spoke in a deep voice, "Please wait a moment. I will report this." With that, he hurried off. Xiaowelu turned to Lin Qinghuang, smiling as he said, "Good thinking." Xiaowelu had already guessed Lin Qinghuang's purpose for being here. This woman likely suspected something was amiss with the Yin City. If the Lord of Yin City were to cause trouble, the opposing force commanding the troops could indeed pose a significant problem. Thus, she had come to this military camp seeking assistance. Xiaowelu surveyed the surroundings and spotted a flag. The Qifeng Army. He had some recollection of the Qifeng Army, having collaborated with the Zhenshi Army in the past. They were a formidable force that had once jointly subjugated the Shichu. However, complications had arisen later, resulting in discord between the Qifeng Army and the Zhenshi Army. Before long, a young man clad in blue armor, with a somewhat effeminate appearance, approached. Upon seeing Lin Qinghuang, a glimmer sparked in his eyes, and he smiled. "Qinghuang, long time no see." Lin Qinghuang nodded gently. "It has been 3 years." This individual was named Qihan, the son of Qiyu and a junior general of the Qifeng Army. The Lin family had some connections with Qiyu, as Lin Qinghuang's father and Qiyu were close brothers. Qihan beamed, his gaze shifting to Xiaowelu, revealing a hint of intrigue. He then looked back at Lin Qinghuang and said, "Qinghuang, my father has not returned yet. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to tell me." Lin Qinghuang wasted no time and stated directly, "I need to make a trip to Yin City, but I am facing some difficulties and wish to enlist the aid of the Qifeng Army." Hearing this, Qihan smiled and nodded. "Since you have spoken, my father will undoubtedly oblige. Please follow me to the tents to rest for a while. My father will return within half an hour at the latest." Lin Qinghuang nodded slightly. Inside the tent, fine wine and delicacies were already prepared. Lin Qinghuang and Xiaowelu exchanged glances, betraying no signs of unease, and took their seats. "Qinghuang, it has been many years since we last met. Allow me to toast to you." Qihan raised his wine cup toward Lin Qinghuang. She poured a glass and drank it in one go. So bold. Qihan let out a hearty laugh, downing his drink as well. He then turned to Xiaowelu, pouring another glass. "I have long heard of the esteemed name of young Master Xia. I toast to you as well. Much appreciated." Xiaowelu responded with a smile, raising his cup and drinking it down. Observing this, Qihan's smile grew even wider, and he encouraged, "Let us continue to drink." Xiaowelu picked up the wine jug and poured a glass for both Lin Qinghuang and himself. After 3 cups, Xiaowelu's cup slipped from his hand, and he gently rubbed his forehead. "What a potent wine!" With that, he collapsed onto the table. Lin Qinghuang glanced at her cup, furrowing her brow, and rubbed her temples before looking at Qihan. "This wine is problematic. I added something to the wine." Qihan, still smiling, continued to drink. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in black armor, with a sword at his waist, entered, accompanied by a dozen soldiers. He regarded Lin Qinghuang and Xiaowelu with an unflinching demeanor. "The Sanling Sin can cause your spiritual energy to dissipate in a short time." Boom. Meanwhile, numerous soldiers surrounded the tent. Chapter 77. "This wine is strong. One more cup." Lin Qinghuang looked at the middle-aged man with a complex expression. "Uncle Qiyu, why must you do this?" The man before her was none other than the leader of the Qifeng Army. Qiyu, a cultivator at the late stage of the Tuajiang realm. In this world, there are not always answers to why things happen. If one were to seek a reason, the only one that came to mind was profit. When the stakes are high enough, kinship and friendship can withstand no test. Qiyu's gaze remained calm as he looked at Lin Qinghuang. There were those who wished for Lin Qinghuang and Xiaowelu to perish, and he had been offered an irresistible temptation. "I hope you will not regret this," Lin Qinghuang sighed. Qiyu shook his head. "Making a decision is a simple matter. The true challenge lies in facing the consequences. However, in this situation, your deaths would yield the best outcome." With his strength, he felt it would be no challenge to eliminate Lin Qinghuang, yet to ensure success, He had prepared the Sanling San, with 3,000 chiefing soldiers outside. He did not believe that, in such circumstances, Lin Qinghuang could stir up much trouble. Qi Han rose, surveying Lin Qinghuang, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Father, the Sanling San takes 3 hours to lose its effect. Why not let me take care of Lin Qinghuang for the time being? I have always been fond of her. Nonsense. Qi Yu's brow furrowed, revealing his displeasure. Qi Han, still smiling, reassured, Father, rest assured, I will not fail in my duties. Qi Yu remained silent for a moment, then coldly stated, This shall not happen again. With that, he prepared to exit the tent. Qinghuang. Qi Han, driven by greed, approached Lin Qinghuang. Swoosh! Just as he drew near, a flash of azure light shot from Lin Qinghuang's hand. Qi Han barely had time to react before the azure light pierced his neck, blood gushing forth. You? Qi Han's eyes widened in shock, hands clutching his neck, staring at Lin Qinghuang with horror. Clearly, he had not anticipated that. Even in this moment, Lin Qinghuang would strike. Qi Yu swiftly extended his hand, sealing Qi Han's neck with a force that halted the blood flow, preserving his life force, as a fellow cultivator, with spiritual energy protecting him. Qi Han would not die immediately. Qi Yu's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Lin Qinghuang. Your spiritual energy has not dissipated. Lin Qinghuang, wielding the Tianya sword, spoke with indifference. When traveling outside, one must naturally maintain vigilance. Qi Han had already prepared fine wine and delicacies in advance. Even their cups were prearranged. How could she not be wary? Clang. Qi Yu immediately drew his sword, pointing it at Lin Qinghuang. His aura completely erupting. Good Lin Qinghuang, you are indeed vigilant, but today you must die. Is that so? Lin Qinghuang's figure flickered as she dashed out of the tent, unperturbed by Xiaowelu's fate. She could discern the danger. Surely Xiaowelu was not oblivious to it either. Can you escape? Qi Yu's tone turned frigid as he pursued her. If Lin Qinghuang did not perish today, he would undoubtedly face immense trouble. Inside the tent, Qi Han clutched his neck, his voice hoarse. What are you all doing? Hurry and kill Xiaowelu. Once the soldiers inside the tent regained their senses, they immediately brandished their weapons and advanced toward Xiaowelu. At that moment, Xiaowelu opened his eyes, picked up a cup, poured himself a drink, and smiled. This wine is quite strong. I can still have another cup. Impossible. You aren't poisoned. Qi Han's expression turned exceptionally grim upon seeing Xiaowelu awake. Scattering spirit powder, a substance capable of rendering individuals powerless in an instant, plunges the uninitiated into a state of unconsciousness. While it is understandable that Lin Qinghuang, with her formidable strength, can resist its effects, it is perplexing how Xiaowelu, deemed a useless individual, could do the same. Perhaps you have forgotten to administer the poison. Xiaowelu, with a broad grin, gazed at Qi Han as one would regard a lifeless corpse. Kill him, Qi Han commanded in a furious tone. Kill. Immediately, the soldiers sprang into action, their weapons simultaneously descending upon Xiaowelu. However, just as the blades were about to strike, an unseen force intervened, halting their advance. Xiaowelu chuckled, trivial shrimp and crab soldiers perish. With a mere squeeze of his wine cup, a wave of annihilation erupted, and the soldiers were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood, utterly annihilated. You? Qi Han's eyes widened with shock. It became evident that Xiaowelu possessed cultivation, a detail previously unknown. Xiaowelu raised his wine cup and drank it down in one gulp, a warm smile gracing his face as he turned to Qi Han. Now, it is your turn. With a casual flick of his wrist, the cup soared through the air, striking Qi Han squarely in the forehead, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. The cup detonated within Qi Han's skull, scattering shards everywhere, leaving his head riddled with holes and his brain matter spilling out. This time, there was no salvation for him. Qi Han, his face contorted in agony, collapsed to the ground, breathless. Xiaowelu casually hoisted Qi Han's lifeless body and made his way out of the tent. Outside, Lin Qinghuang was engaged in a fierce battle with Qi Yu, her Tianya sword dancing through the air, its blade's aura as sharp as frost, exuding an undeniable dominance. Qi Yu, a late-stage cultivator of the expansion realm, though not weak, found himself utterly outmatched by Lin Qinghuang in mere moments. Qi Yu sustained injuries, a gruesome sword mark etched across his abdomen, blood gushing forth. The 3,000-strong army encircled them, their eyes fixed intently upon Lin Qinghuang. poised to strike at the slightest opportunity. With a powerful swing, Lin Qinghuang sent Qi Yu sprawling backward several meters. Once he regained his footing, his expression darkened. Tio possessed such strength at the mid-stage of the expansion realm. You are even more formidable than I anticipated. Lin Qinghuang replied coldly, no amount of words will change your fate. Today, you shall die. Qi Yu, consumed by rage, laughed derisively. Kill me? You are hardly worthy. Feel free to try. A glint of chilling resolve flashed in Lin Qinghuang's eyes. Form the 3,000 spirit gathering formation, Qi Yu commanded. The 3,000 soldiers swiftly assembled into a grand formation. Qi Yu stepped forward. Positioning himself at the center, he executed a sword technique, his aura surging once more, catapulting him from the mid-stage to the pinnacle of the expansion realm. This time, let us see how much havoc you can wreak. With a fierce grin, Qi Yu gripped his long sword tightly. Lin Qinghuang's prowess had exceeded his expectations, yet with the combined might of 3,000 men, how could she possibly prevail? Suddenly, Xia Weilu flung Qi Han's corpse at Qi Yu's feet. Upon seeing the lifeless body, Qi Yu froze, sorrow washing over his features. Honor. Xia Weilu chuckled, apologies, I inadvertently killed this fool. Qi Yu's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Xia Weilu. You beast, I will ensure you suffer 1,000 deaths. Xia Weilu merely raised an eyebrow and instantaneously appeared before Qi Yu. Seizing him by the neck and slamming him down, with a resounding crash, Qi Yu, devoid of any means to resist, was driven into the ground, creating a massive crater. Chapter 78. Unaware of their mortality? Not a single one left behind. Xia Weilu leapt downward, placing a foot upon Qi Yu's head, his tone indifferent. You intend to flay this young lord 1,000 times? With your current strength at the pinnacle of the expansion realm? How could you? Qi Yu's expression was one of disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the expansion realm, he could not even perceive Xia Weilu's movements. Who spread the rumor that Xia Weilu was a cultivator devoid of power? To be so effortlessly subdued beneath his foot. Was this truly the mark of someone without cultivation? Die? Xia Weilu's gaze remained unperturbed as he pressed down. With a sickening pop, Qi Yu's head exploded, transforming him into a headless corpse, meeting a gruesome end. The late stage and pinnacle of the expansion realm? Before Xia Weilu, they were mere ants, easily crushed. This guy has grown stronger. Lin Qinghuang mused silently, unable to fathom the depths of his strength. With Qi Yu dispatched, the 3,000 Red Wind soldiers trembled, spewing forth blood in response to the immense backlash. Xia Weilu surveyed his surroundings, his expression calm as he declared, Let us slay them all. Lin Qinghuang gripped her Tinya sword, an aura of murderous intent enveloping her. With Qi Yu dealt with, the 3,000 Red Wind soldiers posed no further threat. Without hesitation, the two launched their assault. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted as soldiers fell one by one, blood splattering and staining the icy ground. They had merely followed Qi Yu's orders to attack Lin Qinghuang. And thus their demise was justified. In less than half an hour, the 3,000 Red Wind soldiers lay lifeless on the ground, their cold bodies and crimson blood soaking the snowy expanse. Lin Qinghuang retrieved a cloth, gently wiping the blood from her Tinya sword, her demeanor remarkably tranquil. Xia Weilu, standing a short distance away, observed her. Qinghuang's methods are truly ruthless. I never imagined you would slaughter all 3,000 of them. You truly possess a heart of ice. Lin Qinghuang sheathed her sword, her gaze fixed on Xia Weilu. Most of the slaughter was your doing, Xia Weilu sighed. This young lord possesses not an ounce of cultivation. How could I have slain these 3,000? It was all you. Ha? Lin Qinghuang responded, exasperated, as she approached her snow-treading spirit horse. Perhaps this journey had been a mistake. Xia Weilu followed with a smile. Lin Qinghuang remarked, You should have searched Qi Yu's soul earlier. Xia Weilu replied, It is unnecessary. We can easily deduce who wishes to kill us with just a movement of our toes. There are only a few culprits. Lin Qinghuang mounted her horse, contemplating. The Red Wind Army once collaborated with the West Town Army. Qi Yu had dealings with Xie Zhongshuan. His involvement in this attack suggests your second uncle's hand is at play here. Along with others, undoubtedly, that is inconsequential. They will all be dealt with in due time, Xia Weilu said nonchalantly. The moment Xie Zhongshuan dispatched someone, it marked their impending demise. Pick an auspicious day. We shall send them off then. Lin Qinghuang urged her horse onward, galloping toward the horizon. Xia Weilu, in a flash, leapt onto the horse's back, wrapping his arms around her waist with practiced ease. "Qinghuang, are you planning to abandon me and flee alone?" Lin Qinghuang. An hour later, in Qin City, within a third-floor room of an inn. "Greetings, Commander Lin." Zhang Long bowed respectfully to Lin Qinghuang. Lin Qinghuang inquired, "What is the situation?" Zhang Long, his expression grave, replied, "According to my investigation, Qin City is also involved in spirit bone transplantation. The young master of Qin City, who previously lacked spirit bones, suddenly acquired them 3 months ago. Moreover, several young individuals who joined the Heavenly Yin Hall have mysteriously vanished. At this point," he added, "half an hour ago, a woman approached us, stating her daughter had entered the Heavenly Yin Hall over a year ago and had not returned. She wishes to file a complaint." "Where is she?" Lin Qinghuang asked. "Still in the inn." "I'll bring her to you," Zhang Long replied, hastening outside. Moments later, Zhang Long returned with a beautiful woman whose eyes reflected profound sorrow, appearing utterly distraught. "This is Commander Lin," Zhang Long announced. The woman, regaining her composure, quickly knelt before Lin Qinghuang. "I am Chen Meiyu. Honored to meet you." Lin Qinghuang regarded Chen Meiyu coolly. "You wish to file a complaint?" Chen Meiyu's eyes reddened as she fell to her knees. "Reporting to you, my daughter entered the Heavenly Yin Hall a year ago, promised to return in 3 months. Yet now she has been missing without a trace. I sought out the Heavenly Yin Hall, but I was barred from entry. They would not allow me inside." Lin Qinghuang probed further. "Have you approached the City Lord's mansion?" Chen Meiyu, her expression filled with rage, retorted, "The people of the City Lord's mansion are utterly vile. I have sought their help, but their young lord insisted that I accompany him. I truly have nowhere left to turn." Just as Lin Qinghuang was about to respond, a constable rushed in. "Commander Lin, the young lord of Qin City, is leading a group into the inn. They seem to be coming for Chen Meiyu." A look of panic crossed Chen Meiyu's face. "Please, my lord, do not hand me over." Having previously rejected the young lord's advances, she feared retribution. Had she not fled quickly, she would have fallen into his clutches. Lin Qinghuang assured her, "As long as I am here, no one shall harm you." "Where is Chen Meiyu?" "Come out at once," a cold, mocking voice echoed from outside. A young man clad in a gray robe, wielding a folding fan, approached, flanked by a group of guards. The constables drew their swords, forming a protective barrier. Lin Qinghuang turned to Xia Weilu. He smiled indifferently and strode outside. "What is all this commotion?" Xia Weilu glanced ahead, and the young man scrutinized him with a derisive expression. "I am Qi Feng, the young lord of Qin City. Are you the leader of these constables?" Xia Weilu regarded Qi Feng with an impassive stare. "What do you want?" The peculiar wind toyed with a folding fan, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "Chen Meiyu belongs to me. Summon her forth at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Xia Weilu, with a detached demeanor, replied, "Are you aware that you stand before the Tianquan division?" The wind scoffed, "The Tianquan division? This is Qin City. Here, the Tianquan division holds no sway." "Such arrogance," Xia Weilu retorted coolly. The wind, his face a mask of impatience, waved dismissively, declaring, "I have no interest in wasting time with you. If you wish to live, hand over Chen Meiyu immediately, or prepare for the consequences." Bang! Xia Weilu delivered a swift kick to the wind, sending him plummeting from the 3rd floor. The wind executed a somersault, regaining his footing, his grip tightening around the folding fan, eyes glinting with murderous intent as he glared at Xia Weilu. "You dare to lay a hand on me? Today, regardless of who you are, you shall perish." Boom! The guards he had brought forth immediately unsheathed their weapons, their murderous aura fixated on Xia Weilu. With an indifferent wave of his hand, Xia Weilu commanded, "Leave none alive." Clang! Zhang Long and the others wasted no breath, drawing their long knives, and instantly charged at the guards. Chapter 79. The worthless Qi Feng. The inn echoed with piercing screams. Qi Feng's guards, utterly inadequate, were dispatched with the ease of slicing through cabbage before Zhang Long and his comrades. Moments later, all the guards lay defeated. Damn it, Qi Feng stood there, pallid and stunned. He had never anticipated the incompetence of his guards, nor that the Tianquan division would truly take action. This was Qin City, his territory. How could they dare to kill here? "Your turn." Zhang Long, brandishing a bloodied long knife, leapt down, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon Qi Feng. "You think I fear you?" Qi Feng roared. launching a punch toward Zhang Long, unleashing the power of the early stages of the Xinhuang realm. Early Xinhuang realm. Zhang Long chuckled coldly, refraining from drawing his knife, instead retaliating with a punch. Within the Tianquan division, his strength was not insignificant, yet he was hardly formidable, merely at the peak of the Xinhuang realm. However, dealing with a mere novice in the Xinhuang realm posed no challenge whatsoever. Boom! Their fists collided. Resonating with a thunderous sound, Qi Feng shrieked as he was sent flying. One of his arms shattered into a mist of blood. Thud! He crashed to the ground, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Writhing in agony, barely able to rise, Zhang Long's expression was icy as he regarded Qi Feng, his long knife shimmering ominously. With a venomous glare, Qi Feng retorted, I am the young lord of Qin City. If you dare to kill me, my father will have you flayed alive. Is that so? Xia Weilu descended, casually extending his hand. Zhang Long understood the implication and handed him the long knife. Xia Weilu, holding the blade, stared impassively at Qi Feng. A mere young lord's son dares to provoke the Tianquan division? You shall be punished. The long knife pressed against Qi Feng's throat. He trembled, sensing the looming threat of death, and stammered, No, you cannot kill me. Swish! Xia Weilu, showing no interest in idle chatter with a mere footnote of a person, brought the knife down. No, Qi Feng's neck was severed in an instant, his head rolling away. Blood gushing forth, sealing his fate. Decisive. Zhang Long mused, appreciating Xia Weilu's efficiency. When it came to debauchery and ruthlessness, Xia Weilu was a master. Qi Feng was nothing but a trifling nuisance. Cannot kill you? Do you believe yourself a deity? Xia Weilu instructed Zhang Long to clean up the scene. Zhang Long accepted the long knife, waving his hand lightly. The officers immediately began to remove the corpses and cleanse the traces of blood. Inside the inn, the owner and the attendant were pale, terrified by the spectacle. Lin Xinghuang descended from the upper floor, handing the owner several banknotes. Do not worry about today's incident. We have damaged some property. Consider this compensation. The owner glanced at the sum, hastily exclaiming, This is far too much. These officials hailed from Tianqi City, their status extraordinarily significant. How could he dare accept such money when even the young lord was slain? Lin Xinghuang placed the banknotes before him, saying nothing further. After a while, the inn was cleared, the smell of blood eradicated. Lin Xinghuang gestured to the lord's residence. The innkeeper, upon hearing this, quickly inquired, Esteemed officials, are you seeking the lord? Lin Xinghuang regarded him, awaiting his elaboration. The innkeeper explained. For nearly 3 years, the lord has had a habit of visiting the Tianyin temple for tea on the 7th day of each month. Today happens to be the 7th, so he may not be at the lord's residence. Thank you. Lin Xinghuang nodded lightly, leading her companions out of the inn. The lord of Qin City visited Tianyin temple monthly for tea. Clearly in league with them, and no wonder so little information had leaked from here. It had all been suppressed. On the streets, Lin Xinghuang instructed Zhang Long, Go to the lord's residence and investigate how many soldiers remain there. The lord of Qin City commanded 5,000 soldiers. It was uncertain if he had brought them all to Tianyin Mountain. If she and Xia Weilu were to act, they could certainly decimate them, just as they had with the Qifeng army. However, excessive slaughter was inadvisable. One could only hope that not all 5,000 soldiers had been taken by the lord, lest a bloodbath ensue. North of the city, 10 miles away, stood a mountain known as Tianyin Mountain, the site of the Tianyin Temple. At the foot of the mountain, over 800 soldiers gathered, blocking the path to the summit to prevent outsiders from intruding. In a concealed location below the mountain, Xia Weilu and his companions were observing the distance. Before long, Zhang Long arrived quietly. He respectfully reported to Lin Xinghuang. Reporting to Commander Lin, there are still 4,000 soldiers at the lord's residence. The lord of Qin City brought only 1,000 soldiers. Lin Xinghuang pondered, that is somewhat favorable. With 1,000 soldiers below and approximately 200 above, if any clever individuals were to act during the slaughter, some might survive. However, if no one possesses such wit, they shall all be exterminated. Just then, a white dove flew to Lin Xinghuang's shoulder. She extended her hand, retrieving a note from the dove's leg. After reading it, her brow furrowed, and she passed the note to Xia Weilu. Upon glancing at it, Xia Weilu noted it was a covert message from the Tianquan division, indicating that the pacification envoy had been obstructed by a powerful foe and would not arrive in the immediate future. Xia Weilu, what do you think our next course of action should be? Lin Xinghuang inquired. The pacification envoy's delayed arrival posed a significant challenge. Based on the recollections of Lan Jiaoxi, 6 peak elders of the Tianyin Temple remained, along with a mysterious temple master who had entered the late stages of the Dao realm. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether there were other formidable figures within the Tianyin Temple unknown even to Lan Jiaoxi. Given her current strength, venturing into the Tianyin Temple would yield no benefits. For the moment, she had to rely on Xia Weilu. His depth of power was unfathomable. The peak of the realm was inconsequential before him, leading her to suspect he had reached the Dao realm. With a smile, Xia Weilu suggested, "Let us ascend and see." The black magic hand they had previously acquired was extraordinary. He wondered if its power could be tested in this instance. Lin Xinghuang nodded gently and addressed Zhang Long and the others, "You will remain here. Should any unusual circumstances arise, I will signal you." "Understood." Zhang Long and the others responded with solemn expressions. Lin Xinghuang and Xia Weilu ventured toward a dense forest. After a short while, they arrived at a cliff on Tianyin Mountain. Xia Weilu donned a mask and summoned the Zonghua sword. "Let us proceed." In an instant, the 2 figures flashed upward. Chapter 80. Refusal to cooperate. Deserving of punishment within the Grand Hall of the Tianyin Temple, a middle-aged man in a black robe addressed a man in a brocade robe seated across from him, "Qiyin, as per our agreement 3 years ago, I have completed the transplantation of spiritual bones for your 200 soldiers. This matter is now concluded." The black-robed man was the master of the Tianyin Temple, a figure at the late stages of the Dao realm. The brocade-robed man was the Lord of Qin City, at the peak of the realm. The Lord of Qin City smiled and clasped his fists. "Thank you, Temple Master." Over the past 3 years, the presence of cultivators among his ranks had consistently grown. Relying on the spiritual bone transplants provided by the Tianyin Temple, those soldiers who received the transplants became his personal army. With 200 personal soldiers, each a cultivator, they were far superior to ordinary troops. If properly nurtured, they could easily crush even the mightiest of forces, becoming his greatest asset for the future. The master of the Tianyin Temple remarked, "The messenger from Tianqi City has conveyed that 2 individuals from the Tianquan division need to be dealt with." Eliminating 2 minor nuisances posed no challenge. His concern lay with the potential appearance of powerful adversaries from the Tianquan division. However, given the meticulous planning of the messenger from Tianqi City, he was confident everything had been accounted for. The Lord of Qin City chuckled, "Rest assured. A mid-level Lin Xinghuang and a useless young master are easily subdued. This matter need not trouble you, Temple Master. I shall handle it." "Very well." The master of the Tianyin Temple smiled indifferently, not overly concerned about the issue. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the hall. The master of the Tianyin Temple remarked coldly, "The minor troubles have arrived." "Ha ha ha! It has been quite some time since I last took action. I shall go out and test my skills." The Lord of Qin City rose, striding toward the exit. Outside the hall, in a grand square, 200 soldiers encircled Xia Weilu and Lin Xinghuang, all of them cultivators, with the lowest among them being at the Xinhuang realm, and even 10 at the Chains realm. Not far away, numerous members of the Tianyin Hall observed with amused expressions, watching the spectacle without intervening. Lin Xinghuang produced a token and spoke indifferently, "The Tianquan division is handling this case. Those who wish to avoid death should step aside." "What is the Tianquan division?" scoffed a mid-Chains realm captain, holding a long blade with a sinister smile, clearly disregarding Lin Xinghuang. "Indeed. This is the Tianyin Hall. Even if you are a dragon, you must coil here." The other soldiers snickered. Ever since they had implanted spiritual bones and transformed from ordinary people into cultivators, they brimmed with confidence in their strength. Today, not only would the Tianquan division not prevail here, even the King of Heaven himself would have to stand aside. Such ignorance of their fate. A murderous intent flickered in Lin Xinghuang's eyes as she casually waved her hand, summoning the Tianya sword. "Kill them." The captain's tone turned cold as he drew his long blade, charging at Lin Xinghuang with a fierce slash, the blade gleaming with a chilling light. Clang! Lin Xinghuang unsheathed her sword. A surge of azure sword energy manifested, cleaving through the captain's long blade. The icy sword energy abruptly grazed his neck. With a sickening thud, the captain's head soared into the air, blood gushing forth. Leaving behind a headless corpse, as the surrounding soldiers prepared to act, they froze at the sight before them, horror etched on their faces. This captain was among the strongest in the mid-Chains realm. Yet he had been slain in a single strike. Lin Qinghuang tightened her grip on the Tianya sword, her murderous intent swelling, ready to strike again. Impudent! The lord of Qin City surged forward, witnessing his subordinate's demise. His expression darkening as he struck towards Lin Qinghuang with a palm. He had expended immense resources to cultivate this captain and could not fathom such a loss. She must be killed, and her spiritual bones taken to compensate for his loss? Whoosh! Lin Qinghuang sliced her sword forward. Azure sword energy erupted, colliding with the palm strike of the Qin City Lord. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted as the palm strike was dispersed, the force sending him stumbling back 10 meters. Regaining his footing 10 meters away, the Qin City Lord glanced at his palm, noticing a crack in his tiger's mouth and a sword mark on his arm, causing a chill to run down his spine. According to his intelligence, Lin Qinghuang was merely at the mid-Tuajing realm, yet her power was astonishing. Even he, at the late Tuajing realm, had suffered a significant setback. Lin Qinghuang's gaze turned icy as she fixed her eyes on the Qin City Lord. Qin City Lord, for participating in the Tianyin Hall's spiritual bone implantation and refusing to cooperate with the Tianquan Division's investigation. Your crime deserves death. To slay this lord? We shall see if you possess such strength. The Qin City Lord clutched at his waist, summoning a long halberd from his storage pouch. Gripping the halberd, he lunged toward Lin Qinghuang, swinging it down with ferocious might. Lin Qinghuang tightened her grip on the Tianya sword, slashing out in response. Boom! The halberd and the long sword collided, causing the ground to shatter and debris to fly. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the Qin City Lord's halberd was cleaved in two, the sword energy striking his chest. Boom! The Qin City Lord was sent flying, a gruesome sword mark appearing on his chest, blood gushing forth. Lin Qinghuang's figure flickered, appearing before the Qin City Lord, sword raised to cleave at his head. Oh good! The Qin City Lord steadied himself, but as he saw Lin Qinghuang's sword descending, his pupils contracted in realization that he could not evade this strike. Act! The Lord of the Tianyin Hall spoke slowly, realizing that the Qin City Lord was unreliable. It was time for his people to intervene. An elderly man with white hair moved with swiftness, appearing before Lin Qinghuang. He struck out with a palm, exuding a terrifying force, for he was an elder of the Tianyin Hall, at the pinnacle of the Tuajing realm. Lin Qinghuang immediately raised her sword to defend. Bang! The palm strike collided with the Tianya sword, the tremendous force sending Lin Qinghuang back several meters. The Qin City Lord exhaled in relief, turning to the Tianyin Hall Lord with clasped hands, saying, "Thank you, Hall Lord, mm." The Tianyin Hall Lord replied calmly. The Qin City Lord fixed a cold smile on Lin Qinghuang. You do possess some strength, but alas, you are destined to die today. Lin Qinghuang remained silent. Die! The white-haired elder charged at Lin Qinghuang again, a palm strike sending the air vibrating, a fierce wind howling, filled with menace. Lin Qinghuang held the Tianya sword firmly, refusing to evade. Whoosh! Just as the elder's palm was about to strike Lin Qinghuang, Xia Weilu casually waved, sending the Zhonghua sword flying toward the elder. Although the sword remained sheathed, its might was undeniable, shattering the elder's palm strike. Boom! The elder extended his hands to block the incoming Zhonghua sword, but its overwhelming power forced him back. Xia Weilu stepped forward, instantly appearing before the elder, seizing the sword hilt. Clang! The Zhonghua sword was drawn, a black sword light emerging, suddenly slicing across the elder's neck. Chapter 81. To kill you is no challenge at all. Whoosh! Xia Weilu instantly appeared behind the elder, the Zhonghua sword glinting coldly as blood dripped down. The elder's expression froze, confusion flashing in his eyes. Xia Weilu reached out, the sword sheath flying into his grasp. With a sickening thud, a gruesome gash appeared on the elder's neck, his head soaring into the air, blood gushing forth, leaving behind a headless corpse. With a single sword, he had slain a pinnacle Tuajing cultivator. The scene fell into silence as everyone stared in disbelief at Xia Weilu. A formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Tuajing realm had been killed in such a manner? Xia Weilu turned his gaze to the Qin City Lord, speaking indifferently. To kill you is no challenge at all. The Qin City Lord's heart sank as he composed himself, his face grim. Who exactly are you? Logically, with the schemes of that individual from Tianqi City, the experts of the Tianquan Division should have been held at bay. How could there still be one capable of slaying a pinnacle Tuajing cultivator with a single sword? Could he be a Daozong realm expert? Xia Weilu offered no further words, his gaze toward the Qin city lord as if he were a mere corpse, seeking death. Upon realizing the situation, the Tianyin Hall lord's expression turned furious. Waving his hand, whoosh, from various directions, 5 elders of the Tianyin Hall surged forth, each at the pinnacle of the Tuajing realm. The 5 elders positioned themselves in a pentagonal formation, sealing off Xia Weilu's escape. Die! The Tianyin Hall lord's eyes glinted with malice as he unleashed his aura, bringing forth a blood-colored long sword, charging towards Xia Weilu. The sword struck out, releasing a torrent of sword energy, a cascade of blood light erupting. Exceedingly fierce, Xia Weilu did not evade. He swung the Zonghua sword, the black sword light flashing. Boom! The Zonghua sword clashed with the blood-colored longsword, sparks flying as powerful sword energies erupted, causing the surroundings to explode violently. The ground cracking and buildings splintering. Die! The Tianyin Hall lord's killing intent surged as he increased his power, striking out once more with the blood-colored longsword. Xia Weilu was sent flying 20 meters. His body and sword shaken back. Kill! The Tianyin Hall lord moved, appearing before Xia Weilu in an instant, bringing his longsword down to cleave at Xia Weilu's head. The sword energy surged like waves, overwhelming and unstoppable. Just as the sword was about to hit Xia Weilu, his figure suddenly vanished. What? The Tianyin Hall lord's expression darkened. Shadow kill! Xia Weilu's cold voice reverberated as he lunged toward the 5 pinnacle Tuajing elders. His body moving like a specter, 5 afterimages appearing and darting past the elders in an instant. A series of shrill screams erupted as the 5 elders trembled, grotesque sword marks appearing on their necks. Blood spraying forth, their heads soaring into the air, leaving behind 5 headless corpses. Despite being pinnacle Tuajing cultivators, before Xia Weilu, they were merely fodder to be crushed. Beasts. The Tianyin Hall lord, witnessing the complete annihilation of his 6 elders, was consumed by rage. Cultivating a pinnacle Tuajing expert required immense resources. There were only 7 such individuals in the entire Tianyin Hall point. 1 had perished in Tianqi City, and now 6 more had fallen. A catastrophic loss. I shall grind you to dust. The Tianyin Hall lord roared, forming sword seals and charging toward Xia Weilu. The blood-colored sword light erupted, dozens of sword energies manifested, sealing the heavens and earth, all aimed at Xia Weilu. Useless howls, Xia Weilu mocked, his figure flashing as he evaded the blood-colored sword energies. Die! The Tianyin Hall lord lunged toward Xia Weilu, swinging his long sword, unleashing a kilometer of sword energy that illuminated the skies with bloodlight. Gripping the Zonghua sword, Xia Weilu's eyes flashed with a crimson gleam as his aura surged dramatically. Utilizing the celestial restoration technique, his realm leaped from the early Daozong to the mid-Daozong realm. As he advanced toward the Tianyin Hall lord, he swung his sword, unleashing a kilometer of sword energy. Boom! The sword energies collided, resulting in a massive explosion, shockwaves sweeping through the heavens and earth. Xia Weilu swung his sword, striking at the Tianyin Hall lord. The Tianyin Hall lord's expression twisted in fury as he retaliated with his own sword strike. The 2 swords clashed, the residual sword energy ravaging the surroundings. Crack! In the next moment, the blood-colored longsword in the Tianyin Hall lord's hand was severed, the Zonghua sword fierce and unrelenting, its sword energy surging toward the Tianyin Hall lord's chest. Damn it! The Tianyin Hall lord's gaze sharpened, and he quickly attempted to evade. Whoosh! The sword energy grazed his shoulder, leaving a bloody gash. Xia Weilu did not give the Tianyin Hall lord any opportunity to react. His figure moved, appearing before the lord. The long sword slashing horizontally, the sword energy erupting with chilling ferocity. The Tianyin Hall lord had no time to evade and could only instinctively raise the broken sword to defend. Boom! The broken sword collided with the Zonghua sword once again. Shattering, the sword energy slammed into the Tianyin Hall lord's chest. Ah! The lord of the Temple of Heavenly Shadows emitted a piercing scream, a horrific sword mark appearing across his chest, his bones shattered, and blood gushed forth. Fortunately, his bones were sufficiently resilient. Otherwise, this strike would have cleaved him in twain. This individual is remarkably powerful. Lin Qinghuang gazed at Xia Weilu in astonishment. Although aware of his unfathomable strength, she was taken aback by his sheer ferocity, capable of overwhelming even a late-stage Dao expert. He was simply monstrous. How had he cultivated to such a degree? The lord of Qin's city turned pale, panic flickering in his eyes, and it seemed that the Lord of Heavenly Shadows was no match for this man. Should the Lord of Heavenly Shadows be slain, he would undoubtedly be next. Xiaowelu's gaze was fierce. With a flick of his fingers, the burial flower sword transformed into a streak of black light, soaring forth. Swish! Before the Lord of Heavenly Shadows could react, he was pierced through the chest by a single strike. Another spray of blood erupting forth. Xiaowelu stepped forward, appearing before the Lord of Heavenly Shadows, his fist clenched, delivering a crushing blow to the latter's head. Kill! The Lord of Heavenly Shadows roared in fury. Discarding his broken sword and retaliating with his own punch against Xiaowelu, bang! Their fists collided, a resounding explosion echoing as the Lord of Heavenly Shadows' arm shattered, erupting into a mist of blood. His body sent flying 100 meters away. Xiaowelu willed his fingers, and the burial flower sword multiplied into 100 long swords, instantly thrusting toward the Lord of Heavenly Shadows, stabilizing himself. The Lord of Heavenly Shadows quickly summoned a bone shield, placing it before him. The 100 long swords rained down upon the bone shield, sparks flying as numerous cracks appeared, barely holding under the onslaught. With a light flick of his sleeve, Xiaowelu merged the 100 long swords into one, its power magnifying 100-fold, the burial flower sword whirling with a tempest of sword energy. Boom! The bone shield was pierced, the long sword viciously slicing through the Lord of Heavenly Shadows' neck, accompanied by a spray of blood. Ah! The Lord of Heavenly Shadows let out a wretched cry, immediately clutching his severed arm. Xiaowelu acted with utmost decisiveness, lunging toward the Lord of Heavenly Shadows, delivering a kick aimed at his head. The Lord of Heavenly Shadows, panic-stricken, could not evade and instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. Crack! Xiaowelu's kick struck the Lord of Heavenly Shadows' arm. The arm shattered with a splintering sound, the overwhelming force crashing into his face, rendering it a bloody mess and sending him flying 100 meters. Swiftly, Xiaowelu extended his hand, the burial flower sword returning to his grasp. He stepped forward, appearing above the Lord of Heavenly Shadows, the long sword descending, intent on cleaving him in half. Ancestor, save me! The Lord of Heavenly Shadows, filled with dread, emitted a hoarse cry for help. Buzz! Within a grand hall, a terrifying aura erupted, directly sealing off Xiaowelu. Chapter 82. The Ancestor of Heavenly Shadows, the demonic hand showcases its might. Xiaowelu raised an eyebrow, immediately glancing toward the grand hall, sensing an ancient powerhouse within, possessing formidable strength. Whoosh! From within the hall, a black chess piece shot forth, aiming directly at Xiaowelu's brow. He swiftly dodged. The black chess piece grazed past his face, leaving a crack in his mask. A strand of hair falling to the ground. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated from within the hall as dozens of black and white chess pieces launched themselves toward Xiaowelu, each imbued with earth-shattering power. Xiaowelu did not attempt to withstand them. Instead, he evaded continuously, the pieces whizzing past him without finding their mark. Bang! In the next moment, an ancient wooden chessboard surged out from the hall, its accompanying force even more formidable, sealing off the heavens and earth, crashing toward Xiaowelu. Unable to evade, he could only slash out with his sword. Boom! The chessboard was cleaved in two by his strike. That instant, an elderly figure clad in gray robes burst forth from the hall, appearing behind the chessboard, and struck out toward Xiaowelu with a palm. Xiaowelu quickly raised his long sword to guard his chest. The palm strike from the gray-robed elder collided with the sword, unleashing a powerful force that sent Xiaowelu flying several dozen meters, his arm numb and his blood surging. He executed a roll, dissipating some of the force, landing atop a stone pillar. A trickle of blood slid from beneath his mask, and he glanced at his hand, noticing a crack in his palm, blood flowing freely. Xiaowelu regarded the gray-robed elder with an indifferent expression and said coldly, Xuanxiang realm. Who would have anticipated that the Temple of Heavenly Shadows concealed a powerful Xuanxiang realm expert? This has become interesting. The Xuanxiang realm. Lin Qinghuang's gaze sharpened, her expression filled with trepidation. This elder was not present in the memories of Lan Jiaoxi, indicating that even an elder of such stature was unaware of his existence. Xiaowelu, who could easily crush late-stage Dao experts, now appeared to be under significant pressure against a Xuanxiang realm opponent. The situation was troublesome. The gray-robed elder extended his hand, 2 chess pieces, one black and one white. Hovering within his grasp, he looked at Xiaoweilu, his tone chilling, and declared, "I am the ancestor of heavenly shadows." He possessed the cultivation of early-stage Xuanxiang realm. The Xiaoweilu before him was indeed formidable, capable of slaughtering late-stage Dao experts, yet he was still merely at the Dao realm. Before someone of his Xuanxiang realm caliber, could he truly stir up much chaos? The chasm between Dao and Xuanxiang is vast. To bridge it is no simple feat. The Temple of Heavenly Shadows indeed harbored a Xuanxiang realm powerhouse. A gleam of excitement flashed across the face of the Lord of Qin City. With the ancestor of Heavenly Shadows stepping in, this man was doomed, and he could rest easy now. The Lord of Heavenly Shadows, upon seeing his ancestor appear, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He bowed and immediately retreated. Xiaoweilu regarded the ancestor of Heavenly Shadows with indifference. The Xuanxiang realm is indeed powerful, but it is not insurmountable. Foolish. The ancestor of Heavenly Shadows waved his hand, and 2 chess pieces shot toward Xiaoweilu in an instant. He swiftly dodged, the pieces whizzing past him, a terrifying aura pressing down upon him, as though seeking to tear him apart with sheer might. Boom! The chess pieces struck the distant mountains, obliterating them in an explosive display. Die! The ancestor of Heavenly Shadows unleashed a palm strike toward Xiaoweilu, a massive imprint manifesting, enveloping the heavens and sealing the square. Not good. The crowd in the square hurriedly retreated. Boom! The palm imprint descended, shattering the square, dust and debris flying, leaving the ground riddled with craters, a gigantic palm imprint visible. Within the imprint, Xiaoweilu was drenched in blood, struggling to prop himself up with his long sword. His hair was disheveled, and his mask had shattered, pieces falling away to reveal his pale visage. Lin Qinghuang's heart sank, concern evident in her eyes. Enduring a palm strike from a Xuanxiang realm expert would surely inflict severe injuries. How could this be? The Lord of Qin City was taken aback upon seeing Xiaoweilu's face, his expression morphing into one of horror. It was explicitly stated that they were to hunt down Xiaoweilu and Lin Qinghuang, and preparations had obviously been made with portraits. Who would have thought that this mysterious powerhouse was Xiaoweilu? Was it not said that Xiaoweilu was a born waste, incapable of cultivation? How could he easily crush late-stage Dao experts? This did not align with the narrative of him being unable to cultivate. He must die. The Lord of Heavenly Shadows was equally astonished, disbelief etched across his face. The so-called wasteful scion in the eyes of the world was, in fact, a hidden master. His ability to endure thus far made him more formidable and extraordinary than the prince of Tianqi City. Within the palm imprint, Xiaoweilu lifted his head, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. It seems today I must indulge in a slaughter. Since he had revealed himself, all these people must perish. Arrogant fool, to withstand my first strike, you are fortunate, but do you think you can endure a second? The ancestor of Heavenly Shadows scoffed. Is that so? Xiaoweilu sheathed the burial flower sword. Buzz. The Nirvana Sutra activated. Blood reversed its flow, and his injuries healed rapidly, his aura surging back to its peak state in an instant. And what of it? The ancestor of Heavenly Shadows coldly declared, instantly appearing before Xiaoweilu, launching a fist aimed at his head, intent on obliterating him. Lin Qinghuang tightened her grip on her long sword, a rune appearing on her forehead, preparing to intervene. Xiaoweilu extended his hand, the black demonic hand within his dantian seamlessly merging with his arm. A torrent of demonic energy erupted, turning the heavens and earth into an abyss of darkness, the surrounding space twisting violently. The might of the demonic hand was terrifying. Lin Qinghuang froze for a second, realizing that this man possessed yet another means. Boom! At the moment the ancestor of Heavenly Shadows' fist descended, Xiaoweilu seized his fist, the terrifying demonic energy surging forth, rapidly invading the elder's body. What? The ancestor of Heavenly Shadows' expression shifted in alarm as the demonic energy wreaked havoc upon his meridians, sending waves of panic through his soul. Moreover, with his fist grasped, he found it difficult to break free. A fierce killing intent flickered in Xiaoweilu's eyes, his disheveled hair swirling wildly as he glared at the ancestor of Heavenly Shadows. His gaze bloodthirsty, demonic light flashing from his eyes. Boom! Xiaoweilu tightened his grip, and the ancestor of Heavenly Shadows' arm exploded. The ancestor of Heavenly Shadows let out a wretched scream, quickly retreating. Xia Weilu moved even faster, suddenly appearing beside him, his fist raised, crashing toward the elder's chest. Bang! The punch landed, the demonic energy erupting, overwhelming in might. The ancestor of Heavenly Shadow's chest was pierced through, bones shattered, internal organs exploding, blood sprang forth. Ah! The ancestor of Heavenly Shadows wailed incessantly. His body sent flying 300 meters, colliding with a mountain peak and shattering it. Xia Weilu stepped forward, instantly appearing before the ancestor of Heavenly Shadows, his voice chilling as he said, "Die." Boom! With his words barely spoken, he unleashed a punch toward the ancestor of Heavenly Shadows, the demonic energy sealing off the heavens and earth, ferocious beyond measure. No, the ancestor of Heavenly Shadows emitted a terrified cry, yet could only watch helplessly as the punch bore down upon him. Boom! With a resounding punch, the body of the venerable Tianyin ancestor was obliterated into a mist of blood, his spirit extinguished, while the mountain behind him was shattered by a single blow, sending debris flying in all directions. Chapter 83. The city lord is slain. Everyone flee. The venerable Tianyin ancestor, a formidable presence of the Xuanqiang realm, has perished. The onlookers stood in a daze, gazing at Xia Weilu. The moment the Tianyin ancestor had revealed himself, they believed Xia Weilu to be doomed. However, in the blink of an eye, the tides of battle had shifted. 2 punches! Xia Weilu had effortlessly vanquished the Xuanqiang realm Tianyin ancestor with merely 2 strikes. A prodigy. Lin Xinghuang could not comprehend this enigma that was Xia Weilu any further. The ancestor. Regaining his senses, the Tianyin hall master trembled, fear evident in his eyes. In an instant, Xia Weilu appeared before him, seizing his throat and lifting him off the ground, his gaze fierce as he uttered, "It is your turn." The Tianyin hall master, stricken with terror, struggled desperately but could not break free from Xia Weilu's grip. He stammered, "I doubt I have a significant background in the Tianyin hall. If you dare..." Boom! Xia Weilu did not allow him to finish, crushing his grip, and the Tianyin hall master's body was instantly reduced to powder. "And what of it?" Xia Weilu remarked expressionlessly, his gaze shifting to the city lord of Qin. The city lord, now utterly terrified, turned to flee the moment Xia Weilu's eyes fell upon him. Xia Weilu remained indifferent to the city lord's retreating figure, casually extending his hand, unleashing a surge of demonic energy that coalesced into a colossal demonic handprint. Onward! With a slight pinch of his fingers, the demonic handprint swiftly ensnared the city lord of Qin. The handprint tightened. The city lord's bones shattered, fissures erupting across his body, blood gushing forth. "No, please don't kill me." The city lord, sensing the imminent threat of death, pleaded in terror. Xia Weilu, his expression unyielding, applied more pressure. The city lord let out a piercing scream as his body suddenly exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Utterly extinguished, the city lord is dead. Everyone flee! The surrounding 200 soldiers, witnessing the city lord's execution, were enveloped in sheer terror as they hastily sought to escape. "Let them all perish." Xia Weilu's gaze was bloodthirsty. His hand extended, demonic energy erupting into chains that swiftly shot forth. Slash! The soldiers' bodies were pierced by the chains of demonic energy, exploding in a spray of blood mist. The chorus of anguished screams filled the air as the square was stained crimson with blood. Moments later, the screams ceased. The 200 soldiers had met their demise, their remains obliterated, transformed entirely into blood mist. Xia Weilu surveyed the area, spotting a few remaining members of the Tianyin Hall flee. These individuals from the Tianyin Hall fled in terror. Whoosh! Before Xia Weilu could act, Lin Xinghuang charged ahead, swiftly wielding her sword, methodically slaying the members of the Tianyin Hall beneath her blade. "This time, we must eradicate them completely." Xia Weilu retracted his demonic hand, the energy dissipating, leaving behind only the potent scent of blood in the air. In less than half an hour, the massacre concluded. Lin Xinghuang approached a grand hall, discovering a dungeon below, where many young individuals were imprisoned. All were disciples of the Tianyin Hall, each possessing spiritual bones. They had initially believed that joining the Tianyin Hall would allow them to soar to greatness, only to realize that the Tianyin Hall had targeted their spiritual bones. They had witnessed some of their companions' spiritual bones being extracted. They feared they would be next. Upon seeing Lin Xinghuang enter, the young people trembled, panic evident in their eyes. Crack! Lin Qinghuang swung her sword, severing the iron lock of the cage. She addressed the young individuals. The Tianyin Hall has been destroyed. You may now leave with me. What? The Tianyin Hall has been destroyed. We can leave. I want to go home. I miss my mother. The young individuals immediately stood, their eyes filled with disbelief, followed by waves of excitement. Subsequently, they followed Lin Qinghuang out in the square. Lin Qinghuang approached Xia Weilu and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I have matters to attend to." Xia Weilu leaned forward, and Lin Qinghuang quickly supported him. Xia Weilu's face pressed against Lin Qinghuang's chest, his fingers wrapped around her waist, an intoxicating fragrance enveloping him. He gently pinched Lin Qinghuang's pert rear and brushed against her bosom, his voice weak as he said, "Qinghuang, I'm hungry. I want to eat buns." Lin Qinghuang immediately exploded in anger, shoving Xia Weilu away. Glaring at him, "Can you not be so frivolous?" Xia Weilu beamed with amusement, showing no signs of distress. In fact, he appeared to be in excellent spirits. "Humph!" Lin Qinghuang snorted, relieved to see that he seemed unharmed. "Captain Lin!" The voice of Zhang Long echoed as he hastened towards them with a group of officers. Lin Qinghuang turned to Zhang Long and the others, asking, "Have the soldiers at the foot of the mountain been dealt with?" Zhang Long promptly replied, "General Sun from Meicheng has brought troops and has secured the city lord's manor and the soldiers at the foot of Tianyin Mountain." "General Sun from Meicheng?" Lin Qinghuang's expression turned contemplative. Zhang Long lowered his voice. "General Sun is affiliated with the second prince." "Oh, that's how it is," Lin Qinghuang realized, casting a deep glance at Xia Weilu. "Why would the second prince's people be here?" "One possibility is that the second prince learned of the disappearance of the 30,000 taels of disaster relief silver and its connection to the Tianyin Hall. However, she had only disclosed this matter to Xia Weilu." Xia Weilu smiled nonchalantly. Lin Qinghuang's deduction was correct. Yin Wuyo was indeed aware of the silver, and it was his doing. Originally, he had intended to exacerbate the conflict between Yin Wuyo and Yin Wugo. But he hadn't anticipated that the other party would send people here. "The troubles here have been resolved. Let us depart." Lin Qinghuang waved her hand gently. The group then set off. Qin City. After Lin Qinghuang finished taking statements from the young individuals, she instructed the officers to escort them home, though some would never return. Over the course of 3 years, many young people had joined the Tianyin Hall. Some were from Qin City, while others hailed from outside. There were also those forcibly taken by the city lord of Qin, most of whom had their spiritual bones extracted and discarded in mass graves. A truly tragic fate. Chun Meiyu was fortunate. Her daughter was still alive. Within the inn, Lin Qinghuang held a neatly organized scroll, addressing Xia Weilu. When the Tianyin Hall master perished, he mentioned that the Tianyin Hall has a significant background. Even a Xuanxiang realm ancestor exists, indicating a formidable backing. Xia Weilu nodded gently. Yin Wugo indeed had ties to the Tianyin Hall, but he was not necessarily the source of its power. The Tianyin Hall, with an ancestor of the Xuanxiang realm presiding, undoubtedly harbored a far more terrifying force behind it. Lin Qinghuang declared, "The Tianyin Hall has been eradicated. Let us return to Tianqi City." "Very well," Xia Weilu replied with a calm smile. Chapter 84. Reveling in songs at the brothel, off to Baiyu Jing. Half an hour later, Xia Weilu and Lin Qinghuang rode back to Tianqi on their snow-stepping spirit horse, encountering the inspector by Li Chongqing along the way. "Greetings, Inspector," Lin Qinghuang saluted. Bai Li Chongqing noticed that Xia Weilu and Lin Qinghuang were riding the same horse, and that Xia Weilu had his arms tightly wrapped around Lin Qinghuang's waist at that moment. Xia Weilu's eyes were closed, seemingly in slumber, which rendered Bai Li Chongqing's expression somewhat peculiar. "This lad possesses quite the charm," he inquired. "I was intercepted by a powerful demon and could not arrive in time at Qin City." "How did things unfold there?" The demon that obstructed him was exceedingly strong. He had indeed underestimated the situation this time. Lin Qinghuang handed a scroll to Bai Li Chongqing, reporting to the inspector. "The Tianyin Hall has been obliterated, and the city lord of Qin, involved in the matter of the spiritual bones, has been executed. The details are contained within this scroll." Bai Li Chongqing was somewhat taken aback. The Tianyin Hall had a Dao presence. How had Lin Qinghuang managed to resolve it? He took the scroll and glanced at it. Tianyin ancestor, Xuanxiang realm. Bai Li Chongqing's gaze sharpened. Lin Qinghuang explained, the Tianyin ancestor was a powerful figure of the Xuanxiang realm. We were naturally no match for him. However, a mysterious powerful individual emerged from the Tianyin Hall, and the annihilation of the Tianyin Hall was primarily due to his actions. though he wore a mask and his identity remains obscured. Naturally, she refrained from elaborating on Xia Weilu's involvement. A mysterious powerhouse. Bai Li Changqing donned a contemplative expression. Tio, slay someone of the Xuanxiang realm is no trivial feat. Lin Qinghuang deftly shifted the conversation. The Tianyin Hall has a Xuanxiang realm ancestor, indicating an exceptionally formidable background. Bai Li Changqing pondered, with the Xuanxiang realm having made an appearance, we must conduct a thorough investigation. Leave this matter to me. The Tianyin Hall has been eradicated, and all of you have contributed. You may seek rewards upon your return to the Tianquan division. Given the involvement of the Xuanxiang realm, he would need to personally oversee the matter, and it was likely he would need to summon the Lord of the Command. Thank you, Inspector. Lin Qinghuang bowed once more. Bai Li Changqing nodded slightly before taking flight, heading to the Tianyin Hall for further investigation. The matter of spiritual bone transplantation is highly intricate. If the Tianyin Hall still possesses a powerful backing, it is probable that a mysterious force continues to engage in the transplantation of spiritual bones. A thorough examination is imperative. I hope to uncover something at the Tianyin Hall. Lin Qinghuang gently tugged on the reins, guiding the snow-stepping spirit horse into the distance. Tianqi City, 18 night, the wind and snow persisted. The lights obscured, creating a hazy ambience. The Tianquan division. All individuals who had participated in the mission to Qin City, regardless of their level of involvement, received a reward of 100 taels of silver each. Much to the delight of Zhang Long and the others, 100 taels of silver could fund several visits to the brothel for music and merriment. In the grand hall, Lin Qinghuang poured herself a cup of tea and took a delicate sip. As for the spirit bone transplant case, the scroll has already been handed over to the Grand Commander, yet this matter does not implicate the sixth prince, Xia Weilu replied with a faint smile. The Tianyin Palace bears the shadow of Yin Wugo, but we have not sought any evidence. Relying solely on mere words, we cannot do anything to him. Should we obtain evidence, Yin Junlin could certainly take action against Yin Wugo. Lin Qinghuang gently grasped her teacup. While we cannot touch him now, he faces greater troubles ahead. Rumors have surfaced that Yin Wugo is colluding with the Demon Clan, and the Winter Hunt Conference has witnessed the slaughter of many noble youths. Surely, someone will seek retribution from Yin Wugo. This rumor is likely instigated by Yin Wuyo himself. Having been outmaneuvered in the disaster relief funds, he now knows of the mastermind behind it. How could he remain indifferent? Xia Weilu shook his head, but do not forget, he was born into the royal family. Tio truly move against him. There is but one way. No matter how egregious Yin Wugo's crimes, the Imperial Palace will never directly eliminate him. To act against him through the Tianquan office, the civil and military officials, or even the emperor, is futile. The only way is to rely on oneself, to possess overwhelming strength to subdue him. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. Everything hinges on formidable power. The rules of the mundane world are ultimately decreed by man. As long as you are powerful enough, they are but fleeting clouds to you. Lin Qinghuang remarked, you are indeed correct, but various constraints can also stifle his development. Xia Weilu nodded with a smile. A mere Yin Wugo does not instill much fear in him. What he truly fears is the soul entity residing within him. Even with a trump card like the magic hand, he cannot afford to underestimate such an ancient being. He must seek out his third uncle to see what treasures he can offer. Xia Weilu glanced outside and stood up. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Lin Qinghuang shot him a glance. Having just acquired 100 taels, are you so eager to visit the pleasure quarters? Xia Weilu's expression turned serious. Nonsense. Would this heir engage in such frivolities? I am merely going to enjoy music, cultivate my character, and refine my nature. He chuckled softly. Lin Qinghuang set down her teacup and picked up a scroll to continue her reading. She felt that her cultivation was still somewhat lacking and needed to devise a swift breakthrough. Xia Weilu yawned, clasped his hands behind his back, and exited the main hall. Outside, young master, the brothers are planning to go out for a drink. Would you care to join us? Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and others beamed at Xia Weilu. With silver in hand, it was only natural to indulge in some leisure. Is that not the essence of a man's delight? Very well, let us have a few drinks. Tonight's expenses are on me, Xia Weilu declared grandly. Thank you, young master. The group responded with gratitude, clearly pleased to have a nobleman as their companion. Tio Baiyujing, Xia Weilu proclaimed with flair. Baiyujing was an exceedingly grand pleasure house in Tianqi City, renowned as the finest establishment. Generally, only the affluent and powerful could enter, where lavish spending was the norm and common folk had no chance of entry. Bai Yujing. Zhang Long and the others widened their eyes. They quickly shook their heads. Young master, that place is far too expensive. Without at least 1,000 taels of silver, one cannot even enter. Bai Yujing was a realm they could scarcely imagine. Xia Weilu, brimming with confidence, replied, "Do you think my reputation is only worth 1,000 taels? Rest assured, I am not short on funds. Young master is generous. We shall accompany you to broaden our horizons." Zhang Long and the others were equally intrigued. A place like that was beyond their experience. They had heard that the women of Baiyujing were all stunningly beautiful, adept in music, art, and dance. It was indeed a chance to witness such splendor. Xia Weilu instructed, "You all should change your clothes. In such attire, what will those ladies think when they see you?" "Young master is right. We shall go and change," they responded promptly, heading toward another hall. After a while, they emerged in their new outfits and departed Tianquan office. Chapter 85. This is elegance, and we all understand in a certain pavilion, with the Xuanqiang realm at the Tianyin Palace. Who could have possibly annihilated it? Yin Wugo's expression was somewhat grim. Someone had already obstructed Bailey Chongqing, yet he had not anticipated the destruction of the Tianyin Palace. The old ancestor of the Tianyin Palace was of the Xuanqiang realm. To kill him, one must at least be of the same level. Who could it be? Was it that the commotion caused by the Tianyin Palace displeased certain individuals? After this incident, Lin Xinghuang and Xia Weilu had surprisingly survived. A result that left him rather dissatisfied. "Your Highness, what shall we do next?" A mysterious figure in black robes inquired respectfully. Yin Wugo replied indifferently, "Relay the message to Jizongshan Tower. They will send someone over. I shall retreat into seclusion for a time. Do not disturb me." Several setbacks had left him feeling immense pressure. The immediate priority was to elevate his cultivation for assurance. Understood, the black-robed figure bowed and turned to leave. The night wind was exceptionally biting, akin to ice blades piercing the skin. The hazy lantern light was shattered by the wind and snow, flickering intermittently, while the remaining greenery bowed and struggled to endure. The ground was thickly blanketed with ice and snow, having melted yesterday only to be covered anew, adding to its weight in this wintry realm. A solitary lantern and a bonfire were insufficient to dispel the chill. Only a gentle spring breeze could bring a glimmer of vitality on the street. Xia Weilu walked with an umbrella, the wind and snow already saturating the oiled paper. Zhang Long and 7 others followed closely, their faces alight with anticipation. Though the cold penetrated to the bone, the beauties of Baiyujing could warm the heart. As the snow fell heavier, the sound of wind rustling through leaves became inaudible. Xia Weilu surveyed his surroundings, occasionally spotting women clad in thick cotton garments, making the grace of spring and summer a rare sight. Zhao Hu chuckled. "I understand what the young master means." "Oh?" Xia Weilu turned to Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu grinned. "In the dead of winter, one cannot see beauties in sheer silks on the streets." Heh. Zhang Long and the others also shared in the laughter. In spring and summer, such elegance was common on the streets. But in winter, even if one were to encounter it, the cold would stifle a man's desires, rendering them impotent. Only the warmth of a tavern could entice one to linger, a bunch of Philistines. What I lament is the decay of all things in winter, the fragility of life. This is elegance, while you fixate on the garments of beauties, which is mere vulgarity. Xia Weilu shook his head, his expression one of disappointment. Indeed. We all understand." The group exchanged knowing glances, as if to say, "We get it, young master." Before long, they arrived at the city center, where stood a 7-story building with a plaque inscribed with 3 characters, Baiyujing. Red lanterns hung from the eaves, and the interior was brightly lit, radiating outward like golden palace walls, magnificent and imposing. Inside, the melodies of flutes and songs wafted through the air, with glimpses of beautiful silhouettes. A perfect place for indulgence. Baiyujing, the finest establishment in Tianqi, welcomed only the wealthy and powerful. Without sufficient silver, one would not even qualify to enter. "Let us go." Xia Weilu strode confidently toward the entrance. However, as they approached the door, a middle-aged woman blocked their way. "Gentlemen, there is a rule to enter Baiyujing. You must have at least 1,000 taels of silver on hand." The middle-aged woman smiled warmly at Xia Weilu and the others. Xia Weilu adjusted his sleeve casually, exuding confidence. "Rest assured, I, Xia Weilu, am not lacking in silver." Zhang Long and the others looked on with curiosity, wondering if his name alone could indeed be worth 1,000 taels. The middle-aged woman smiled brightly. The heir of the town West Marquee House certainly won't lack silver, but Baiyujing has such rules, and I have no choice but to verify. Xia Weilu lacks silver? What a joke! The current head of the town West Marquee House is Xie Zhongshuan, and all the assets have gone to the Yu family. What does Xia Weilu, this heir, possess? Zhang Long and the others silently lamented. The name of the young master seemed to hold no value. While I may not be as affluent as before, do you truly believe I cannot produce a mere 1,000 taels? Xia Weilu smiled nonchalantly. Then I must see for myself. The middle-aged woman extended her hand toward Xia Weilu. He casually reached into his pocket, producing a note for 100 taels, then rummaged further, revealing only a few pieces of broken silver and some copper coins. Where is my silver? Who has stolen my silver? Xia Weilu's brow furrowed. Hee. The young master isn't unable to gather 1,000 taels, is he? The middle-aged woman giggled. Nonsense. What sort of person do you think I am? A mere 1,000 taels is but a stretch of my hand. Xia Weilu's expression turned stern as he addressed Zhang Long and the others. Brothers, each of you contribute a little. Once we enter Baiyujing, let us show those beauties a thing or two. Zhang Long and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths, instinctively wanting to flee. They had just acquired the silver, and now they were expected to part with it? It felt as though the young master was not inviting them to treat, but rather instructing them to foot the bill. Xia Weilu quickly stopped Zhang Long and the others. Since we are here, how can we not experience it? With no retort left, they could only silently reach for their pouches. 7 of them amassed a total of 700 taels, and with Xia Weilu's additional 100, they had only just over 800 taels. Is this all? Xia Weilu looked at Zhang Long and the others. This is all we have. Zhang Long and his companions exchanged bitter smiles. With such meager silver each month, how much could they possibly save? If it weren't for the recent reward they received, they probably wouldn't even be able to scrape together a mere 20 taels. Your Highness, we still need over 100 taels, remarked a middle-aged beauty with a charming voice, her smile laced with a hint of amusement. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Was the heir of the Jinshi Marquis truly incapable? This fellow was well-versed in all vices, gambling, drinking, and revelry, and even with a bit of silver, he struggled to hold on to it. Previously, there had been rumors that the crown prince had bestowed a considerable amount of silver upon him. Yet it had all been squandered, a prodigal indeed. Meanwhile, in Baiyujing, on the 7th floor, a woman in a black dress faced off against one in a white dress in a game of chess. Your Highness, I must report that Xia Weilu is outside Baiyujing, but it seems he lacks the silver to enter, announced a maid's voice from outside the room. The woman in white replied indifferently. Let Xiaoyao present a couplet. If he can respond, allow him to enter. Understood, the maid replied as she descended the stairs. Xia Weilu. The woman in black picked up a chess piece, her expression contemplative. You previously set a trap for him. If he encounters you again, what do you think will happen? The woman in white inquired. The woman in black calmly placed her piece, her eyes revealing no hint of emotion. Chapter 86. All literature under heaven is in my grasp, Your Highness. Shall we change to another building? Rest assured, my friends will surely make the arrangements for you. Zhang Long and the others observed Xia Weilu fumbling through his sleeves, struggling to produce any silver, and they couldn't help but smile bitterly. They felt a wave of nostalgia. Had Xia Weilu come to Baiyujing 3 years prior, he could have simply mentioned his name to gain entry. Yet now he was barred at the door. It was indeed a lamentable fall from grace. How can this be? Xia Weilu frowned. The middle-aged beauty smiled. In truth, there are other ways for you to enter Baiyujing. Your Highness. Oh? What methods? Xia Weilu asked. The middle-aged beauty smiled seductively. Your Highness possesses extraordinary talent. Our master has a fondness for poetry and song, and the women in the establishment are somewhat knowledgeable in these arts. Today, I will have one of our ladies present a couplet. If Your Highness can respond, you and your friends may enter Baiyujing, and all expenses will be waived. A couplet? Is that not my forte? Xia Weilu exclaimed confidently. Am I not the literary star descended to earth, a transcendent of the realm of literature? All literature under heaven is within my grasp. A renewed confidence spread across his face. The middle-aged beauty looked at him, speechless, having seen narcissism before, but never to such an extent. Then I shall eagerly anticipate your literary prowess. Xiaoyao, come forth. a graceful and charming woman approached, sizing up Xia Weilu with a teasing smile. I shall present a couplet. If your highness can respond, you may enter. Come now. Let me see your skills, Xia Weilu replied with a calm smile. Xiaoyao smirked and slowly began. 1 building, 2 doors, without a single coin. Rounding up, for impoverished and destitute. No entry permitted. Zhang Long and the others were momentarily stunned. As they grasped the sarcasm inherent in Xiaoyao's couplet, they understood that those who could enter through the front door were wealthy, while those who used the back door had their own merits. There were precisely 8 of them present, and rounding up, they could not muster 1,000 taels, for impoverished and destitute was a clear jab at their financial state, implying they were too poor to enter either door. This little lady is truly audacious, Zhang Long exclaimed. How dare she insult us? The middle-aged beauty's smile widened. Xiaoyao regarded Xia Weilu with playful intensity. Your Highness, how do you find this couplet? Can you respond? After pondering for a moment, Xia Weilu chuckled. Your couplet is rather mediocre. I can respond, but my own response is equally unimpressive. Oh? Then do share your response. Xiaoyao teased. Xia Weilu smiled warmly. I respond, 1 pole, 2 beads, wealth beyond measure, 7, 8. Forced entry, bravo. An excellent response. Zhang Long and the others immediately applauded, grinning mischievously. The heir's wit was commendable. Regardless of the quality of the response, he had indeed matched the couplet. This little lady has something to her, yet before the heir, she remains too green. What significance is there in 1 building with 2 doors? Am I too pedestrian? Why does my mind conjure such an unusual scene? I feel somewhat unclean. You're unclean, indeed. You're merely repressed. The group chuckled. Regardless of their cultural background, they could discern the lascivious undertones in Xia Weilu's response. Xiaoyao's expression faltered, her face flushing as she glared at Xia Weilu. He smiled and clasped his hands. I appreciate your challenge. Then, turning to the middle-aged beauty, he asked, Did I match well? The middle-aged beauty's expression soured. You matched nothing. Your response was nonsensical and rather lewd at that. However, she extended her hand. Please. As Xia Weilu approached her, he playfully slapped her curvaceous rear. Smack! The sound echoed, causing her knees to buckle, with a triumphant gaze. Xia Weilu remarked, My dear, you are still too inexperienced. Do you think I lack 1,000 taels? I merely seek to enjoy a free indulgence. With that, he swaggered into the building. You. The middle-aged beauty touched her rear, fuming as she glared at him, wishing she could strangle him. Indeed, how could the heir lack 1,000 taels? He simply wished to offer a warm embrace to women everywhere. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? Zhang Long and the others followed, grinning broadly. In the center of the building, on the red stage, the music of a qin gradually filled the air as a beautiful dancer took the stage. Her graceful form swaying, her trembling curves and glimpses of snowy skin leaving the audience mesmerized, their mouths watering. Zhang Long and the others were entranced. The women of Baiyu Jing were indeed stunning, their elegance far surpassing that of the surrounding courtesans. Xia Weilu held his wine cup, gazing at the beauties around him. Most were skilled practitioners, hiding their depths well. Nightingale, Yin Ruyu, he mused quietly on the 7th floor. 2 women caught his attention, their presences familiar. One was the famed courtesan of the Huansha building, Nightingale, a woman from Shichu who had once set a trap for the original owner, promising to help rescue a notorious criminal from Shichu. Yet, ultimately, she had failed to keep her word. The other was Yin Ruyu, rumored to be the mastermind behind Baiyu Jing, and it seemed the rumors held truth. Yin Ruyu and Nightingale from Shichu were indeed colluding, which added an intriguing twist to the tale. This also explained why the Iron Tiger of Shichu and the half-demon Blood Sky Wolf were under Yin Ruyu's command. What is going on? Why are there no beauties here to serve me? Xia Weilu turned to the middle-aged beauty, his expression growing displeased. Upon entering Baiyu Jing, it was unacceptable for no beauties to come forth to attend him. The middle-aged beauty stepped forward, exasperated. Your Highness, our ladies primarily perform arts, not serve patrons. Had he not inquired before coming to Baiyu Jing? Did he still think Baiyu Jing was an ordinary brothel? Most of the women here were assassins trained by the Long Princess, gathering intelligence rather than serving. Some high-ranking officials came to Baiyu Jing not for illicit pleasures, but to acquire information and conduct clandestine dealings. As long as one could pay, intelligence and assassinations could be arranged. which was the crux of Bai Jing's stringent entry requirements. Bang! Xia Weilu slammed his wine cup down on the table, his expression discontented. Is it truly this expensive to perform arts? Is this even a legitimate brothel? Indeed, Zhang Long and the others quickly nodded in agreement. While the beauties are plentiful, they merely stand there, leaving us feeling quite dissatisfied. At the very least, they could join us for a drink, though it may be for free. It is unacceptable to take advantage of honest men, the middle-aged beauty sighed inwardly. Was he inquiring if this brothel was legitimate? Did he desire something proper or improper? Truly a lecherous fellow. She looked at Xia Weilu and sighed. If your highness wishes for a lady to accompany you for drinks, there are ways to arrange that. Deceiving me emotionally is acceptable, but deceiving me financially is unacceptable. Xia Weilu frowned. The middle-aged beauty shrugged. It has nothing to do with money. She spoke softly. As I mentioned, our master has a fondness for poetry and song. To date, no great work has been produced in Bai Jing. If your highness can compose a masterpiece for us, the ladies in the establishment will be at your disposal. Chapter 87. Unlearned and unskilled, a prodigal son. To compose a poem for Bai Jing, Xia Weilu gazed at the middle-aged beauty, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Yin Ruyu was on the 7th floor. From couplets to poetry, was she testing him? But he had no fear of such trials. Is it not natural for a man to have his strengths? The middle-aged beauty smiled alluringly. Indeed. Your highness is exceptionally talented. If you can create a timeless masterpiece for Bai Jing, then the ladies shall be yours to choose freely. Anyone can be chosen? Xia Weilu regarded her. His eyes filled with appreciation for this mature beauty, who still possessed undeniable charm. Believing he was eyeing her, she smiled brightly, her bosom rising and falling enticingly. All can be chosen. Xia Weilu, with a serious expression, asked, Your master must also be quite beautiful. Can I request her to accompany me? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged beauty was momentarily taken aback, her expression faltering as she processed his audacity. Did he truly wish for their master to drink with him? Was he courting death? If you can indeed produce a work that satisfies me, what harm would it be to share a drink with you? Above, a voice, cool and distant, resonated. It appears that today, this young master shall witness the elegance of the host. Xia Weilu, with a beaming smile, proclaimed, Today, young master Xia shall compose a poem for our Bai Jing. Let us all welcome him. The cool voice echoed once more, reverberating throughout the building. The guests within, upon hearing this, turned their gazes, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Those who frequented such places were either affluent or noble, and naturally, they were well aware of Xia Weilu's illustrious name. Some among them, being scions of powerful families, revealed playful smiles. Ha ha ha. I never imagined young Master Xia would be here, and furthermore, he is to compose poetry. How intriguing! On the 3rd floor, a young man clad in a blue robe, wielding a folding fan, emerged with a grin full of mockery. Accompanying him were several other young men. The grandson of the Duke of Su, Situ Yun, Zhang Long, and the others regarded this young man with contemplative expressions. For the Duke of Su was a venerable minister of the great Xia, holding an extraordinary position. Situ Yun gazed at Xia Weilu, his smile laced with amusement. The young master is truly talented. Previously at Meiyuan, he produced numerous masterpieces that astounded all. That I trust this time he will create another exceptional poem. Yet, within his heart, he was filled with disdain. It was said that the acclaimed works presented by Xia Weilu at Meiyuan were all premeditated, essentially amounting to plagiarism. Now that the host of Bai Jing unexpectedly demanded him to compose poetry, how could he, unprepared, manage to create anything remarkable? Surely, he would embarrass himself. Indeed, young Master Xia is exceptionally gifted. With an intellect that surpasses many, I eagerly anticipate his literary creation. His talents shall undoubtedly not disappoint. The crowd applauded to bolster the atmosphere. The wave of applause surged forth, as they all anticipated witnessing Xia Weilu's humiliation. An uneducated dandy, who had merely copied a few verses, flaunting his superficial knowledge, truly believed he possessed any real talent. When the moment arrived for him to showcase his abilities, he would likely falter. Bringing shame upon himself, Xia Weilu scanned the crowd, aware of their thoughts, a hint of sarcasm flickering in his heart. He was indeed not a scholarly master, but composing a few light verses and borrowing from the classics posed no significant challenge. He merely owed an apology to the venerable figures of Huaxia. Young master, you have a stick of incense's time to prepare. I wonder if that shall suffice. The cool voice from above rang out once more. A stick of incense is certainly ample, Xia Weilu replied with composure. Bring forth paper and ink. The middle-aged beauty promptly gestured, and soon a delicate young lady presented the writing materials. Xia Weilu picked up the brush. His expression contemplative, the onlookers, filled with mockery, chose not to disturb him, eager to see if he could truly conjure any poetic lines. Most likely, it would be an embarrassing display. Zhang Long and his companions focused intently on Xia Weilu. It was true he was a dandy, and he enjoyed the company of beautiful women, yet he was not devoid of intellect. At least, when they collaborated with Xia Weilu on cases, they sensed his remarkable abilities. As time slipped by, the stick of incense was nearing its end, and Xia Weilu had yet to put brush to paper. Ha ha, what a disappointment. What is going on? I heard that at Meiyuan. The young master effortlessly produced masterpieces. Why is he faltering now? Because at Meiyuan, he had prepared his works in advance, all copied, and now without preparation, he is at a loss. Do not speak nonsense. How could the son of the Duke of Zhenshi resort to such deceit? The surrounding individuals exchanged jibes, their expressions brimming with amusement. Zhang Long and the others, witnessing Xia Weilu's prolonged silence, began to grow anxious. The crowd was reveling in the spectacle of mockery. If the young master failed to demonstrate his talent, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Young master, do you require my assistance? Zhang Long whispered. Xia Weilu, taken aback, looked at Zhang Long. You can? Zhang Long, in a hushed tone, replied. When we visited Lichuan courtyard, we spent 10 coins to hire an old scholar to write a few verses. There is one that remains unused. Xia Weilu's interest piqued. Recite it. Zhang Long recited earnestly. A needle, tempered through 1,000 trials, enters the flower thicket without knowing depth. Xia Weilu's eyes brightened. A fine poem. It has inspired me. But do not continue. Such a masterpiece is best kept to yourself. Zhang Long chuckled awkwardly. I assented this poem good. He believed it to be quite impactful and powerful. Young master, the time for the stick of incense is nearly upon us. The middle-aged beauty gazed at Xia Weilu with a knowing smile, clearly still holding out hope. This fellow was incapable. Xia Weilu, with a flourish, began to write swiftly. Upon completion, he handed the paper to the middle-aged beauty. This young master's poem is ready. You may read it to your host. Has he truly finished? It must surely be a haphazard composition. Does Xia Weilu not know his own worth? The crowd raised their brows. Skeptical of Xia Weilu's ability to produce anything of merit, the middle-aged beauty, with a look of surprise, accepted the paper, glanced at it, and was momentarily taken aback. Why did she wear such an expression? Could it be that Xia Weilu's poem was indeed commendable? That should not be the case. How could a dandy, lacking in education, craft anything of quality? The crowd, puzzled, scrutinized the middle-aged beauty. After a brief silence, she slowly declared, such atrocious handwriting. I have never seen such ugliness. Xia Weilu's script was indeed hideous, worse than that of a 3-year-old child. Chapter 88. The Young Master's Valor, a poem for the ages. Biffed. Ha ha ha, I can't breathe from laughter. Is the young master's handwriting truly that ugly? What could it possibly look like, to be worse than that of a toddler? One must see it to believe it. At this age, the young master cannot even write properly? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. If he cannot even master the art of writing, what merit can he possibly claim in poetry? Today, Xia Weilu's embarrassment would be monumental. Xia Weilu, maintaining his composure, addressed the middle-aged beauty. My handwriting is deemed unsightly? That merely reflects your limited exposure. I call it returning to simplicity. The middle-aged beauty, somewhat speechless, thought to herself that while he had an excuse, returning to simplicity need not be so hideous. Nevertheless, she examined the poem with seriousness, and upon finishing, she sighed inwardly. The young master, true to form, had indeed composed a poem. Yet it was far from serious. What are you dawdling for? Quickly read my young master's masterpiece to your host. Xia Weilu glared at the middle-aged beauty. With a calm smile, she recited Xia Weilu's lines. Every night, I linger in by Yujing, where lovely maidens smile like the stars. I in the midst of revelry and dance, the mandarin ducks sing through spring and autumn. Excellent. The young master's valor shines, a poem for the ages. This composition, simpler and more straightforward than my previous one, is far more accessible. Zhang Long and the others immediately began to cheer and applaud, finding the poem comprehensible, deeming it a good piece. Good poetry? Utterly banal. The surrounding crowd scoffed derisively. This was by Yujing, an elegant locale, a place where common folk dare not tread. While Xia Weilu's verses might elicit blushes from maidens in ordinary establishments, here, such lines would only invite ridicule. Xia Weilu, with confidence, looked upward. Host, how does my poem fare? Vulgar. It requires further refinement. The cool voice from above rang out, providing no courtesy. It was evident that while Xia Weilu possessed a smidgen of talent, he was adept only at crafting trivial lines that praised women in taverns. To produce a work that would truly astonish was beyond his capabilities. Nonsense. This is not lacking, Xia Weilu retorted, his displeasure evident. The voice from above did not reply further, clearly having lost patience. Ha ha ha, young master, it seems not so impressive. Your earlier works at Meiyuan were indeed plagiarized. Situ Yun laughed heartily, his words dripping with mockery. You still have much to practice. Indeed, you ought to begin with writing. If that fails, perhaps you should simply copy something in return. Those surrounding Situ Yun chimed in, their laughter unrelenting. Xia Weilu, coldly smiling, found their expressions intolerable. A desire to retort surged within him. You fools, I merely jested. Do you truly believe I lack any skill? He turned his gaze towards Situ Yun and the others. I shall demonstrate, and I will thoroughly expose your ugly faces. Situ Yun, with a mocking grin, challenged, if you truly possess such skill, I shall present my face for you to strike at will. Indeed, even if we place our faces before you, will you dare to strike? The companions of Situ Yun joined in the ridicule. Well said. It seems your faces must be struck. Xia Weilu surveyed the crowd, then turned to the upper level, calmly stating, I declare, all of literature lies within my grasp. While I may not excel in poetry, I can certainly copy a verse. Oh, if you can indeed provide me with a satisfactory copy, then so be it. The voice from above responded. The middle-aged beauty extended her hand toward the paper on the table. Young master, please. Xia Weilu casually tossed down the brush and began to recite. In the heavenly realm, by Yujing, 12 towers, 5 cities gleam. Celestials pat my crown, granting me eternal life. 96 holy monarchs, floating clouds hanging in the void. The scene abruptly fell into a profound silence as all present stared blankly at Xia Weilu. Could it be true? Did he truly possess such talent? The middle-aged beauty was also taken aback, her gaze fixated on Xia Weilu. In that moment, could she dare to assert that his poem was lacking? She could not, for she believed this poem was crafted specifically for Bai Yujing. On the 7th floor, the immortal caresses my crown, and with my long hair, I receive eternal life. Yen Ruyu was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. The power of Xia Weilu's poem surged like a tide, igniting a mysterious battle spirit within her. Nightingale's expression mirrored her astonishment as she pondered how this debauched disciple could have produced such a remarkable piece. No, it must be plagiarism. Yet the uncanny precision with which it mirrored Bai Yujing made her more inclined to believe it was indeed Xia Weilu's original work. Alas, it truly was stolen. Xia Weilu refrained from continuing, instead gazing upwards and inquiring, What do you think of this piece? Excellent. Yen Ruyu offered a succinct assessment. The poem was indeed a perfect match for Bai Yujing. Bai Yujing, as the foremost establishment of Tianqi, was in dire need of such a magnificent work. Xia Weilu turned his attention to Situ Yun and the others, casually asking, And you? Situ Yun and his companions exchanged uneasy glances. Caught off guard by Xia Weilu's unexpected display of literary prowess, which felt like a slap in their faces, Situ Yun slowly spoke. It is indeed an exquisite piece, but regrettably, it is plagiarized. Plagiarized? From whom? Xia Weilu retorted. Situ Yun faltered, unable to identify the source of the alleged plagiarism even if Xia Weilu himself claimed it was stolen. Xia Weilu remained unfazed. Earlier, I declared my intention to slap your faces, and I intend to follow through. Now, line up, and I shall reward each of you with a slap. If your mouths are reckless, then they deserve to be struck. Situ Yun raised an eyebrow. Xia Weilu? What do you mean by that? Zhang Long. Xia Weilu extended his hand. Without hesitation, Zhang Long and his companions leaped into action, charging towards Situ Yun and the others. These individuals had been audacious enough to say they would present their faces for a beating if Xia Weilu proved himself capable. Thus, it was only fitting to oblige them. "What are you doing?" Situ Yun's expression darkened. "I in the spirit of reciprocity, since your words were foul, it is only natural to strike," Xia Weilu stated coolly. Situ Yun and his companions, possessing average abilities, found themselves unable to resist Zhang Long and his allies, who swiftly subdued them and brought them before Xia Weilu. Xia Weilu fixed his gaze on Situ Yun. "You were the most vocal just now." Situ Yun maintained a stern demeanor. "Xia Weilu, do you truly dare to strike me? I am a member of the Duke of Suez household." Smack! Xia Weilu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Situ Yun's face. "Ah!" Situ Yun let out a cry of anguish, his face flushed, teeth scattered, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. "What of the Duke of Suez son? While you prattled on, I was more than ready to deliver a resounding blow to your foul mouth." Smack! Xia Weilu struck again, sending Situ Yun flying 2 meters. Thud! Situ Yun collapsed to the ground, motionless, rendered unconscious. Xia Weilu then turned his attention to the others. "My lord, we were wrong." The expressions of these individuals shifted dramatically. Smack! 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 Xia Weilu continued to strike, inflicting pain and misery upon them, their cries echoing in despair. Thud! He kicked one of them away disdainfully, stating, "A bunch of fools daring to act insolently before me, unaware of their own mortality. Consider this a lesson." With that, he ascended the stairs. Yin Ruyu thought to take advantage of his poem. Little did she know it would not be so simple, unless he could also seize something from her. Chapter 89. Your Highness, please mind your manners. By Yujing. On the 7th floor, a maid led Xia Weilu to a door. "My lord, our master awaits you inside. Please." Xia Weilu glanced at the maid, smiling as he inquired, "Is your master beautiful?" "Beautiful," the maid replied succinctly, noting that her master was stunningly gorgeous, akin to a celestial being. "Am I handsome?" Xia Weilu asked with a hint of confidence. The maid assessed him. Indeed, he was striking, a rarity among handsome men. The only flaw was his pale complexion, suggesting a sickly disposition, as if drained by indulgence. Moreover, there was an inexplicable air of sickly charm about him, a laziness that belied a cunning nature. Xia Weilu pressed on. "Am I well matched with your master?" Upon hearing this, the maid's expression shifted slightly. She lowered her head and quietly retreated, recognizing this was not a subject for her to discuss. Xia Weilu chuckled playfully, pushing the door open. "My lady, I have arrived." He stepped inside. In the room, Nightingale had already departed, leaving Yin Ruyu clad in a flowing white gown, veiled, resembling an ethereal orchid in a secluded valley, delicately toying with a wine cup as she contemplated a chessboard. Upon seeing Yin Ruyu, Xia Weilu immediately feigned a startled expression. "I seem to have entered the wrong room. My apologies." Yin Ruyu regarded him with indifference. "You have not erred. I am indeed the master of Bai Yujing." Bang! With a wave of her hand, the door slammed shut. Xia Weilu took a step back, clasping his fists. "Your Highness, regardless of whether you are the master of Bai Yujing, it is unseemly for a man and woman to be alone in a room, I am afraid. So please exercise restraint." Yin Ruyu paused for a moment, her expression peculiar, clearly taken aback by Xia Weilu's response. She slowly inquired, "Is this poem plagiarized?" Xia Weilu countered, "Of course it is. Would you believe me if I claimed it was my own?" Yin Ruyu pressed further. "From whom is it plagiarized?" "I have not heard this poem before." Xia Weilu candidly replied, "From the sword immortal, Li Taibai." "Sword immortal?" Yin Ruyu furrowed her brow. While it was true that there were sword immortals in the Great Zhou, there was none by the name of Taibai. Who, then, was this Li Taibai? Xia Weilu shrugged. "He is a drunkard. When I was in the Tianquan Bureau's prison, he lived across from me, claiming to be a sword immortal. Though I did not believe him, yet he spoke poetry with such eloquence that I memorized a few pieces. Indeed, there had been a drunkard in the cell across from his." Yin Ruyu's expression remained calm, but her mind was racing as she resolved to investigate the veracity of this Li Taibai. She turned her gaze towards Xia Weilu. "This poem is quite commendable. Would you be willing to part with it for Bai Yujing?" Xia Weilu shook his head. "I would not," Yin Ruyu stated plainly. "How many tales would you require?" This poem was a masterpiece, a rare treasure. Encountering it now, she had no intention of letting it slip away. Xia Weilu offered an awkward smile. While Bai Yujing is the foremost establishment of Tianqi, it is unworthy of this poem, and I have already stated it is not my own work. Yin Ruyu raised an eyebrow, unless Xiao Weilu shifted his tone, Dato? Yin Ruyu's gaze bore into Xiao Weilu. He spoke earnestly. Let me touch your leg, bang. A cold glimmer flashed in Yin Ruyu's eyes as she instantly shattered her wine cup. Fixing him with a frosty stare. Do you wish to die? Xiao Weilu retreated hastily. I take my leave. Come here. Yin Ruyu huffed dismissively, effortlessly pulling Xiao Weilu back towards her. He was compelled to sit down under the weight of her power. His expression displeased as he protested. Your Highness, is this coercion? Yin Ruyu picked up another wine cup, pouring a drink and sending it flying towards Xiao Weilu. She remarked coldly. You wished for me to drink with you. Did you not? Drink? I refuse. The wine is poisoned. Xiao Weilu stared at the cup before him. Yin Ruyu clenched her fists slightly. Would she be foolish enough to poison him in Bai Yujing? Yet Xiao Weilu's reaction was understandable. Given her true intentions of wanting him dead, Xiao Weilu continued. Even without poison, what if you take advantage of me when I am inebriated? No, you seek to deceive me out of my poem. How malicious! Since you refuse to drink, let us play a game of chess. Yin Ruyu suppressed her inner fury. She prided herself on her composure, yet in Xiao Weilu's presence, she found herself easily incensed, almost wishing to slap him dead. Chess? I am not adept, Xiao Weilu sighed. Yin Ruyu scrutinized him. Are you truly incapable or merely pretending? Recent events in Tianqi City had taught her that many individuals wore masks, including herself. What of Xiao Weilu? Well then, no more pretense. In truth, this son of nobility is well versed in all arts, music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and song. A confident smile emerged on Xiao Weilu's face. Is that so? Then let us engage in a match. Yin Ruyu stated matter-of-factly. The game of chess reveals much about a person's character. Even the deepest secrets can be discerned through the strategies employed. Very well. If your Highness loses, do not weep. Xiao Weilu casually placed a white piece on the center point of the board. Yin Ruyu paused, startled at Xiao Weilu's move. Placing a piece at the center is a bold maneuver for a master, yet for an ordinary player, it could be a grave mistake. Go. The strategy lies in the surrounding. One must secure the edges before expanding their territory, a wise approach for success. Do you truly know how to play chess? Yin Ruyu asked, her voice steady after a brief silence. Why not take a look and see? Xiao Weilu picked up a chess piece, toying with it. Yin Ruyu, without any unnecessary words, directly placed her piece. Xiao Weilu continued to make his moves. After the passage of half an incense stick, Yin Ruyu set down her piece and remarked indifferently, Enough! I had higher hopes for you. It seems you lack skill. The disarray of his moves revealed his utter ignorance of the game. As he stumbled through it aimlessly, Xiao Weilu chuckled. The game has not yet reached its conclusion. Perhaps each of my pieces possesses a unique strategy? Yin Ruyu, uninterested in prolonging this conversation, waved her hand dismissively. You may leave now. No poetry today? Xiao Weilu inquired with a smile. Yin Ruyu replied, apathetically, since you did not compose the poem. I cannot expect you to continue seeking it. Princess, you are quite perceptive. I shall take my leave for now. Should you wish for that poem at any time, a mere touch of your leg will suffice. Rising, Xiao Weilu cast a glance at Yin Ruyu's waist, his mind conjuring enchanting images. Whoosh! Yin Ruyu snapped her fingers, sending a chess piece flying towards his arm. Hiss! Xiao Weilu stumbled back several meters, gasping in surprise. He yanked open the door and shot a glare at Yin Ruyu. Your legs are thicker than an elephant's and shorter than a tree stump. Why would I bother to touch them? I wouldn't even consider it if they were right in front of me. With that, he hurriedly exited. Yin Ruyu paused, instinctively glancing at her legs. Thicker than an elephant's? Shorter than a tree stump? The thought of Xiao Weilu having seen her in the nude instantly clenched her fists. A flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. This scoundrel truly deserved punishment. Chapter 90. Sending the soul-collecting banner, calling for Bai Wuchang? After Xiao Weilu's departure, the Nightingale reappeared in the room. Tomorrow, the Eastern Zhou delegation arrives in Tianqi. A confrontation is likely. It appears he has disappointed you. The Nightingale looked at Yin Ruyu. Yin Ruyu responded coolly, I initially believed he possessed some poetic talent and had intended to take him along. It seems I overestimated him. The Nightingale shook her head. After seeing him, it seems you can't contain yourself. Yin Ruyu cast a glance at the nightingale, uninterested in discussing the matter further. She stated flatly, "News has come. Yin Wugo is about to enter seclusion. He has reached the pinnacle of the Tuajiang realm, and a step further would lead him to the Tao. He must not succeed." The nightingale inquired, "Shall I find someone to handle this?" A glimmer of intent flashed in Yin Ruyu's eyes. "If you intervene, the target is too significant. I shall personally take action. I want to see just how formidable he truly is." The rumor of Yin Wugo's collusion with the demon race had already spread throughout Tianqi City, inciting displeasure among many dignitaries. Some would undoubtedly wish to take action. At this critical juncture, should she act? It would create confusion, but of course, the prerequisite was that her disguise must be sufficiently convincing. The nightingale pondered, "Yin Wugo is too mysterious, well hidden so far. I have only discovered his connection with the demon realm's foxwoman, who is at the Tao level and commands numerous demons.